Chapter 101, 85 Pink Nightmare. Sha Chu's heart was filled with indescribable shock. The rarity of the radiant demon spirit was beyond mere words. For thousands of years, the Longevity Association has been seeking and collecting demon spirit gemstones, and in all her time, Sha Chu had heard of fewer than 10 radiant demon spirits. Of course, there might be some radiant demon spirits Sha Chu hasn't heard of, but even so, it underscores their preciousness. Forget radiant demon spirits. If the good and evil Punisher shone brightly, even as merely a flowing color demon spirit, today's situation wouldn't be a mutual destruction. A-class, B-class, even S-class demon spirits can be cultivated with resources, just like Sha Chu's own S-class good and evil Punisher demon spirit, which was built up with resources. No matter how a demon spirit levels up, its quality doesn't change. A normal demon spirit will never become a flowing color demon spirit, much less a radiant or brilliant one. Within the same level, the higher the quality of a demon spirit, the stronger its abilities. The abilities of a radiant demon spirit far exceed those of the same level, even surpassing higher-level demon spirits. The only radiant demon spirit Sha Chu has ever seen was the one next to the Longevity Association leader when she took her oath upon joining, a demon spirit as divine as a god. Sha Chu once imagined she might obtain a radiant demon spirit in the future, but as time went by, she hadn't even gotten a flowing color demon spirit, forcing her to spend her resources on her ordinary good and evil Punisher, highlighting the rarity of high-quality demon spirits. Li Shu actually owning a radiant demon spirit drove Sha Chu mad with jealousy, but also felt like a cold shower. Without an S-class good and evil Punisher, Sha Chu was just a regular D-class trial taker. Coupled with her severely damaged contract facing Li Shu's 3 demon spirits, she realized she had no chance of winning and might even end up dead. From now on, I call the shots here. You don't object, do you? Li Shu said calmly, looking at the silent Sha Chu. He wanted this effect. If Sha Chu chose to fight him to the death, even if he could kill her, it would probably come at a cost. Winning without battle is naturally the best outcome. What do you plan to do? Sha Chu nearly bit her silver teeth to pieces but had to face reality. How far is it from here to Tyrone City? Li Shu asked, wanting to return to Tyrone City first to reassure Afei and the others so they wouldn't worry. Without the good and evil Punisher just walking, it would take 10 days to half a month to reach Tyrone City, Sha Chu replied. What about going to Zeman Guan's place? Li Shu pondered and asked. About 7 or 8 days, Sha Chu replied. Let's head to Zeman Guan's place first then, Li Shu decided after a moment of reflection. I advise you not to touch Zeman Guan, or the Longevity Association won't let you off, Sha Chu said with a cold face. Zeman Guan is under your supervision, right? If you don't tell them, how would they know? Li Shu smiled. Once Zeman Guan is discovered by the Longevity Association outside, both you and I will die, Sha Chu said coldly. Especially your radiant demon spirit. If the Longevity Association finds out and knows you're with Zeman Guan, what do you think they'll think? Sha Chu was very smart. She had already linked the origins with demigod Shana. You don't need to worry about that. Hand me your hairpin. Li Shu reached out. Sha Chu reluctantly tossed the hairpin she held to Li Shu. Li Shu took the hairpin without detecting anything special about its gemstone, not understanding how it drove the blood seal. After treating his wound, Sha Chu led the way as Li Shu followed her into the forest, heading towards the canyon where Zeman Guan was imprisoned. What is your status in the Longevity Association? Li Shu asked as they walked, inquiring about internal matters of the Longevity Association. I'm just an ordinary member, Sha Chu said. Someone like you, just an ordinary member? Li Shu was a little surprised. The Longevity Association, for thousands of years, has gathered countless top talents from various fields, many whose names alone could shock the world, and they're all just ordinary members in the association, Sha Chu replied expressionlessly. Oh, then tell me, what kind of people are in the Longevity Association? Li Shu followed up on Sha Chu's words. I'm just an ordinary member, and what I know is very limited. Sha Chu seemed to think continuing with Li Shu's questioning would waste time, so she continued. Besides the leader, the Longevity Association has 2 vice leaders and 6 commanders. I've only seen the leader and the commander who brought me into the association. I haven't seen the others. I only glimpsed the leader during the initiation ceremony, and he was shrouded in radiant light, so I couldn't see his appearance or even tell whether he was male or female. Each commander manages different groups of members, divided between ordinary members and super members. Generally, there's little contact among members. My interactions only happened during past operations where I met a few ordinary members and 2 super members. One ordinary member I know is a magic armor master, codenamed Sword God. You said the Sword God is an ordinary member of the Longevity Association? Li Shu couldn't help but frown. Li Shu originally had high expectations for the Longevity Association, but still found he had somewhat underestimated them. Before Li Shu's god came into view, many magic armor masters had cycled through the world's #1 rank, frequently changing, but the only one who held the position for 3 consecutive years was God. The magic armor master known as Sword God was one among them, and once held the title of World #1 Magic Armor Master, yet he turned out to be a member of the Longevity Association and only an ordinary member at that. 112 Chapter 102, 85 Pink Nightmare. 2. Now you should know the terror of the Longsheng sky, right? I advise you not to provoke them. You think your magic armor master status is something to be proud of, but it means nothing inside Longsheng sky. Do you truly think you can be stronger than the sword god? Shachu said coldly. The commander who brought you into the organization, you should at least know his true identity, right? Li Shu ignored Shachu's mockery and continued to ask. I know, but I will never tell anyone even if you kill me. The answer remains the same. Shachu said decisively. Then what can you tell me about the Longsheng sky? Don't tell me you know nothing. That would cost you my last bit of patience. Li Shu looked at Shachu and said expressionlessly, What I truly know is very limited, but I have a guess that might interest you. Shachu pondered and said. Seeing Li Shu watching her silently, Shachu reluctantly continued. I've always suspected that the world's #1 magic armor master god might also be a member of Longsheng sky. Why do you say that? Li Shu was taken aback by the words. Because some things are too coincidental, like this time, I followed the commander's orders with a lot of effort and just brought down Tyrone City, and then God appeared. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Similar coincidences have happened once before. Shachu recounted an experience of completing a Longsheng sky mission. She and several other Longsheng sky members went to slay a demon spirit. However, the demon spirit's abilities far exceeded estimates, and when they were about to be wiped out by the demon spirit, God unexpectedly appeared and slayed the demon spirit. Although later reports said that God was just passing by and slew a demon spirit hiding in the mountains, Shachu felt it was too coincidental. How could God just happen to be passing through such a remote place? When did this happen? Li Shu asked. 3 years ago, when God just appeared, Shachu answered. Again, 3 years ago? Li Shu frowned secretly. He could be sure he hadn't gone to the place Shachu mentioned 3 years ago. If Shachu wasn't lying, Guan Jinghao might have found a replacement for the red flower magic armor right from the start, and that replacement had used the red flower magic armor more than once during this time. There were no paths in the jungle, and although the Jedi Knight cleared the way at the front, the two of them were occasionally scratched by thorny branches and vines. Seeing Shachu's wounds being snagged by the branches and vines from time to time, Li Shu took off his jacket and threw it to her. Shachu was slightly startled, looked at Li Shu, and quietly put on the jacket to cover her severely damaged dress. Li Shu asked some questions about the blood seal, and Shachu only knew that the blood seal was invented by someone in Longsheng sky. Each bloodstone corresponds to a blood seal, and this is the basic means by which Longsheng sky controls its members. As far as Shachu knew, both ordinary members and super members bore blood seals, and their bloodstones were generally in the commander's hands. Unless, like Li Shu, a member was developed by Shachu, if the commander was willing, after Li Shu officially joined, Shachu would still hold his bloodstone. As for whether all members of Longsheng sky have blood seals, Shachu did not know. During a rest at night, seeing that Shachu had fallen asleep, Li Shu took out the supersized pink spinel raw stone, broke his fingertip, and let a drop of blood drip onto it. Li Shu wanted to try and see if using Longsheng sky's method would make any difference in the contracted demon spirit compared to the one he had swallowed after the contract. Unexpectedly, as soon as Li Shu's blood touched the pink spinel, it was absorbed into it. The pink spinel seemed to melt from Li Shu's blood, slowly turning into liquid and flowing toward his finger. The pink crystalline liquid wrapped around his finger, and before long, it transformed into a pink sharp crystal ring, while a surge of information flooded into his mind. Pink Nightmare, evolvable. E-level demon spirit. Luminous, capable of summoning the E-level demon spirit, Pink Nightmare. Just a luminous demon spirit? Li Shu had thought that such a huge pink appetite would contain a radiant demon spirit, or even a radiant demon spirit, but it turned out to be just a luminous demon spirit. Seeing Shachu still asleep with her back facing him, Li Shu quietly summoned the Pink Nightmare. Wow. What is this? Li Shu's mouth fell open as he looked at the Pink Nightmare in front of him. It was a pink unicorn, its entire body a princess pink shell, emitting an alluring pink glow, with a crystal-clear spiral horn on its head, shining with pink light just like the hot pink spinel. Beneath its hooves, pink light seemed to flow, making it look extremely beautiful. With this appearance, girls would love it. Li Shu took out the pink spinel raw stones from the bag directly and fed one to the Pink Nightmare. The Pink Nightmare opened its mouth and swallowed it whole and still looked at the bag in Li Shu's hand. Li Shu simply dumped all the gemstones from the bag onto the ground, leaving them for the Pink Nightmare to eat. Li Shu had also tried feeding the spinel raw stone to the demigod Shana, but it wouldn't eat it at all. Later, Li Shu learned from Shachu that not all demon spirits eat gemstones. Generally speaking, demon spirits and rubies only eat rubies, sharp crystal demon spirits only eat spinel, and other kinds of demon spirits are similar. 103 Chapter 1003, After the Modification, 85 Pink Nightmare. 3. Only some of the more special demon spirits consume all kinds of gemstones. For example, Shachu's Good and Evil Punisher consumes any gemstone, which is why Shachu was able to elevate the Good and Evil Punisher to S level through a vast number of gemstones. The smallest bag of pink spinel raw stone was quickly devoured by the Pink Nightmare. Its pink light flowed and its body underwent a strange transformation. It grew considerably larger, its level advancing from E level to D level. Seeing the pink nightmare looking at him again, Li Shu took out the remaining 2 large bags of spinel raw stone and poured them on the ground. Watching the pink nightmare devour one after another, it soon advanced again, rising from D level to C level. These spinel raw stones elevated the pink nightmare directly from E level to B level to B level, but it could not continue to advance further. The B-level pink nightmare's body turned even pinker, the pink aura around it grew stronger, and the horn on its head looked like a pink lightning bolt. So many spinel raw stones, and it only advanced to B-level? Li Shu finally realized how costly it was to elevate a demon spirit. No wonder Sha Chu used so many gemstones, only to create an S-level good and evil punisher. And according to Sha Chu, the higher the quality of the demon spirit, the more gemstones are needed to elevate its level. If it were an ordinary demon spirit, this amount of spinel raw stone should be enough for it to advance to A level. It seems I need to find some blue diamonds to feed demigod Shana. The thought of an S-level demigod Shana is thrilling. Li Shu, who was never short on money, suddenly felt quite poor. Actually, demon spirits can also consume demon cores to elevate their levels. Sha Chu's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Li Shu didn't mind because after seeing the pink nightmare, he had no intentions of hiding it from Sha Chu, because even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. Walking like this with Sha Chu was too slow, especially for Li Shu, who needed to rest after a short distance. At this rate, it would take 7 to 8 days to reach the canyon where Shimin Guan was imprisoned. Li Shu planned to ride the pink nightmare to the canyon, so he didn't bother avoiding Sha Chu. What's the difference between elevating levels by consuming demon cores and gemstones? Li Shu asked. Sha Chu sat up, observing the pink nightmare, and said, I don't know how you managed to acquire these demon spirits. I can only say your luck is incredible. This should be a shining demon spirit. For ordinary trial takers, having such a demon spirit is enough to make them willing to spend everything to elevate its level. But since you have the radiant demon spirit, it's a different story. Sha Chu thought of Li Shu's demigod Shana and couldn't help but sigh. Demon cores can be used to feed demon spirits. Generally, the demon cores obtained in the trial ground, aside from some special demon core rewards, are suitable for all types of demon spirits. But if it's high-quality demon spirits like your shining demon spirit and the radiant demon spirit, I suggest not feeding them ordinary demon cores. Instead, feed them those with special attributes that can match the demon spirit itself. This way, not only can the demon spirit become stronger after evolution, but it might also gain some special abilities. So, feeding with gemstones doesn't result in special abilities? Li Shu asked. It does. Feeding a demon spirit with the same type of gemstones has a certain chance to activate the demon spirit's innate abilities, but this is limited to demon spirits with innate abilities. The likelihood of ordinary demon spirits having innate abilities is very low. Like my good and evil punisher, even after advancing to S level, it still has no abilities. Sha Chu continued. If the good and evil punisher were a shining demon spirit, even just a flowing color demon spirit, it should have awakened its innate abilities upon reaching S level. Isn't there a way for demon spirits to awaken innate abilities and gain additional special abilities? Li Shu was becoming increasingly interested in demon spirits. There is. Find high-grade special demon cores that closely match your demon spirit's attributes. The higher the grade, the better. Demon spirits fed with such cores are likely to awaken innate abilities and also gain extra special abilities. How do I know which special demon core matches my demon spirit's attributes? Li Shu pondered and asked. If the demon core is obtained by slaying demon spirits, it's up to you to discern. If it's obtained in the land of trial, it's relatively easy. The special attribute demon cores you obtain from opening the trial gate with sapphires can be used to feed demon spirits transformed from sapphires. This principle applies to other types of demon spirits as well. Sha Chu explained clearly. Li Shu finally understood and thought to himself, in that case, I'll need to open trial gates using diamonds in the future to acquire demon cores to feed demigod Shana. As for the pink nightmare and other demon spirits, Li Shu didn't worry much. When he controlled the demon armor, he always used the highest grade equipment. Naturally, the same principle applied to using demon spirits. Although the pink nightmare was lacking a bit, being B-level without even awakening a single skill felt like a waste. Get on. Li Shu mounted the pink nightmare and called out to Sha Chu. However, he didn't let Sha Chu sit behind him, but positioned Sha Chu in front to prevent any thoughts Sha Chu might have from behind. The pink nightmare moved through the forest like a pink lightning bolt. The vines and branches didn't touch its body, as if they were cut off by invisible blades. The pink aura on the pink nightmare was like an invisible protective shield, preventing even the oncoming airflow from reaching Li Shu and Sha Chu. Although the pink nightmare's level was not as high as the good and evil punisher, it clearly exuded a higher sense of elegance. What was initially expected to be a 7 to 8 day journey took only half a day, and the two arrived at the canyon where Zeman Guan was imprisoned. 114, Chapter 24, 86 Evil Li Shu dismounted from the pink nightmare, and Sha Chu, who was sitting on the pink nightmare, suddenly drew her knife and slashed at Li Shu on the ground. Throughout the journey, she hadn't made any moves and had even told Li Shu so many things, answering almost every question, all to wait for the moment when Li Shu was most relaxed. The moment a person is about to reach their destination is when they are most likely to let their guard down. In ancient times, street performers who walked tightropes mostly died between the last 3 steps. Sha Chu chose to strike at this time, aiming for a sure hit, absolutely not giving Li Shu a chance to retaliate. Sha Chu's knife was fast. She was a D-class trial taker, with strength comparable to a D-class demon spirit. Her power and speed were far above Li Shu's. Even if it wasn't a sneak attack, even if Li Shu saw her draw the knife, it would be too late to react, let alone the knife being enchanted, with demonic light on the blade like a sharp glare. As long as this knife hit, even a body of steel would be cut in two. As Sha Chu watched her knife about to strike Li Shu, she suddenly saw a faint, flickering blue light appear in her vision, a crystal-clear blue diamond greatsword blocking her knife. Clang! The clash of knife and sword caused Sha Chu's body to be thrown from the back of the pink nightmare, while Demigod Shana stood unmoving in front of Li Shu. Even though Sha Chu's rank was higher than Demigod Shana's, her strength still couldn't compare to Demigod Shana's. Li Shu turned his head to glance at Sha Chu, who had fallen to the ground, and said indifferently, "It seems your cultivation is not enough. If it were me, I would act after releasing Jimin Guan. You've won. You can say whatever you want. Kill me if you choose. Spare me the nonsense." Sha Chu was resigned to death. "Did I say I would kill you?" Li Shu said flatly. "Aren't you afraid I'll try to kill you again if you don't kill me?" Sha Chu was slightly stunned, asked with a complicated expression. "You can't kill me. Unless you have overwhelming absolute power, no matter how many chances you get, you won't be able to kill me." Li Shu said as he walked into the cave, "If you're dissatisfied, you can keep trying to kill me. I'll give you the opportunity." Sha Chu bit her lip, feeling greatly insulted. Li Shu's words clearly implied that, on the same starting line, Sha Chu was nothing but trash. Although Sha Chu was indignant, she had nothing to say, for she indeed had failed. Sha Chu gritted her teeth and followed inside. She didn't believe Li Shu could always be on guard. She just needed one chance. With Li Shu's physical condition, one cut would suffice. "Open the door," Li Shu said to the stone wall in front of him. "Have you thought it through? Releasing Jimin Guan makes you a mortal enemy of Chang Shengtian with no way back. Can we not make our communication so exhausting? I speak, you act," Li Shu said indifferently. Sha Chu said nothing more, fumbling for a moment on the stone wall, which then slid aside, revealing the stone chamber behind it. Without a word from Li Shu, Sha Chu automatically walked in, fully aware that Li Shu wouldn't allow her to stay behind. Li Shu's Pink Nightmare and Knight of Chrysanthemum guarded outside, while he himself entered the stone chamber with Jedi Knight and Demigod Shana following Sha Chu. "Old officer, I've come to get you out," Li Shu said with a smile, looking at Jimin Guan inside the iron cage. "How did you," Jimin Guan saw Li Shu and Sha Chu coming together, and Sha Chu's clothes were in tatters, leaving him momentarily stupefied. Even though Li Shu had the radiant demon spirit, his level was still too low. How could he possibly subdue Sha Chu? After all, Sha Chu had an S-class demon spirit. "Let's talk after you're out. Where's the key?" Li Shu looked at Sha Chu beside him. "Do you think a prison guard like me could have the key?" Sha Chu said mockingly. "Even without a key, it's fine." Li Shu ordered the Jedi Knight to cut the iron cage, but the Jedi Knight's blade left not a single mark on it. "Don't waste your strength. This is made from materials of an S-class demon spirit. Unless you have an S-class demon spirit, you can't break it. You don't need to rescue me. Just remember what I entrusted you with," Jimin Guan said with a smile. Li Shu coming back to rescue him already gave Jimin Guan a unique feeling inside. "How do you know without trying?" Li Shu had Demigod Shana attempt to cut the iron cage again. Demigod Shana's greatsword, glowing blue, struck the iron cage, again unable to leave a mark. The gap between E-class and S-class was still too vast. Even strong as Demigod Shana, it couldn't damage the body of an S-class demon spirit. It's useless if it were A-class or B-class maybe. "Now his level is too low," Jimin Guan said with a bitter smile. "I do have a B-class demon spirit," Li Shu called the Pink Nightmare inside. "You kid, just for a stroll outside, where did you pick up a B-class shining demon spirit? That's an absurdly good stroke of luck." Seeing the Pink Nightmare, Jimin Guan was both surprised and delighted, easily recognizing it as a shining demon spirit. Others struggle fiercely just to obtain a single demon spirit, and Li Shu, in just 2 days, had obtained yet another, and a B-class shining at that, astonishing Jimin Guan. No need to worry about where it came from, as long as it can get you out. Li Shu had the Pink Nightmare set to destroying the iron cage. The Pink Nightmare withdrew a distance, all 4 legs exerting force, with pink light flowing over its body, and its unicorn horn, charged with pink lightning, slammed into the iron bars of the cage ferociously. Chapter 205-86, Evil 2. The thick iron bars, forcibly bent somewhat by the Pink Nightmare's impact, showed no significant damage. The S-class materials and S-class demon spirit still had some differences. If it encountered an S-class demon spirit, the Pink Nightmare would probably not endure, and would only suffer. But breaking this iron cage wasn't a problem. The pink nightmare crashed into the iron bars repeatedly, and after dozens of hits, the bending was enough for Ximen Guan to squeeze out from the cage. I never thought I'd see the sky again, Ximen Guan, he said, covering his eyes from the sunlight as he stepped out of the cave, squinting with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. After so many years without seeing the sun, his eyes temporarily couldn't adapt to the light. Got any plans? If not, you could come with me for a bit, then we can get what's needed. With Shachu around, Li Shu didn't mention anything about the demon armor. Now that I'm out, there's no rush. I'll go with you. I've been stuck for so long, I probably can't find my way. I'll need your help. Ximen Guan nodded. Old Guan, is there a way to make her obey without killing her? Li Shu glanced at Shachu. Shachu trembled upon hearing Li Shu's words, but still kept her head down, not looking at him. Li Shu hadn't killed Shachu before because he needed her to open the stone door and iron cage. Now that wasn't necessary. However, Li Shu still didn't want to kill Shachu. He hoped to understand the Long Life organization through her rather than killing her. Guan Jinghao and the false god seemed to be related to the Long Life organization. Not understanding these connections would remain troublesome. Simple. Doesn't she have a blood seal stone on her? Just have her drop a drop of blood on it morning, noon, and night for 10 days or so, then take the blood seal stone. Or you can trouble yourself a bit more by placing the blood seal stone with a demon spirit gemstone. When the blood seal stone shrinks to half, bond the person you want to control with the demon spirit gemstone. From then on, if the stone is gone, the person is too. Ximen Guan chuckled as he spoke. You hear that? You can choose to die now or keep living to find the chance to kill me. Li Shu handed the hairpin directly to Shachu. Shachu understood Li Shu's meaning immediately but had no other choice. She cut her finger and let a drop of blood fall on the blood seal stone in front of Li Shu, then returned the hairpin to him. The blood seal stone needs to be nourished with blood over a long period, and it must be fresh blood. Just dropping some blood on it won't work. Li Shu glanced at the blood seal stone that had absorbed Shachu's blood and put the hairpin away. Though the pink nightmare looked like a horse, it was much larger than a regular horse, so the three of them could manage to ride together. But Shachu refused to squeeze in, so Li Shu and Ximen Guan rode together, and Shachu ran ahead alone. Fortunately, she was already a D-level trial taker, with a physique beyond ordinary people. Her wounds had scabbed over and had no major impact. However, she clearly couldn't keep up with the pink nightmare. Li Shu had to slow its pace, following her from a distance. Old Guan, you've seen a lot. Do you know what this is? Li Shu took out the plastic bag containing the jelly-like thing and told its story in a lowered voice. From your description, the S-class demon spirit should be protecting this item, but it's not a young demon spirit. It's indeed peculiar. Let me take a look. Ximen Guan took the plastic bag, peeled it open carefully, and opened a small cut on the packaging. At just a glance, Ximen Guan's face changed drastically. He immediately resealed the bag, rewrapping it in layers with the plastic bag. His swift movements were unexpected for an elderly person, his hands almost a blur. Honestly, did you plan to trick me into seeing this wonderful world just to kill me and leave me dying unsatisfied? Ximen Guan glared at Li Shu with gritted teeth, his words squeezing through clenched teeth. What's going on? Li Shu couldn't understand why Ximen Guan said that. The thing had no attacking power, not even tearing a plastic bag, so how could it threaten Ximen Guan's life? But from Ximen Guan's tone, it seemed like that thing could kill him at any moment. Seeing Li Shu genuinely baffled, Ximen Guan asked hesitantly, You said the thing crawled onto your leg and you grabbed it with your hand? Yeah, how else could I have brought it over? Li Shu paused, then couldn't help asking, Old Guan, I definitely wouldn't harm you. It's unnecessary otherwise. It looks like you recognize it. What exactly is it? Ximen Guan nodded. I don't doubt you want to harm me. It's just strange. If it really went as you said, how come you're not dead? 126, Chapter 26, 86 Evil 3, Why Should I Die? Li Shu asked. The thing you caught is actually a kind of demon spirit, but it's not an ordinary demon spirit. It's a demon spirit called Evil. This type of demon spirit generally parasitizes particularly powerful demon spirits, so its true form is rarely seen. I only found out about such a demon spirit when I saw a vice president of the Everlasting Sky bring back an evil after slaying an S-class creature. Ximen Guan continued to recall. According to that vice president, any demon spirit that can be parasitized by evil must be at least S-class. Evil would never be interested in weaker demon spirits. This creature itself has no power. Why would those S-class demon spirits be willing to be parasitized by it? Li Shu asked. You're wrong. Most S-class demon spirits not only willingly accept parasitism, but also pursue traces of evil, begging it to parasitize them. Those parasitized by evil gain powerful self-healing and regeneration abilities, and even their physical qualities greatly improve. The higher the level of the evil, the greater the benefits to the demon spirit. If it were you, would you agree to be parasitized by the evil? Ximen Guan explained. So, evil is a good thing. Why do you seem so afraid of it? Li Shu asked his lingering question. Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. While evil's parasitism benefits demon spirits, it's not so kind to humans. I personally witnessed the evil brought back by the vice president mistakenly touched by a member in the lab. That woman saw evil looking cute, like a blob of jelly, and just touched it once with her finger. Can you guess what happened to her? What happened? Have you ever seen an ice pop melt under high temperatures? Yes, I have. Why? Zeman Guan chuckled coldly. Why? That woman melted rapidly like an ice pop under high heat, turning into a pool of viscous, transparent liquid in moments. Thinking of that scene, Li Shu couldn't help but shiver. No, this means this thing isn't evil. If it were truly evil, why would I be unharmed after touching it for so long? Li Shu pondered aloud. Impossible. The thing in your bag is definitely evil. I'll never forget its appearance. It's identical to the evil brought back by the vice president. How could I be mistaken? Zeman Guan immediately asserted decisively. Then why am I fine? Li Shu questioned back. Zeman Guan scratched his head. That's hard to say. Maybe this evil took a liking to you and didn't want to kill you. Seeing how certain Zeman Guan was that what was in the bag was evil, Li Shu himself started to have doubts. Actually, if you want to know if it's evil, it's simple. Just let it parasitize your demon spirit. After a pause, Zeman Guan added, But I suggest you don't use the radiant demon spirit for this test. Why? Li Shu asked. It's uncertain whether evil's parasitism has any side effects. At that time, nobody knew it for sure. If there are side effects, it would be a shame to ruin the radiant demon spirit, Zeman Guan said. Li Shu found this reasoning sound. Demigod Shana was already strong enough. What he lacked was level. Having evil parasitize Demigod Shana would only increase the difficulty of leveling up, consuming more resources. However, Li Shu was genuinely curious whether this was truly evil. If it was, why had he been untouched by it for so long? During a break, Li Shu couldn't resist summoning the Jedi Knight. He had him remove his helmet, wanting to test if the thing was evil. Li Shu opened the bag, placed the opening in front of the Jedi Knight, aiming it at the Knight's mouth so that the evil could crawl directly into it. Upon seeing the evil, the Jedi Knight's eyes lit up with a dazzling red light, appearing quite excited about its arrival. Only then did Li Shu realize that these demon spirits actually have their own consciousness. More than their own wishes, they prioritize obeying their master's commands. The jelly-like evil, upon seeing the open bag, initially intended to crawl out. But when it saw the Jedi Knight's open mouth, it turned back and retreated, preferring to stay in the bag rather than enter the Jedi Knight's mouth. Li Shu couldn't allow it such willfulness, so he smacked the back of the bag, forcing the jelly-like evil into the Jedi Knight's mouth. The Jedi Knight's throat moved slightly. The evil should have slipped inside him. Li Shu stood by, closely observing the Jedi Knight. He waited for a while but noticed no special changes, leaving him somewhat disappointed. He tried having the Jedi Knight return to ring form. The Jedi Knight transformed back into a ring and onto Li Shu's finger, again showing no changes. The Jedi Knight remained an evolvable E-class with no level increase or additional information appearing. That's it, Li Shu thought to himself. Zeman Guan had made evil sound so formidable, as if it could greatly benefit demon spirits, but it turned out to be just like that. Old Guan, why does it seem like it had no effect? Could you have been mistaken, and that thing isn't actually evil? Li Shu questioned Zeman Guan about the situation. Well, it shouldn't be mistaken, Zeman Guan hesitantly continued. Those powers of evil, I only heard about from that vice president. But as for the woman's death that I witnessed with my own eyes, it's absolutely not wrong. Li Shu was helpless, but it didn't matter much. Carrying that thing was troublesome, and it didn't have any effect anyway. The two of them mounted the Pink Nightmare and continued their journey, with Shachu only able to run ahead. In the past 2 or 3 days, Shachu not only had to run marathons every day, but also feed the Blood Seal Stone 3 times a day. His days were quite miserable. Finally, the 3 arrived at Tyrone City, but upon seeing Tyrone City from afar, Li Shu's expression changed. Li Shu saw from a distance that the guards outside Tyrone City's gates were not Tyrone City's soldiers. The clothes those soldiers wore were all too familiar to Li Shu. They were the Space City soldiers' exclusive uniforms. These uniforms were not seen on soldiers elsewhere. A107, Chapter 207, 87, The Cost of Naive Sacrifice. It seems Space City has already made a move on Tyrone City. Shachu leaned against a tree, panting, and said, Old Guan, wait for us in the jungle. Shachu and I will go in and see. Li Shu withdrew his demon spirit and said to Zeman Guan, who was standing nearby. Zeman Guan couldn't quite understand what was happening, so he nodded in agreement, arranged a meeting place with Li Shu, and went ahead to hide in the jungle. Li Shu set off with Shachu towards the gates of Tyrone City. Before they reached the gates, a person hurriedly ran over and blocked their path. Don't speak, follow me. The person was wearing a hat, brim pulled low, and whispered as he brushed past Li Shu. Li Shu had already recognized Shale, so he said nothing more and turned to follow Shale away from the gates of Tyrone City. Shale led Li Shu deep into the jungle, winding around until they reached a dense area of vines. Shale pushed aside the vines, revealing a tent beneath them. Li Shu and Shachu entered the tent and saw A-Fei inside, but no one else was there. What happened? Li Shu asked. Shale took off his hat and said gloomily, What else could happen? God brought people from Space City and took over Tyrone City. Kunsha, Pashan, and Qinshi were imprisoned by that damn god. If we hadn't acted quickly, we might have been caught by them too. I warned Kunsha about that guy, but he didn't listen. Now, Tyrone City is completely finished. Why are you with this woman? Shale glanced at Shachu and frowned. I'll explain in detail later. What are you doing here? Planning to rescue Kunsha and the others? Li Shu didn't seem surprised upon hearing this. He had anticipated this day would come, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Rescue my ass. There are more than 10 magic armor masters inside Tyrone City. Besides that damn god, 2 S-class magic armor masters known as the 4 celestial kings from Space City have arrived. Not even immortals could save them. If Afei hadn't insisted on waiting here for your return, I would have gotten the hell out of here long ago, Shale said with disdain. I even thought you had already run away, but you actually came back. Li Shu looked at Afei, who placed a box wrapped in cloth in front of him and said indifferently, The foundation of cooperation is trust, and I remember. Li Shu nodded slightly, took the box, and unwrapped it to find his ghost-faced magic armor inside. What do we do now? Shale asked. Go rescue Kunsha and the others, Li Shu replied. How to rescue? We're not magic armor masters. Going in is suicidal. Are you planning to take on God and the other 2 S-class magic armor masters alone? Don't look for trouble when staying alive is more important, Shale said. You all don't need to go. I'll go by myself. Li Shu not only wanted to rescue Kunsha and the others, but also wanted to find out what kind of character this God really was. Are you crazy? Although Shale wasn't a magic armor master, he knew of God's reputation, a high mountain that magic armor masters couldn't surpass. It was no different from sending oneself to die. Wait for my return. Li Shu lifted his magic armor, stood up, and glanced at Shachu beside him. You're coming into the city with me. I don't mind. Shachu stood up and followed Li Shu out. Aren't you going to stop that lunatic? Watching Li Shu and Shachu leave, Shale turned to Afei, who was sitting indifferent inside the tent, and said, If he decides to go, he naturally has his own plans. Afei said, Plans, my ass. It's more like he's going to die. Shale cursed angrily, sat down heavily, muttering under his breath. The Tyrone City Lord's mansion had changed leadership again. Not long ago, Kunsha had just become the new city lord, and now he was a prisoner. Qin-Shi, you're not from Tyrone City, and you were only employed by me. You should step back when needed. Space City needs magic armor masters like you. Kunsha, looking somewhat haggard, said to Qin-Shi while forcing a smile. Tyrone City becoming a vassal of Space City was inevitable. Kunsha felt he led wolves into the fold, and as a native Tyrone resident, he could not bow to Space City. The outcome was already set. Qin-Shi, however, was different. She wasn't from Tyrone City and still had the ability to choose. I know. Qin-Shi responded absent-mindedly, disappointed. Not disappointed in Kunsha, but in the magic armor master named God. Not because God occupied Tyrone City, since in such times it was commonplace, everyone served their masters. But the methods God used were unacceptable to Qin-Shi. If God had defeated them fair and square, Qin-Shi would have had no complaints, but God used tactics that didn't even allow them a chance to fight. Clearly, a respected magic armor master wearing a facade of hypocrisy, striking like a friend while stabbing them in the back. This wasn't the God Qin-Shi imagined, and she couldn't help but recall what Li Shu had said to her before, her emotions becoming complex. I didn't expect God to be like that. Qin-Shi sighed inwardly, feeling her faith was trampled violently onto the ground. 128, Chapter 2887, The Cost of Naive Sacrifice 2, How have you all decided? The cell door was pushed open, and a magic armor master walked in. Asura, she is the magic armor master we hired and has no relation to Tyrone City. Let her go first, Kunsha said, looking at the magic armor master. This magic armor master dressed in white armor was none other than the magic armor master Asura, known as one of the 4 celestial kings of Space City. The 4 S-class magic armor masters of Space City are Asura, Yaksha, Rakshasa, and Tien, all ranking within the top 10 of the magic armor master leaderboard. Space City is strong because it possesses the most powerful magic armor master army in the world, along with the best magic armor manufacturing technology and research capability. Not to mention, Space City also has God, a presence like a deity among magic armor masters. This time, God, Asura, and Yaksha arriving simultaneously in Tyrone City had already made Kunsha see no hope. That's possible, as long as you agree to become the governor of Tyruo District. After you complete the inauguration, this lady will be free to leave, and if she chooses to join our Space City, we'd be very welcoming, Asura said with a smile. What if I say no? Kunsha slowly said, staring at Asura. For the stability of Tyruo District and the safety of the citizens, we cannot allow any destabilizing factors to exist, Asura said with understatement, but the killing intent in his words was chilling. Fine, I agree with you. Kunsha's gaze swept over Qin-Shi and Pashan, his expression gradually turning resolute, and finally looked at Asura and said, Kunsha. Pashan's face looked grim, intent on saying something but was stopped by Kunsha. I can take office as your governor, but you must give them their freedom, Kunsha said, looking at Asura. Of course, no problem. Once you become the governor of Tyruo District, you'll be a friend of Space City, and a friend of a friend is a friend too. Space City never troubles its friends, Asura said with a smile. These words reached the ears of Kunsha and the others, yet felt extremely ironic. If that's the case, let's follow me. God is waiting for you, and we need to discuss the details for tomorrow's inauguration. Asura led Kunsha and the others out of the cell, bringing them to the meeting hall of the City Lord's mansion. God sat in the central seat of the meeting hall, his body wrapped in flame-like, glowing red magic armor, seemingly like a demon god overlooking Kunsha and the others. God, Kunsha has agreed to become the governor of Tyruo District. From now on, we are all on the same side, Asura said with a smile. Welcome to join Space City. Please sit, God said casually without getting up. Before that, I have a request. Kunsha stared at God and said, I want a fair fight with you. What's the point? Even if you win, what can you change? God said indifferently, Nothing. I just want to kill you, Kunsha said coldly. What if I refuse? God looked at Kunsha with interest. You'll agree. Space City can't relocate a large population to Tyrone. Without labor, what's the use of an empty city? Will you use the army to mine, or have the magic armor masters do it themselves? Kunsha firmly stared at God and said, Are you threatening me? God's voice continued to carry a hint of amusement. The Tyrone people will only bow to a true strong one, not a despicable scoundrel, Kunsha said aloud. Is that so? God smiled, and his smile was very pleased. What's so funny? Kunsha said angrily. I laugh because you're very naive. Your courage is commendable, but pathetically naive. God stood and walked slowly to the balcony of the meeting hall, looking at the square outside and continued, The world never changes because of heroes. The law of the jungle is the only rule of the adult world. You have already lost and have no right to speak before me. Kunsha wanted to say something but was directly interrupted by God. From now on, I only want to hear you say the words, Take office immediately. Any other word will cost you. You can't threaten me. I never fear death, Kunsha said. 15 words, God said casually. What? Kunsha hadn't understood what God meant, but gunshots and screams could be heard outside. All three of Kunsha's expressions changed abruptly, and they ran to the balcony to look outside, only to see rows of Tyrone soldiers kneeling in the square. In the front row, 15 soldiers had already had their heads blown off, lying in pools of blood. 2 words, God said again. Bang, bang. 2 more gunshots, and 2 more Tyrone soldiers fell, blood flowing along the stone pavement of the square. Kunsha's body trembled. His tightly clenched hands had nails dug into his flesh, eyes fixed on that demon godlike red silhouette, yet did not dare make another sound. You can kill 10, 100 people, but can you kill everyone in Tyrone City? Without people, what's the use of an empty city to you? Shinshi said. So many words, it's hard to count. My math has always been bad, so let's just kill them all, God said nonchalantly. With his voice falling, the gunfire outside intensified as Space City soldiers around began to madly shoot at the kneeling Tyrone soldiers on the square. 10109, Chapter 1009, 87, The Cost of Naive Sacrifice 3, the splatter of blood, the sound of bullets piercing flesh, the sound of bones breaking, wails and screams accompanying the roar of gunfire, akin to a symphony of hell. Stop this, I promise. I will become the governor of Tyrone City. Kunsha's eyes were almost bleeding, hoarsely shouting. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. God looked at Kunsha coldly and said, I will become the governor of Tyrone District. Kunsha's lips trembled, tears of humiliation falling uncontrollably. Very well, remember, you are becoming the governor for the residents of Tyruo District, not for us. My dear governor, don't casually utter such childish remarks. They only make you seem pitiful. God glanced at the now quiet plaza. It's a pity you were too slow to save these people's lives. But luckily, it's not too late. You managed to save at least hundreds of thousands of lives. Qin-Shi looked on in shock at the scene in front of her, unable to relate this person with the god she had imagined. Bring their magic armor to them, God suddenly said to a soldier nearby. The soldier brought over 2 magic armor masters, placing them in front of Kunsha and Qin-Shi. Didn't you want to fight me? Now I'm giving you the opportunity. Remember, the opportunity I'm giving you is the only opportunity. God's gaze swept over Kunsha and Qin-Shi's faces. You both come at me together. Don't waste my time. God is very busy and doesn't have much time to play these games with you. With that, God leapt out of the balcony. The red demon armor on him lit up with red light patterns, suspending his body over the blood-drenched plaza littered with corpses. Kunsha and Qin-Shi exchanged a glance, simultaneously reaching for their magic armor boxes. The magic armor boxes disassembled into pieces of armor that enveloped their bodies. After donning the demon armor, Kunsha roared as he charged off the balcony, with Qin-Shi silently following. Neither spoke a word, launching a fierce assault directly, beams of demonic light crisscrossed, slaughtering towards the god in mid-air. God's body remained motionless, relying only on the light patterns on the magic armor to propel him, his form moving within the violent demonic light, their fierce attacks unable to touch his body in the slightest. Angel's wings, God's signature technique. Their all-out attacks, yet as futile as a child's play, unable to even touch the hem of God's clothing. Too slow, too sluggish. Is this the caliber of the top magic armor masters from the Southern Cross Federation? God hadn't even moved his fingers, effortlessly avoiding all attacks with the propulsion of light patterns, still having the leisure to point out their shortcomings. Kun Sha was furious to the extreme, yet also desperate to the extreme. He roared, the power of the magic armor fully unleashed, the armor shell on his chest turning fiery gold and transparent like a searing piece of iron, terrifying demonic light brewing within. The S-class magic armor Kun Sha was wearing now was called the Fierce Battle God, although not the set he usually used. Its strongest demonic light attack mechanism was even stronger than usual. This mechanism, named War God's Fury, can unleash all energy of the S-class magic armor in one go, but using it requires a long time to accumulate energy, during which Kun Sha cannot move. Seeing Kun Sha initiate War God's Fury, Qin Shi immediately activated Phoenix's frenzied mode. Sheets of demonic light like a torrential rain swept towards God, trying to buy some time for Kun Sha. God seemed to have grown a pair of invisible wings. No matter how fierce Qin Shi's attacks were, they couldn't touch him in the slightest. Qin Shi was well aware that if God wanted to, he could break through her firepower coverage at any time, but he didn't. He simply watched Kun Sha gather power, which filled Qin Shi with intense unease. Finally, War God's Fury was fully charged. The armor on Kun Sha's chest was as hot as magma. Boom. The volcanic eruption of demonic light roared towards the god in the sky like a golden red beam of light illuminating the heavens, rendering even the sun dim. Before the terrifying demonic light, God did not dodge as before. He merely looked down at the horrifying light and stretched out a hand. A red light pattern just appeared between his palm, and the terrifying War God's Fury was already upon him, hitting him directly. Did it work? Kun Sha and Qin Shi gazed up at the blazing light above. Such an intense attack of demonic light, even if it couldn't kill God, should at least severely injure him. Or perhaps it could even hurt him, Kun Sha thought to himself. But soon the two were horrified to discover that War God's Fury, which Kun Sha had unleashed with all his strength, hadn't exploded but was gradually shrinking instead. The massive beam of light, like a volcanic eruption, grew smaller and brighter until it finally shrunk into a spherical light about the size of a football. Behind that sphere of light, God grasped it with one hand as if a demon god, eclipsing the world with just a single hand. Hand of God, Qin Shi exclaimed. Legendary magic armor skill. Many magic armor masters had only heard of the name Hand of God, but had never seen it in action. 2 years ago, a terrifying S-class demon spirit suddenly attacked Space City. A catastrophic light descended from the sky. If it had struck Space City, the entire place would have been annihilated. God caught that astonishing light with one hand, single-handedly shielding the world from the terrifying demonic light. Since then, Hand of God shocked the world, and God's name formally became a title. Now witnessing the Hand of God firsthand, everyone felt an unparalleled shock. Humans need to pay the price for their impulsive, reckless, foolish, and ignorant actions, God said lightly, holding the terrifying sphere of demonic light, then tossed it towards Tyrone City. No, Kun Sha let out a heart-wrenching scream, frantically trying to chase down the destructive demon light ball, but it was too late. The demon light ball streaked across the sky, descending towards the most prosperous area inside Tyrone City. 1110, Chapter 1110, 88, God's Forbidden Zone. The battle over at the City Lord's mansion had long since startled the entire Tyrone City. The people watched in fear and unease at the terrifying demonic light bursting forth in the sky above the City Lord's mansion, and many, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire, were fleeing towards the outskirts of Tyrone City. However, among the crowd fleeing towards the city gates, there was one person moving against the flow, pushing his way towards the City Lord's mansion. Meng Xiaotian was holding his phone, filming the terrifying demonic light that occasionally flashed from the City Lord's mansion as he pushed through the crowd, sprinting towards the City Lord's mansion. Meng Xiaotian's father named him Xiaotian, hoping he would be content with a modest life, a bit of land, a peaceful existence. But Meng Xiaotian thought differently. He believed a man should carve out a realm, live as a hero, and die as a legend, not live a mundane life. At first, Meng Xiaotian wanted to become a magic armor master, but fate did not grant him that opportunity. He had no talent to become one. In his frustration and regret, a man appeared in front of him. That man, like him, had no talent for becoming a magic armor master, but became a dominant lord instead. It was that man who told him that a man does not necessarily need to fight, but when a fight is necessary, he must have the best fighters on his side. Since then, finding potential magic armor masters became Meng Xiaotian's pursuit. Upon hearing about the chaos in Tyrone City, Meng Xiaotian felt this was an opportunity. Maybe he could seize this chaos and recruit some magic armor masters for his boss. Although Meng Xiaotian himself was not a magic armor master, his understanding of the masters and the magic armor was even more professional than some magic armor masters. Merely by observing the demonic light shining in battle, he deduced that there were 3 magic armor masters fighting, one controlling a phoenix, another presumably controlling a fierce battle god. The last one was the reason Meng Xiaotian was desperately rushing towards the City Lord's mansion. Based on his years of research and experience, the last magic armor master in battle should be the god. That unique red light pattern, though not especially dazzling to others, was unmistakable to Meng Xiaotian. It had to be the world's #1 magic armor master god, whose unique red light pattern flow had no second match. When the war god's fury erupted, the sky-piercing light pillar illuminated the whole of Tyrone City, and as the pillar gradually shrank into a ball of light, Meng Xiaotian was 100% certain it was God. The Hand of God, no other magic armor master in the world could perform the Hand of God, only that godlike master could use such magic armor techniques. Suddenly, the light ball in the sky streaked across the firmament, flying towards them. Meng Xiaotian was instantly shocked. With his understanding of magic armor masters, he naturally understood what was happening. As most people watched the light ball streak across the sky like a meteor in shock and uncertainty, Meng Xiaotian desperately tried to distance himself from the light ball. Of course, his speed couldn't outrun the light ball. As it was about to crash not far away, Meng Xiaotian's mind went blank, feeling doomed. He stood there, dumbly watching the light ball fall, his phone still subconsciously filming. Just when Meng Xiaotian thought this would be the last moment of his life, he suddenly saw a black figure amid the crowd leap up like a phantom, appearing on the trajectory of the falling light ball. A long, sleek body wrapped in black armor with a purple edge soared high, combining a sense of strength and beauty, undoubtedly a magic armor master. That spectral magic armor master, with a posture surpassing the height of the light ball, angled his body in the air with one leg retracting to the limit, posing in an extremely bizarre stance like a soccer player preparing to shoot. What does he intend to do? Kicking the demon light ball gathered by the Hand of God with his foot? Meng Xiaotian felt that the magic armor master must be crazy. That demon light ball encased the entire power of the war god's fury. It's not just a matter of whether that master could withstand it. Even if he could, an explosion of the demon light ball here would obliterate everything within miles. The place was packed with fleeing people. The number of casualties in such an event would be unfathomable. It would be better for the demon light ball to continue flying further and explode at a more distant place, causing less damage. Yet in the next second, Meng Xiaotian's eyes widened, his eyeballs almost protruding, his eyelids seemed about to split apart. The magic armor master's powerful thigh swung, and his foot, trailing a shadow, struck the approaching demon light ball. Seeing the demon light ball seeming to explode at any moment, receiving such a heavy blow, it did not explode. Buzz! A resounding boom was heard, and with the magic armor master's swing, the demon light ball filled with terrifying energy was kicked back. The demon light ball surged back, tearing through space and breaking the sound barrier, the resultant sonic boom making eardrums painfully throb. Unbelievable! Kicking the demon light ball launched by the Hand of God back. Is this truly a human feat? Meng Xiaotian snapped back, quickly redirecting his phone's camera to follow the direction the demon light ball flew. Number 11. Chapter 111-88 God's Forbidden Zone 2. The demon light ball flew back almost along its original trajectory, sweeping over people's heads and returning to the city lord's mansion. Boom! A terrifying light explosion erupted in the sky above the city lord's mansion, as if a second sun had blossomed over it. The shockwave from the explosion swept down from high altitude, shattering the glass on buildings even at such a distance. Some old, dilapidated buildings closer to the city lord's mansion even had their roofs blown off entirely. Only at this moment did others realize how dangerous it had just been, panic-stricken as they crowded together to flee the city. Meng Xiaotian got up after braving the shockwave and searched for the figure of the magic armor master, but found no trace. Gritting his teeth, he charged towards the city lord's mansion once more. When the Hand of God threw out the demon light ball, Kunsha felt like it was the end of the world, and he nearly stumbled with his vision going black. He hated himself for being powerless, and hated the Hand of God's cruelty. But what use was that? From now on, Tyrone City could only be called the Tyruo District, and he would bear the humiliating title of governor, becoming a tool for those bastards to rule and oppress the people of Tyrone. Yet he had no power to resist any of this. Suddenly, Kunsha saw the demon light ball that was about to fall onto the city fly back in a bizarre manner along its previous trajectory, as if playing in reverse, flashing across the sky to the Hand of God's face in a blink. Is there still an S-class magic armor master in Tyrone City? The Hand of God was only slightly surprised, but did not take it to heart, reaching out to grab the demon light ball. The Hand of God launched again. Just as his hand was about to grasp the demon light ball, it disappeared from his sight in a strange way. The demon light ball emerged bizarrely from underneath his arm, like an uppercut, slamming heavily into the Hand of God's chin. Boom! The terrifying light explosion blossomed in the sky, leaving Kunsha, Qinshi, Pashan, and others stunned. The shockwave swept down from the sky, causing them all to stagger. A figure fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the bloody square, cracking the ground extensively. The figure that fell was the Hand of God, donned in a red magic armor, lying motionless in the pit he had created, neither alive nor dead. Who are you? Asura emerged from somewhere, coldly questioning while staring at the wall of the city lord's mansion. Everyone turned their heads to see a magic armor master in black and purple-edged armor standing on top of the wall, gazing at those in the square. Kun Sha saw that figure, his eyes flickering with wild joy, but he said nothing. He knew he could not shout Li Shu's name. If Space City learned Li Shu's name, Li Shu would face a calamity. Qin Shu saw Li Shu, her face full of shock and disbelief. She knew Li Shu was strong, but never imagined he would be this powerful. He could counter the Hand of God and even defeat him. That was the Hand of God, a godlike figure among magic armor masters. How could he be defeated by him? At this point in the city, Sha Chu looked towards the city lord's mansion, her expression uncertain. This could be her best chance to escape. Although Li Shu held her blood seal stone, because it absorbed her blood for a short time, it might not fully control her, making the chance of her being killed low. If she could escape back to longevity heaven, perhaps there would be a way to completely rid herself of the blood seal stone's influence. Yet Sha Chu still hesitated and did not immediately choose to flee, as Li Shu's astonishing kick just now had too deeply shocked her. She knew Li Shu's magic armor skills were strong, but did not expect them to be this strong. As a true trial taker, few paid no attention to the Hand of God. Every trial taker hoped that one day they could defeat those magic armor masters who thought themselves superior, to show them that talent is not everything, and that ordinary people can become stronger and nobler with enough effort. Unfortunately, until now, trial takers of the same level were still far inferior to magic armor masters of the same level. Therefore, true trial takers constantly compared themselves with magic armor masters, with the Hand of God naturally being the magic armor master most considered as the imaginary enemy. Sha Chu had also done similar things, having even studied the Hand of God's various abilities in detail. Not only had Meng Xiaochen seen through the Hand of God, but so had Sha Chu, and she saw it more clearly and understandably, thus was even more shocked. Perhaps this is an opportunity, Sha Chu muttered to herself, looking towards the city lord's mansion. Ghost-faced magic armor, who are you? Asura asked again, staring at the ghost-faced magic armor master. Whatever he is, he's dead for sure today. The Hand of God got up from the ground, his voice filled with a sinister, violent blaze. But just as he raised his head, a foot stomped directly onto his face. Boom! The demonic light exploded like a black-purple lotus, turning 2/3 of the square into a massive pit. The Hand of God lay in the pit like a dead dog. A foot of the ghost-faced magic armor master pressed firmly on his face. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get up. Asura looked in awe at the ghost-faced magic armor master before him, already shocked to his core. He knew that the body under the ghost-faced magic armor master's foot was not the real Hand of God, but even if he wasn't the real one, he had already learned all the Hand of God's expertise in magic armor manipulation techniques. Coupled with the magic armor originally belonging to the Hand of God, he seemed not much inferior to the real Hand of God. Ni 11, Tefter 112, 88 God's Forbidden Zone. 3. Even Asura himself wasn't confident he could defeat him. That such a person could be easily trampled underfoot without any power to resist made even Asura feel a bit terrified. Moreover, the ghost-faced magic armor worn by that magic armor master was an older model of S-class magic armor, a tier below the red flower magic armor worn by God. Who exactly are you? Why are you opposing our space city? Asura took a deep breath, staring at Li Shu, and asked slowly. Li Shu glanced at the god under his foot and directly kicked him toward Asura. He fell in front of Asura, struggling to get up, but the magic armor on him seemed unresponsive, making it impossible to stand. Poof! He spat a mouthful of blood and fell motionless to the ground. Get out of Tyrone City immediately. From now on, this place is banned for God. Don't let me see anyone associated with God again. Li Shu coldly said to Asura. Although Li Shu served in Space City for 3 years, he rarely interacted with other magic armor masters there. The only one he interacted with was Bai Chuyi. It was also because of Bai Chuyi that he chose to join Space City. Otherwise, someone like Li Shu wouldn't have stayed in such a place for long. So Li Shu wasn't familiar with Ashura and the others. Furthermore, since Li Shu deliberately changed his voice, Ashura couldn't recognize who he was. I will convey your words to our city lord. After saying this, Ashura picked up God's body and left the city lord's mansion with the soldiers of Space City without a trace of hesitation. Li Shu turned to look at Kun Sha and the others, only to see Kun Sha, Qin Shi, and Pa Shan staring blankly at him, as if petrified, without a word for a long time. What's wrong? Can't even recognize me? You killed God, the three finally reacted, Pa Shan stammering and pointing at Li Shu. He's probably not the real God, just an imposter, Li Shu said. An imposter? Qin Shi was taken aback, then relaxed and said, I knew it. How could God be killed so easily? Turns out he was an imposter, no wonder. But how did you know he was a fake? However, Qin Shi overlooked one problem. Even if he was an imposter, he still easily defeated both her and Kun Sha, 2 S-class magic armor masters. The real God couldn't be this weak. Li Shu turned to Kun Sha and said, You go clean up the mess in the city first. I have some matters to handle and we'll chat after I return. Qin Shi looked somewhat perplexed. If this was considered weak, then what did that make her? Kun Sha also knew it wasn't the time to speak and promptly left the city lord's mansion to clean up the current chaos in the city. Li Shu also left the City Lord's mansion, removing his magic armor in a quiet place, wrapping the magic armor box in cloth, and slowly wandering the streets in search of Sha Chu. Earlier, he was afraid he wouldn't make it in time to save Kun Sha and the others, so he had no choice but to leave Sha Chu first and head to the City Lord's mansion. He guessed Sha Chu should have fled long ago. To Li Shu's surprise, when he slowly walked to where he parted ways with Sha Chu, he found Sha Chu sitting on the roadside curb, resting, not having fled as Li Shu expected. I saw the people from Space City leave, so the issue should be resolved, right? Seeing Li Shu approaching, Sha Chu looked up and smiled. Why didn't you leave? Li Shu stared intently at Sha Chu and asked, My blood seal stone is with you. Where else could I go? Sha Chu said pitifully. Li Shu frowned slightly. He felt Sha Chu had changed a bit, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. In less than half an hour, the army from Space City withdrew from Tyrone City, not leaving a single one behind. Ashura was efficient in handling matters. The reason Li Shu didn't go all out against people from Space City was partly because he didn't want to get involved in this power struggle, only intending to save Kun Sha and the others. Additionally, if he were to completely eradicate them, Guan Jinghao wouldn't simply let it go, and if they retaliated with full force, even though Li Shu might be able to escape despite the odds, Kun Sha and the people of Tyrone City would be in an even worse situation. Moreover, Li Shu wanted to know Guan Jinghao's reaction after the fake god was killed. Finding a magic armor master skilled in Li Shu's usual techniques wouldn't be easy. It wouldn't be possible to find another one anytime soon. Would Guan Jinghao give up on using God's prestigious name? Li Shu didn't know the answer, but he wanted to find out. Outside the city, meeting with Shale and Afei, Shale immediately asked Li Shu upon his return, How are things in the city? It's all resolved. Li Shu said. Shale was taken aback. What does all resolved mean? It means Space City has retreated and probably won't return anytime soon. Li Shu said. What's going on? How could they have retreated? Shale couldn't understand. Space City had been determined to take Tyrone City as their foothold in the Southern Cross Federation. How could they just give up? God is dead, so why would they stay? Li Shu laughed. God is dead, Shale suddenly reacted, eyes wide, jumping up to point at Li Shu's nose, exclaiming incredulously, You killed God. In a dark little room, Meng Xiaotian was fiddling with his phone, repeatedly watching the footage he had captured. Unfortunately, by the time he arrived at the City Lord's mansion, it was too late, and he hadn't recorded much. But as a professional, the videos he recorded earlier were enough for him to analyze a lot. Ultimately, Meng Xiaotian concluded that this mysterious magic armor master was stronger than God, and that God had likely been defeated, otherwise the army of Space City wouldn't have withdrawn from Tyrone City. Meng Xiaotian pondered for a moment, then edited his videos, added analysis to create a short video, and uploaded it online. 1/1/3, Chapter 113, Chapter 113-89, Test Subject. The reason Meng Xiaotian posted the vidcast online was primarily to attack Space City. The man he followed was precisely the biggest rival of Space City, the City Lord of White Knight City. Both Space City and White Knight City rose to prominence through demon armor. Both produced demon armor worthy of praise, but Space City's reputation and sales always overshadowed White Knight City, especially since the appearance of the Hand of God, a magic armor master, which made Space City's demon armor even more renowned, causing White Knight City great distress. With a chance to attack Space City and the Hand of God, naturally, Meng Xiaotian spared no effort. However, after his short video was uploaded, it received a barrage of ridicule. Some said he was just trying to attract attention, others accused him of doing anything unscrupulous for online popularity, some even outright claimed his video was fake. People simply did not trust Meng Xiaotian's analysis, even with seemingly reasonable analyses, stating that if Li Shu really kicked a demon light ball of such a level, the only result would be self-destruction, and it was impossible to kick the demon light ball back. Some even threatened Meng Xiaotian, warning him not to tarnish the reputation of the Hand of God, otherwise they would directly PK him in real life and kill him. Among those speaking out were quite a few famous magic armor masters, which showed the influence of the Hand of God among magic armor masters. This drove Meng Xiaotian to madness, but unfortunately the video he captured was only snippets, lacking the actual battle footage between the Hand of God and the mysterious magic armor master. He hadn't even filmed the Hand of God, mostly relying on his own analysis and speculation, and his footage was taken with a phone, not professional equipment, resulting in poor quality with insufficient evidence to refute them. Meng Xiaotian firmly believed his analysis and judgment were absolutely correct. He was determined to capture the real battle footage of that mysterious magic armor master, preferably his fight against the Hand of God, to fiercely slap those people in the face and shut them all up. Are you really leaving? Can't you stay? If you want, you can become the City Lord of Tyrone City, Kun Sha said to Li Shu. I'm not good at management and can't possibly do better than you. Staying in the city won't be of any help, only bringing disaster upon you, and I have other matters to attend to, so I can't stay here, Li Shu replied. Kun Sha also understood that a magic armor master on the front line was not a threat to a force the size of Space City. Instead, it was the unseen enemy that made Space City hesitant to act impulsively. No matter where you go in the future, as long as I'm in Tyrone City, there will always be a place for you here, Kun Sha said. After bidding farewell to Kun Sha, Pa Shan, Shale, and Qin Shi, Li Shu left Tyrone City with Ah Fei and Sha Chu. He had already spoken to Ah Fei, and, unexpectedly, Ah Fei said she had seen the Hand of God up close. Although the demon armor was the same, it wasn't the Hand of God who annihilated her family. Ah Fei was very sure they were not the same person, and Li Shu didn't know how she determined that, throwing him into doubt again. What puzzled Li Shu further was why the substitute could use the Hand of God. This wasn't a technique that just any magic armor master could learn. It required not only extremely high talent, but also technical nuances, not something replicable by studying his vids. Besides Li Shu himself, only one magic armor master had mastered the Hand of God under Li Shu's guidance, and that magic armor master was already dead. After exiting the city, Li Shu found Jimin Guan hiding in the forest and continued their journey together. The first task was to find the set of demon armor Jimin Guan researched before, as Jimin Guan said some of its materials were special. In their current situation, it wasn't realistic to gather all the materials to produce a new set. During the journey, Li Shu gave Jimin Guan a phone to help him understand the current times of this era. He had been trapped for decades, completely out of touch with society, and needed to refresh his knowledge base. The first thing Jimin Guan checked online was information about demon armor. The craftsmanship of demon armor has indeed improved greatly. Unfortunately, there's no major breakthrough in the technique. Are those researching demon armor a bunch of idiots? It's been decades, and they're still stuck in the same mode, Jimin Guan said with arrogance and disdain after roughly understanding the current state of demon armor. He then watched some footage of magic armor master battles and, after understanding the current level of magic armor masters, suddenly turned to Li Shu asking, "Do you know that magic armor master called the Hand of God?" "Yes, I know him," Li Shu nodded. "I think he's very suitable to be my demon armor tester. Where can I find him?" Jimin Guan's expression seemed like allowing the Hand of God to test his demon armor was an enormous favor, as if the Hand of God should gratefully run over to hug his thigh. Forget about the Hand of God. He's the chief magic armor master of Space City, who knows how many new types of demon armor developed in laboratories are waiting for him to use. "There's no chance for you," Sha Chu interjected. She didn't know that the so-called Hand of God had already been killed by Li Shu in the Tyrone City Lord's mansion, still assuming the Hand of God had retreated with the people of Space City. Ni 114, Chapter 114, 89 Experimental Subject 2. "Those laboratories are nothing. How can they be compared to me?" Jimin Guan said dismissively, though he knew that those people probably wouldn't care about him at all. "Why not consider him? He is a magic armor master too." Sha Chu pointed at Li Shu. Li Shu was a bit puzzled, unsure of Sha Chu's intentions and why he was speaking on his behalf. Sha Chu did not look at Li Shu, just kept talking to Jimin Guan by himself. "Him? Let's see if he can reincarnate well in the next life. Maybe I'll give him a chance then," Jimin Guan said, feeling it was inappropriate to speak like this about his savior. He added, "With a talent like yours, being a trial taker has more prospects. Leave the demon armor testing to the professionals." "That's true." Li Shu smiled slightly. He had already promised Jimin Guan not to take his demon armor and naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Now it was Sha Chu's turn to look at Li Shu with some confusion. Jimin Guan seemed unaware of Li Shu's proficiency in magic armor control. Li Shu said nothing, so Sha Chu also refrained from speaking further. Jimin Guan continued browsing online, and soon he saw the short video Meng Xiaotian had posted. After watching the video, Jimin Guan immediately thrust his phone in front of Li Shu and said, "Who is this magic armor master? I want him to control my demon armor." Li Shu glanced at it and found it was yesterday's video of him kicking the demon light ball. He couldn't help but smile. "This magic armor master isn't suitable for you." "What do you know? I said he's suitable, so he is. Just help me find him," Jimin Guan insisted. "He really isn't suitable." Li Shu shook his head again. He had been forced by Jimin Guan to swear never to control Jimin Guan's demon armor again. "If you're not going to help, forget it. I'll find someone myself in the future," Jimin Guan thought. Now that he had regained his freedom, he didn't need Li Shu to help him find a magic armor master. With the prestigious name of Jimin Guan, surely any magic armor master would be intrigued. He had already checked. Their god was the trademark of Space City and might not notice him. This magic armor master wasn't that famous, so if he revealed his identity, Jimin Guan believed he had a good chance of persuading him. Maybe this magic armor master would even cry out, cling to his leg, and beg to become a tester upon seeing his demon armor. Which magic armor master? Both Ah Fei and Sha Chu asked curiously, peeking at Jimin Guan's phone screen. After a while, the expressions of both became quite peculiar as they simultaneously looked at Li Shu. Apparently, Jimin Guan didn't notice this. He was considering how to find this magic armor master, even fantasizing about the shock and admiration on the magic armor master's face upon learning he was the father of demon armor, Jimin Guan. Hehe, although demon armor manufacturing technology isn't great nowadays, the level of magic armor masters is much stronger than before. Browsing casually, I found 2 magic armor masters who met my requirements. It seems testers are no longer a problem. I used to think too much, Guan said comfortably, flipping through his phone. In a laboratory in Space City, a swollen corpse lay on a bed with white sheets, surrounded by various unnameable instruments. Multiple crush fractures in the skeleton, the internal organs are all decayed. It's strange, Red Flower didn't suffer much damage. How did he end up so severely injured? Fu Dongsheng looked at the X-ray pictures in his hand, his face full of doubt as he looked down and asked, "What kind of demon armor injured him?" "Ghost mask," Asura replied. "Ghost-faced magic armor? That set of ghost-faced magic armor manufactured in my lab number 1? Fu Dongsheng paused slightly, lifting his head to look at Asura. "Yes, exactly that set of ghost-faced magic armor," Asura nodded. "That makes it even stranger. The demonic light of ghost-faced magic armor is much weaker than Red Flower's in both upper and lower limits, and ghost-faced magic armor doesn't have such attack methods either. It shouldn't be able to pierce through Red Flower magic armor to injure a person like this," Fu Dongsheng frowned. "I also found it impossible, but that magic armor master managed it, showing God had no ability to fight back and was directly massacred," Asura said bitterly. "This isn't a problem with demon armor, but with people. Human issues aren't something I deal with. Settle it among yourselves." Fu Dongsheng put down the pictures, then looked at the Red Flower magic armor undergoing testing on the instrument and continued. "But based on my prediction, Red Flower itself should have some flaws, which led to the magic armor master inside being injured so badly even though the armor itself wasn't significantly damaged. I will find this flaw and ensure there won't be a next time. Thank you for your effort." Asura wanted to say more when the lab door opened and a man walked in. The man was tall and refined, wearing a crisp white uniform with shoes spotless and thin gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. "City Lord." Asura quickly saluted the man. Guan Jinghao nodded slightly, then looked at Fu Dongsheng and asked, "Professor Fu, what's the result? It seems the number 11 test subject is still not perfect. Though Red Flower has some issues, under the control of a magic armor master of equal level, Red Flower shouldn't lose." "The fact that the number 11 test subject died so tragically only shows he is still not perfect," Fu Dongsheng said, looking at the data. 115, Chapter 1589, Experimental Subject 3, failed again? Guan Jinghao looked at the swollen corpse on the bed, slightly furrowing his brows. "It's normal." The Red Flower Lang was designed from the start for that individual. Not just anyone can fully harness its abilities. Several failures are not surprising. Fu Dongsheng looked up at Guan Jinghao, saying meaningfully, "Do you regret giving up on that person?" "There's nothing to regret. The peak of human life is too short. No matter how strong he is, he can't withstand the grind of time. He will grow old eventually. The Space City can't bet its future on one person. I need thousands upon thousands of magic armor masters like him," Guan Jinghao said calmly. "Then our experiment." Fu Dongsheng didn't finish his sentence. "Perform a thorough autopsy on number 11, identify the problem, and cultivate number 12 as soon as possible," Guan Jinghao instructed. "Leave it to me. I already have new ideas. I believe number 12 will give you some unexpected surprises." Fu Dongsheng's eyes were filled with frenzy. "Professor Fu, the experiment must be more rigorous. I hope the incident with number 4 won't happen again." Guan Jinghao's voice was gentle, but it made Fu Dongsheng shudder. "Rest assured, I won't make the same mistake twice," Fu Dongsheng said, picking up a scalpel and heading towards the corpse on the bed. Guan Jinghao and Asura left the laboratory, with Asura following behind Guan Jinghao, walking slowly. "Tell me more about the magic armor master who killed number 11, Guan Jinghao said casually. Asura dared not be negligent and recounted the events in detail, not daring to omit any details. "The magic armor master's skills are strong and a bit strange, couldn't tell their origins." Asura added his own thoughts at the end. "Do you think there's a chance he is that person?" Guan Jinghao asked indifferently. "Probably not. Their technical style is different." "The magic armor master's style is a bit domineering, not like that person who perfected his craft," Asura pondered. "How does that magic armor master compare to that person?" Guan Jinghao asked again. "I think if it were that person wearing Red Flower Lang, he definitely wouldn't have lost." Asura thought for a moment and then spoke his mind truthfully. Guan Jinghao said nothing more and continued to walk forward. "City Lord, what about Tyrone City?" Asura asked cautiously. "Leave it for now. We'll discuss it after number 12 is completed." Guan Jinghao reached his office door, opened it, but paused, asked without turning his head, "Any news on that person?" "No, it's as if he vanished into thin air," Asura said helplessly. "Well then." Guan Jinghao seemed unconcerned, said lightly, and then entered the office. "How can this be?" Jimen Guan stared blankly at the fortress-like building before him, completely stupefied. He and 2 others, including Li Shu, had rushed for days, finally arriving at the place where he had hidden the magic armor, in Jimen Guan's secret laboratory. Before he left, this was a desolate area, with a small stone mountain. But now the mountain was gone, replaced by a city resembling a massive fortress. The city's entrance was bustling with people, appearing quite prosperous. "Is this the little mountain you mentioned? It's quite special," Li Shu chuckled. Zimen Guan's face was ashen. The mountain was gone, meaning his lab and the cherished magic armor were all lost. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. "Let's enter the city and take a look." Jimin Guan, undeterred, wanted to investigate inside and see if his lab was truly destroyed. After entering the city, Jimin Guan was completely hopeless. By its location, it seemed the city had been built by flattening the small mountain, using the mountain's foundation to create a cohesive stone surface. The city walls and buildings were constructed from the same stone. Who the hell was so bored as to flatten a stone mountain to build this thing? Jimin Guan felt he was about to go mad. The magic armor was his life's proudest creation, something he couldn't let go of even in death, and suddenly realizing it was gone, at his age, it was a wonder he didn't collapse on the spot. Old Guan, don't get so worked up. It's okay if the mountain was dug up, even if the magic armor was taken, it must have gone to someone. Maybe it's in the hands of the fortress's owner, and there's still a chance to get it back. Li Shu comforted. Right! Jimin Guan's eyes brightened instantly, feeling hopeful again. Let's find out who owns this fortress, and why someone would build a city in such a place, suggested Shachu, sensing something was off. The Southern Cross Federation was rich in gemstone deposits, and after the advent of the Magic Era, several nearby forces built cities here, each wanting a share. But most of these cities were built on existing ones with strong foundations. This city had never been heard of before, built in such desolation, yet with so many people, it was indeed strange. Upon inquiry, they learned that the city had only been open for less than a year and was only famous locally. No wonder even Shachu hadn't heard of it. The influx of people was due to the city's owner announcing a recruitment for trial takers. Inside the fortress, there was a trial gate, and the city lord was recruiting trial takers to enter the gate, offering attractive conditions which drew many local desperados and trial takers. Of course, these so-called trial takers were merely ordinary people subjected to several enhancements in the trial ground, not true trial takers in the proper sense. Unexpectedly, the fortress's owner even publicly disclosed the trial's contents, allowing everyone to know the trial rules and details. Normally, no one would reveal such information, since understanding the rules of a trial gate usually costs numerous lives. Who would be so foolish to give away such vital information for others to benefit from? Li Shu felt something was off, but he wasn't interested in that. Finding Jimin Guan's magic armor was his main concern. According to Jimin Guan, his magic armor wasn't something just any magic armor master could activate, and since it was incomplete, it couldn't be activated now. Even if someone took it, they couldn't get it to function, and it shouldn't be difficult to buy it back with some money. However, after asking around, no one mentioned finding a magic armor during the mountain excavation. Li Shu did hear an interesting thing that piqued his interest in the fortress's trial gate. 1116 Chapter 116, 90 Zhongshan City. The city lord of Zhongshan City surprisingly provides gemstones for free to enter the trial ground. After the trial ends, any rewards obtained by the trial taker, such as demon cores, belong entirely to the trial taker, without any fees to be submitted. No wonder so many trial takers flock here. The trial projects and rules of the trial ground are already quite clear, and someone is providing gemstones. Anyone keen on becoming a trial taker would hardly miss such an opportunity. What exactly is the intention of this city lord of Zhongshan City? Is he some kind of wealthy altruist with no other place to spend money and a questionable brain? Li Shu pondered incredulously after hearing about the situation, yet the facts lay right in front of them. The trial gate of Zhongshan City opens for free every 3 days, and quite a few people have already claimed rewards from it. One person saying they got a reward could be deceitful, 10 people might still be deceiving. But for several months there have been hundreds who have taken rewards from the trial gate of Zhongshan City. To say it's a scam is indeed a difficult claim. Are those selected people secretly arranged by the city lord of Zhongshan City? Sha Chu pondered aloud. Why not just go visit the city lord's mansion to find out? Li Shu replied with a chuckle. After all, they plan to visit the city lord's mansion. It's most likely that the person who took Jimin Guan's demon armor is the city lord of Zhongshan City, so they have to find out what kind of person he is. Today happened to be the day for selecting trial takers, so Li Shu and his group headed to the city lord's mansion, where the selection was taking place. In front of the city lord's mansion, the square was crowded with people queuing up to register for the trial taker selection. Li Shu watched for a while and found the selection rules to be quite fair. The city lord of Zhongshan City set up 3 test projects to examine speed, strength, and reaction ability. The top 10 in overall physical fitness will be arranged to enter the trial ground tomorrow. Unfortunately, they did not see the city lord of Zhongshan City himself. There were designated people responsible for selecting trial takers. It seems my demon armor has fallen into the hands of someone who understands its worth. Jimin Guan mused for a moment and then snorted coldly. Do you mean the city lord of Zhongshan is recruiting so many people to the trial ground because of your demon armor? Though Li Shu understood Jimin Guan's implication, he couldn't fathom the connection between the demon armor and the trial ground. Jimin Guan curled his lip and said, The demon armor I researched is not ordinary. Although it's missing some components, unable to be used currently, anyone knowledgeable would instantly see its value and would go to any lengths to complete it. But to complete the final components, some special demon cores are needed. The city lord of Zhongshan stirred up so much to get the special S-class demon core from this trial ground. You knew about the trial gate here all along? Li Shu asked. Why do you think I chose to set up my lab here? Shimenguan sneered. Since I know where the demon armor is, I'm relieved. I'll find a way to retrieve it later. After a pause, Zimen Guan said to Li Shu, I clearly understand what the city lord of Zhongshan wants. He's simply recruiting people into the trial ground to expedite the occurrence of the S-class trial. It seems he's invested quite an effort into this trial ground, devising such schemes. If you want some strengthening and rewards, it's worth visiting the ground multiple times while you have the chance. If someone is offering free body enhancements, why not take advantage? And if you do meet the city lord of Zhongshan, help me discern what kind of person he is. Jimen Guan shared some detailed information about the trial ground with Li Shu, much more detailed than what the city lord of Zhongshan revealed. The trial ground of Zhongshan City is named Hero Trial Ground. The trial, while seemingly simple, can also be quite challenging. The Hero Trial Ground has only one trial project, the Dark Maze, which requires one to traverse a completely dark labyrinth. The maze itself isn't too difficult. Each room has 4 doors, and many such rooms connect together. Finding the exit within the given time allows one to pass the trial. The higher the level of the Dark Maze, the more rooms there are, and the shorter the time allowed. However, for dark mazes below A-class, if you are careful enough and can remember all the paths you've taken, even trying each door one by one will give you enough time to pass the maze. The main challenge lies in the lack of visual capability inside and relying solely on memory for direction, which easily leads to losing one's sense of direction and retracing the same paths repeatedly, making it hard to exit. The city lord of Zhongshan made these rules clear. Unless facing an A-class dark maze trial, the chances of getting out alive are high. However, he failed to mention one thing. The more people who pass the dark maze, the higher the chance of a high-level dark maze appearing next time it opens. Of course, more deaths inside also increase the likelihood of higher-level dark mazes appearing. The more people initially pass the dark maze easily, the more will be tempted to take advantage. The city lord of Zhongshan made it clear as well. Encountering an A-class dark maze increases the chance of death significantly. It's their own choice, so even if they die inside, they cannot blame the city lord. 1117, Chapter 117, 90 Zhongshan City 2. For those who've already tasted the sweetness, even if they encounter an A-level dark maze once, they'll just think they were unlucky this time. In that case, let's sign up for the trial too, Afei said. Li Shu nodded. He had the same intention. The dark maze wasn't a problem for him. Getting rewards and body enhancements without having to pay any price would be the best. Li Shu wasn't short on money before, but now he had to support demigod Shana and really lacked money, so saving a bit would be good. Moreover, body enhancement was very important for Li Shu. The Fire Lotus sword was still too heavy. He needed his body to become stronger. Li Shu, Shachu, and Afei all signed up for the trial taker selection. Compared to these unremarkable individuals, Li Shu was stronger than most of them, not to mention Afei and Shachu. Except for Li Shu's low score in the speed test, the other test scores were high. In the final comprehensive scoring, Li Shu was unexpectedly eliminated, while Afei and Shachu easily made it. Fire Lotus Sword, oh, Fire Lotus Sword, what exactly are you doing? Li Shu sighed lightly, but didn't think much of it. After Afei and Shachu were taken to the city lord's mansion, Li Shu and Shimen Guan stayed in a hotel within the city. Beside the hotel was Gemstone Street. After dinner, Li Shu set out to stroll around Gemstone Street nearby. Li Shu asked Shimen Guan to join him, but he refused, staying alone behind closed doors in his room, busy with something unknown. Zhongshan City, located at the intersection of Guye City and Red Sand City, doesn't produce gemstones, but there are many gemstone merchants from other parts of the Southern Cross Federation. Gemstone Street is quite bustling. Besides the stores, street vendors can be seen everywhere along the street. They spread cloth on the ground or set up a worn-out table and sell gemstones there. Usually, gemstones aren't placed on the table. When a customer comes to look, the vendor takes out small plastic bags, each containing various gemstones, mainly rubies, sapphires, and spinels. There are also some cheaper ones like tourmalines, peridots, aquamarines, zircons, topazes, moonstones, etc. However, most gemstones sold at these stalls are of poor quality, especially rubies and sapphires, which are full of impurities, and few are large. Some even sell raw stones directly. Li Shu suspected that many vendors were gemstone miners, who dug gems from black mines and brought them here to sell. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that some were doing business without cost, robbing gemstones outside and selling them here. Li Shu walked along, not caring about the appearance, cut, or brilliance of the gemstones. He didn't care whether the gemstones were big or small, mainly whether the gemstones made him feel hungry. As he walked and looked, he was somewhat disappointed. Gemstones nurturing magic spirits were indeed rare. He had seen no less than 1,000 gemstones along the way, yet not one could make him feel hungry. What kind of gemstone is this? Li Shu finally discovered a gemstone at a roadside stall that made him hungry. The stall just had a rag with a pile of colorful gemstones on it, ranging from as small as a fingernail to larger than a mahjong tile. This here is authentic natural topaz, and that is natural crystal stone. The old man enthusiastically responded when he heard Li Shu asking. Although Li Shu hadn't paid much attention to gemstones before, he knew a bit about them commonly. Topaz as a gemstone was quite common before the magic spirits descended. Even now, topaz isn't very expensive because it's rarely used to open a trial gate, and the production of topaz is very high, so its value is naturally not high. The hardness and refractive index of topaz are relatively high among gemstones, even close to diamonds. When topaz was first discovered, someone mistook it for diamonds. A diamond on a king's crown was later proven to be a colorless topaz. Natural topaz is mostly colorless, with a few having hues of orange, yellow, blue, and red. Most topaz sold on the market previously had undergone treatment, like laser or coating, showing blue or pink colors, and such topaz itself wasn't very valuable. The colorful topaz displayed at the old man's stall was clearly the kind that had undergone color treatment, suitable for jewelry but not very good for feeding magic spirits. Of course, if it were true natural topaz, especially the yellow topaz known as emperor topaz, its value would be another matter. Is this one also topaz? Li Shu pointed to a deep blue topaz and asked. Authentic natural London blue topaz. Look at this color, this cut, this brilliance in the droplet weighs over 13 carats. You won't find another topaz as perfect as this on the whole street, only in exchange for 50 pounds of rice. The old man saw Li Shu as a novice and went on to exaggerate. I don't have rice. How about I trade this raw stone for it? Li Shu took out a pink spinel raw stone, placing it in his palm for the old man to see. 118 Chapter 118 90 Zhongshan City. 3. This is one of the pink spinel raw stones that Li Shu found last time. When it was offered to the Pink Nightmare, perhaps due to its small size and many impurities, the Pink Nightmare didn't consume it. There were originally 5 of such pink spinel raw stones, with each raw stone being just over a carat. Once cut and polished, the remaining part would be less than a carat. The old man's eyes lit up when he saw the pink spinel raw stone, but his face showed a somewhat troubled expression as he said, "Such a small raw stone, what gemstone is this raw stone of?" "Spinel," Li Shu replied. Seeing that Li Shu knew what this raw stone was, the old man continued, "Spinel is a good thing, but this raw stone is too small. After cutting and polishing, it might only be about 0.5 carats. It's not very suitable to trade for my topaz. Well, let me take a look first." The old man took the spinel raw stone from Li Shu's hand, brought it close to his eyes, and looked it over carefully, feeling happier the more he looked at it. Although this spinel raw stone was not large, its color and quality were quite good. If cut well, it could yield about 0.7 to 0.8 carats. While its value might not be very high, it's much more valuable than his topaz. The uses for spinel far exceed those for topaz, yet its production is much less than that of topaz. It looks pretty good, but trading such a small spinel raw stone for my large natural London blue topaz would be a big loss for me. Do you have any more such raw stones? Give me another one, and I'll trade with you. The old man had a reluctant look on his face, but his eyes, which seemed like hooks, glanced directly at Li Shu's pockets. Li Shu was about to say something when he heard a person next to him say, "If you won't trade, I will." Li Shu turned his head to see a young man about 20 years old, quite handsome, perhaps a bit too handsome, with very fair skin and delicate features. Standing over 80 centimeters tall, his body proportions were very good, and his long legs were quite striking. Seeing Li Shu looking at him, the young man nodded and smiled at Li Shu, then said, "I also have London blue topaz. If you're interested, you can come to my side and take a look. You can choose from several teardrop blue topazes that are over a dozen carats. I only want this spinel raw stone." The old man, upon hearing the young man's words, did not get angry or react, but instead said to Li Shu with a sarcastic tone, "Young brother, there are all kinds of people nowadays. Be careful not to be taken in by a small gain and end up with a big loss. If something goes wrong, don't blame me for not warning you." The young man was clearly still a bit inexperienced. Hearing the old man's words, his face changed immediately, and he seemed to want to say something to the old man. Li Shu stopped the young man and smiled at the old man, saying, "Sir, since I spoke with you first, of course, I'll prioritize trading with you. If you won't trade, then I'll consider others." "All right, since you seem like a good person, I'll treat it as a good deed for the day and prevent anyone from being deceived by a bad person without knowing what's happening." The old man intentionally glanced at the young man as he spoke. This was not even an insinuation. He was outright saying the young man was a scammer trying to hoodwink Li Shu. "Who are you calling a scammer?" The young man was both angry and anxious, but he didn't make a move against the old man and couldn't find the words to retort at the moment. "Thank you, sir." Li Shu smiled, accepting the blue topaz handed over by the old man. "You'll regret trading with him." The young man was so angry that he stomped his foot. Seeing that Li Shu had already traded, he turned and left, frustrated. But Li Shu grabbed his arm, put away the blue topaz, and smiled at the young man, saying, "Brother, don't rush off. How about joining me for a cup of tea? You have already traded. What's the point of tea now?" The young man was unhappy, but he didn't shake off Li Shu's hand holding him. "Let's chat over tea." Li Shu spotted a tea stall not far to the left and led the young man over, ordered a pot of tea, and sat down. Thank you for your patronage. Come again when you have more raw stones. I'll give you a discount next time, the old man said gleefully to Li Shu as he stowed away the spinel raw stone. Thank you. Li Shu's words irritated the young man even more. Two rookies. The old man gave them a lesson. A bit of tuition money is nothing. The old man smugly pulled out the pink spinel raw stone and looked at it, touching and admiring it, unable to part with it. If you didn't believe me, why did you bring me here? The young man was still disgruntled after sitting down. I do believe you, Li Shu smiled. If you believe me, why did you trade with him? The young man thought Li Shu was just giving him lip service. Don't rush, take a sip of tea, and I'll explain slowly. Li Shu poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of the young man. What do you mean? The young man, though a bit impulsive, was not stupid and sensed there was more to Li Shu's words. After taking a sip of tea, Li Shu put the cup down, took the topaz from his pocket, and placed it on the table in front of the young man. Look at this gemstone more carefully, Li Shu smiled. What's there to see? Isn't it just a topaz? The young man seemed puzzled but still picked up the gemstone, examining it closely. The teardrop-shaped blue gemstone had a great luster, finely cut. From different angles you could see impressive fire. This gemstone seems, as he looked, the young man seemed to notice something, and his expression began to change. Seems like what? Li Shu asked with a sip of tea, smiling. Isn't this topaz? The young man looked at Li Shu uncertainly. What do you think it is? Li Shu continued to ask. After close inspection, the young man looked at Li Shu somewhat unsurely and said, could this be an aquamarine? With such a color, if it's aquamarine, it would have to be Santa Maria color, but this color is slightly different from the Santa Maria aquamarine. Li Shu remained silent with a smile. He knew it certainly wasn't dyed topaz, but he also didn't know what the gemstone was exactly, so he let the young man see for himself. 119 Chapter 11991 Saint Maria Aquamarine. The deeper the color of an aquamarine, the more valuable it is. Before the era of magic spirits, gemstone appraisal institutions designated a unique color name for aquamarines with top-tier colors, calling it Saint Maria color. Just like the Jedi Knight for spinel, aquamarine must meet specific color standards to be called Saint Maria Aquamarine. The Saint Maria color aquamarine and London blue topaz have somewhat similar colors, but the color of London blue topaz is artificially processed, so the color standards are uniform without any color difference. Saint Maria Aquamarine, however, is different. Even if they are all Saint Maria colors, the tones can vary from deep to light. As long as they meet certain standards, they can be called Saint Maria color. This particular Saint Maria Sea Blue Sapphire is noticeably deeper in color than most Saint Maria tone aquamarines and more closely resembles London blue topaz. The old man was good at doing business and had decent calculations, but his professional skill was evidently lacking. It's unclear where he acquired this batch of topaz, but it included an aquamarine like this one. The color of this aquamarine is so deep, calling it a Super Saint Maria color wouldn't be an exaggeration. I've never seen such a deep blue before. At first, I couldn't even recognize it, and it nearly ruined your deal. The young man examined it for a while, returned the Saint Maria aquamarine to Li Shu, and said with a smile, if the old man knew he swapped a 10+ carat Super Saint Maria aquamarine for a 1 carat spinel raw stone, he would be livid. Guess this is poetic justice. The young man paused, looked at Li Shu, and asked, somewhat puzzled, why did you tell me about this? If this spreads, it won't do you any good. It might even stir up trouble. If I don't tell you, will you still intervene if you encounter something similar next time? Li Shu asked the young man with a teasing smile. Well, the young man wasn't quite sure whether he'd still get involved. Although I'm not a good person, I don't want to discourage those with good intentions. People like you are too rare in this era, and I don't want them to decrease any further, Li Shu said seriously. The young man was deeply moved by this, feeling a sense of regret over meeting late and excitedly said, meeting you today is my good fortune. I, Chu Jun. Everyone around me has always told me that this era is all about respecting the strong and putting profits first, that I should consider my self-interest more. But I don't believe that. I want to change this era. Sometimes I even doubt myself, questioning whether I'm too naive and too childish. Meeting you today reassures me that my persistence wasn't wrong. I should do something for this era. Chu Jun grew more enthusiastic as he spoke and couldn't help but want to share all the grievances and ambitions he'd carried in the past with the person right before him. Li Shu listened intently. He found Chu Jun to be quite an interesting person. By the way, I don't even know your name, Chu Jun said, realizing only after speaking for a while that he still didn't know the name of the person before him. Li Shu replied. Li Shu, why did you come to Zhongshan City? Chu Jun asked again. I originally came to participate in the trial, but I was eliminated due to poor physical fitness, Li Shu said with a smile. That's easy to fix. If you truly want to participate in the trial, I can arrange it for you, Chu Jun said eagerly. Does it require money? Li Shu was currently very concerned about financial matters. No need, leave it to me. Just give me your number, and I'll notify you once I've made arrangements, Chu Jun said warmly. Li Shu thought for a moment, then gave his number to Chu Jun. He truly admired this young man. Whether Chu Jun could accomplish this or not, making a friend wouldn't be bad. The two of them chatted for a while longer. The old man running a stall came in, holding his worn-out cloth, and sat at a nearby table. "Hey, you two are still here?" The old man greeted them with a smile. Li Shu smiled and nodded politely, while Chu Jun, although aware the old man had suffered a great loss, showed no kindness towards him, not even looking his way, continuing to drink his tea. The old man didn't say anything further, ordered a pot of tea, and drank while humming a tune, tapping his finger on his leg, appearing totally at ease. "Let's go. Find another place to continue our conversation." Chu Jun frowned slightly, stood up, and said to Li Shu, "Another day, it's getting late. I need to go back and rest." Li Shu looked at the sky, intending to return. Li Shu settled the bill, and as the two were about to leave, they saw a middle-aged man rush into the tea shop's door, almost bumping into Li Shu. Without an apology, he hurried into the tea shop, glancing around and finding the old man before immediately rushing over. "Dad, where's that batch of topaz I gave you this morning?" the middle-aged man asked urgently as soon as he reached the old man. "Here it is. What's the matter?" The old man patted his waist pouch, asking in confusion. "Let me see," the old man's son impatiently said. Rather than waiting for the old man to act, he reached out and unzipped the old man's waist pouch, taking out bags containing gemstones one by one. He quickly looked through bag after bag, found the package of London blue topaz, examined it repeatedly, and finally poured the topaz out onto the table, inspecting them one by one. 120, Chapter 20, 91, St. Maria Aquamarine 2 Sun, what are you looking for? The old man became more puzzled. Is there a teardrop-shaped blue topaz in here? The middle-aged man hurriedly searched as he asked anxiously, "A teardrop-shaped blue topaz? Yeah, it was just sold. Why? Is there a problem?" The old man's heart skipped a beat, and his good mood instantly vanished. Sold. The middle-aged man's body stiffened as he turned his head somewhat mechanically to look at the old man, his eyes bloodshot. He trembled as he asked, "When was it sold, and to whom?" "Just a moment ago. Sold to—" The old man turned his head to look at the table where Li Shu and Chu Jun had been, but their shadows were nowhere to be seen. They had already settled the bill and left. "Those two young people were just here. How did they leave so quickly? What's going on?" the old man muttered. The middle-aged man ignored the old man and rushed out, but how could he still see any trace of Li Shu and Chu Jun? The long street was filled with people, and he had only caught a hurried glimpse of them just now. Now, even if Li Shu stood before him, he probably wouldn't recognize him. "Son, what exactly is going on?" "It's just a topaz. Why are you so worked up?" The old man chased after him and, seeing his son's demeanor, realized that something was amiss. "What topaz?" "That's aquamarine, St. Maria color aquamarine. The third master and his gang don't know anything. They dug up a batch of crystals and topaz in an old city district destroyed by demon spirits. Who knew there were a few teardrop-cut aquamarines mixed in? Those fools didn't understand anything, thinking they were topazes, and lumped them all together. Later, when they were selling them, a knowledgeable buyer recognized them as aquamarine. There were a total of 5 teardrop-cut aquamarines, and 2 of them reached the St. Maria color. When I went to pick up the goods, I remember taking a teardrop-shaped one, and it was the deepest color." The middle-aged man grew more anxious with each word. The old man felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, and stood there dumbfounded. "That's not topaz. It's aquamarine, St. Maria aquamarine." The old man pulled out the spinel raw stone he had just traded for, which he had been caressing like a treasure, and angrily tossed it to the ground, exclaiming in grief and fury, "Damn, I've hunted geese all my life, and now 2 young sparrows have poked out my eyes." After Li Shu and Chu Jun parted ways, he returned to the inn where he was staying. The light in Zeman Guan's room was still on, but the door was closed, making it unclear if he was asleep. Upon returning to his own room, Li Shu took out the Super St. Maria color aquamarine and admired it in his palm. The facets were smooth as mirrors, emitting a blue glow under the light, resembling a deep blue ice drop. The profound deep blue seemed to calm one's mind the longer they looked at it. Li Shu took out a needle, pricked his finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto the Super St. Maria aquamarine. He knew his blood was somewhat special, possibly related to the demon spirit infant that had died within him. Others needed a long time to complete a blood contract with a demon spirit gemstone, but he only needed a drop of blood to complete it. Although Li Shu was still somewhat concerned about whether the demon spirit infant had truly died, at this point worrying was useless. It was better to take advantage of the current convenience. Once the blood was absorbed by the aquamarine, it quickly transformed from solid to liquid, as if coming to life, flowing onto Li Shu's finger, and slowly solidifying into a deep blue gemstone ring. When the gemstone ring was fully formed, with a thought, it flew from Li Shu's hand, transforming into a translucent blue, jellyfish-like demon spirit before him. The demon spirit floated in the air, as if swimming through water, its transparent body emitting a faint blue fluorescence, eerie yet beautiful. Ice Soul Sea Demon, Evolvable, E-Grade Demon Spirit, Flowing Colors. Can summon E-Grade Demon Spirit, Ice Soul Sea Demon. Only a flowing color demon spirit? It seems that radiant demon spirits are indeed very rare. Li Shu had already anticipated that the quality of the Ice Soul Sea Demon spirit couldn't be too high, so he wasn't particularly disappointed. Although the Ice Soul Sea Demon only had a flowing colors quality, it also had its benefits. Ordinary aquamarines were cheaper than spinel, and upgrading the Ice Soul Sea Demon's level would cost less than training a Jedi Knight, which was also an advantage. Li Shu was already considering whether to sell some of his demon cores in exchange for aquamarines to raise the level of the Ice Soul Sea Demon. If there were an S-grade demon spirit by one side, regardless of the quality, it would still be an undeniable force. However, Li Shu didn't have many demon cores left. Afei returned his portion of the demon cores to him, and these days Li Shu had been wearing some of the demon cores on him, which vanished one by one each day. Li Shu felt that his physique had improved somewhat, but the improvement wasn't significant. Compared to the energy in those demon cores, Li Shu's physical enhancement was not proportional. This made Li Shu suspect that the demon spirit infant might not have been killed after all, and that most of the energy from the demon cores had been stolen by the demon spirit infant. Li Shu, it's all set. Tomorrow morning at 8, come straight to the back door of the City Lord's mansion, and I'll take you to participate in the trial. Chu Jun sent a message. Got it, I'll be there at 8 sharp. After replying to the message, Li Shu began delving into the materials he could find. 121, Chapter 21, 91, St. Maria Aquamarine. Third, the number of trial gates discovered globally has already surpassed tens of thousands, but those truly developed by humans are less than 1/10. Most trial gates once entered leave no one able to come out alive, or very few can. The trial gates developed now are filled up by the lives of major forces. However, as the physical qualities of trial takers improve, it's believed that the speed of exploring trial gates will quicken, and there will be more true trial takers. But since those with the ability to explore trial gates are the major forces, it's easy to imagine that it will still be difficult for ordinary people to become true trial takers. Most real trial takers will still be controlled by those rulers. Li Shu is now researching trial gates, only wanting to find a place where he can quickly undertake trials, to improve his physical qualities and become a true trial taker. After much research, Li Shu discovered that what he lacked wasn't trial gates, but money. Every time a trial gate is opened, at least 10 gemstones are needed, and generally, the weight of the gemstone should be above 1 carat. The better the quality of the gemstone and the heavier it is, the wider the trial gate opens and the longer the duration. Gemstones of poor quality might exhaust their energy even before the gate opens. This doesn't affect Li Shu much, he only wants to participate in the trial alone, needing only a crack in the gate wide enough for him to enter. But even so, at least 10 gemstones are needed each time. If they are topaz or similar gemstones, 10 of them don't cost much money. But if they are rubies or diamonds, the cost is not low either. What's more, based on Li Shu's own experience and deduction, different trial gates do affect becoming a true trial taker. For example, within the Sea Heaven trial ground, the Blood Pattern Revolver is obviously more advanced than the Fire Lotus Sword, with the Fire Lotus Sword being of Shining Quality contract. The Blood Pattern Revolver's quality should be higher, but whether it reaches Radiant level, Li Shu isn't sure. To become a true trial taker, one must possess a symbiotic contract, and a symbiotic contract cannot be replaced. Thus, Li Shu believes his first contract must be the top-tier Radiant contract. But how to judge which trial ground can yield a Radiant contract? This is not within Li Shu's knowledge range. Theoretically, the more precious the gemstone used, the higher level contract the trial ground might yield. According to this theory, saving money is impossible, unless Li Shu is willing to happen upon a symbiotic contract randomly. Otherwise, he can only spend a lot of money on those expensive trial gates. Another issue is why the Fire Lotus Sword didn't become his symbiotic contract, which puzzled Li Shu. After much contemplation, he came up with 2 possibilities. One possibility is that the magical entity larva within his body was causing trouble, preventing the Fire Lotus Sword from becoming his symbiotic contract. After all, the contract could harm the magical entity, so the larva not wanting Li Shu to successfully form the contract is quite normal. Another possibility is related to the Blood Pattern Revolver, a possibility Li Shu only thought of after a long time of consideration. When Li Shu was using the Blood Pattern Revolver to fire, his strength hadn't reached the standard of contract, so the Blood Pattern Revolver didn't resonate with him or become his symbiotic contract. Yet when Li Shu's blood stained the Blood Pattern Revolver, it made firing feel a lot easier, but he still couldn't lift the Blood Pattern Revolver. From the knowledge Li Shu obtained from Kun Sha and Sha Chu, without having lifted the contract, blood is of no use in forming an agreement with the contract. According to Sha Chu, even if one drained all their blood and soaked the contract in it, it wouldn't trigger any reaction from the contract. The peculiarity lies here. Li Shu's blood indeed caused a slight reaction in the Blood Pattern Revolver, but the contract wasn't successful. Li Shu suspects this could be related to the magical entity larva in his body, regardless of whether the larva is alive or not. It has changed Li Shu's physique, making him slightly different from a normal human. This was evident when the sinister creature climbed onto Li Shu without causing harm. Perhaps the sinister creature mistook Li Shu for a magical entity, attempting to parasitize him, thus climbing onto him. Hence, Li Shu wonders if it's because his blood is special. Although it didn't complete the contract with the blood pattern revolver, it has established some kind of connection, affecting other contracts forming agreements with Li Shu, which is why the Fire Lotus Sword didn't become his symbiotic contract. Between the two possibilities, Li Shu favors the latter because Li Shu doesn't even know if the magical entity larva is alive, he can't find it, and even with a symbiotic contract, he wouldn't be able to kill the magical entity larva. If the latter is true, then Li Shu only has two paths to become a true trial taker. One path is to return to the Sea Heaven trial ground and complete a contract with the blood pattern revolver, making it his symbiotic contract. The other path is to find a contract stronger than the blood pattern revolver. As long as that contract is not affected by the blood pattern revolver, it can naturally form a successful contract, becoming Li Shu's symbiotic contract. The Sea Heaven trial ground is revered sky's domain and harbors unknown terrifying magical entities. Who knows what will happen if the larva's parents meet Li Shu? One larva is already so bizarre and frightening, it's hard to imagine how terrifying its parents might be. Preparing fully is necessary if Li Shu intends to go to the Sea Heaven trial ground. Until then, Li Shu can only seek other routes. After extensive research, Li Shu thinks the most likely known trial ground to yield high-quality contracts and relatively easy to enter is the Purgatory Gate trial ground, controlled by Red Sand City. 122, Chapter 22, 9.2, Dark Maze. The conditions for opening the Purgatory Gate trial ground are extremely stringent. The entire gate has 72 slots, meaning 72 gemstones are needed to open the trial gate, which is a much higher requirement than the average trial gate. A standard trial gate can be opened with more than 10 gemstones, and the Sea Heaven trial ground needs 36 gemstones. The Purgatory Gate needs 72, which is twice that of the Sea Heaven trial ground. Even more terrifying is that Red Sand City researched for a long time, initially trying various gemstones, but couldn't open the Purgatory Gate. Until someone suddenly had a flash of inspiration, embedding 36 blue gemstones and 36 rubies into the Purgatory Gate, which then lit up, showing signs of opening. In the end, 72 1-carat red and blue gemstones barely supported the Purgatory Gate to open a small crevice, too small for even a child to squeeze through, before the gemstone's energy was completely consumed and the door closed again. Fortunately, Red Sand City is a renowned worldwide producer of rubies and blue gemstones, and the Red Sand City Lord didn't mind such an expense, forcing the Purgatory Gate open with gemstones. It is said that the Red Sand City Lord used 36 rubies over 3 carats and 36 blue gemstones over 3 carats, forcibly opening the Purgatory Gate and sending in a squad of warriors. Because the cost of opening the Purgatory Gate was too high, that time the Red Sand City Lord sent in over 1,000 people, and only one person came out alive in the end. Since then, the Red Sand City Lord has never opened the Purgatory Gate again. That person who came out alive disappeared from the mortal world, and no one knows what the trial inside the Purgatory Gate entails, except for the Red Sand City Lord. Li Shu is quite interested in the Purgatory Gate. The contract inside the Purgatory Gate must be extraordinary. If one can obtain the contract from there, it might be possible to fulfill the Pact of Life. Of course, he currently knows nothing about the situation inside the Purgatory Gate, nor does he have enough gemstones to open the Purgatory Gate, and the Red Sand City Lord may not let him use the Purgatory Gate. So, this matter can only wait for an opportunity. Fortunately, Li Shu is not in a hurry. Even if he wants to go to the Purgatory Gate, he must first improve his physical condition. Otherwise, if one pays such a heavy price, enters, sees the contract, but can't take it, wouldn't that be foolish? So the current priority is to improve physical fitness. Now, being able to use the Zhongshan City's hero trial ground for free is exactly to my liking. I wonder how strong Chu Jun's connections are over there, whether they can help me enter the hero trial ground a few times. Li Shu secretly planned in his heart. Early the next morning, Li Shu knocked on Shimen Guan's door. "Hey, old man, are you going out today?" Li Shu asked. "No, what's up?" Shimen Guan asked impatiently, showing no intention of inviting Li Shu in. "I'm going out for a bit. Here's something I can't carry around conveniently. Can you look after it for a while?" Li Shu was holding the ghost-faced magic armor wrapped in cloth. With Ah Fei not around, he couldn't conveniently carry the armor to the trial, nor was he comfortable leaving it in the room. In these times, who knows what kind of people are in the hotel? If someone took his magic armor, Li Shu wouldn't even have a place to cry. Put it over there. Zimen Guan finally pulled the door fully open, allowing Li Shu to place the item in his room. After Li Shu left, Zimen Guan closed the door and didn't even glance at what Li Shu had left, busying himself with his phone. Humph! Trying to steal Zimen Guan's magic armor. Do you have a death wish? Once I modify a set of magic armor to serve as the controller of my treasured magic armor, even if you complete the final step, you'll only make it my wedding dress, Zimen Guan typed while secretly feeling pleased. He believed he was undoubtedly a genius, only that making money now was seriously difficult. Bullshit, what do you know? Energy guidance circulation systems must be done this way. Your double circulation system is just trash, do you understand? Zimen Guan typed while roaring. He originally thought with his knowledge of magic armor, earning a bit online to buy a set of magic armor would be no problem. However, the modification designs he provided were criticized severely by others. The things he talked about were considered outdated, and the perplexing talks by others were unknown to him. Many times, he only knew what it was after searching online. Having struggled these past few days, Zeman Guan hadn't earned a cent, and all his plans were rejected. Some even called him rubbish, saying he didn't understand magic armor modification at all. How can I get an S-level magic armor? If worst comes to worst, even an A-level would do. Zeman Guan felt somewhat depressed. Little did Zeman Guan know, right in his room lay a quietly resting set of S-level magic armor. As Zeman Guan scratched his head thinking of ways to earn money to buy magic armor, Li Shu arrived at the back gate of the city lord's mansion. From afar, he saw Chu Jun waiting for him at the gate. When Chu Jun saw Li Shu approaching, he quickly came up and handed a number plate to Li Shu. Only 10 people can enter the hero trial ground at a time. This is your number plate. Take it over there, and someone will lead you. Chu Jun thought for a moment and then said to Li Shu, I heard them say that the dark maze below a level isn't too difficult. As long as you calm down and carefully memorize the route, don't confuse yourself. The difficulty shouldn't be too big. 123. Chapter 23, 92, Dark Maze 2. Don't worry, I should be able to handle it. Li Shu didn't find Chu Jun's concern annoying, feeling his good intentions. All right then, I'll be off. There's still something I need to handle over there. You should go in quickly. They're about to set off. Having arranged things, Chu Jun jogged away. Li Shu entered through the back door with a number plate. The guards did not stop him, presumably because Chu Jun had already taken care of it. When he arrived at the courtyard gate pointed out by Chu Jun, he saw that inside were all the trial takers recruited yesterday, including A Fei and Sha Chu. Li Shu showed his number plate, and the guard let him in. Why are you here? A Fei came to Li Shu's side and asked with some confusion. I made a friend yesterday who got me the qualification to enter the hero trial ground, Li Shu explained. I was wondering why we were one man short this morning. Turns out it was you who replaced him. What kind of friend did you meet? Seems like you have quite the connection, Sha Chu said with a smile. Did you see the city lord of Zhongshan? Li Shu ignored Sha Chu and pondered before asking. No, everything here is handled by that adjutant. We didn't get to see what the city lord of Zhongshan looks like at all, A Fei replied. Let's complete the trial first then, Li Shu nodded. When it was time for the trial, the Zhongshan city's city lord's adjutant led Li Shu and the other 10 people to the trial gate. This trial gate was located in the city lord's mansion, in a separate large courtyard, standing a gray-black gate less than 10 meters high. Among the trial gates Li Shu had seen, this one was relatively small. The adjutant personally embedded over 20 black crystals on the gate, which radiated a black light and then slowly opened. Li Shu was somewhat surprised. The hero trial ground actually needed over 20 gemstones to open, which is quite a number. Fortunately, black crystals are relatively cheap, much cheaper compared to pink apatite, so the cost to open it isn't that high. Li Shu exchanged a glance with A Fei and Sha Chu and then followed the other trial takers through the door. Inside a white room, the 10 trial takers all found themselves in tight white clothes. At Li Shu's waist was a light red belt making him look relatively fine, but Sha Chu was quite eye-catching with her red dress and red boots. Thankfully, her Tang blade, as a symbiotic contract, was absorbed into her body, otherwise she would have stood out even more. Even so, the other trial takers looked at her in confusion. The white room resembled a white box, with white walls, floor, and ceiling. Each wall had a door, but no one knew which door led to the exit. Every time in the dark maze, the path to the exit was different, so previous experience was of little use. The light screen that appeared on the wall lit up the entire room brightly. Welcome to the hero trial ground. The B-level trial is about to begin. Here are the rules. The cold voice in such an oppressive environment made people feel particularly uncomfortable. The rules were the same as what Li Shu knew before. As long as the exit is found, one passes the first round of tests. There were no other restrictions, just find the exit. While the light screen still illuminated the room, Li Shu carefully observed the room and the doors, hoping to find something. Based on Li Shu's previous experience, trials generally had patterns to follow, and it wasn't just about brute force to pass. A trial like the Dark Maze couldn't just rely on luck. Besides the sense of direction, calm judgment, and memory, Li Shu wanted to know if there were other solutions. Are you also a trial taker? While Li Shu was observing the room, a trial taker suddenly approached him and asked this out of the blue. The other trial takers didn't understand what this meant, thinking all who came here were trial takers, considering if that trial taker was out of his mind. Li Shu naturally didn't think so. He carefully scrutinized the person in front and countered, Are you too? This person appeared to be in his 20s, with ordinary looks, ordinary build, and ordinary stature. He was the kind of person you'd forget once you looked away. The Fire Lotus sword at Li Shu's waist and the demon spirit ring on his hand were clear marks of a real trial taker, which couldn't be hidden. But on this person, Li Shu didn't see a contract, only noticing a black crystal ring on his finger, which might be a demon spirit ring. This is my contract. The man raised his finger with the black crystal ring, answering Li Shu's question. This surprised Li Shu a bit. not expecting the black crystal ring to not be a demon spirit ring but a contract. Any instructions? Li Shu looked at the man and asked, just confirming something. The man replied, confirm what? Li Shu slightly frowned, feeling a bit off with the man's tone. Confirming my target. I only deal with ordinary people. I don't mess with trial takers, as they didn't pay me to kill trial takers. The man's straightforwardness startled Li Shu. The man made it clear that he was hired to come in and kill, but wasn't told there were real trial takers inside, so he would only kill ordinary people, and he wouldn't bother with Li Shu and Sha Chu. This could be considered both a gesture of goodwill and a threat. He didn't want to trouble Li Shu and Sha Chu and hoped they wouldn't interfere with his affairs, each minding their own business. 124, Chapter 24, 92, Dark Maze 3. Li Shu was just about to say something when the countdown ended, and the light screen suddenly disappeared, leaving the entire room in complete darkness. Li Shu immediately grabbed the Fae next to him and quickly retreated, leaning directly against the wall. Although the man said he wouldn't cause trouble for Li Shu and Sha Chu, who knows if he was telling the truth. Even if he was, Li Shu couldn't let him harm Fae. Li Shu attempted to summon a demon spirit but failed. In the trial ground, demon spirits and contracts couldn't be used. Ah! A scream of agony echoed in the room, a piercing sound that sent a shiver through everyone's heart. Then Li Shu heard the sound of chaotic footsteps and doors opening and closing repeatedly. Li Shu remained still, and Faye behind him didn't utter a word either. Who's the woman behind you? The man's voice spoke again in the darkness. He hadn't left after all. A friend. Li Shu replied. That's a bit troublesome. I accepted the gemstone from someone, so I have to do the job for them. It's one thing for you as a trial taker, but she's not a trial taker. If I don't kill her, it wouldn't look very professional. The man sighed. So? Li Shu asked nonchalantly. So I hope you can leave here. Find another girlfriend once you're out. This girlfriend of yours isn't very attractive anyway. With your status as a trial taker, finding a better one shouldn't be hard. The man continued in the darkness. Time is short. I have to kill those other people too. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. If you're still here after I count to 3, then I'm sorry. I'll have no choice but to kill a trial taker for an ordinary price. No need to count. You can't kill her. Seems like you still don't understand. Forget it. I hate losing deals. Let me put it plainly, you can't see anything here, but for me, this place is no different from outside. You should get it with me saying that, the man added. Understood. Then get going if you understand. All right, then I'm leaving now. After saying that, Li Shu pulled Faye to leave. You're just asking to die. The man sighed. Then, like a ghost, he swiftly approached Li Shu. His footsteps were as light as a cat's, almost inaudible, and in a flash he was beside Li Shu, reaching out his fingers to stab at Li Shu's eyes. The man was somewhat wary of Sha Chu. After all, trial takers with so many contracts on them were definitely not to be trifled with. Li Shu, like him, only had one contract, indicating that Li Shu hadn't been a trial taker for long and his level shouldn't be high. As long as he wasn't a D-level trial taker, in the dark maze, the man had full confidence he could kill him. He possessed the dark pupil skill, allowing him to see in the dark, and the ghost wind skill, which lightened his body, sped him up, and reduced the sound made when his body touched external objects. The dark maze was a natural stronghold for him, unless the opponent was a trial taker more advanced than he was, strong enough to crush him in strength. Otherwise, he feared no one here. Making money is tough, and I still have to kill a trial taker. Once I'm out, they better pay me more. I, Ye Yuzhen, don't do unprofitable business. Ye Yuzhen thought to himself. As his fingers were about to pierce into Li Shu's eyes, Li Shu was holding Faye with one hand and opening the door with the other, seemingly unaware of the approaching threat. So what if you're a trial taker? In the dark maze, I, Ye Yuzhen, am the absolute ruler. Just as Ye Yuzhen's fingers were about to touch Li Shu's eyelid, he suddenly felt a great force from his abdomen. Li Shu's foot, who knows when, was kicked into Ye Yuzhen's abdomen, sending him stumbling several steps backward, clutching his abdomen and kneeling on the ground with a thud. The pain made Ye Yuzhen's whole body tremble, but he bit his lip and didn't make a sound, then silently rolled to the side. He couldn't make a sound to prevent Li Shu from hearing it and chasing after him. But just after he rolled over and raised his head, he saw a fist rapidly enlarging before his eyes. Ye Yuzhen only saw stars before him, and he fell straight back, landing on the ground with another thud. Ye Yuzhen's ability to take a hit was indeed somewhat strong. Li Shu had used all his strength with both a kick and a punch, yet he hadn't managed to kill Ye Yuzhen. Even after being punched directly in the face by Li Shu, as soon as he hit the ground, he immediately flipped backwards, rolling away from Li Shu. Li Shu didn't have night vision abilities, but as long as he could hear a little sound, he could judge the trajectories of all movements, almost like seeing them. Seeing how tough Ye Yuzhen was, if he continued to entangle with him, it would probably take some time to finish him off. The clear time in the dark maze was only half an hour, and being here for the first time, he didn't know how long it would take to get out. Li Shu didn't have time to waste on him, so he pulled Faye through a door and rushed out. Li Shu's move made Ye Yuzhen certain that Li Shu couldn't see him, but was judging his position by sound. As long as you can't see, that's fine. Ye Yuzhen wiped the blood off his face, enduring the pain on his face and abdomen, and pushed the door to pursue. Li Shu pulled Fei straight forward, passing through door after door until they reached the 17th room, when Li Shu discovered that there was no door ahead anymore, just a wall he could touch. So Li Shu changed direction, groping along the left wall but found no door there either. Looks like the only way is to go right. Li Shu continued to the right with Fei, and sure enough found a door on the right wall. As soon as Li Shu pushed the door open, he heard breathing inside the room. Something's not right. This sound isn't human breathing. While Li Shu listened carefully, he pulled Fei back, intending to exit the room and return to the previous room. 125. Chapter 25, 925. Really can't see? This guy is somewhat clever. First probing the maze's depth in a straight line, then determining his position and the direction of the exit. Ye Yuzhen chased after Li Shu, quickly noticing Li Shu's strategy. But unfortunately, you still underestimate the dark maze. A B-level dark maze is not square-shaped. This method is ineffective here. Ye Yuzhen sneered and continued the pursuit. He also dared not chase too quickly, lest Li Shu heard his footsteps. The opponent had excellent hearing. He planned to ambush Li Shu when he hit a dead end and had no choice but to turn back. Suddenly, Ye Yuzhen saw the door open. Li Shu, who had just rushed in not long ago, came running back with a Fei. What a chance. Give you a chance to live, and you don't take it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Ye Yuzhen stood in the middle of the room motionless, watching as Li Shu pulled a Fei towards him. He extended his arm, his two fingers aimed at Li Shu's eyes, intending for Li Shu to blind himself. As Li Shu was almost upon him, his fingers were about to pierce Li Shu's eyes. But Li Shu suddenly tilted his head, avoiding Ye Yuzhen's fingers, and crashed into Ye Yuzhen's shoulder, causing Ye Yuzhen's body to spin around. Ye Yuzhen had just steadied himself when he heard the sound of a door opening, and Li Shu had already rushed into another room. Ye Yuzhen was about to give chase when he suddenly sensed something unsettling, a low growling sound behind him. Turning around, Ye Yuzhen was startled to see a massive tiger emerging from the room Li Shu had just dashed out of, staring at him menacingly. If he could use contracts, Ye Yuzhen wouldn't fear a single tiger, but this was the trial ground, where contracts couldn't be used. By physical prowess alone, he wouldn't have much advantage against a tiger. Moreover, this tiger looked like it was starving. Roar! The tiger let out a roar that made Ye Yuzhen's eardrums ache. Before Ye Yuzhen could decide what to do, the starving tiger pounced, initiating a man-tiger combat scene. Didn't they say there were live beasts in the dark maze? This wasn't part of the deal. Li Shu continued leading a Fei through door after door. That woman, Sha Chu, had vanished since the start of the trial. Who knows where she's gone? Her physical prowess far exceeded that of Li Shu and a Fei. She could probably kill a beast or two barehanded. But unfortunately, Li Shu had no idea where Sha Chu was. Perhaps she'd already found the exit. Li Shu was more cautious this time. Although he could contend with a beast like the tiger, time in the dark maze was limited. Avoiding unnecessary encounters with beasts was essential. Fortunately, with the assassin taking the lead, Li Shu continued to find a way out with a Fei. A few minutes later, a battered Ye Yuzhen pushed aside the tiger's corpse, weighing him down, gasping as he got up. He had multiple tiger scratches on his body, not fatal but extremely painful. If given more time, Ye Yuzhen might have killed the tiger without injury, but in the dark maze, he had no time to waste. He had to kill the tiger as quickly as possible. Beyond exiting the dark maze before the countdown ended, he also had to eliminate the other trial takers. Solving the tiger at the cost of injuries, Ye Yuzhen was seething with anger. That bastard, I will take you down. Ye Yuzhen dragged his weary body, pushed open the door, and pursued in the direction Li Shu had left. Don't move. In a room, Li Shu pressed down on a Fei, immobilizing her completely. Upon entering the room, Li Shu heard a faint buzzing, the sound of some insect rapidly flapping its wings. Li Shu listened carefully for a while, confirming that the sounds must be from bees, toxic ones probably, and he heard them coming from several directions. Li Shu had to stop and listen closely. Before long, he discerned not only toxic bees but also beehives in the room, and there were more than one. The bees would pause their wing vibrations after flying for a while, a scenario applicable not just to an individual bee, but to all the bees, and not in a single location. After Li Shu's calculations, there were 9 beehives in the room, varying in size, height, position, spread throughout. If they rushed through, they'd hit a hive no matter what direction they took. The toxic bees would swarm out, a disaster easily imagined. Let's bypass it, this room is tricky, Li Shu calculated in his mind. Although he could circumvent the hives, unpredictably moving toxic bees complicated matters. If it were just him, it might be manageable, but bringing A Fei along, she couldn't anticipate the bees' paths, and any sudden movement could provoke the hive. After some consideration, Li Shu decided to bypass the room. 26 Chapter 2693, really can't see? Li Shu slowly backed up to the door and reached out to open it. As soon as the door was opened, someone stumbled and rushed in, crashing into the room before Li Shu had a chance to pull him back. The sound of a beehive being smashed and the buzzing of countless poisonous bees flapping their wings filled Li Shu's ears. He immediately grabbed a Fei and dashed out, shutting the door behind them. Ye Yuzhen chased after Li Shu in a frenzy, no longer willing to wait or waste time. He wanted to catch up to Li Shu and kill him directly. With these thoughts, Ye Yuzhen accelerated even further, charging toward the opposite doorway. This door led to the opposite room, and without thinking, he crashed into it. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to hit the door, it opened on its own, causing Ye Yuzhen to lose control and tumble into the room. He kept charging forward for several steps, unable to stop, and nearly collided with a beehive right in front of his face. Li Shu couldn't see, but Ye Yuzhen could. He saw the hive and was startled. Yet, unable to halt his momentum, he had to twist his waist awkwardly to avoid the hive. Luckily, my old waist holds up. It's not so easy to mess with me. Ye Yuzhen thought proudly of his agility and waist strength, but then heard a crunching sound from beneath his feet. Ye Yuzhen's face suddenly changed, his neck stiffly bending down to see a hive crushed under his foot, releasing swarms of poisonous bees. "Ah!" Ye Yuzhen yelled, immediately turning and sprinting back. Watching Li Shu and Ah Fei charge out through the door, he gathered strength in his legs and leaped forward like an arrow, hoping to use his momentum to flee the room. But Li Shu had already closed the door behind him. In midair, Ye Yuzhen couldn't stop himself and slammed into the door with a thud. Buzz, buzz. Swarms of poisonous bees surrounded him, stabbing him with their stingers. Ah, ah! Oh, the screams rang out continuously. Li Shu, pulling a Fei, had long since run into another room, continuing to search for other exits. No matter how he ran, Li Shu's mind seemed like a map. Everywhere he went was memorized, continuously analyzed, calculated, and judged. After more than 20 minutes, Li Shu finally found an exit with a Fei. After they walked out, they saw Sha Chu and 3 other trial takers had already emerged, making 6 people, including Li Shu and a Fei. As the seconds ticked away, no one else came out besides them, 6. At the nearly 30-minute mark, a man with a heavily swollen head resembling a pig's head staggered out in the final seconds. The first trial is over, rewards distributed, clearing in progress. Countdown to the second trial begins. Anyone not participating in the second trial, please remove their trial wristband. Everyone who passed the trial received a demon core and a body strengthening. Ye Yuzhen's eyes were swollen to mere slits, glaring viciously at Li Shu, his appearance looking more pitiful and funny than fierce. "Don't let me see you again, or you'll be dead for sure." Ye Yuzhen thought he was threatening Li Shu fiercely, but his current appearance was simply not intimidating, even amusing. Li Shu chuckled. "Entering the trial ground means submitting to celestial mandate. If you want to kill me, just go ahead. I won't blame you if I die." "Fine, you're fine. Wait for it. Ouch." Ye Yuzhen tried to act tough, but tugged at the wounds on his face, causing him to clutch his face in pain. Touching the bee stings made it worse, prompting his cries. Next time, I'll definitely kill you," Ye Yuzhen cursed, removing his wristband. He truly dared not continue. His body wasn't strong enough to ignore the bee venom. Thankfully, he was already a true trial taker, his physique far surpassing ordinary people. A typical trial taker would have been stung to death long ago and wouldn't have had the chance to threaten Li Shu. The other ordinary trial takers opted out, finding the B-level difficulty already taxing, choosing not to risk further. Li Shu, a Fei, and Sha Chu chose to continue, facing the second trial escape from the dark maze within 20 minutes. The 3 of them set off together, and even though the maze layout had changed, they managed to traverse the dark maze in 20 minutes. With 3 participants left, the next trial unexpectedly became the final one. The rules of the hero trial ground were evidently different from other trial grounds. After receiving the reward, Sha Chu turned to Li Shu and a Fei, saying, "According to precedent, the next trial should require us to escape the dark maze in 10 minutes. It's nearly impossible unless we choose the right rooms every time without a single mistake and aren't delayed by those poisonous insects and beasts inside. It's too hard. I'm giving up. What about you 2? I want to give it a try." Li Shu thought for a moment and said not joining the final trial would mean missing out on the other rewards, which wouldn't satisfy his needs. 127, Chapter 2793, Really Can't See? 3, I give up too. A Fei was the least likely to give up, but she knew she'd only be a burden in such a trial and didn't want to waste Li Shu's time. The final trial lasted only 10 minutes, and Li Shu couldn't afford any distractions, otherwise he could easily die inside. "Let's go together." Li Shu stopped a Fei and asked her to continue the trial because he was already confident of winning. During the first round of the trial, the reason Li Shu took so long to come out was not only due to Ye Yuzhen's disruption and unfamiliarity with the dark maze, but also because Li Shu deliberately walked through most of the rooms. By the second time he walked through the dark maze, Li Shu had confirmed one thing. The maps of both rounds of the dark maze were actually the same, only the angles of the entire dark maze had shifted, making people mistakenly think the layout had changed, though it hadn't changed at all. Because vision is not available in the dark, it's easy to lose one's sense of direction, so it's not easy to discover the real situation. Okay, since Li Shu insisted, a Fei didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. "Are you so sure you can get through without getting lost?" Sha Chu looked at Li Shu with an odd expression, unable to understand where Li Shu's confidence came from. "At most, I might make one mistake, but it shouldn't matter much." Li Shu smiled. "All right, if you're not afraid of dying, then I'll walk this path with you." Sha Chu suddenly changed her mind and decided to join Li Shu in facing the final trial. Xiaochu herself thought it impossible to complete the trial within 10 minutes, but Li Shu seemed highly confident. From her understanding of Li Shu, it was clear that Li Shu wasn't someone who would take risks without confidence, so she chose to join him in the final trial. Deep down, Xiaochu also wanted to know how Li Shu would pass through the dark maze within 10 minutes. The final trial began, indeed, with a 10-minute duration, and both Xiaochu and Afei looked at Li Shu. Hold hands, and you just need to follow me. Li Shu held Afei's hand, and Afei held Xiaochu's hand. The three of them, led by Li Shu, moved quickly in the darkness and opened the first door. After entering the room, Li Shu didn't immediately choose which door to take, but instead felt around the other three walls of the room. Go back. Li Shu's words immediately made Xiaochu's heart tighten. No way, did we take the wrong door on the first try? Xiaochu began to regret, thinking that if Li Shu made a mistake and they couldn't get out of the dark maze in 10 minutes, she'd be doomed with him. Sigh, it turns out you can't trust others too much, only yourself is reliable. Xiaochu thought uneasily. Li Shu led them back to the starting room and then looked towards another door without hesitation. After that, Li Shu didn't hesitate anymore. Once he entered a room, he would rush towards the next door. Sometimes he chose left, sometimes right, and sometimes the door directly in front. Xiaochu couldn't figure out what he was basing his choices on, but not long after, the three of them arrived at the exit, completing the final trial with a time of 9 minutes and 31 seconds, leaving ample time. How did you decide which door to take? Is there some kind of marker in the dark maze? Xiaochu clearly followed Li Shu the whole way, but she still couldn't understand how he navigated it. She simply couldn't see it. This is difficult to explain, and even if you understood, it wouldn't be of much use. Li Shu spoke truthfully. Even if Xiaochu understood what to do, without Li Shu's memory and judgment, knowing it still wouldn't be useful. Xiaochu twitched the corner of her eye but said nothing more. The final trial's rewards appeared before the three of them, and each person could choose one reward. There were 4 possible choices for the B-level trial rewards, though only one could be chosen. Li Shu's 4 options were talent, skill, demon core, and attribute, all common rewards. Without hesitation, Li Shu chose the attribute reward, and his body was infused with a powerful energy, significantly enhancing his physical condition once again. Even the B-level attribute reward is not bad. After another 20 times, I'll probably be able to run like a normal person while carrying the weight of the Fire Lotus sword. Li Shu felt his body's changes, feeling extremely delighted. Afei chose the skill reward, while Xiaochu chose the talent reward. Why did you choose the talent reward when you had a skill reward option? Li Shu asked Xiaochu, curious. Of course, I want skill rewards too, but compared to skills, I tend more towards talent. Although talent isn't as direct as skills, it doesn't require my active use and can function continuously, which is an advantage skills don't have. Xiaochu continued explaining, too many skills, and sometimes you don't know which to choose. For me, having a few high-level skills is more useful than possessing a bunch of low-level ones. Li Shu understood what Xiaochu meant. She didn't think much of B-level skills. After leaving the hero trial ground, the adjutant arranged a dinner specifically to host the three of them and invited them to participate in the next hero's trial. Li Shu and the others gladly accepted, which made the adjutant very happy. The 4 of them toasted to each other with mixed intentions, creating a harmonious scene. Yet Li Shu and his group didn't eat much, and on their way back to the inn, they stopped for another meal. As of now, they didn't know who set up the murderous trial taker. The city lord's mansion was highly suspect, so they had to be cautious. After returning to the inn, they brought some food to Zeman Guan. When they saw him, the sight startled all 3 of them. Zeman Guan's hair was disheveled, and he looked haggard, appearing in worse shape than when he was imprisoned. 128, Chapter 28, 94, Depressed Zeman Guan. Old Guan, what happened? Li Shu asked with concern. Zeman Guan immediately started cursing. The ones doing demon armor development nowadays are a bunch of idiots. They don't work on serious technology, always messing with flashy stuff. One generation after another, almost every year there's a new generation of demon armor. But what kind of crap are they releasing? Does it have any technical value? And those magic armor masters today seem like fools. They treat those pointless gimmicks like treasures, crying and shouting to add them to their magic armor. Some even buy a whole new set with every generation. Haven't they been brainwashed by money? Have cash burning a hole in their pockets? Zeman Guan got more and more agitated as he spoke. Li Shu chuckled and said, actually, you can't blame those magic armor masters. They're just the operators of magic armor and don't know how to build them. Nowadays, the only places that can really come out with new products are Space City and White Knight City. The new products they research are basically not even released to the market. Every time they update, it's just a slight modification of old models, adding some new features. The actual performance improvement isn't too significant, but regular magic armor masters have no choice. If they want to get stronger, they have to buy these products. You buy it and can get a bit stronger, but if you don't, you won't even have the chance to improve. Talking about this makes me even angrier. I gave those idiots a modification plan to truly enhance their magic armor's performance, but they said my technology and plan were outdated. They're just a bunch of know-nothing fools. I changed their control system to the most scientific arrangement, and they said my arrangement wasn't scientific, that it was outdated tech. Bullshit science. Their kind of arrangement is the one that's unscientific, am I right? Their so-called plan isn't for ease of control, it's to slow down the control so those who are less bright can operate the magic armor normally. Sima Guan got even more fired up. Sima Guan's gripe was something Li Shu was aware of. Current control schemes are indeed not the fastest. Initially, magic armors used a faster control scheme. The reason for this backward upgrade was to accommodate some magic armor masters with weaker spiritual sense and multitasking ability. Not all magic armor masters feel that faster response is better. Some simply can't handle such speeds. If that scheme were used, many magic armor masters couldn't operate the magic armor in battle. The magic armors Li Shu used had the most optimized plans. But the ghost-faced magic armor also had this backward upgrade control scheme. This S-class magic armor was just a money-making trick from Space City's first laboratory, something only people like Zheng De could afford. Li Shu wasn't really bothered by it. Even with such a backward upgraded S-class magic armor, he could still handle it just fine. It didn't affect him. Old Guan, calm down. There's no need to get mad over them. By the way, why are you online modifying others' magic armors? Li Shu asked. Just trying to earn some cash. With my magic armor skills, giving those youngsters a modification plan shouldn't be a problem, bringing in loads of money. Who knew they wouldn't recognize quality? Sima Guan said, getting worked up again. Well, keep working on it. When Li Shu heard it was about money, he immediately chose to stay out of it, as he too was short on cash and couldn't help. Li Shu and Afet each returned to their rooms, but as Sha Chu was about to leave, Sima Guan called her back. Young lady, you're with the Changxing Tian group. You've got connections and methods. Can you help me get an S-class magic armor? If not, an A-class will do, Sima Guan said with a smiling face. The situation was now overpowering him. Although Sima Guan used to be the father of demon armor, he couldn't earn a dime now and relied on Li Shu for food, clothing, and shelter. Why do you need magic armor? Sha Chu asked, looking at Sima Guan. Sha Chu was already controlled by Li Shu with the Blood Seal Stone, so Sima Guan wasn't afraid she'd escape or report, and he spoke truthfully. I need a set of magic armor for modification, and afterward, I can use it to control the ones I made previously. Can you really do that? Sha Chu was surprised. She had never heard of such magic armor technology. Others can't, but who am I, Sima Guan? I definitely can. Sima Guan boasted for a moment, then asked, So, can you help me get a set of magic armor? I can, but why not modify Li Shu's set of magic armor? Sha Chu asked suspiciously. Sima Guan was taken aback. Li Shu's magic armor? What magic armor does Li Shu have? Does he have high-grade magic armor, A-class or B-class? I could make do with B-class. Didn't you see it? Sha Chu gestured at the ghost-faced magic armor that Li Shu had left in Sima Guan's room. Since he had to participate in a trial in a few days, Li Shu hadn't taken it with him. This is magic armor? What grade of magic armor is it? Sima Guan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect there to be a set of magic armor right in his room. You can check it yourself, Sha Chu said with a smile. I didn't expect that kid to really have magic armor. Sima Guan walked over, opened the cloth wrapped around the magic armor, and when he saw the magic armor box with black base and purple patterns, his eyes widened. This is S-class magic armor. That kid actually has an S-class magic armor. Why is he carrying this? Can he even use it? 29 Chapter 12-9, 94. Depressed Sima Guan 2. Huh. This magic armor looks kind of familiar. No, wait, I've seen this magic armor before. Isn't this the set from the video? Sima Guan's expression gradually became a bit strange. Sha Chu, where did Li Shu get this magic armor from? Whose magic armor is this? Sima Guan excitedly grabbed Sha Chu's arm. What do you think? Sha Chu enjoyed watching the changing expressions of Sima Guan, finding it quite entertaining. Are you saying this magic armor belongs to Li Shu? He's the magic armor master from the video? Sima Guan's expression was indeed remarkable, flipping through countless expressions in an instant. From surprise to astonishment, and from astonishment to disbelief, then from disbelief to anger, even an actor couldn't change expressions as quickly and richly as Sima Guan. Didn't he already tell you that he was also a magic armor master? Sha Chu's words left Sima Guan looking constipated, his face a bit swollen from being jammed up. How was I supposed to know he's that kind of magic armor master? Damn it, such a powerful magic armor master. Why is he going to the trial ground, acting as a trial taker? Is he out of his mind? Was he kicked in the head by a donkey when he was a kid? Sima Guan, saying this, picked up the magic armor box and stormed off to Li Shu's room. Without knocking, he kicked the door open and tossed the ghost-faced magic armor box in front of Li Shu, demanding, Is this your magic armor? Yes, isn't this the one I left with you this morning? Li Shu was a bit puzzled by Sima Guan's reaction. Sima Guan pounded on the table excitedly. But you didn't tell me this is an S-class magic armor, and you didn't tell me you're the magic armor master from the video? You didn't ask me, and what's the difference whether I told you or not? Li Shu replied. How could it not be different? With your level of magic armor control, why waste time messing around in the trial ground? You're a born magic armor master, a man destined for magic armor. You should be commanding the world's strongest magic armor, which means the magic armor made by me, Zimin Guan. No other magic armor can match you except mine. Zimin Guan got more and more excited as he spoke. Old Guan, I can't use your magic armor. Li Shu's words were like a cold bucket of water poured over Zimin Guan's head. Why not? With your skills, you could definitely handle my magic armor, and only you can handle it. Zimin Guan slapped the table and questioned loudly, but you made me swear an oath that I absolutely couldn't claim your magic armor for myself, that I must find it another suitable owner. I've even sworn an oath, I can't just go back on it. What if the oath comes true? Li Shu spread his hands helplessly. Zimin Guan was dumbfounded, only then remembering such a thing had happened, wishing he could slap himself a couple of times. At the time, he was afraid Li Shu would pocket his magic armor but wouldn't be able to use it, afraid the magic armor would just be buried, so he made Li Shu swear a harsh oath. But how could Zimin Guan have thought that Li Shu was not only a magic armor master, but also an outstanding one that even left Zimin Guan amazed? Now Zimin Guan regretted it deeply, cursing himself for not asking Li Shu a couple more questions back then. But how could he have imagined that such a powerful magic armor master would switch careers to become a trial taker? Even a god couldn't predict that. That doesn't count. It was just something I said casually. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. Zimin Guan shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly. I'm a man of my word, especially after making an oath. I can't knowingly break it. Li Shu, however, shook his head firmly. No matter how good Zimin Guan's magic armor was, Li Shu couldn't use it. Besides, Li Shu was interested in Zimin Guan's technology, the ability to make the magic armor enter the trial ground, not the magic armor itself. Zimin Guan tried every way to convince Li Shu, but Li Shu just wouldn't relent, leaving Zimin Guan extremely frustrated. Fine, if you're really unwilling, I won't force you. Can I borrow your magic armor? After I modify it, it can be used for remote controlling the magic armor I made. Zimin Guan could only settle for second best and borrow Li Shu's magic armor instead. Of course, do you need any materials? Write me a list. Li Shu also wanted to see how good Zimin Guan's magic armor technology really was. Although he was the father of demon armor, that was many years ago. Zimin Guan hadn't touched magic armor for decades, so who knows if he's still capable. That would be great. Don't worry, after it's modified, this magic armor will be much stronger than before. Zimin Guan hurriedly wrote a list and gave it to Li Shu, feeling relieved about these materials. Li Shu saw that most of the list consisted of demon cores and some tools, and there wasn't a demand for S-class demon spirit materials, which reassured him. All my demon cores are here, see if there's anything you can use. Li Shu took out all his demon cores for Zimin Guan to see. Zimin Guan rummaged through them and suddenly his eyes lit up. You even have a S-class demon core with special attributes. Nice, nice. Now that we have the main materials, the other stuff isn't worth much. Just buy them casually. I was originally thinking about using ordinary S-class or even A-class demon cores as a fallback, but that's unnecessary now. Zimin Guan kept fondling the blue demon core that seemed to contain lightning inside, praising it endlessly. 130, Chapter 130, 94. Depressed Zimin Guan 3 Li Shu took a closer look and recognized the demon core as one of the highest-grade cores knocked off from the metal coffin. He had suspected it was an S-class demon core before, but without the proper equipment to confirm it, Li Shu couldn't be sure. As long as it works. You take a few demon cores from here as well, and if you need anything else, trade for it yourself, Li Shu said. Zimin Guan, unabashed, grabbed a handful of demon cores and left, saying as he walked, Don't worry, I will definitely modify the ghost-faced magic armor for you into the world's second-best armor. Why the second-best in the world and not the best? Li Shu asked with a smile. The best in the world is, of course, the set of armor I crafted with my own hands. Are you sure you won't reconsider? You'll regret missing out on that armor for a lifetime, Zimin Guan tried persuading Li Shu again. A person must keep their word, and besides, I'm very afraid of dying, Li Shu laughed. Fine then, it's not like I have to have you. Just don't regret it when you see others wearing my set of armor in the future, Zimin Guan huffed and left. While walking, Zimin Guan thought to himself, Are you kidding? My armor is hot stuff. If you don't want it, I'll find someone else. That deity guy fits my requirements well. If you don't wear it, I'll have him wear it. When he becomes the representative figure of this era's magic armor masters in my armor, we'll see if you regret it. What a waste of talent, not being a magic armor master, but wanting to be a trial taker in that dangerous business. Ridiculous. Not long after Zimin Guan left, Li Shu had just called over the innkeeper to fix the door when Sha Chu came over and sat right down on Li Shu's bed. Her previously torn red dress was perfectly restored. It was unclear whether she used some method to mend it, or if the contract itself had self-repair capabilities. Sha Chu reclined against the head of the bed, her fit physique and dramatic curves making one irresistibly daydream. Don't you know that posing like this in a man's room is a very dangerous thing to do? Li Shu admired the delightful scene before him and said, "It doesn't matter. My life is in your hands anyway. Whatever over-the-top things you want to do to me, I can't refuse, can I?" Shachu said, switching to an even lazier posture while smiling at Li Shu. "What do you want from me?" Li Shu enjoyed women but didn't like the feeling of having to constantly guard against a woman stabbing him in the back while holding her. "Next month, I need to go back to Long Life Heaven. If I don't return in time, not only will I die, but you'll also be implicated after I die." Sha Chu sat up straight and thoroughly explained her predicament. Members like Sha Chu have blood seal stones in Long Life Heaven and must report back periodically. If she doesn't return by the deadline, the commander who controls the blood seal stone will use it to give her a little lesson. If she doesn't return within a month past the deadline and has no sufficient persuasive reason, her blood seal stone will be destroyed, and she will die. Now I'm stuck with 2 blood seal stones, damned if I do, damned if I don't. If I don't die by their hands, I'll die by yours. Living is really tough. Sha Chu sighed. "Where is Long Life Heaven's headquarters located?" Li Shu asked. "I truly don't know. If I did, I would have told you long ago. Every time I go to Long Life Heaven, I'm placed in a coffin and carried in by someone else. And every time I'm in that coffin, I fall asleep quickly, so I truly have no idea where I'm being taken." Sha Chu said helplessly. "If I want to join Long Life Heaven, is there any way to avoid the control of the blood seal stone?" Li Shu asked while staring at Sha Chu. "There isn't, and I advise you not to take the risk either. There are just too many powerful people in Long Life Heaven, you wouldn't be able to hide it," Sha Chu replied. "Got it. When do you plan to leave?" Li Shu nodded. "By mid-month at the latest." Sha Chu thought for a moment and said, "What are you planning to do about the old official's affair?" Li Shu asked again. "I'll hide it for as long as I can. If I end up exposing you all with the mistakes I've committed, even the rules won't let me live," Sha Chu said lightly. "You can leave whenever you want. Take care of yourself," Li Shu said while flipping through some documents, ignoring Sha Chu. "I understand." Sha Chu got up to leave, but stopped at the door, turned back to look at Li Shu, and said, "If you're really determined to join Long Life Heaven, I actually have a way to help you avoid the control of the blood seal stone, but this method requires you to completely trust me. If you ever come to a decision, you can come find me." With that, Sha Chu turned to leave, shutting the door behind her again. "I only trust myself," Li Shu mumbled to himself while looking at the closed door. The next hero's trial is in 3 days, and with nothing to do, Li Shu counted his possessions. Li Shu realized he was indeed short on cash. Without gemstones, he couldn't help demigod Shayna level up. After all, as an E-class demigod, Shayna's abilities were limited. Dealing with low-level magical spirits and magic armor masters was fine, but against A-level or higher spirits and masters, he wouldn't be very effective. Where can I get some diamonds? Li Shu lately often found himself worrying about money, a concern he never had before. "Li Shu, are you free? I have something I need your help with and I'll pay you for it." Just as Li Shu was worried about money, Chu Jun sent him a message. "What is it?" Li Shu replied simply to the message. "I want you to help appraise a batch of gemstones. I'll pay you twice the market rate for the appraisal fee," Chu Jun replied. Li Shu thought, "I don't really have deep knowledge about gemstones, and without equipment, how can I appraise them for you?" Just as he was pondering how to decline Chu Jun, the latter already sent the time and place over. Li Shu called directly, only to hear that the recipient's phone was turned off and his messages went unanswered. Z131, Chapter 31, 95, A Hole in One. "Do you think this kid might have gotten into trouble?" Li Shu looked at the address Chu Jun had sent. Surprisingly, it was outside of Zhongshan City. Li Shu pondered for a moment and still decided to go check it out. He found Zeman Guan. Luckily, he hadn't started modifying the ghost-faced magic armor yet. Li Shu borrowed it for a while. With the ghost-faced magic armor in hand, he left Zhongshan City and headed towards the western slopes. No wonder there's no mobile signal here. Zhongshan City is built in deep mountains and forests. Apart from some signal towers in the city, mobile phones don't have a signal outside the city at all. Why would Chu Jun be appraising gemstones in a place like this? Li Shu arrived at the place Chu Jun mentioned and saw there were no buildings around, just a slope with grass. It seemed like the turf here was laid artificially, as Southern Cross Federation doesn't produce such grass. "Li Shu, over here." Chu Jun was waving at him from a distance. Besides Chu Jun, there were a few people, an old man, a middle-aged man, and a few others who looked like bodyguards or attendants. "Li Shu, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Zhu." Chu Jun introduced everyone, but he only mentioned the old man as Mr. Zhu and the middle-aged man by the surname Yu, addressing him as Mr. Yu. "Mr. Zhu, everyone is here. How about we check the gemstones?" Chu Jun said to the old man, "No rush, let's play some golf first." The old man was holding a golf club, aligning it with the ball on the ground, and then with a swift stroke pushed the ball into the hole. "Mr. Zhou, your golf skills are exceptional. I'm no match for you," Chu Jun said with a smile. "Young people shouldn't be too impatient. How about this? Play around with me. No need for scorecards, just tally the strokes. If you can beat me by 1 stroke, I'll give you a gemstone. However many strokes you win by, I'll give you that many gemstones today. How does that sound?" Mr. Zhou said with a smile. Chu Jun hesitated and didn't say a word. Li Shu realized this. Mr. Zhou was deliberately making things difficult for Chu Jun, probably not intending to do business with him today. Mr. Zhou, do my winning strokes count too? Li Shu asked with a smile. Of course, young man. You like playing golf too? Mr. Zhou assessed Li Shu and asked with a smile. I don't play much, but I'm interested. In this era, exercising is beneficial, don't you think? Pretending not to notice Chu Jun signaling to him continuously, Li Shu replied with a smile. All right, let's play around then. Same rules. If you can win by a stroke, I'll take out a gemstone. This is a standard 18-hole course. The par is 72 strokes. When I was younger, I used to score under 60 strokes. Now I'm old and probably can't hit under 60 anymore. Mr. Zhou said as he got into an electric four-wheeler and drove towards the tee. Chu Jun pulled Li Shu onto another vehicle, driving while asking him, Li Shu, how's your golf game? Mr. Zhou used to be at a professional level and even set records. No worries. Why don't you tell me what the rules of golf are first? Li Shu asked. You don't know the rules? Chu Jun looked at Li Shu with wide eyes, almost losing control of the vehicle. Just tell me the rules first, Li Shu said with a smile. There's not much hope anyway. Just think of it as some exercise, Chu Jun said, feeling a bit speechless, but he still explained the rules to Li Shu. Simply put, on this course there are 18 holes. You have to hit the ball into each hole in sequence, using as few strokes as possible. The total length of the 18 holes is around 6,000 meters. For a standard 18 holes, the usual par is 72. Someone like Mr. Zhou can complete the 18 holes with around 60 strokes, which is already at a professional level. Generally, someone who isn't skilled might take hundreds of strokes, and amateurs, depending on their level, generally score 80 to 90 or a bit more. Over 100 is common too. How many strokes do you want to win by? Li Shu asked Chu Jun after understanding the rules. Hopefully, at least 5 strokes, but since you're not familiar with the rules, there's no pressure. Just play casually. Chu Jun said. Li Shu smiled and didn't say anything, wanting to repay the favor that Chu Jun had done by obtaining the qualification to enter the hero trial ground for him. Now was the perfect opportunity to repay that favor. When they reached the tee, Mr. Zhu first chose a club and hit a few balls to warm up. Mr. Yu, Li Shu, and Chu Jun all tried hitting a few balls to warm up and get a feel of the game. This hole is a par 4, and the distance is over 200 meters. Mr. Zhou said with a smile. When I was young, at a par 4 like this, I often only used 2 strokes and frequently scored double eagle. Li Shu didn't understand what double eagle meant and looked over at Chu Jun. Chu Jun explained in a low voice. 1 stroke under par is called a birdie, 2 strokes under is an eagle, and 3 strokes under is a double eagle. There are other names too. For a hole with a maximum par of 5 strokes, if you get a hole-in-one, you'd be 4 strokes under par. What do you call that? Li Shu asked. In theory, it's called a triple eagle, but it's very rare to happen. 5-stroke holes are over 400 meters long. Even professional players find it hard to hit that far. Of course, nowadays many trial takers can hit that far, but it's tough to get a hole-in-one, and triple eagle is not commonly heard of. Chu Jun thought for a moment and replied. 132, Chapter 132, 95, a hole-in-one too. It seems like you aren't very familiar with golf, young man, Boss Zhou said with a smile. You'll get used to it if you play, Li Shu replied. Okay, let you take the first shot then. Boss Zhou felt the young man was somewhat conceited and seemed a bit unhappy. Li Shu didn't refuse either, standing on the tee, gripping the club, and posed for the shot. He had watched others swing posture just now and had practiced as well. To him, getting a hole-in-one from this distance wasn't a problem. Watching Li Shu, Boss Zhou smiled slightly, thinking to himself, Young man, don't underestimate golf. There's lots of knowledge in it. You've even chosen the wrong club and still want to play against me? Do you really think old folks are easy to bully? While Boss Zhou was contemplating, Li Shu twisted his waist and swung his arms, already sending the ball flying. Seeing the ball soaring into the sky, Boss Zhou was a bit surprised. The shot was extremely long, the curve wasn't bad, and the direction seemed straight. Boss Zhou hurriedly picked up the binoculars, staring at the direction of the golf ball. To his astonishment, the ball was actually headed towards the green's golf hole. However, it looked a bit high, likely to miss the hole. In the next second, Boss Zhou's eyes widened. The ball landed on the flagpole at the lip of the hole, was deflected by the flag, and fell right into the hole. Is this beginner's luck? Boss Zhou's expression was somewhat peculiar, but he still believed it was just Li Shu's luck. Hole-in-one, beautiful, Chu Jun shouted excitedly. Haha, beginner's luck is indeed good. The flag did you a big favor, Boss Zhou commented. Next was Boss Zhou's turn. He took a deep breath, aimed carefully at the green, hoping for a hole-in-one as well. Unfortunately, the heavens did not favor him. Though the ball landed on the green, it didn't reach the hole. Mr. Yu and Chu Jun were even further off. Chu Jun's shot missed the direction entirely. They left the tee and continued playing golf. Boss Zhou took only 2 shots on this standard par 4 hole, initially a score worth celebrating. Yet, with Li Shu's hole-in-one earlier, Boss Zhou couldn't be pleased. For the second shot, Boss Zhou still let Li Shu go first. He and Mr. Yu sat chatting on the bench behind. Young people are too impatient. The wind is strong now, and they don't even think to avoid it. Like a calf unafraid of tigers, Boss Zhou said, squinting at the waving flag. Youngsters can't be as patient as old-timers like you, Boss Joe. They still have much to learn, Mr. Yu said, following Boss Joe's lead. It's not up to me to teach, the world will give them a lesson first. Boss Joe watched Li Shu hit the ball into the wind, squinting more and more. Unlike sports like soccer or basketball, golf is more susceptible to environmental influence. Though the wind doesn't seem strong, once the ball is in the air for long flights, it gets significantly affected and deviates from the target. Li Shu's shot drifted widely in the air as expected. Initially, Boss Joe was laughing, but as the ball drifted farther and then began to descend, his smile gradually faded. The ball was originally way off, but influenced by the wind, it gradually neared the hole's position, seemingly about to land in. Boss Joe suddenly stood up, took the binoculars to watch, catching the moment the ball entered the hole. Young man, your luck is really something, Boss Joe said, forcing a smile. Luck is part of strength too, Li Shu said calmly, not giving Boss Joe any face. Boss Joe coughed lightly. You rest for a while first. We'll head to the next hole together after we're done. The next hole is a 5-par, not easy. Turning his face away, Boss Joe's smile vanished immediately, grumbling, today's youngsters really aren't lovable, not a bit humble. This hole was a par 3, and Boss Joe scored a good 2 strokes, still unable to feel happy. At the third hole, Boss Joe sat leisurely, still thinking, I don't believe your luck can be so good, even if it's enough. This hole covers 500 yards. I don't believe you can rely on luck to make another hole-in-one. If you do, I'll eat my club. Boss Joe, what makes you so happy? Mr. Yu asked, puzzled after seeing Boss Joe smiling. I'm thinking, this young man is quite talented, just has a bad temper. If he could change it, he might become an excellent golf player, perhaps useful for us, Boss Joe said. I think he's doing well now. If possible, I'd like to talk to him later, Mr. Yu said. No way, you want him to participate in trials? Just based on those 2 shots, which were pure luck, Boss Joe said, surprised. Aren't you afraid he'll waste the hard-earned opportunity? I don't think it was luck. This young man is impressive, Mr. Yu replied seriously. Impressive how? You don't understand golf. Those 2 shots were luck. Who can specifically aim for those hole-in-ones? I tell you, if he gets another hole-in-one, I'll eat my club, Boss Joe accidentally blurted out his inner thought. 133, chapter 395, a hole-in-one 3. The distance is indeed a bit too far. It's quite challenging to get a hole-in-one on a par 5, Mr. Yu was saying as Li Shu had already hit the ball into the air. He was still using the same iron club as before, typically used for tee shots on a par 3, not really suitable for hitting long distances. Li Shu started with this club and never changed it. At the moment of striking the ball, a skill brand appeared on Li Shu's finger, which was an E-level blood-boiling skill. With the swinging of Li Shu's hands and waist, the club head struck the white ball, sending it flying high towards the direction of the green. Seeing the ball flying high and far, and even heading towards the green, Boss Joe suddenly stood up and walked directly to the tee box with a pair of binoculars to take a closer look. No way, impossible, it can't go in. Boss Joe's expression kept changing, his mouth twitching as if he was about to shout out his thoughts. Clang! The ball went straight into the hole once again, clean and without any hesitation. This is doable, Boss Joe stared blankly, feeling a bit numb, now doubting whether Li Shu was a simulation robot, as it seemed impossible for a normal person to play with such accuracy. This was a hole more than 500 yards away. A hole-in-one like this was something Boss Joe had never seen in his entire golfing life. Not to mention Boss Joe, even Chu Jun was dumbfounded. This wasn't playing golf anymore, it was like firing a missile with a tracking device. Li Shu, you're incredible. This shot is as accurate as a guided missile, Chu Jun said happily to Li Shu. Upon hearing Chu Jun's words, Boss Joe was intrigued, stopped playing, and had his bodyguard retrieve the ball Li Shu hit, splitting it in half, suspecting that there might be some tracking device inside, otherwise, how could it be so accurate? Boss Joe had already forgotten that this was his own ball. Of course, the result was that there was nothing inside, only making Boss Joe more depressed. For the next hole, Boss Joe didn't play anymore because there was nothing worth playing. As Li Shu got a hole-in-one every time, Boss Joe felt that golf had lost its meaning, and he didn't want to play it anymore. Not playing anymore? Just tell me how many gemstones you need. Watching Li Shu get another hole-in-one, Boss Joe simply threw down the club in his hand. Boss Joe, I don't want much. Just the 5 gemstones we previously agreed upon. I'll purchase them at the agreed price, Chu Jun said, suppressing his inner excitement. No need to pay. The gemstones are on me. Can I borrow this young man? Boss Joe directly had a bodyguard bring a box full of gemstones and opened it to reveal large and small gems, with many over 3 or 5 carats, and larger ones in over a dozen carats, all high-end rubies and sapphires, not the cheap tourmaline stones. Boss Joe picked out 5 sapphires and handed them to Chu Jun, his gaze fixed on Li Shu without discussing the price at all. Boss Joe, Li Shu has no intention to offend. This is all my fault, Chu Jun hurriedly said. You've misunderstood. I'm not trying to trouble him. Just want to chat with this young man, exchange some tips and experiences, nothing more. Boss Joe waved his hand hastily, only wanting to know how Li Shu could play so accurately. This, Chu Jun found it hard to decide, so he looked at Li Shu. No problem. Li Shu nodded in agreement. Boss Joe was overjoyed, pulling Li Shu directly into his car, eagerly asking, "Young man, could you tell me, do you have any tricks when playing? How could you play so accurately?" "It's not really a trick. I once gained talent to enhance control and accuracy in a trial ground." Li Shu attributed it all to the trial taker's talent. "Ah, so you're a trial taker. Trial takers who can gain talent are not simple, and I didn't expect you to achieve such feats at such a young age. Your future achievements are limitless." Boss Joe kept praising Li Shu, almost raising him to the skies. In the car behind, Chujun's expression grew more peculiar. The Gem King of Red Sand City, Zhou Beilong, flattering a young man and doing so quite elegantly. If this got out, nobody would believe it. Though the 5 main cities of the Southern Cross Federation are said to be equals, in name something standing equal. But in reality, Red Sand City wields the most power among the 5, as it produces the world's finest rubies, and also the best sapphires, making it standing as the strongest among the cities. Of course, Tyrone City can hardly be considered one of the 5 main cities anymore, as even some towns with slightly better development are doing better than Tyrone City's current situation. Zhou Beilong, proclaimed the Gem King of Red Sand City, holds shares in at least a third of Red Sand City's gemstone mines. In fact, he has shares in many gemstone mines across the Southern Cross Federation. Such a bigwig, with just this one hobby, happened to be caught by Li Shu, and Zhou Beilong was smitten by it. Eager to find out which trial ground could give him the same ability as Li Shu's, he seemed all set to give it a try himself. Of course, even if Zhou Beilong wanted to go, it's unlikely anyone would actually dare to let him in. If anything were to happen to Zhou Beilong, it would spell major trouble for the Southern Cross Federation. Zhou Beilong invited Li Shu and Chu Jun, along with Mr. Yu, to have dinner together, specifically seating Li Shu next to him, looking quite cordial. Initially, Chu Jun wanted Li Shu to appraise his gemstones, but now it was unnecessary because Zhou Beilong wouldn't take his money. 5 sapphires, each over 3 carats, were all given for free. Who needs an appraisal for free gems? 134, Chapter 34, 9-6, Gambler's Mentality. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhou Beilong said with a smile, "Brother, I've seen many trial takers, real ones too, and there are people like that around me. But someone like you, there isn't a single one. Your golfing skills can't just be relying on a trial taker's abilities, right? Skills are just a part of it. The key is to rely on oneself." Zhou Beilong understood, so Li Shu didn't need to say more. "All right, with those words, I, Zhou Beilong, don't feel wronged about losing." Zhou Beilong poured a drink for Li Shu. "Are you interested in helping me out? I happen to have a trial gate here, and the trial project within it is golf. In my lifetime, I don't have many skills, just 2 advantages. One is that I'm good at golf, the other is that I have money. Of course, I definitely can't play as well as you, but I'm certainly much better than most people." Zhou Beilong continued, "At my age, I have almost everything, except my health isn't great. I thought about going to the trial ground to enhance my physique. Otherwise, with so many wives at home, who knows which bastard might benefit." "What do you mean?" Li Shu seemed to understand a bit. "What I mean is, I'm not daring enough to risk other trial gates, but I'm good at golf and confident. As long as it's not a high-level trial, I should be fine. But, as they say, better safe than sorry, so I want to ask you to guard me." Zhou Beilong said, "It shouldn't be as simple as just guarding you, right?" Li Shu said lightly. Zhou Beilong's subordinates even included real trial takers. For just enhancing physical fitness in a low-level trial ground, there was no need to find him. Finding a few professional trial takers would be an easy task. "Brother, you're indeed a wise man," Zhou Beilong laughed. "Actually, this trial gate doesn't fully belong to me yet. There's another person in the dispute. We've agreed to settle it through a trial. Whoever wins the trial will own this trial gate. I am determined to win this trial gate. If you help me win it, you can name any conditions," Zhou Beilong said. "First, tell me the rules of the trial." Li Shu didn't name a price, just asked one question. "It's just the rules of golf, a one-on-one duel. The winner passes the trial, the loser dies." Zhou Beilong didn't hide anything and explained the rules clearly. "I can take this job, but I have a condition." Li Shu looked at Zhou Beilong and said, "Go ahead." Zhou Beilong also looked at Li Shu, curious to know Li Shu's conditions. "I want to enter the Gate of Purgatory," Li Shu said slowly. "You want to enter the Gate of Purgatory?" Both Zhou Beilong, Mr. Yu, and Shu Jun were surprised upon hearing that. The Gate of Purgatory is very famous in the Southern Cross Federation. Everyone knows it's hard to open and even harder to come out alive. "Yes, I want to enter the Gate of Purgatory. Is there a way?" Li Shu asked. "That might be difficult. Since that incident, the Gate of Purgatory has been sealed by the City Lord, and no one is allowed to open it. Brother, why are you so determined to go to such a place? Out of 1,000 who enter, only 1 comes out alive, and then they disappear without a trace." Zhou Beilong glanced at Mr. Yu and said, "I just heard about the wonders of the Gate of Purgatory and wanted to witness it." Li Shu said, "That place is best not to be witnessed. It's a place where you can enter but never return. Here's the deal. You can enter any of the trial gates under my name anytime, and I'll cover all the gemstones needed to open them." If there's a chance in the future, I can also arrange for you to enter the Gate of Purgatory, and I'll cover the gemstones for that too. However, I can't guarantee that there will definitely be a chance. After all, it's not up to me to decide. It depends on when the Red Sand City Lord unseals the trial gate, Zhou Beilong mused as he spoke. Deal. Li Shu was quite satisfied with these terms. What he lacked now was the opportunity to enter the trial gate. After signing the contract with Zhou Beilong sent a list to Li Shu, surprisingly detailing 13 trial gates under his name. 5 of them were near Red Sand City, while the rest were spread across the Southern Cross Federation. The nearest trial gate from here is over in Red Sand City, so he couldn't rush there immediately. Li Shu could only wait until matters here were settled before heading to Zhou Beilong's side. The golf duel on Zhou Beilong's side was also in Red Sand City, set for a month later. He could head over a few days earlier, which wouldn't interfere with matters in Zhongshan City. Li Shu also inquired with Zhou Beilong about the Zhongshan City Lord. Zhou Beilong seemed to have some reservations, not explaining clearly, only stating that the Zhongshan City Lord held a prominent position in the Southern Cross Federation and advising him not to provoke that person. I didn't expect your golfing skills to be so good. Had I known, I wouldn't have needed to work so hard and could have just asked you to accompany him in playing, Chujun said with a smile on the way back. It's just casual playing, nothing much. Li Shu replied absent-mindedly as he thought about the Zhongshan City Lord. He already knew Zhou Beilong's identity, and even Zhou Beilong, the Gem King, was wary of the Zhongshan City Lord, which meant the Zhongshan City Lord's identity was certainly not simple. Jimin Guan wanting to retrieve his demon armor would probably not be so easy. Why do you want to enter the Gate of Purgatory? Chujun asked curiously. 135, Chapter 135, 9-6, Gambler's Mentality 2. The real trial taker would certainly want to go there. It's just a matter of courage, Li Shu answered. Indeed. Chujun nodded, seemingly lost in thought. After returning to the inn, Li Shu handed the ghost-faced magic armor to Zimin Guan. His room was filled with a lot more tools, but Li Shu doubted whether these simple tools could really be used to modify the demon armor. He had seen the equipment and tools in the Space City's demon armor laboratory, which were far more advanced than these. Just trust me with it. A true master only needs the most basic tools to craft the finest demon armor. I'll show you what real handcrafted demon armor looks like. Zimin Guan saw Li Shu's doubts and immediately began to boast. Li Shu shook his head and returned to his room. When the hero's trial ground opened again, Li Shu and the other two went together to the City Lord's mansion. Before they left, Zimin Guan reminded them that they could participate in the hero's trial at most 2 more times, after which there might be an A-rank trial. Li Shu didn't care if it was A-rank or not. If it turned out to be S-rank, even better, as he was worried about not having places to earn attributes. By trying to earn attribute rewards in these trials, his body would be strengthened, and he would no longer be affected by the Fire Lotus sword, thereby increasing his completion speed. Besides the 3 of them, the City Lord of Zhongshan City also called in 7 trial takers, 2 of whom were familiar faces from last time, while the others seemed unfamiliar and were likely newly recruited. One of the familiar faces was Ye Yuzhen. When he saw Li Shu, Ye Yuzhen glared at him fiercely. It had only been 3 days, and his injuries had almost healed. The adjutant led them to the hero's trial ground, and they each walked in one by one, arriving once again at that white room. Welcome to the hero's trial ground. The A-rank trial is about to begin. The trial rules are as follows. An electronic synthesized voice began. The A-rank trial arrived sooner than Zimin Guan had anticipated. It turned out to be an A-rank this time. The first round, the Dark Maze trial, had a countdown as long as 1 hour, double that of the B-rank trial. It seemed as though the difficulty had decreased. Everyone knew very well that the difficulty hadn't decreased, but rather the challenge within the Dark Maze had increased, thus the time was extended. Seeing that it was an A-rank trial, Ye Yuzhen's expression became serious as well. He had never done an A-rank trial before and didn't know what changes would occur in the A-rank Dark Maze. Although he had the advantage of vision, a maze isn't something you can simply navigate by sight. Ye Yuzhen glared at Li Shu and decided to scout the maze first, then look for trouble with Li Shu if there was extra time. Seeing Ye Yuzhen's glare, Li Shu smiled at him. Ye Yuzhen snorted coldly, turned his head away, ignoring Li Shu's provocation. Other trial takers, upon seeing the A-rank trial, each showed an unusually grim face. The difficulty far surpassed the previous trials. Several of these trial takers had participated in the hero's trial before, but those trials were only E-rank and D-rank, with few even having seen a B-rank. This sudden A-rank made them think their luck was just bad. As the countdown ended, the light screen suddenly went out, and the entire room fell into darkness as the doors, sealed by invisible forces, were opened by the trial takers. They each chose different directions and charged out. Ye Yuzhen didn't rush out, nor did he pursue them. In an A-rank trial, there were already few who could come out alive. He didn't need to waste his time. Letting them die in the trial was just the same. Initially, Ye Yuzhen intended to explore the exit himself, but then he saw Li Shu and his 2 companions walking hand in hand in the direction he had planned to go. This works too. Let those 3 explore the way for me, Ye Yuzhen thought to himself, and followed behind them. This time, he didn't plan to make a move, but if something happened to Li Shu and the others, he didn't mind taking advantage of the situation. They made such a mess for me last time. This time I'll play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ye Yuzhen thought more and more proudly, deeply impressed by his own ingenuity. Li Shu was walking at the forefront, moving very slowly, and after pushing open each door, he'd listen carefully for a while before entering. Fortunately, the first few rooms didn't have anything special, yet Li Shu still proceeded with caution. There had been venomous snakes and fierce beasts in the B-rank dark maze. Who knew what might appear in the A-rank dark maze? Just as Li Shu was thinking, he suddenly felt his right foot sink down, as if the floor had collapsed beneath him. No good, there's a trap. Li Shu immediately sensed danger and shouted to warn Fei and Sha Chu, but the three of them had just walked to the center of the room, equally distant from every door. It was too late to advance or retreat. Ye Yuzhen, who had just followed them in, was startled when he heard Li Shu shout about a trap and turned around, trying to escape. But the door, which had opened with just a push, wouldn't budge at all now. Boom! The floor within the room suddenly had many spots collapse, leaving only a few column-like cubes at their original height. Ye Yuzhen only felt his footing give way, his body starting to fall. He frantically swung his arms, trying to grasp onto something. 136. Chapter 136, 96 Gambler's Mentality. 3. Fortunately, his luck wasn't bad. Right next to him was a square pillar. He grabbed the edge of the pillar and climbed up. Looking down at the sunken area next to him, a cold sweat instantly broke out. The sunken area was over 10 meters deep, with the bottom filled with steel spikes nearly a meter long. If he had fallen, he would have been skewered like a honeycomb. Li Shu and Fei stood on the central pillar, while Sha Chu had already released Fei's hand and was standing on a nearby pillar. Li Shu couldn't see a thing. He carefully tested the edge of the pillar with his foot, discovering that all four sides were empty, leaving no path to walk on. Are you guys okay? Sha Chu's voice carried over. All good. Li Shu heard Sha Chu's voice and immediately understood. There must be parts of this room that haven't sunk. We have to jump to those unsunken areas to pass through this room. But how do we know which areas haven't sunk? Sha Chu attempted to use a chi, trying to illuminate the room with its light, but it didn't work at all. The chi seemed as lifeless as a dead object, without any reaction. Ye Yuzhen stood on a pillar, laughing heartily. He could see clearly and knew where the pillars were. It was easy for him to get out. Li Shu and his crew couldn't see. If they randomly jumped in any direction, they'd likely fall and be skewered like a honeycomb. Although it's a bit of a pity that I can't personally take you guys down, watching you die is still satisfying. Ye Yuzhen suddenly spoke. So you're here too, Li Shu said. Keheh, of course I'm here. How could I miss seeing you guys turned into a sieve? To tell you the truth, those sunken areas are filled with sharp spikes. Falling in is a dead end, Ye Yuzhen said mockingly. Want me to tell you where you can safely land? Sure, thanks a lot, Li Shu replied with a smile. Hehe, listen closely. Directly in front of you, 2 spaces away from the block you're standing on, there's another square pillar to land on. Go ahead and jump, Ye Yuzhen said with a sneer. Ye Yuzhen really didn't lie to Li Shu. There actually was a square landing point there, but he expected Li Shu wouldn't dare believe him. As long as Li Shu didn't trust him, regardless of the other 3 directions, any jump would lead to death. He deliberately pointed out the escape route, effectively making Li Shu too afraid to choose the safe path. Yet, just as he finished speaking, Li Shu jumped into the darkness, landing on the spot he mentioned. Thanks, pal. What's next? Li Shu had Fei jump over too, while Sha Chu jumped to their previous position. Ye Yuzhen's eye twitched in anger. This guy is sharp. He must have figured I'd deliberately point out the correct direction. I don't believe he still dares trust me. I'll point out another correct direction and see if he dares jump again. 2 spaces to the right is a pillar. Ye Yuzhen barely finished speaking before Li Shu jumped again. Once again, Li Shu jumped exactly where Ye Yuzhen said, landing steadily on the pillar. Fei and Sha Chu also moved in turn, getting closer to the exit door. No way, is that kid pretending he can't see and putting on an act for me? Ye Yuzhen had long suspected Li Shu could see, but upon thinking about it felt it was wrong. If he could see, he would have gone straight across. What's the game? Then what? Li Shu's voice came through again. I refuse to believe there's anyone in the world who completely trusts their enemy. Ye Yuzhen sounded like a gambler pushed to despair. After betting several singles and connecting on doubles, he refused to believe it wouldn't be single again, decisively betting on doubles once more. Ye Yuzhen pointed in the correct direction, and Li Shu jumped without hesitation, landing on the pillar. Trying to play psychological games with me, huh? I'll show you what real psychological battles look like. Ye Yuzhen was frustrated. He heard Li Shu ask where to jump next and sneered. Next, there are 6 pillars until you reach the other side. The sequence is front left, left, front. If you trust me, just jump. Seeing Li Shu and his crew actually follow his guidance and jump across one pillar after another, Ye Yuzhen sneered inwardly. Among the 6 steps, the first 4 were correct. He sought to use these 4 steps to trap Li Shu in a gambler's mindset, while the 5th step was actually to the right, not left. If Li Shu didn't have a gambler's mindset, he wouldn't trust Ye Yuzhen's guidance after 4 steps, leading to a dead end. If Li Shu did have a gambler's mindset, then the 5th step would be fatal. As for the 6th step, it didn't matter. The 5th step was already a kill shot. Watching Li Shu lead a Fei and Shachu step by step, following his guidance for all 4 jumps, Ye Yuzhen's lips curled into an evil smile. Sure enough, this guy has the gambler's mindset, which means this step is his death step. Ye Yuzhen looked at Li Shu, a voice inside him shouting, jump down, this is your fate." To Ye Yuzhen's surprise, Li Shu finally jumped, but not to the left. He jumped right instead. "What's going on? Why would he jump to the right?" Ye Yuzhen shouted in disbelief. He didn't understand how Li Shu managed to see through his plot. It seemed impossible. His plan was flawless. "Pal, although I'm not that smart, you can't treat me like an idiot, right? According to your words, jumping left would lead to the corner wall, while jumping right faces the door directly." Li Shu's words felt like a thunderbolt to Ye Yuzhen. His face flushed red. He had focused solely on the gambler's mindset, never considering this issue. Ye Yuzhen now wished a hole would open up to hide in. Such a basic mistake felt humiliating. "Thanks, buddy." Without your guiding light, passing through this room would have taken much longer. Li Shu had already led Afei and Shachu through the door, giving a final thanks to Ye Yuzhen as he turned back. I-113-7, Chapter 113-7, 97 Land of Trial. Ye Yuzhen was so angry he almost spat blood. If he'd known, he wouldn't have said anything. It would have been better to watch Li Shu and the others fall. "My cultivation isn't up to par yet. I need to stay calm, stay calm." Ye Yuzhen took a deep breath, but he couldn't swallow down his frustration. His chest felt tight. Ye Yuzhen stopped trying to take deep breaths, leaping over the pillar and continuing to follow them. The A-level trial was much harder than the previous B-level one. Li Shu didn't dare lead Afei and Shachu directly into a room anymore. Even if he couldn't hear any noise inside the room, Li Shu would go in first himself to make sure there was no danger before letting Afei and Shachu enter. "Let me go in front," Afei said to Li Shu. She had the abstention skill. In case of danger, she could directly retreat. "No need." Li Shu shook his head. They didn't know how big the A-level dark maze was yet. He had to explore quickly. Letting Afei go first would be too slow. "Shachu, didn't your body glow before? Why aren't you using it here?" Li Shu looked at Shachu. "Do you think I don't want to use it? It doesn't work here in the trial ground. You can only rely on your own skills during a trial. Nothing else works." "You can only use it after you leave the trial ground," Shachu sighed. "What use is it after the trial ground?" Li Shu was a bit puzzled why Qi, demon spirits, and Shachu's abilities couldn't be used within the trial ground. Once outside the trial ground, it's the domain of the magic armor master. Even the real trial takers can't compete with the magic armor master. Of course it's useful. "Once you've passed through the trial ground, it becomes useful," Shachu said. "You're talking about what's behind the admission ticket?" Li Shu asked as he walked. "Haven't you gone in?" Shachu probed. "No, tell me, what's behind the admission ticket?" Li Shu didn't plan to hide anything. That's the real land of trial. To use an improper analogy, the trial ground is like a school, a place for learning and training. The land of trial is the real world. Without ability, entering the land of trial will get you beaten up. Shachu paused, then continued, "I've only been to one land of trial, not that I couldn't go to others. Every trial ground has a corresponding land of trial, and you can enter if you have the admission ticket. But no one can guarantee you'll come out alive. The first time I entered that land of trial, I survived by luck and was barely 9 lives from death, so I haven't gone to any other land of trial since then. Even after obtaining the S-level Good and Evil Punisher, I've only gone to the land of trial I'm familiar with." "After getting the admission ticket, how do you enter the land of trial?" Li Shu asked again. "Complete the agreement with Qi, and the copper lamp will naturally guide you into the land of trial. Once you get the contract for this trial ground, the next time you enter, there won't be a contract, and the trial gate will be open, so you can enter directly. But I advise you not to attempt entering the land of trial without thorough preparation. You'll lose your life." Shachu thought for a moment and added, "However, since you have so many demon spirits, your chances of survival should be a bit higher than the average trial taker." Shachu continued saying, "Each land of trial is different, so my experience is of no use to you. The only useful information is to prepare for battling demon spirits." Li Shu understood Shachu's point. Demon spirits vary in type and have vastly different abilities. Knowing just one type of demon spirit's ability isn't useful. If there's a chance, I ought to go in and take a look. Li Shu suddenly stopped. He heard a hissing sound coming from within a just-opened door. Before Li Shu could close the door, he smelled something fishy, as something swept in with a foul wind. Li Shu quickly backed away, shouting loudly, "Get out of the way, something's rushing out." Afei and Shachu immediately retreated to the sides. Shachu was about to charge into the room but felt something bind her leg, so she immediately punched downwards. Bang! The fist hit the thing, feeling oily and cold. Even with such a punch, an iron plate would have been dented, but the thing didn't release her leg. Instead, it wrapped around her body, instantly making Shachu lose her balance and fall to the ground. "It's a python. I've been caught by a giant python," Shachu shouted. Li Shu had already heard what it was. He pushed Ah Fei into the opened room, rushing to Shachu's side. Using sound to locate, the skill brand flashed, and he struck the python's cloacal area. The python immediately let go. Shachu quickly freed herself and rushed into the room with Li Shu, shutting the door behind them. Ye Yuzhen had just entered this room and was startled by the raging python. There was no time to escape. The giant python pounced swiftly. What the heck? Ye Yuzhen, shocked and angry, turned to flee. Fortunately, this time he retreated quickly enough back to the previous room, shutting the door behind him. There was a thud, presumably the sound of the python hitting the door. Seeing the python was more than 10 meters long and frighteningly thick, Ye Yuzhen didn't want to tangle with it and had to take a different path, no longer daring to chase Li Shu and the others. Li Shu and his group moved through room after room, quickly noticing a pattern. The A-level dark maze was essentially built upon the B-level with additional outer layers of rooms, featuring more traps and rooms filled with venomous snakes and beasts. 138, Chapter 28, 9-7 Land of Trial 2, but the path out of the maze hadn't changed. As long as you could figure out the maze's direction, the path ahead was the same. You just needed to explore the routes to the rooms on the later floors. With this discovery, continuing to find the way was much easier. Accompanied by Ah Fei and Sha Chu, they passed through room after room. Although they encountered some traps and beasts, they managed to escape unharmed. It took less than half an hour to reach the exit. By the time the countdown ended, Ye Yuzhen was the only person to come out. None of the other trial takers emerged. Ye Yuzhen glared venomously upon seeing that Li Shu and the others were still alive. After claiming his rewards, Ye Yuzhen decided to give up. Even he was unwilling to easily risk an A-grade trial again. The second round only lasts for half an hour. Are we continuing? Shachu looked to Li Shu. Of course. Li Shu had already figured out the map of the A-grade dark maze. Clearing it in half an hour would be no problem. The three of them entered the second round of the trial. Under Li Shu's guidance, they reached the exit without incident and claimed their rewards once more. The third time became the final trial, with only 15 minutes. But it was still not a problem for Li Shu. This time, under Li Shu's leadership, they bypassed all the traps, poisonous insects, and fierce beasts, and rushed out of the exit within 15 minutes. Final trial completed. Rewards are being randomly generated. Each trial taker can choose 2 rewards. Soon, 4 rewards appeared in front of Li Shu. He immediately spotted the admission ticket. Finally, another admission ticket. Li Shu was delighted and chose the attribute reward first, then the admission ticket. Skills and talents were important, but what Li Shu needed more at the moment was attributes. After the attributes were injected, Li Shu felt a significant improvement in his physical fitness. If he were to try to wield the Fire Lotus sword now, with the blood-boiling skill and super exciting boost, it should be much easier to lift. The black admission ticket turned into a black hole, sucking Li Shu inside. Dim copper lamp, ancient stone table, everything was still just as familiar, but the things on the stone table were different this time. What's this? Li Shu moved closer to examine the black object on the table, and it turned out to be a pair of sunglasses. This contract really has everything. A pair of sunglasses. Why not give me a pair of underwear? Li Shu internally mocked, but didn't stomp his feet, walking to the front of the table. He activated the S-grade blood-boiling skill and reached out with both hands to lift the sunglasses. After so many enhancements, Li Shu's strength was now much greater than before. Combined with the double strength boost of the S-grade blood boiling, the pair of sunglasses that was extremely heavy to hold was lifted up bit by bit. It still felt heavy, but unlike before, it could be lifted. The moment the sunglasses left the tabletop, an eerie voice sounded. Congratulations, insignificant carbon-based life form. You have obtained the qualification to become a life entity with the advanced life form contract. It is called the Dark Mirror. Use your blood to complete the life pact with it. From now on, you will be inseparable. It will be the foundation of your growth. With his previous experience of the Fire Lotus, Li Shu knew that this voice could converse, so he asked, "What rank is this Dark Mirror contract?" "Radiant." The eerie voice indeed answered Li Shu's question. "This thing is of a higher quality than the Fire Lotus sword." Li Shu looked at the sunglasses in his hand, surprised. "Would you like to complete the life pact with the Dark Mirror?" the eerie voice continued to ask. "Yes." Li Shu didn't hesitate and made his decision immediately. If his previous speculation wasn't wrong, it would be impossible to make the Dark Mirror his symbiotic contract even if he wished to complete the life pact. Even if his speculation was wrong, having a radiant contract as a symbiotic contract was a good choice, given how rare something of this quality was, whether it was a contract or a magic item. Of course, the likelihood of that possibility was very low. Use your blood to forge the life agreement. From now on, the Dark Mirror will become a part of your life, growing with you. As the eerie voice spoke, Li Shu felt a pain in his finger as if the Dark Mirror had pricked him. There was a new wound on his finger, and blood dripped onto the Dark Mirror. After absorbing Li Shu's blood, the Dark Mirror emitted an eerie black light and automatically flew up, attaching to Li Shu's face. In the next second, Li Shu felt a heaviness all over his body. Even though the dark mirror was on his face, it felt like his whole body was pressed down by a heavy object, almost causing him to stumble to the ground. Symbiotic agreement failed. Dark mirror converted to parasitic contract. Land of trial opening. When the longevity lamp extinguishes, it will be the moment you leave the land of trial. The eerie voice grew quieter. The copper lamp on the stone table suddenly floated up eerily and slowly drifted into the darkness behind the stone table. Li Shu quickly followed. He wanted to see what the land of trial that Shachu had mentioned was like. If Shachu could survive, Li Shu, who had several magic items, should find survival not too difficult. Initially, he only had the Fire Lotus sword as a burden, but now with the additional weight of the Dark Mirror, fortunately his physique had become much stronger than before, allowing him to still move under the boost of blood boiling. R139 Chapter 3997 Land of Trial 3. The speed at which the copper lamp floated wasn't fast, and Li Shu could barely keep up. As he walked, outside the 1-meter range illuminated by the lamp, everything was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Suddenly, Li Shu's eyes brightened, and he found himself standing in an ancient city without knowing when it happened. The copper lamp hovered by Li Shu's side. Wherever he moved, it followed him without its flame flickering. Li Shu tried to summon the magic spirit, and the Jedi Knight immediately appeared before him. Indeed, you can use magic spirits in the land of trial. Li Shu hesitated not at all, summoning all his magic spirits to gather around him before he started observing the ancient city. The city's architectural style was peculiar, with all buildings constructed from black stones. Even the road surface was the same. The stone walls and ground were not very level, appearing as though the craftsmanship was very primitive, as if barely polished, just stacking raw stones together. The wall and road surfaces were uneven, and instead of electric lamps lining the sides, there were stone stoves at intervals, burning charcoal inside. These buildings didn't look like ordinary houses, but more akin to a religious style, giving off a mysterious, eerie, terrifying feeling. The buildings Li Shu could see all had their doors tightly shut. He was standing at the intersection of two large streets, looking around and seeing not a single silhouette, as if in a lifeless city. The sky was frighteningly dark, without any starlight, nor a moon, only the glow from the street charcoal fires and the occasional crackling sound of wood splitting. At one corner of the crossroads was a small square where a black stone monument stood, carved with 3 twisted large characters, Black Death City. Clang, clang. From deep within the dark, long street came a bizarre sound, as if chains were dragging on the ground. Li Shu narrowed his eyes. Originally in such dark surroundings he shouldn't be able to see far, yet perhaps due to the dark mirror he could see very far. At the end of the street, a creature with shackles on both its hands and feet was walking toward him step by step. It was evidently not human, for a pair of black horns adorned its head, resembling the legendary demon horns. Its entire body was encased in black armor like cast iron, with black smoke and gleaming black light occasionally escaping from the gaps. Li Shu knew it was a magic spirit, but he had never seen this kind of magic spirit before. The magic spirit dragged its shackles, coming step by step, undoubtedly heading straight for Li Shu. Li Shu flipped onto the pink nightmare, simultaneously commanding the Knight of Chrysanthemum to charge at the magic spirit. The Knight of Chrysanthemum, with a gun in one hand and a shield in the other, mounted a heavy armored cavalry that charged fearlessly at the magic spirit. Fully armored, the Knight of Chrysanthemum's charge was terrifying, yet the magic spirit seemed oblivious, continuing to walk forward step by step. Just as the Knight of Chrysanthemum was about to rush in front of the magic spirit, the warhorse suddenly neighed, buckled its front legs, and collapsed to the ground, causing the knight to tumble down. The man and horse struggled a few times, but then lay still on the ground, unmoving despite Li Shu's relentless attempts to summon them. Li Shu was shocked to discover that both the Knight of Chrysanthemum and the warhorse began exuding black smoke, resembling the black smoke produced by burning corpses. The magic spirit walked past the Knight of Chrysanthemum without sparing it a glance, continuing toward Li Shu. Clang, clang, the chain dragging on the uneven ground created a sound that resonated like a death knell in Li Shu's ears. Li Shu was retreating because he saw the fallen Knight of Chrysanthemum and the warhorse had most of their bodies transformed into black, the blackness spreading on his body, already turning some parts into blackened ash, scattered away by gusts of wind. The magic spirit picked up speed, narrowing the distance between itself and Li Shu. Li Shu, riding the pink nightmare, retreated while observing the magic spirit, still clueless about how the Knight of Chrysanthemum met its end. Thus he could only recall all magic spirits except the pink nightmare to prevent further pointless sacrifices. Magic spirits are scarce, requiring countless gemstones to yield one, not to be used carelessly as cannon fodder. Riding the pink nightmare, Li Shu distanced himself as the magic spirit continued to follow, accelerating yet far slower than the pink nightmare, unable to close the distance quickly. Luckily I have the pink nightmare, otherwise I would have been overtaken ages ago, Li Shu thought with relief, yet he knew running aimlessly wasn't a solution. He had reached the end of the long street, only to find no city gates, the street ending at a 10-meter-high stone wall. More bizarre was that for such a long street there was no fork in the road, seemingly just 2 intersecting cross streets. Though the magic spirit moved slowly, Li Shu had reached a dead end with nowhere left to retreat. Clang, clang, the magic spirit just shaken off caught up swiftly, leaving Li Shu with no place to escape. Knowing he mustn't let the magic spirit approach, Li Shu summoned the demigod Shana again. The demigod Shana's body emanated a dazzling blue light, flickering like a blue ghostly figure. Take him down, Li Shu ordered the demigod Shana. Demigod Shana immediately raised its arm, aiming the blue diamond pistol at the magic spirit, firing a blue light bullet through the darkness, hitting the magic spirit's head. With a bang, the magic spirit's helmet was pierced by the light bullet, and black smoke instantly billowed from the bullet hole. The magic spirit's body staggered backward and fell heavily to the ground, blue light rampaging within its body while black smoke gushed out continuously. 140 Chapter 140, 98 Black Death City. As expected of the radiant demon spirit, it truly is more reliable than ordinary demons, Li Shu thought with delight. Looking at the demon's corpse, Li Shu did not rush to scavenge its demon core. He speculated that the Knight of Chrysanthemum's death might be related to the dark smoke surrounding the demon. Once the dark smoke fully dissipated, Li Shu summoned the Jedi Knight to approach the demon's corpse first. After the smoke completely cleared, with a cracking sound, the demon's body automatically disassembled, scattering parts all over, and a black demon core fell out. As expected, when the Jedi Knight walked beside the demon, no abnormality occurred. Li Shu commanded the Jedi Knight to pick up the demon core, which looked as if it was wrapped in cast iron, with a crystal inside resembling black apatite. Clang, clang. The sound of chains dragging on the ground rang out again, but this time it came from the end of the street to the left, rather than the main street ahead. Li Shu rode the pink nightmare towards the crossroads, and indeed saw another similar demon walking down the left street. Without waiting for the demon to approach, Li Shu ordered demigod Shana to shoot it down with one shot. Sounds also emanated from the right street as another demon appeared. Li Shu didn't even need to act. Demigod Shana swiftly dealt with all those demons. Li Shu looked toward the direction where they had fled, and sure enough, the same demon appeared on that street. After killing that demon, the four ends of the cross-shaped street began to incessantly produce demons. One demon after another appeared. At first, Li Shu had the Jedi Knight collect demon cores, but soon there was no time for that. Demigod Shana continuously dashed about, slaying demons, yet they appeared in ever-increasing numbers. How many demons are there? Li Shu wondered, frowning as hordes of demons charged from all four directions. Bang, 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 bang! Demigod Shana no longer had time to relocate and stood at the crossroads, endlessly firing, but there were simply too many demons to kill them all. These demons were clearly E-class, yet it was a pity the demon armor couldn't be brought in. Otherwise, using the S-class magic light would have wiped out a large area at once. The demon horde multiplied, nearly surrounding him. In desperation, Li Shu blew fiercely at the copper oil lamp floating beside him, hoping to extinguish it. The voice said once the oil lamp went out, he could leave this place. However, no matter how hard he blew, the flame remained unmoved. Adrenaline surged as Li Shu reached for the Fire Lotus sword at his waist, slashing at the oil lamp. With his immense strength, Li Shu forcefully drew the Fire Lotus sword. The blade, glowing red, slashed down, only to make a clanging sound. The blade hadn't even touched the oil lamp before being deflected as if some invisible force was protecting it. Sensing the oil lamp couldn't be extinguished, Li Shu dismounted from the Pink Nightmare and sent it charging at the demons on one of the streets. The Pink Nightmare's hooves flared with a pink glow like flames, its body shimmering with iridescent colors. Its horn radiated a dazzling red light, and with one charge, it sent the leading demon flying back, a gaping hole ripped in its chest by the horn as black smoke surged forth. Unafraid of the smoke, the Pink Nightmare plunged into the demon horde, dashing back and forth like a pink lightning bolt. Demons fell one after another wherever it passed. Seeing this, Li Shu felt a surge of joy and stationed the Ice Soul Sea Demon on another street. Blue light swirled around the Ice Soul Sea Demon as it lunged at a demon, its tentacles wrapping around the demon's head, twisting like a drill, tearing the head clean off. Reassured by the sight, Li Shu concluded that the black smoke from the demons did not harm all entities. If Li Shu's hypothesis was correct, their black smoke only affected demons without rank or protective glows. With the Ice Soul Sea Demon and Pink Nightmare each securing a street, Demigod Shana's burden eased. Yet, despite guarding 2 streets alone, the demons couldn't get close. The Pink Nightmare killed with rapid speed, its fiery hooves trampling the demons' armored bodies to pieces, charging back and forth as if entering an unchallenged domain. Though the Ice Soul Sea Demon could also kill demons, its speed lagged far behind Demigod Shana and the Pink Nightmare. It could only break one demon's head at a time, causing some demons to slip past it. Li Shu dared not take risks. Gritting his teeth, he had the Jedi Knight charge forward. Initially fearing the Jedi Knight lacked a protective glow and might be harmed by the smoke, surprisingly, the Jedi Knight feared neither the smoke nor the demons, holding its ground. Its samurai sword, resembling a fluorescent stick, could cleave through the demon's armor, appearing quite formidable. With the Jedi Knight joining forces with the Ice Soul Sea Demon, they finally managed to hold back the street's demon assault. Masses of demons fell, leaving scattered corpses across the streets, black smoke endlessly rising. How strange. Why is it that the Knight of Chrysanthemum feared the smoke, while the Jedi Knight did not? Could it be related to the evil? Li Shu pondered, attributing it to the influence of the evil. The Jedi Knight had consumed an evil, unlike the Knight of Chrysanthemum. After what felt like endless battle, the last demon finally had its head cleaved off by the Jedi Knight, leaving the street littered with shattered armor like corpses, many still billowing smoke. 141, Chapter 141, 98, Black Death City, 2, Bang, Bang. While Li Shu was instructing the Jedi Knights to pick up the demon cores, a sound echoed again from deep within the long street. This time, however, it wasn't the sound of chains dragging on the ground, but rather a heavy thud of footsteps. Every time that sound echoed, Li Shu felt as if the entire street trembled slightly. Focusing his eyes, he saw a 3-meter-tall demon spirit covered in black armor, streaked with lava-like patterns, charging towards the crossroads like a ferocious beast. A flowing-colored demon spirit? Li Shu could now roughly identify the ranks of demon spirits. A flowing-colored demon spirit's body exhibits flowing, colorful patterns, while an illuminating demon spirit, besides the flowing light patterns, has a specific part of its body that shines exceptionally bright. Li Shu had never seen a radiant demon spirit and didn't know its characteristics. A radiant demon spirit, akin to demigod Shana, emits light from its entire body, like a shadow of light, barely revealing its physical form. But on Earth, Li Shu rarely encountered these high-quality demon spirits. Even an S-class demon spirit, like the giant demon spirit Qin Shi killed earlier, was just of ordinary quality. No wonder they say the demon spirits descending on Earth are just ordinary. The truly powerful ones haven't shown up yet? Li Shu pondered to himself. Bang! Just as Li Shu was contemplating which demon spirit to send into battle, demigod Shana fired at the flowing-colored demon spirit. The blue light bullet blasted the demon spirit's head off, and it collapsed instantly. Li Shu thought the fierce-looking flowing-colored demon spirit would be much stronger, but it only took a single shot from demigod Shana. The body of the flowing-colored demon spirit lay on the ground, its black armor dissipating into black smoke, while its flowing, colorful light converged into a black crystal ring. Is that a demon spirit ring? Li Shu had killed countless high-level demon spirits on Earth, yet had never seen such an occurrence, where a slain demon spirit transforms into a demon spirit ring. The demon spirits have been cleared. You can extinguish the longevity lamp and leave the land of trial. That mysterious voice echoed again, seemingly emanating from the oil lamp. So, I don't have to extinguish the longevity lamp? Li Shu thought for a moment and asked. You can continue exploring the land of trial, the mysterious voice confirmed Li Shu's assumption. If I choose to continue exploring, can I extinguish the longevity lamp and leave at any time? Li Shu asked again. The longevity lamp cannot leave the city, the mysterious voice replied. Then I'll wander around the city. Li Shu instructed the brilliant warriors to gather the demon cores, while he rode the Pink Nightmare with demigod Shana for a tour around the city. The doors of all the buildings in the city were closed, and Li Shu dared not open them recklessly. He walked to the end of the long street, where a gate appeared in place of the city wall. Approaching the gate, Li Shu faintly heard the melancholic cries of a woman from outside. The sound was vague and unclear. Yet, a desire to open the gate and see for himself arose in Li Shu's heart, which immediately startled him, prompting him to distance himself from the gate quickly. Demigod Shana's level is still low. Now isn't the time to go out. Li Shu dispelled the thought of opening the gate and continued wandering in the city. City gates had appeared in all 4 directions of the street, but Li Shu still dared not open them now. I need to solve the symbiotic contract issue first. I'm not a true trial taker yet and can't have the aura protection like Sha Chu. Leaving the city is too dangerous. Li Shu considered returning to the Sea Heaven trial ground to complete a symbiotic agreement with the blood pattern revolver. As he walked, suddenly, he heard a creak. The door of a nearby building opened by itself. Startled, Li Shu quickly made the Pink Nightmare retreat, and demigod Shana assumed a guard stance by his side. The building with the open door was a low stone house, with a doorway lower than Li Shu, requiring one to bend to enter. Inside the stone house was empty, lacking even a table or bench. However, against the wall stood a black stone coffin. The stone coffin resembled the blue metal coffin Li Shu had seen at the Sea Heaven trial ground, but differed in material and shape, being somewhat smaller. What is that? Li Shu asked the longevity lamp beside him, but the longevity lamp remained silent, offering no response. Shana. Li Shu stood at the outer door and commanded demigod Shana to shoot at the stone coffin. Clang! The blue light bullet from demigod Shana only left a small dent on the stone coffin. Nothing fell out? It seems this stone coffin isn't the same as the blue metal coffin at the Sea Heaven trial ground. Li Shu stared at the stone coffin, deep in thought. Glancing at the longevity lamp beside him, he knew with this protective charm, and uncertain if he'd have another chance to return, leaving just didn't seem like his nature. After waiting for a while, the Jedi Knights had gathered all the demon cores and the demon spirit ring. Several hundred E-class demon cores amounted to quite a fortune, though paled in comparison to the demon spirit ring and the black glowing demon core. Li Shu gathered up everything and recalled all the demon spirits except for demigod Shana. Open it. Li Shu commanded demigod Shana while standing outside, ready to blow out the longevity lamp and leave the land of trial if anything went awry. 142, Chapter 142, 9-8, Black Death City, 3. After receiving the order, demigod Shana fired several shots at the stone coffin, only leaving small dents on its surface. It's uncertain when the stone coffin could be broken this way. The stone coffin seemed to be cast as one piece, with no gaps or openings. The only option was to smash it. Without waiting for Li Shu's command, demigod Shana drew his great sword, flashed to the stone coffin's front, and struck it fiercely. The blue-hued sword light hit the stone coffin, producing a piercing sound, and a long mark appeared on its surface. Demigod Shana struck blow after blow on the stone coffin, leaving it covered in scars, with the sword marks deepening and widening. The great sword flashed continuously with a blue glow, executing countless strikes until a resounding crack as a sword mark finally penetrated the stone coffin, causing previous marks to also split. Crack, crack. The cracks on the stone coffin grew larger, pieces falling off. Return, Li Shu called demigod Shana back, his eyes fixed on the cracking stone coffin. With the growing fissures, chunks of stone fell away, and Li Shu saw something inside the stone coffin. What is that? Li Shu identified what was visible through the breach, his pupils narrowing. The contents inside became clear. Li Shu assumed it would be a devil spirit, but it was entirely unexpected. Within the stone coffin stood distinctly a black wooden tablet. Li Shu had seen such tablets before, typically for the deceased. People generally worship their ancestors' tablets for commemoration and worship, though modern homes increasingly replace tablets with photos or portraits. Apart from such tablets, there are longevity plaques meant for the living. In ancient times, longevity plaques were used to honor benefactors or certain saints. For instance, if someone has greatly aided you, yet you cannot repay them or know their whereabouts, you may enshrine their longevity plaque at home, praying for their safety and long life daily. Whatever Li Shu thought, this object appeared as a tablet, yet he wasn't certain what tablet it was. Why would a tablet be placed inside a stone coffin? Was it because the deceased's remains were gone and could only be replaced with a tablet? Li Shu scrutinized the characters on the wooden tablet, partially visible, only seeing two words. God of Slaughter? Seeing these words, Li Shu slightly frowned. Historically, there was never a divine entity known as the God of Slaughter, if one insisted. The East has Yanluol, the West has the Death God, but these aren't truly God of Slaughter. Those who could be named as the God of Slaughter in history remained one, Bai Qi, from the Warring States period, undefeated in battle, having slain over 1 million foes. Yet he was an ancient figure from Earth, seemingly unrelated to this land of trial. The tablet bore the two words, God of Slaughter, in dark blood red, with strokes faintly exuding a fierce killing intent that made one's spine chill. Li Shu wanted to see what other words might be below God of Slaughter, but didn't dare approach the stone house, so he let demigod Shana fire 2 more shots at the stone coffin. Both shots hit the cracks, causing the nearly shattered stone coffin to finally break apart. Li Shu finally saw all the words on the tablet, feeling somewhat disappointed. Below God of Slaughter were just 2 more words, totaling 4, God of Slaughter's position. This thing really is a tablet, yet it's too simplistic. Just 4 words, no birth date or name, and it's unclear why such a tablet was placed inside a stone coffin. Li Shu felt somewhat unlucky. Encountering such a tablet was less favorable than encountering a devil spirit. Slaying devil spirits could at least yield some gain, yet what use could this tablet have? Li Shu turned to extinguish the longevity lamp, unwilling to waste time here. With a gentle breath toward the longevity lamp, its flame, which wouldn't extinguish no matter how hard he tried earlier, went out instantly. The surroundings plunged into utter darkness, and when his sight returned, he stood before the Hero Trial Grounds gate. How did it get dark so quickly? Li Shu looked around. The darkness enveloped everything, starless and moonless, vision only reaching several meters. Yet clearly, he entered in the morning at 8 and spent only 2 or 3 hours inside, so why did it darken so suddenly? It's not dark, it's not even noon yet. Why are you wearing sunglasses? Shachu chuckled. Li Shu paused briefly and remembered he was still wearing the dark mirror, though it caused this daytime scene to appear as night, while he saw well in the dim Black Death City, oddly. Does wearing the dark mirror make darker areas clearer? If so, it's useful for traversing the dark maze without fear of blindness, Li Shu pondered internally. That adjutant wanted to treat us to a meal, but I politely declined. Everyone else has left. We should head back. I'm exhausted today. Shachu stretched and remarked, All right. Li Shu turned toward the gate, but after a few steps he noticed Shachu and Afei trailing him, seemingly observing him with unclear intentions. What are you doing? Li Shu stopped, turned to face them with a furrowed brow. When did you pick up this habit, carrying a tablet on your back as you exit? Is it to ask your ancestors for protection? Shachu asked with a smile. Upon hearing Shachu's comment, a chill ran through Li Shu's heart, prompting him to quickly reach behind him. His touch felt cold against a wooden tablet pressed against his back, sending shivers down his spine immediately. 143, Chapter 443, 99, Love God Shooter. Li Shu's face changed, and he grabbed something from behind. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a wooden plaque engraved with God of Slaughter's position. I didn't expect you to have this hobby, carrying a plaque for peace of mind. It's quite something you've thought of. Shachu moved closer to take a look, then said puzzled, "Is your family's ancestor named God of Slaughter? You guys go back first. I have some matters to attend to." Li Shu ignored her, hurriedly left the city lord's mansion with the plaque in hand. Li Shu never believed in ghosts and gods, but this plaque was quite peculiar. How did it follow him out of the land of trial? This God of Slaughter, although I don't know what kind of divine spirit you are, our meeting is fate. I'll find a good place to offer you daily incense so you can enjoy peace without having to worry about me. Li Shu found a temple and paid money to have the plaque offered there. Fortunately, Buddhism was prevalent in the Southern Cross Federation. There were several temples just in Zhongshan City alone, so finding a place to offer the plaque wasn't difficult. After leaving the temple, Li Shu walked a few steps and checked behind him, relieved that the plaque hadn't followed him. Even when back at the inn, the plaque still did not show up. Li Shu knew there must be something special about the plaque, but as a magic armor master, Li Shu disliked anything he couldn't control. Just like his talents, he liked to keep everything within his control, so over time he developed super control abilities. Of course, it's impossible to develop without talent. Back at the inn, Li Shu began to inventory his gains. Over 400 demon cores, although all were E-class, they were still quite a substantial income. Li Shu planned to exchange these demon cores for gems to feed demigod Shayna. The demon cores of flowing color demon spirit were somewhat special. Li Shu held onto them first, and that demon spirit ring should be able to summon flowing color demon spirit. Li Shu didn't lack flowing color demon spirit, especially since it was taken down in one shot by demigod Shana. He wasn't too concerned. However, selling the demon spirit ring would require finding someone knowledgeable. Ordinary people wouldn't know what it was, let alone offer a high price to buy it. Shachu definitely wants this, but doesn't she seem to have no money? Li Shu thought for a bit. Among the people he knew, only Shachu was knowledgeable. Li Shu was hesitating whether to go looking for Shachu when Shachu came looking for him herself. "Did you go to the land of trial today?" Shachu asked directly. She was naturally aware that if Li Shu hadn't gone to the land of trial, he wouldn't have come out so late. Yes, these demon cores are all from the land of trial. Li Shu made no attempt to hide it. Looking at the hundreds of demon cores, Shachu said a bit enviously, "To encounter so many demon spirits, only you have so many high-quality demon spirit rings. If it were a regular trial taker, they might not have made it back. I have something here. Are you interested?" Li Shu took out the demon spirit ring and placed it in front of Shachu. "This is a demon spirit ring. From which demon spirit did you obtain this demon spirit ring?" Shachu asked. Li Shu recounted his experience, and after listening, Shachu said frustratedly, "You only killed one flowing color demon spirit and managed to get a demon spirit ring. Your luck is truly extraordinary." "Is the demon spirit ring very rare?" Li Shu was a bit surprised, thinking that as long as a demon spirit is high quality, the chances of obtaining a demon spirit ring should be large. After a demon spirit dies, the energy within its body may turn into a demon spirit ring, skill ring, talent gemstone, etc. However, they must be high-quality demon spirits. Even if ordinary demon spirits are S-class, these items won't appear. The higher the quality of demon spirit, the greater the probability of these items appearing. The probability of a flowing color demon spirit dropping a demon spirit ring is estimated to be less than 1 in 1,000. I have killed hundreds of flowing color demon spirits in the land of trial and only gotten skill rings and talent gemstones, never seen a demon spirit ring. Shachu said frustratedly. "Why don't you go kill higher quality demon spirits then?" asked Li Shu. Shachu became even more frustrated immediately. "I have to find them first, even if I want to kill higher quality ones. In the areas of the land of trial that I can access, the most I can find are flowing color demon spirits. I dare not go to more distant places. I wouldn't be able to preserve my life there. The only time I encountered a shining level demon spirit, I almost lost my good and evil punisher, couldn't defeat it at all. Only you have such high-quality demon spirits. Do you know how difficult it is for regular trial takers to obtain a high-quality demon spirit?" The more Shachu spoke, the more frustrated she became. Isn't the president of Eternal Sky even possessing a radiant demon spirit? Li Shu never found high-quality demon spirits to be scarce. "Brother, they search for demon spirit gemstones worldwide, have done so for thousands of years. Can I compare with them?" Shachu said bitterly. "If I could have one high-quality demon spirit, even if it were just a flowing color demon spirit, do you think I would invest all my resources on the good and evil punisher? Here is an available flowing color demon spirit. Interested?" Li Shu pointed at the demon spirit ring. "Aren't you going to use it?" "This is..." Shachu started speaking, but then remembered that Li Shu not only had a radiant demon spirit, but also a shining level demon spirit and flowing color demon spirit on him, so she swallowed the rest of her words. 144, Chapter 144, 99. Love God Shooter 2. "Do you really want to give me the demon spirit ring?" Shachu stared at the demon spirit ring with shining eyes. Not give, sell, Li Shu corrected. Okay, name your price, Sha Chu said straightforwardly. Without even a demon spirit, she felt embarrassed to call herself a true trial taker, and she was a bit anxious. I want to exchange some blue diamonds, Li Shu thought for a moment and said. Sha Chu's initially excited expression suddenly stiffened. She replied gloomily, Have you considered where we are? Diamonds aren't produced here at all. You want gemstones like rubies, spinel, and tourmaline. That's easy, but where am I supposed to get diamonds for you, let alone blue diamonds? I know you want to upgrade that radiant demon spirit, but you have to face reality, right? Then what can you offer me? Li Shu pondered, considering exchanging other gemstones as well. Not many people recognize the value of the demon spirit ring. If he swapped it for other gemstones, it would be easier to trade for blue diamonds in the future. The demon core of that flowing color demon spirit and these demon cores, are you planning to sell them together? Sha Chu pointed to the demon cores on the table and asked, Are you interested? Li Shu squinted, scrutinizing Sha Chu. From her tone, she seemed to be quite wealthy. Of course I'm interested. These demon cores and the demon spirit ring are of the same variety, with matching attributes. Using them to upgrade the demon spirit's level is ideal, especially the demon core of the flowing color demon spirit, which would be the most beneficial to it, Sha Chu said. I can give them all to you, but it depends on what price you're willing to offer, Li Shu said. Wait a moment, Sha Chu said, walking towards the bathroom. Soon Li Shu heard the sound of clothes being removed, and he hastily said, I only want gemstones, don't support payment by flesh. He liked beauties, but he couldn't accept beauties involved in monetary transactions. In your dreams, Sha Chu's voice came from inside, annoyed and embarrassed. Not long after, Sha Chu came out, fully dressed, with a few gemstones in her hand. These are all my remaining possessions. If you're not satisfied with this, then there's nothing else I can do, Sha Chu said bluntly, placing the gemstones in front of Li Shu. There were 6 gemstones in total, 4 red rubies and 2 blue gemstones. The smallest of the 4 rubies weighed 8 or 9 carats, while the largest exceeded 10 carats. One of the blue gemstones was relatively small, appearing to be only 5 or 6 carats, while the other, a heart-shaped blue gemstone, appeared particularly large, possibly weighing 40 or 50 carats. Li Shu was stunned by the 40 or 50 carat blue gemstone. Such a large and pure blue gemstone was practically national treasure level. Meanwhile, Li Shu was curious about where Sha Chu had hidden these gemstones. These are my treasured collections. All the rubies are genuine pigeon blood red, determined by the oldest standards, not like those cheap rubies whose color is casually identified as pigeon blood red in minor authentication agencies. This blue gemstone is Kashmir chrysanthemum, although not a demon spirit gemstone. Compared to the gemstone I previously gave you, it's still very precious. Sha Chu pointed to the gemstones. You're willing to part with such a big blue gemstone? Li Shu pointed at the heart-shaped blue gemstone and asked, Can you not tell the difference between blue gemstones and tanzanites? If I had such a big blue gemstone, why would I exchange it with you? Sha Chu sneered. Turns out it's tanzanite. Li Shu stared at that tanzanite, surprisingly feeling a sense of hunger for it. He felt nothing towards those top-grade rubies and blue gemstones, but surprisingly had feelings towards a tanzanite gemstone. Of course, he knew about tanzanite. It's a gemstone found only in former Tanzania, which is why it's named tanzanite. Once treated, tanzanite resembles blue gemstones, only with heavier purple hues. The top-grade tanzanites have less intense purple tones, and those unfamiliar with gemstones can easily mistake them for blue gemstones. This tanzanite indeed looked like a blue gemstone. It was normal for someone like Li Shu, who hadn't studied gemstones much, to make a mistake. Don't think that just because it's tanzanite, it's worthless. Tanzanites are now very expensive, and this particular tanzanite has a background, not an ordinary tanzanite, otherwise I wouldn't have specially collected it. Sha Chu paused and continued. Speaking of which, this tanzanite has some connection with the Hope Diamond you acquired from Jimen Guan. How can tanzanite be connected to a diamond? Li Shu genuinely didn't understand this. In the old times, there was a movie called Titanic. In the movie, there was a gemstone called Heart of the Ocean, which was actually modeled after the Hope Diamond. Of course, they couldn't use the real Hope Diamond for the film. The crew also considered borrowing a blue gemstone for the shoot, but such a blue gemstone couldn't be borrowed so easily. Eventually, the crew used tanzanite to create the Heart of the Ocean. Those who watched the movie thought it was a blue gemstone, but it was actually tanzanite, Sha Chu explained. Are you telling me this tanzanite is the Heart of the Ocean used in the movie? Li Shu asked surprisedly, examining the heart-shaped tanzanite. The person who sold me this tanzanite claimed it was, though I can't confirm if it's true or not. But it does look very similar, and even if it's not, such a large, high-quality tanzanite is extremely valuable these days. Sha Chu herself was unsure if this was indeed the Heart of the Ocean used in the movie. 145, Chapter 145, 99, Love God Shooter 3, Deal. Li Shu had no hesitation. Selling a demon spirit ring and exchanging it for a demon spirit gemstone was not a loss. The key was that the demon spirit ring was not easy to sell, and besides Sha Chu, he couldn't find other buyers around him. Li Shu felt he wasn't losing out. Sha Chu felt she got a bargain, and she even uncharacteristically thanked Li Shu. I know these gemstones don't match the value of your demon spirit ring and these demon cores, but this is all I have right now. If I have the chance to enter the land of trial again, I'll get more demon cores for you, Shachu said. No need, the transaction is clear, no one owes anyone, Li Shu replied. I understand. Shachu put away the demon spirit ring and demon core and hurried back. After Shachu left, Li Shu picked up the heart of the ocean and looked at it closely. The deep blue was interspersed with dazzling purple, and although it was not as regal as royal sapphire, it exuded a sense of mystery. Li Shu pricked his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the heart of the ocean. After absorbing Li Shu's blood, the heart of the ocean immediately softened into a liquid and surged toward Li Shu's finger. Soon, a blue-violet demon spirit ring formed on Li Shu's finger, and strange information flooded into Li Shu's mind. Love God Shooter, Evolvable, E-level Demon Spirit Radiant, able to summon E-level Demon Spirit, Love God Archer. Li Shu looked at the Love God Archer Demon Spirit ring on his hand and was momentarily speechless. Sha Chu desired a high-quality demon spirit, yet a high-quality demon spirit gemstone was right with her, unbeknownst to her, and she used it to exchange for a flowing color demon spirit ring. If Sha Chu knew, she would probably be frustrated. Fate is indeed unpredictable sometimes, Li Shu thought as he summoned the Love God Archer. A female archer wearing a purple cape appeared in front of Li Shu, her body wrapped in blue glowing armor, holding a bow entwined with blue-violet light. Although the Love God Shooter wasn't as luminous as the demigod Shana, the glow it emitted was just as intense, rivaling that of the Pink Nightmare. The Love God Shooter only had a bow, no arrows. Once the bow was drawn, a brilliant blue-violet light arrow appeared between her fingers, much like the condensing light weaponry of the demigod Shana's blue diamond pistol. The gems on Earth really have no pattern in summoning demon spirits. Who would have thought the heart of the ocean would produce a radiant demon spirit? Li Shu marveled. The price of tanzanite is much cheaper than ruby, sapphire, and diamond, and the cost of upgrading the Love God Shooter is also much lower. Li Shu also discovered that many demon spirits derived from Earth's gemstones are humanoid in shape, whereas most actual demon spirits are not human-shaped. Should these gemstones be exchanged for blue diamond or tanzanite? Li Shu couldn't make up his mind for a moment. However, the Southern Cross Federation doesn't produce blue diamonds or tanzanite, and exchanging rubies for diamonds and tanzanite here isn't very favorable, so Li Shu decided to stash the gemstones away for now. Over the next few days, Li Shu and Ah Fei participated in 2 heroes' trials, and Li Shu found that the dark mirror indeed allowed him to see in the dark, clearer the darker it was, thus slightly lowering the difficulty. This gave Li Shu some thoughts about the final S-level heroes trial. Without the dark mirror, he really wouldn't want to risk attempting the S-level dark maze. During the last A-level heroes trial, Ah Fei randomly got an entry ticket but was persuaded by Li Shu to give it up. The contract of the hero trial ground, although of good quality, didn't seem suitable as the sole symbiotic contract in Li Shu's opinion, because for some reason only one reward could be chosen in these 2 trials, and since Li Shu himself did not randomly get the entry ticket, he chose attributes each time, further enhancing his physical quality. Sha Chu didn't randomly get the entry ticket either. Otherwise, with her strength, she could have entered Black Death City to slay demon spirits and earn demon cores. Shimen Guan tinkered with his things in his room every day, sometimes even skipping meals, and it was unclear what he achieved. Li Shu, come out, I want to show you something good. Chu Jun sent a message with an excited cat emoji. What is it? Li Shu asked. You'll know when you come, it's definitely something good and beyond your imagination. Chu Jun mysteriously withheld specifics. Li Shu figured he had nothing better to do, and going out for a while might do some good, so he went to the address Chu Jun provided. Why do you always wander into the wilderness? Aren't you afraid of encountering demon spirits? Li Shu finally reached the place, looking at the surrounding forest as he spoke. There are too many prying eyes and cameras everywhere in the city. Some things are inconvenient, Chu Jun impatiently told Li Shu. I want to show you something good, but don't spread it around. What's the big secret? Li Shu's curiosity was piqued by Chu Jun's antics. Chu Jun stood across from Li Shu, creating a bit of distance, raised one arm, and, with the other hand, supported the elbow of that arm, bragging to Li Shu, watch closely, don't blink. This will refresh your worldview, change your understanding of this world, and provide you a new goal to strive for. It can't be, Li Shu, observing Chu Jun's over-the-top demeanor, seemed to have guessed his intention. Come forth, my knight. As Chu Jun proclaimed, the ring on his finger flew off and transformed into a blue-armored knight before him. The deep blue armor glimmered with blue light patterns, the steed was similarly clad in blue armor, and in the knight's hand there was a knight's sword. Sure enough, as Li Shu predicted, Chu Jun was summoning a demon spirit, a flowing color demon spirit. 146, Chapter 146, 100 Godslayer Shrine. Li Shu stared blankly at Chu Jun, unable to figure out what was going on in this guy's head. You summoned demon spirits, fine, but what was with those embarrassing gestures? And just summoning a demon spirit, is there really a need to be so secretive about it? So, don't be afraid. This isn't the kind of demon spirit you find in the wild. It's my summoned demon spirit. This is a power that only a true trial taker can possess. Shu Jun saw Li Shu zoning out and thought he was scared, hurriedly explaining. Got it. Li Shu nodded. Since you also want to become a trial taker, there are some secrets I need to tell you. Right now, you're not a true trial taker yet. To truly become one, you must obtain a ticket during the trial, then enter a mysterious place where you will see a stone table and a copper lamp. On that table, there will be something special, which is the tool contract for becoming a true trial taker, Chu Jun explained in detail. Li Shu wasn't impatient at all, listening attentively without interrupting Chu Jun. Although these things weren't secrets to Li Shu, for most people, they could be considered top secret. Among truly top-tier forces, there definitely are quite a few true trial takers, but they all discreetly keep this secret. Firstly, because the current trial takers cannot yet compete with magic armor masters, and secondly, because they want to take advantage of the secrecy of trial takers to occupy more trial gates, plunder resources, and control more trial takers. True trial takers have the chance to stand on equal footing with magic armor masters, and in places where magic armor technology isn't developed, that's the only hope. On the other hand, forces like Space City with advanced magic armor technology don't rely so much on trial takers. Seems like I've really overlooked a lot before. Guanjinghao's subordinates should also have quite a few true trial takers, right? Li Shu mused. Li Shu, remember when choosing rewards in the trial ground, try to opt for attributes. They'll greatly help you become a trial taker in the future. Shu Jun thought Li Shu was still shocked by everything he said and continued to advise him. Shu Jun, I'm really glad to know you. Li Shu suddenly said to Chu Jun. Do you even need to say that? I'm just as happy to know you. Chu Jun, caught off guard by Li Shu's sudden words, felt a bit uncomfortable and responded bashfully. Since we're all so happy, why don't I share a secret with you too? Li Shu said with a smile. Sure. Chu Jun excitedly nodded, clearly looking forward to Li Shu's secret. It wasn't that he was eager to know the secret itself, but the feeling of sharing secrets with a friend excited him. Move back a bit, Li Shu said to Chu Jun. Is this okay? Chu Jun stepped back 2 steps. A bit further, Li Shu said again. Is this enough? Chu Jun took a few more steps back, almost. Li Shu's mind stirred, and the Jedi Knight and Ice Soul Sea Demon on his fingers flew out, transforming directly. Demon spirits, too. Chu Jun's eyes widened instantly at the sight of Jedi Knight and Ice Soul Sea Demon. You're also a true trial taker and have 2 demon spirits, one of which is flowing color demon spirit? Chu Jun pointed at Li Shu in shock. Li Shu didn't answer, and summoned the pink nightmare. Shining demon spirit, where did you get all these demon spirits? Chu Jun was dumbfounded. Seeing Chu Jun's incoherent expression, Li Shu decided not to summon demigod Shana and the love god Shooter, fearing Chu Jun couldn't handle such a blow. Since we're friends, I should be sincere. I'm also a trial taker. Having demon spirits shouldn't be surprising. Li Shu said with a smile. No, you're a true trial taker, although I didn't expect it, it's not surprising. But where did you get these demon spirits? I went through so much struggle in the land of trial just to get a flowing color demon spirit, and you already have a shining demon spirit, Shu Jun shook his head. I have even higher quality demon spirits. Do you want to see them? Li Shu asked. Higher quality demon spirits? Shu Jun looked at Li Shu with a complex expression, but wasn't as surprised as before, and instead asked with an odd tone, these demon spirits of yours, they wouldn't be death contract demon spirits, would they? What are death contract demon spirits? Li Shu asked, puzzled. Seeing that Li Shu didn't know what death contract demon spirits were, Chu Jun breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy stone had dropped from his heart. As long as it's not death contract demon spirits, it's fine. I shouldn't have doubted you. You can't be that kind of person. So what exactly are death contract demon spirits? Li Shu asked. Chu Jun explained, after the demon spirit ring and trial taker contract, they cannot be used by other trial takers unless that trial taker dies. Then the demon spirit ring can complete a contract with another trial taker. Besides symbiotic contract, other parasitic contracts are like this too. I've heard of some trial takers who specialize in hunting other trial takers to seize demon spirit rings and parasitic contracts. There's no way you'd be that kind of trial taker. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you earlier, Chu Jun said apologetically. 147, Chapter 147, 100 Godslayer Shrine 2. It's okay, at least so far, I haven't seized other trial takers' magical spirits and contracts. Only then did Li Shu understand why trial takers are reluctant to reveal their identities. It's not just to keep the trial ground secrets, but also for their own safety. The greatest danger may come from Changsheng Heaven. Those guys have accumulated power for thousands of years, and their hands hold countless high-level magical spirits. Killing these new trial takers who have only started for a few years or decades and seizing their magical spirits and contracts is really too easy. You must never casually show off these contracts in front of outsiders, or it could be very dangerous, Chu Jun solemnly warned Li Shu. I've remembered. Li Shu nodded seriously. Speaking of which, it's so great that you are a real trial taker. We can go to the land of trial together. The land of trial I went to has several places that I haven't been able to break through. If we cooperate, we should be able to succeed. Chu Jun suddenly became excited. All right, if there's a chance. Having a companion in a place like the Land of Trial is quite nice, but the chance for two people to enter the Land of Trial together is not high. Returning to the inn at night, Li Shu lay down tiredly on the bed and fell asleep. Although his physical fitness had increased significantly recently, carrying the Dark Mirror and the Fire Lotus sword at the same time was still exhausting. Upon waking up, Li Shu felt comfortably soft all over. Turning over, he suddenly sensed something was wrong, as if he had touched something awkwardly pressing against his chest. Li Shu touched around and found a cold, hard board in his arms, which startled him. He jumped off the bed, tossing the thing onto the bed as well. Laying there on the bed, Li Shu stared intently at the object. Once he saw it clearly, his spine chilled instantly. It was indeed the Godslayer shrine. How has this thing returned? Staring at the shrine, Li Shu couldn't determine his emotions for the moment. The Godslayer shrine hadn't harmed him, so Li Shu wasn't particularly afraid. But being entangled with such a thing does leave him feeling uneasy. Alright then, let's have a good chat. What exactly do you want? Li Shu placed the Godslayer shrine on the table, sat opposite, and spoke to it. He was merely testing, but surprisingly, after speaking, the Godslayer shrine actually started to move. The wooden shrine shook on the table as if something inside was trying to break free, making Li Shu rise and watch it warily. After a bout of shaking, the shrine suddenly turned with its back facing Li Shu. On the previously flat back, two words appeared. Hug me. Hug me? A shrine acting cute here? As a living human, hugging a shrine, it's uncomfortable for me, even if you aren't bothered. Li Shu looked at the Godslayer shrine in front of him, feeling mixed emotions of amusement and bewilderment. This shrine seemed quite improper, asking for hugs right off the bat. Even if there truly is a god of slaughter, it wouldn't be a proper god. If you don't hug me, I'll kill you. The shrine shook again. The previous words disappeared, replaced by a new line. You want to kill me? Believe me, I'll chop you up for firewood right now, Li Shu sneered. Though he wasn't sure what the Godslayer shrine was, if it truly had the ability to kill him, it wouldn't need to wait around. It would have acted long ago. Fine, you wait and see. The shrine seemed to flare with rage, shaking violently after displaying those words. Li Shu summoned demigod Shana, deciding to strike first and chop it up. No matter what it is, since it harbors killing intent, whether or not it has the ability, it cannot be allowed to continue existing. Just as demigod Shana's large sword was about to strike the Godslayer shrine, two new words appeared on the shrine's back. Li Shu. Li Shu saw it was precisely his name. Before he could comprehend why the shrine would write his name, a sudden dizzy spell struck. His vision went black, and he fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! His head hit the ground, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. Holding his head, he stood up, intending to quickly chop up the shrine for firewood, but after glancing up at the scene before him, he was abruptly stunned. A black stone cabin, empty inside, with only a shattered stone coffin leaning against the wall. Black Death City. Li Shu immediately recognized this place, quickly rushing to the stone house's door, pushing it open and dashing out. Black sky, ancient Blackstone City, burning forge, dim and eerie streets. This was unmistakably Black Death City. What's going on? How did I end up here? Is the Godslayer shrine the culprit? Li Shu already came to a conclusion in his mind, yet found it hard to believe. Just moments ago, he was still in a hotel in Zhongshan City, and the Godslayer shrine had managed to directly bring him to Black Death City. This ability was rather frightening. Clang, clang. Li Shu heard the familiar sound of iron chains hitting the stone path. Undoubtedly, those magical spirits reappeared. Li Shu hurriedly returned inside the stone cabin, checking the broken stone coffin, yet the Godslayer shrine wasn't there. It hadn't come along. 148, Chapter 148, 100 Godslayer Shrine 3, How do I get back? When he entered before, there was a longevity lamp. Just blowing out the longevity lamp allowed him to leave. But now, he didn't have a longevity lamp by his side. How could he go back? In this eerie place, even if Li Shu wasn't afraid of those demon spirits and slaughtered them all, what would he eat and drink? Wouldn't he just die of thirst and hunger? Without giving Li Shu much time to think, the demon spirits outside were already approaching the small stone house. Li Shu had no choice but to step out of the stone house, summon the demon spirit, and deal with the demon spirits on the long street. Just like last time, demon spirits kept rushing out from the four directions of the long street, and their numbers grew increasingly larger. But to Li Shu, these demon spirits weren't a threat at all. He conveniently summoned the Love God Shooter to test the combat power of the radiant demon spirit. The Love God Shooter appeared at the intersection, drew the bow, and shot an arrow at the leading demon spirit. The blue-purple light arrow pierced the night sky and hit the chest of the demon spirit, directly penetrating through it. However, after the light arrow dissipated, there was no hole seen in the chest armor of the demon spirit, only a small blue-purple heart-shaped light imprint. Next, a surprising scene unfolded in front of Li Shu's eyes. The demon spirit hit by the Love God Shooter suddenly turned and charged at the demon spirit behind, beginning to tear into its kind. Good heavens! Does the Love God Shooter's arrow have such an effect? Li Shu was both surprised and pleased. This thing seemed even more useful than the demigod Shana. If the arrow of the Love God shooter works on all demon spirits, even against advanced demon spirits, one shot would make the demon spirits not frightening at all. The Love God shooter continued to shoot light arrows, leaving heart-shaped light imprints on the chests of those demon spirits, causing them to rebel and tear into their kind. With the Love God shooter, the threat of the demon spirits group to Li Shu was even smaller, and without much effort he wiped out wave after wave of demon spirits. After the demon spirits group died out, soon thereafter, he saw the over 3-meter-tall demon spirit appear at the end of the long street. Li Shu thought it would be as simple as last time, but upon seeing it, he realized the demon spirit was emitting a black aura all over, not only having black light patterns but also shackles on its hands and feet, which were like blazing black crystals shining brightly. Shining level demon spirit. Li Shu was slightly surprised, but even a shining level demon spirit posed no danger to him. After all, it's just an E-level demon spirit, and no matter how high its quality, it couldn't surpass the demigod Shauna. Bang! Demigod Shauna directly blew the head of the shining level demon spirit with a shot, still clean and crisp, no fuss. The flowing light on the shining level demon spirit gathered and finally exploded away, leaving nothing behind. As Shachu said, not every demon spirit leaves behind a demon spirit ring after death. Li Shu looked at the demon core that rolled out from the demon spirit's body, but he had no desire to pick it up. Now, it wasn't about whether he wanted the demon core, it was about how he would get out. Sure enough, the living shouldn't compete with the dead. Li Shu calmed down and wandered around the city, searching for a longevity lamp. Even if he couldn't find the longevity lamp, Li Shu had other plans. Since there was a Godslayer shrine inside the small stone house, there were many other stone houses here, there may be other shrines inside. Since the Godslayer shrine could bring him inside, perhaps other shrines could send him out. Of course, this was the last resort. Li Shu didn't want to take that route unless necessary. One Godslayer shrine already put Li Shu through this. If there was something fiercer, who knows what would happen. Li Shu rode the pink nightmare around the city, but he didn't find any trace of the longevity lamp. It seems I have to take this final step. Li Shu hesitated for a while and did not immediately open the doors of those buildings. He still had a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the Godslayer shrine only brought him temporarily and wouldn't keep him here forever. Theoretically, this was possible. Maybe the Godslayer shrine's power had a time limit. Li Shu decided to first study the buildings inside Black Death City. There were a total of 365 black stone structures on both sides of the cross street. These buildings looked somewhat like temples and somewhat like churches. It was hard to say what style they really were. The Godslayer shrine was in the stone house, the lowest building within Black Death City. The tallest building in the city was in the southeast corner of the crossroads. It was a mysterious and eerie building standing 20 meters tall, resembling a demon god's abode. A shrine in a small house is so fierce, who knows what evils lie in this big house? Or perhaps there are no stone coffins in shrines, just some terrifying demon spirit. Li Shu examined it for a while before finally deciding against the idea of going inside. He had already selected another stone house. Besides the one with the Godslayer shrine, this stone house was the smallest one, on the far edge of the right side of the cross street. Let's wait a bit longer. If it doesn't work, I'll have to open a stone house. Li Shu rested in the small square, trying to minimize his energy consumption. As time passed minute by minute, when Li Shu began to feel hungry, a sound of dragging chains suddenly appeared from the end of the long street. Here they come again. Li Shu looked over, and sure enough, he saw the shackled demon spirit again. Li Shu continued to rest while summoning his demon spirit to kill the demon spirit. It wasn't long before he wiped out the demon spirit's group. The final demon spirit boss appeared. This time, it was just a flowing color demon spirit. After being killed, only the demon core remained. Li Shu roughly estimated that this appearance of the demon spirit's group was approximately 2 hours apart from the previous group. The demon spirit's group posed no threat to Li Shu, so he didn't concern himself with it and continued to wait. If 48 hours passed and he still hadn't left Black Death City to return to the inn, he would have no choice but to open a stone house. The Jedi Knight was cleaning up the battlefield, and when he picked up the flowing color demon core, he seemed to stare at it for quite a while. 149, Chapter 49, 1001 Bloodlight / Li Shu saw the expression of the Jedi Knight. Only then did he remember that demon spirits can use demon cores to level up. However, using demon cores with vastly different properties for leveling up makes it difficult for demon spirits to awaken their talent skills. For a demon spirit of demigod Shauna's quality, Li Shu was reluctant to casually let him absorb an ordinary demon core to level up, but the Jedi Knight's quality was poor from the start, so even if he used all the same types of gemstones or demon cores for leveling, the probability of awakening a talent skill was very low. Just like Shachu's Good and Evil Punisher, it never managed to comprehend a talent skill even at S level. Eat if you want. Li Shu gave the order to the Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight received the command, put the flowing color demon core in his hand into his mouth, and swallowed it. Li Shu watched for a while, seeing that the Jedi Knight had no reaction and did not manage to level up. It was probably because the energy from the demon core was insufficient. The Jedi Knight seemed unwilling to consume the other ordinary demon cores, so Li Shu also gave him the shining demon core he had previously obtained. The Jedi Knight took the shining demon core, swallowed it without thinking, and his body still showed no significant change, nor did he level up. As time ticked by, 2 hours later, the first batch of demon spirits appeared again, and the flowing color demon spirit was still among the last to appear this time. After killing it, Li Shu again gave the flowing color demon core to the Jedi Knight. Every 2 hours a batch of demon spirits would appear, and by the 6th batch, a radiant demon spirit finally appeared. The radiant demon spirit's entire body was engulfed in black flames, shackles like black light chains. With a mighty pull of its arms, it broke the black light chains, waving the broken shackles. When thrown, the light extended far like a laser whip. Bang! Demigod Shauna still killed in one shot. The bullet pierced the protective black flames of the demon spirit and exploded its head. Demigod Shauna's attack power is really too fierce. The radiant demon spirit's quality is almost close to his, yet it still gets killed in one shot. Originally, he thought with that quality nearing Shayna's, it wouldn't be easy for Demigod Shayna to kill the radiant demon spirit. He would need to shoot several times at least. Who knew it would still be a headshot in one shot? The radiant demon spirit's body fell, the black flames converged, and its armor-like body disassembled. Finally, the black flames gathered in the air to become a black talent gemstone falling to the ground. Wasn't it supposed to be a demon spirit ring? Li Shu was slightly disappointed. Li Shu instructed the Jedi Knight to retrieve the talent gemstone and the radiant demon core, keeping the talent gemstone for himself and rewarding the demon core to the Jedi Knight. The Jedi Knight swallowed the radiant demon core, and his body suddenly changed. Red flames burst from his body, quickly enveloping his entire figure, like a phoenix reborn in flames. Strange, the pink nightmare didn't have such an exaggerated transformation when it leveled up. As Li Shu was puzzling over this, the red flames on the Jedi Knight's body gradually extinguished. His size did not change much, but his shell became more crimson, and the line's more elegant, mysterious light pattern appeared on the fluorescent stick-like samurai sword, resembling runes or some odd symbols. Jedi Knight, evolvable, capable of summoning D-level demon spirit Jedi Knight. Level D, talent skill, Bloodlight Slash. Li Shu was startled by the new information about the Jedi Knight that appeared in his mind. The Jedi Knight had actually awakened a talent skill. Is this even possible? The pink nightmare reached B level without awakening a talent skill, yet this guy awakened a talent skill just by advancing to D level. Could this be related to the evil? Li Shu ordered the Jedi Knight to use his talent skill, Bloodlight Slash. The Jedi Knight drew the blade and slashed. The light pattern on the sword glowed red, and as it cut down, the red light from the blade transformed into a blood-red crescent-shaped light blade, soaring through the air for over 10 meters before dissipating. This skill has a distinct leap in quality with long-range attack capabilities. Indeed, possessing a talent skill is a qualitative leap, but this ability is just basic operation on Demigod Shauna and the Love God Shooter's side. Li Shu regretted giving the evil to the Jedi Knight. Such a good thing should have been given to a higher quality demon spirit. Back in that mine tunnel, there were 2 evils that crawled onto my body. If there's a chance to go out, I might be able to catch another evil. Li Shu secretly calculated in his heart. Li Shu also used the talent gemstone, obtaining an E-level talent Knight pupil, which provided certain enhancements to his eyesight, making his vision better than an average person in the dark. Li Shu already possessed the dark mirror, so the Knight pupil talent had little impact on him. One wave of demon spirits after another appeared, and after continuously slaying 11 waves, he acquired many demon cores, but didn't see a single demon spirit ring, nor a skill ring, only that one talent gemstone. A radiant demon spirit did not appear again. Not even a shining demon spirit was seen afterwards, only flowing color demon spirits, whose demon cores were all eaten by the Jedi Knight. The 12th wave of demon spirits ended with another flowing color demon spirit. After slaying it, and before Li Shu could clean up the battlefield, he suddenly felt his vision go dark, and after a dizzy spell, collapsed to the ground. I haven't taken the demon cores yet. Li Shu immediately realized what had happened, but the demon cores piled on the ground were yet to be collected. 150, Chapter 150, 101, Bloodlight/2. By the time Li Shu got up from the ground, it was too late to think about anything. He found himself back in his hotel room. The Godslayer shrine was still on the table, with its back facing him, displaying 3 words on the back. Are you convinced? I thought you had great abilities, but you only managed to send me into Black Death City for 24 hours. If you have the guts, lock me in there for a lifetime. Li Shu thought to himself, anyway, you can only send me in for 24 hours. It's just right for me to go in and kill the demon spirits. If I can get the demon spirit ring, it'll be a big gain. Even if I don't, getting some skills or talents is also profitable. Even if nothing comes out, I can still collect some demon cores to feed the Jedi Knights. Thinking of that small pile of E-class demon cores, Li Shu felt a bit of heartache. Although they were the lowest class of demon cores, they numbered in the thousands and could fetch a considerable amount of money if sold. Just you wait. After this line of text appeared, the Godslayer shrine remained still. It was unclear whether its ability was still on cooldown or for some other reason, but it did not send Li Shu into Black Chi City again. Li Shu waited for a while, and seeing no reaction from the Godslayer shrine, he picked it up and walked out. Hey, you were in your room? I called for you to eat earlier. Why didn't you open the door? I thought you went out. Just as he was leaving, he bumped into Sha Chu, who asked in confusion. I went out just now and just got back, but I have some matters to attend to and need to go out again, Li Shu said and quickly left. After leaving the city, Li Shu found a deserted spot and tossed the Godslayer shrine onto the ground. He drew the Fire Lotus sword and pointed it at the shrine, saying, From now on, listen to me, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll chop you up and use you for firewood now. Bring it on. The Godslayer shrine suddenly stood up on its own, shaking as two words appeared. Fine. Li Shu slashed right away, the Fire Lotus sword glowing red as it struck the wooden shrine. It produced a sound like clashing metals, yet left no marks on the wooden surface. Li Shu then summoned the demigod Shana and the B-class Pink Nightmare, using a gun to shoot, a sword to slash, hooves to stomp, and a horn to ram. Li Shu tried every method, but the Godslayer shrine remained unscathed. Is that all? Text appeared on the Godslayer shrine, mocking. For a moment, Li Shu really had no way to deal with it. After some thought, he retrieved his demon spirits, picked up the shrine, and left. Li Shu had seen a forge in the city, equipped with a furnace and large hydraulic press used for crafting, and decided to see if those could make the Godslayer shrine submit. Using the power of money, Li Shu persuaded the forge owner. First, he threw the shrine into the furnace. Despite the intense heat capable of melting steel, after over an hour, the shrine remained unchanged. The 10-ton hydraulic press, groaning under exertion, failed to crush the shrine. Keep going. The Godslayer shrine taunted mercilessly. This time, Li Shu was truly out of options. He could only throw the shrine onto the ground and went back on his own. When he returned to the hotel, he found that the shrine had somehow stuck to his back. Helplessly, Li Shu tossed the shrine away casually, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. When he woke up, the shrine was lying in his arms. Li Shu decided to ignore it and continued as if he hadn't noticed, carrying on with his tasks without paying it any mind. Don't go to tomorrow's trial. It might be an S-class trial. During dinner, Zimin Guan advised Li Shu not to participate. Got it. Li Shu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against joining the S-class trial. With the Dark Mirror, Li Shu was confident about getting through the S-class Dark Maze. However, the two weights on him were too burdensome, preventing him from moving quickly. He feared that his speed wouldn't be enough, and even if he knew how to get out, his pace might not beat the time. When will the demon armor be modified? Li Shu asked Zimin Guan. We don't have professional equipment here, so we can only modify it manually with makeshift tools. It won't be quick. To wait another 10 days or half a month should be about right. Zimin Guan quickly finished his meal and went back to his room to continue tinkering. At noon, Li Shu received an invitation from the city lord's mansion, asking him, along with Afai and Sha Chu, to join the trial tomorrow. Li Shu found an excuse to decline. Li Shu, whatever you do, don't go to tomorrow's trial. I just found out it might be S-class and very dangerous. I'll be back at the latest in 2 days, so please don't go. Chukun messaged him that evening. Understood. Not long after Li Shu replied to the message, the deputy from the city lord's mansion personally visited the hotel. Can we talk? Deputy Lin knocked on Li Shu's door, smiling as he spoke. Talk about what? Li Shu glanced outside, seeing 2 rows of soldiers in the hotel lobby, including magic armor masters. The city lord wants to invite you and the other 2 ladies to the city lord's mansion, Deputy Lin stated. Is it possible not to go? Li Shu clearly understood what Zhongshan city lord wanted him for. This is Zhongshan city, Deputy Lin uttered softly. So you mean I have no choice but to go? Li Shu slightly frowned, but then stood up and said, Okay, wait a moment while I tell my friend something, and then I'll go with you to the city lord's mansion. You can. Deputy Lin stepped back, giving way. Within Zhongshan city, he didn't believe Li Shu could cause any trouble. Chapter 151, 1001 Bloodlight/3 Li Shu walked out to the door next to Zimin Guan's room and knocked. Zimin Guan quickly opened the door. Zimin Guan was also an old and shrewd man. Just one glance and he knew what had happened. Can my equipment still be used? Li Shu asked Zimin Guan. There's a minor issue, but it can still be used, Zimin Guan replied. As long as it can be used, give it to me. Li Shu nodded slightly. Wait a moment, Zimin Guan closed the door, and before long he opened it again and handed a backpack to Li Shu. Li Shu picked up the backpack, feeling a bit surprised. The usual magic armor box is a square or a wider rectangle. Before, when it was in the ghost-faced magic armor box form, it was a wide rectangle, about the same size as a pull rod suitcase used for travel. Now, what Zimin Guan handed to Li Shu was a backpack about the size of a school bag used by elementary students, with an outer canvas layer that could be carried or worn. Inside, it should be the ghost-faced magic armor box. Just by its volume, the ghost-faced magic armor box was much smaller than before, and it was unknown if its style had been altered. Li Shu did not open it to check, but slung the backpack over his shoulder and said to Deputy Lin, Let's go. Deputy Lin glanced at the backpack on Li Shu's back without paying attention. No one would have thought that a backpack could contain a full set of magic armor. Moreover, Deputy Lin didn't even think in that direction. He couldn't imagine a magic armor master frequently going to the trial ground for adventures. As for weapons like firearms, to the city lord, who was surrounded by magic armor masters and trial takers, they were of no concern. Sha Chu and Fei were also called out and got into the car with Li Shu, and the car slowly made its way towards the city lord's mansion. Li Shu did not start anything at the inn. Not because he was unsure, but because killing Deputy Lin and these soldiers wouldn't accomplish much. He preferred to solve problems at their root, rather than dealing with minor troubles one by one. The car drove into the city lord's mansion and stopped in front of the lobby at the main entrance. After Li Shu and the others got off the car, some soldiers came up to inspect and reached out to take the backpack from Li Shu's back. "You'd better not touch this." Li Shu reached out and stopped the soldier. "You'd better not move." The soldier raised his gun, aiming it at Li Shu's head, speaking with a grim face. As the soldier moved again to grab Li Shu's backpack, there was a flash of red light, and both the gun and his arms were cut in two. "Ah!" the soldier screamed miserably as he stepped back, blood gushing from his severed arms. The surrounding soldiers instantly raised their guns, pointing at Li Shu and the rest. "I told you, don't touch my things," Li Shu said calmly. "So you are a real trial taker. No wonder you passed the dark maze so many times. But within the city lord's mansion, even a true trial taker must adhere to the city lord's rules," Deputy Lin said, looking at the Fire Lotus sword in Li Shu's hand. "Put away your contract and hand over your things to the soldiers. Come see the city lord with me, and I can overlook this." "I told you, don't touch my things. You can test it if you don't believe me." Li Shu smiled at Deputy Lin. "Don't think that just because you're a real trial taker, you can act recklessly within the city lord's mansion. You're far from being qualified." Deputy Lin glared coldly at Li Shu, then pulled out a dagger from his chest. The dagger had purple electric patterns flickering on it, clearly also a contract. As Deputy Lin just pulled out the dagger, there was a sudden flash of cold light, and not knowing what had happened, he let out a scream as his hand holding the dagger got severed at the wrist, with the severed hand and dagger dropping to the ground. "Didn't he tell you?" Sha Chu's sword was already in its sheath before anyone else even saw her draw it to cut off Deputy Lin's hand. "Stop." The surrounding soldiers were shocked and about to fire at Li Shu and the others, but suddenly heard a voice coming from inside the lobby. 4 magic armor masters walked out first and stood on either side of the main entrance. Then a middle-aged man, accompanied by 2 bodyguard-like individuals, came out from within the hall, standing on the steps and said, "Do you two think that now being real trial takers, you can run wild in my Zhongshan city?" Li Shu laughed. "Is the city lord suggesting that not participating in your trial equals running wild?" "Yes, in Zhongshan City, no one can defy my will," the city lord of Zhongshan said naturally. "To ordinary people, a real trial taker may be something, but here, even if you are a trial taker or even a magic armor master, you must obey or else—" The city lord of Zhongshan didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. "I see, so according to you, city lord, if we don't participate in the trial, what happens?" Li Shu asked the city lord of Zhongshan calmly. "Death," replied the city lord of Zhongshan coldly with one word. With that word, the 4 magic armor masters stepped forward to stand in front of the city lord of Zhongshan, and the barrels of the soldiers' guns pointed again at Li Shu and the others, ready to turn them into sieves at the city lord's command. Li Shu laughed. "Then today, I will indeed run wild." Saying this, Li Shu lifted the backpack with one hand. The backpack was immediately burst open from inside, and pieces of magic armor flew out, swiftly wrapping around Li Shu's body. Seeing the appearance of the magic armor, the city lord of Zhongshan and those magic armor masters were startled, but seeing the state of Li Shu's armor, they all sneered disdainfully. The magic armor on Li Shu's body looked as if it had been salvaged from a battlefield in Iraq, its surface shabby and worn, like it had been sanded down, with some parts missing, directly exposing parts of Li Shu's body. Even one of Li Shu's legs was exposed, completely without the coverage and protection of the magic armor. Can this even be called magic armor? The magic armor master's eyes were filled with contempt, as if a magic armor master like Li Shu and armor like this were a constant insult to them. 1522, Chapter 522-152, The Old Official's Demon Armor. Li Shu hadn't expected that the small problem that Old Official mentioned would turn out like this. If Li Shu hadn't already activated the demon armor and was wearing it, he would have thought it was just a pile of scrap, completely unusable. Since it could be used, it didn't matter to Li Shu. "So, you're actually a magic armor master. That's rare. A magic armor master willing to venture into the trial ground. Your magic armor master career must not be going smoothly, huh?" Zhongshan City Lord mocked. "City Lord, I think you should leave here right now," suddenly said a magic armor master standing in front of Zhongshan City Lord. "Qing Shan, what do you mean by that?" Zhongshan City Lord looked at the magic armor master and asked. The magic armor master, referred to as Qing Shan, replied without turning his head, "It's very dangerous. You should leave here now." "How dangerous can it be, with just that shabby magic armor?" "Don't tell me. With the 2 of you, S-class and A-class magic armor masters here, I still have to flee," Zhongshan City Lord said with a stern face. "City Lord, don't listen to Qing Shan's nonsense. He's gone senile. With us here, don't mention just one such trashy magic armor master. Even 10 would be as good as dead. You two protect the City Lord. I'll deal with him." Since Qingshan is so scared, let him stay here, said another S-Class Magic Armor Master Black Mist. As he spoke, Black Mist transformed into a shadow, with two blacklight blades appearing in his hands, slashing towards Li Shu standing there like an illusion. Black Mist was incredibly fast, the 10-meter distance covered in a blink, with the demonic light behind the magic armor propelling his body forward at unbelievable speed. For an ordinary magic armor master, facing such speed, even if the mind could react, the body and magic armor couldn't keep up with the mind's response, and could only watch as the body was sliced by Black Mist's blacklight blade. Black Mist was overly confident in his own speed. Even among S-Class magic armors, Black Mist's speed was top-notch, with not many S-Class magic armors being able to compete in speed. Boom. But at the moment Black Mist rushed to Li Shu, he felt as if struck by lightning on the head, his face slamming heavily to the ground. Boom. The dust flew, and, after it settled, Li Shu's leg, wrapped in demon armor, was stepping on the back of Black Mist's head. Black Mist was completely embedded in the ground, seeming to struggle desperately but unable to break free. Zhongshan City Lord instantly stepped back in shock. That was S-Class Black Mist, yet someone had stomped him down with a foot. What kind of monster was this? Did I allow you to leave? Li Shu said, suddenly moving, exerting force with the foot on Black Mist. The magic light from the soul burst out, like a rocket thruster, propelling Li Shu's body to burst upwards, rushing towards the retreating Zhongshan City Lord. Block him. Stop him for me, Qingshan. Stop him. The Zhongshan City Lord completely lost the aura of controlling everything, yelling while retreating. The two A-Class Magic Armor Masters shot magic light at Li Shu in midair. But Li Shu, like a freely soaring sea swallow, even with only one leg firing magic light for propulsion, easily glided through the barrage of magic light, flitting between the two A-Class Magic Armor Masters. The two A-Class Magic Armor Masters instantly had a blood streak appear at their waists. Their magic armor shattered, and they fell down. Qingshan stood in front of Li Shu, staring dead at him, with magic light gathering in his hands, forming a cyan shield of light, trying to block Li Shu's charge. Li Shu pressed on without pausing, crashing directly into the shield of light, with one hand, fingers like a hook, first impacting the shield. Crack. In an instant, Li Shu's fingers, infused with demonic light, cracked the shield of light and directly grabbed the head of S-Class Magic Armor Master Qingshan, pressing his head to the ground, pushing forward more than 100 meters, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Zhongshan City Lord's soul turned pale with fright. That was Qingshan Armor's strongest skill, Cyan Mountain Shield, which, even with continuous S-Class demonic light attacks for an hour, would be hard to breach. How could it be shattered with just a grab of the fingers? At this point, Zhongshan City Lord finally realized the terrifying nature of what he had provoked. Two S-Class and two A-Class Magic Armor Masters were nothing but wild chickens and dogs before Li Shu, and Zhongshan City Lord never imagined that S-Class Magic Armor Masters could be so fragile, so unable to withstand a single blow. You can't kill me. Watching Li Shu walking step by step like a demon god, Zhongshan City Lord gave up on running and turned to Li Shu, shouting, "Why can't I kill you?" Li Shu continued to walk toward Zhongshan City Lord, asking casually, "Red Sand City Lord is my brother-in-law. If you kill me, you'll be against the entire Southern Cross Federation. Are you sure you want to do that?" Zhongshan City Lord continued. "You don't have to do this. As long as you don't kill me, all the gemstones and demon cores in the City Lord's mansion are yours. Don't you like playing in the mortal world as a trial taker? I can talk to my brother-in-law, so you can access any trial gate you want, and I'll cover all the costs." Sounds pretty good. Li Shu stopped, smiling. "It's really good. Whatever you want, just tell me. I can give you anything." Seeing that Li Shu seemed moved, Zhongshan City Lord hurriedly promised even more. 153. Chapter 53, 1002. The Demon Armor of Old Officer 2. Bang. A demonic light directly blasted Zhongshan City Lord's head, and his corpse slowly fell to the ground afterward. Li Shu withdrew his finger, not bothering to look at the Zhongshan City Lord's corpse, turned around to look at the door, seeing those soldiers outside already dead or fled. Only Afei and Sha Chu remained outside. "Heh, if I'd known it was this simple, I'd have saved time on modifying your demon armor and just come in and killed everyone." Jimin Guan appeared from somewhere, walking into the City Lord's mansion while laughing. "I'm not in the habit of killing and looting. If it weren't for the Zhongshan City Lord seeking death himself, Li Shu didn't enjoy using force. True, you are alone. No matter how strong, you are still just one person. No matter how formidable a magic armor master is, they can't stand against the entire Southern Cross Federation." Simen Guan seemed to agree with Li Shu, but then his tone shifted. "But that's only when you're wearing regular S-Class magic armor. If you put on my S-Class magic armor, even if all the magic armor masters of the Southern Cross Federation came to kill you, you still wouldn't lose. Do you want to consider wearing my armor in the future? You should go find your armor first," Li Shu said as he walked toward the City Lord's mansion. He had no thoughts on Simen Guan's armor, but he was very interested in Zhongshan City Lord's vault. Several people rushed into the City Lord's mansion, ignoring the panicked servants and women, and began searching inside. The result was disappointing. The Zhongshan City Lord's assets seemed rather meager, with only a batch of black apatite in stock. Other rubies and sapphires were only a few small pieces, none too big. In fact, the Zhongshan City Lord had nearly exhausted all his savings to complete Zimenguan's armor, leaving him with no real wealth now. Li Shu's only gain was a batch of black apatite, while Zimenguan finally found his armor. Below the City Lord's mansion was a large underground laboratory filled with magic armor researchers captured by the Zhongshan City Lord. They were imprisoned there to study and repair Zimenguan's armor. When Li Shu and his group saw the armor, it was in a massive transparent container filled with an unknown liquid. The armor was soaking in the liquid, connected by many neuron-like filaments, each filament transmitting continuous strands of light. As Li Shu saw the armor, he couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. He had seen many magic armors, but such a sight was his first. The concept of armor usually implies armors he had seen, styled like armor but with slight variations. But Zimenguan's armor was different. It wasn't armor, it looked like clothing. The black jumpsuit inside the container floated slightly, looking as soft as silk. Is this really magic armor? Even Shachu couldn't help but ask. What do you think? Impressive, right? Only I can create such magic armor. All those magic armor laboratories and researchers are just trash. How could they compare to me, Zimenguan? They are not even worthy to serve me, Zimenguan boasted. Indeed, Zimenguan had reason to be proud, but hearing these words felt rather unpleasant. What a mess! Who thought of this method for my magic armor? They're idiots. Zimenguan scolded the researchers who trembled with fear. While cursing, he opened the container, ripped off the filaments connected to the armor, and took out the jumpsuit like magic armor. Though it looked incredibly soft, once Zimenguan released it, the jumpsuit eerily stood like a person, appearing strangely surreal. Like an invisible man wearing clothes, you could see the clothes floating but not the person inside. The overall style of the armor resembled a mysterious wizard wearing a cloak, with a veil covering the face. Only the eye section was exposed. Zimenguan explained, the eye part was unfinished because considering future entry into the trial gate, ordinary materials wouldn't work. I've never found suitable materials, and in the end got imprisoned before I could finish it. After a pause, he continued, the Zhongshan City Lord wanted an S-class demon core from the hero trial ground for the final eye part, but he didn't know, I've tried it before. The S-class demon core obtained from the hero trial ground isn't suitable for making the eye part of this magic armor. Forget about those things for now, just fix my magic armor first, you've torn it apart. Li Shu pointed at the ghost-faced magic armor. I haven't completed the modifications yet. You should have directly barged into the City Lord's mansion from the start, and there wouldn't be so many issues. Zimenguan replied. Fix it quickly. Li Shu tossed the ghost-faced magic armor box to Zimenguan. The Zhongshan City Lord might truly be related to Red Sand City Lord. Once he hears about his relative being killed, he might send people to Zhongshan City for revenge. The ghost-faced magic armor must be fixed quickly. E454, Chapter 54-102, The Demon Armor of Old Officer 3. Why bother fixing it? Just wear this set of demon armor one made. Although the eye part isn't done yet, it's definitely way better than your suit, Zimenguan muttered as he tried to persuade. Li Shu pretended not to hear. He had sworn an oath, and he couldn't easily break it. What are your plans? Shachu approached Li Shu, asking with a half-smile. Seems like you have some ideas, Li Shu asked back. Zhongshan City is surrounded by dense forests, and is in a lawless area between Guyue City and Red Sand City, not too far from Tyrone City's territory. If you can establish control here, it wouldn't be a bad thing. The batch of black apatite you have will be most effective here, Shachu explained. Li Shu had the same thought. With a ready trial gate and black apatite here, there's no need to search elsewhere. As long as he improves his physical condition here, he can head straight to the Sea Heaven Trial Ground or Gate of Purgatory. You've run family businesses before, so you should be good at managing internal affairs. Help me sort out the city's relationships first. Li Shu directly handed the most troublesome question to Shachu. As long as you can hold the ground, these aren't issues. Shachu smiled. Shachu had remarkable efficiency and quickly stabilized the situation, re-signing contracts with the city's merchants. As for residents of Zhongshan City, there aren't actually any. The city was built by directly carving out the mountain, with no original inhabitants. The residents are mostly businessmen who signed contracts and came to open shops before the city was established. As long as there's money to be made, these businessmen don't care who's the city lord as long as they can profit. Many people are secretly speculating how long this new Zhongshan City Lord can hold the position. The previous City Lord of Zhongshan was the brother-in-law of the Red Sand City Lord, and most merchants followed him here because of his identity. Otherwise, who would come to such a remote place? Fortunately, the trial gate attracts people from other regions, keeping their business decent. Most are guessing how soon will the Red Sand City Lord send someone to take out the new City Lord. The main problem is that the City Lord's mansion now doesn't even have soldiers. The previous ones have long fled. Even if not all fled, few would be willing to stick with Li Shu. No matter how skilled Li Shu is, he's just one person. Can a magic armor master, no matter how talented, stand against the magic armor master army of Red Sand City? unexpectedly to Li Shu. The Qingshan magic armor master he injured didn't leave Zhongshan City but approached Li Shu voluntarily. Why didn't you leave? Li Shu looked at Qingshan magic armor master and asked. Black Mist and 2 other A-level magic armor masters were killed by Li Shu in a single blow. Qingshan wasn't killed instantly but unexpectedly dared to return to see Li Shu. Where can I go? Qingshan removed his demon armor, revealing a youthful, gentle-looking 30-something man, now showing a bitter expression. I was sent by the Red Sand City Lord to protect him, now he's dead, and the other 3 magic armor masters are dead too. If I return alone, the Red Sand City Lord's wife's character won't spare me. Do you want to stay? Li Shu looked at Qingshan and asked. If you're willing, I am ready to follow you, Qingshan said. Aren't you afraid of the Red Sand City Lord's revenge? Li Shu asked curiously. I am, but I believe you can solve this problem. Among the magic armor masters I know, aside from God, you're probably the strongest. The Red Sand City Lord can't disregard his main city's safety to send a large number of magic armor masters here. If only 1 or 2 come, even his world's 4th-ranked magic armor master, I don't think he can win. Qingshan analyzed. If you want to stay, then stay. I need manpower here anyway. Li Shu didn't refuse. Even if he wants to be a spy, it doesn't matter, a spy still works. Let him be the grunt first. Did you kill the Zhongshan City Lord and occupy Zhongshan City? Shu Jun sent a message. Yes. Are you still a magic armor master? Yes. You don't plan to escape? No escape. Keep a spot for me at the City Lord's mansion. I'll be there the night after tomorrow. Okay. Li Shu found some documents in the City Lord's mansion related to the hero trial ground, many of which contained maze maps drawn by various trial takers. However, many maps drawn by trial takers were incorrect. Analyzing them would lead to more mistakes. The more useful maps mostly came from the same person, evident by the drawing style. Li Shu, the trial taker who tried to kill us in the maze, wants to see you outside. A Fei came in, interrupting Li Shu's research. Let him in. Li Shu roughly guessed Ye Yuzhen's intentions. Cough, cough, City Lord. It was all my fault before. I couldn't recognize true strength. Whether you punish or forgive is up to you. Upon entering, Ye Yuzhen immediately adopted a remorseful stance. Do you want to stay in Zhongshan City to continue exploring the Dark Maze? Li Shu said calmly. The City Lord is wise. My abilities suit the Dark Maze the best. Here, I still count as somebody. At other trial grounds, my abilities would be greatly diminished. If you're not averse, I am willing to serve you loyally. Ye Yuzhen quickly promised. You can stay, but you must participate in the next trial. Li Shu replied coolly. This, Ye Yuzhen's face changed, knowing the next trial might be S-level. Even he wasn't confident he could survive. There's no free lunch in this world. I won't dwell on previous matters, but you must contribute if you want to stay and enjoy benefits. I'll also enter the next trial. It's your choice whether to join. Li Shu said to Ye Yuzhen. Ye Yuzhen's expression fluctuated before he finally gritted his teeth and said, All right, I'll go. 155, Chapter 155, 1-3 Blood Moon Black Death City. In the past, the hero's trial ground belonged to someone else, and Li Shu wasn't willing to risk his life there. Now the hero's trial ground is his, but if he doesn't pass the S-level trial, the trial ground can't be used anymore. Moreover, it was a pity to waste the S-level trial when so many talents were sacrificed to complete it. Of course, Li Shu can't just go there casually, he has to be fully prepared first. Are these maps all drawn by you? Li Shu asked Ye Yuzhen while holding the maze maps he found. Yes. Ye Yuzhen explained, Before, when I killed in the Dark Maze, it was with the money from Zhongshan's City Lord. No, it was from the previous City Lord of Zhongshan. You drew these maps well. Your memory is impressive. Li Shu looked at so many maps, but only Ye Yuzhen's drawings were accurate every time. My family used to live next to the mineral veins. Many abandoned mines were there because they had long since stopped yielding raw stones, so they were abandoned. When I was a child, to survive, I'd go into those abandoned mines hoping to strike it lucky and find a few stones. But the mines were so interconnected that they lacked safety facilities long ago, making them prone to collapse. Additionally, without electricity and lights inside, people like us couldn't afford headlamps or similar items and could only venture in the dark. Many kids like me got buried inside without knowing when or lost their way, starving to death within. My memory and sense of direction are quite good, and my luck isn't bad. No matter how complex the paths, once I've walked through them, I can remember them clearly and have found some raw stones to keep me alive until now. I'd say I'm more familiar with the darkness than the daytime. I feel safer in the dark. Li Shu nodded slightly. No matter your past, if you follow me from now on, you're not allowed to kill without my permission. Of course, without payment, I don't want to kill anyone. Ye Yuzhen nodded. From now on, in the middle of each month, you can collect a salary from the mansion. If you want to live in the mansion, I can arrange accommodations for you. If you prefer to live outside, that's fine too, as long as I can find you when I need to, Li Shu said. Thank you, City Lord. I think I'll stay outside for now. Ye Yuzhen thought it over and said, All right, here's the map you drew during the A-level trials. There are a few places you'll need to explain to me. Li Shu pointed to the last few A-level Dark Maze maps drawn by Ye Yuzhen. Li Shu didn't want to know what Ye Yuzhen and Qingshan did before. He also didn't care what they would do after. As long as he could use them now, he would make use of them. He didn't plan to settle down in Zhongshan City, he just wanted to obtain the resources he needed quickly. The maps drawn by Ye Yuzhen were more detailed than those known to Li Shu. After all, Ye Yuzhen had participated in the trials numerous times and taken more routes than Li Shu, so with such a collection of maps from low to high levels, coupled with Li Shu's own memory, it provided him with clearer insights into the Dark Maze. Each level of the Dark Maze adds outer layers based on the previous level. I'd known this before, but the layers added follow a pattern, and those rooms with traps also follow a pattern. Li Shu used the routes he remembered to complete the routes Ye Yuzhen hadn't taken, resulting in a complete map. First, categorize the maze into different zones based on levels. Then consider the rooms as binary codes, with safe rooms as 0 and rooms with traps as 1. Convert each row's codes into decimal and then corresponding letters, forming words by linking each zone's letters together. When brave meet narrow paths, the brave shall prevail. Now Li Shu finally understood why the Dark Maze was named Hero Trial Ground rather than Dark Trial Ground. Li Shu remembered there was more to this phrase. By following this pattern, the additional layers in the S-level maze might correspond to a few later phrases. Li Shu recalled the complete phrase. When brave meet in narrow paths, the brave shall prevail. When brave meet wise men, the wise shall prevail. When wise meet kind men, the kind shall prevail. When kind meet righteous men, the righteous shall prevail. When righteous meet loyal men, the loyal shall prevail. When loyal shall prevail. When loyal meet virtuous men, the virtuous shall prevail. When virtuous meet men of the way, men of the way shall prevail. If extrapolating this further, the difficulty of the S-level maze far exceeds that of the A-level maze by untold multiples. If one really went to explore, not even an hour, possibly a week, wouldn't be enough to explore it completely. But knowing this pattern, once the position and direction in the maze are determined, one can avoid all mechanisms and traps, choose the correct path, and walk out. Just not sure if the S-level maze is arranged according to this phrase. Although it seems highly likely, Li Shu had to prepare for other possibilities in advance to prevent preconceived notions from wasting too much time in the maze. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, Ye Yuzhen carefully made a series of left and right turns, ensuring no one was tracking him, swapped into different clothes and makeup at a corner in a dark alley. Once out of the alley, Ye Yuzhen circled around several times, confirmed no one was following him, and then proceeded to a small courtyard. 156, Chapter 56, 156, 15 Blood Moon, Black Death City. 2. Coming through the small courtyard's hidden door to another household behind it, Ye Yuzhen finally let out a sigh of relief. Brother, you're back. A girl of about 17 or 18 came out of the house, happily grabbing Ye Yuzhen. The girl was dressed plainly, yet her beautiful figure couldn't be hidden, and her skin was as delicate as a flower petal. Shiyuan, this is for you. Ye Yuzhen took out a box of cake from his coat and handed it to Ye Shiyuan. It's the cake I love, brother. Did you strike it rich? You're not stingy at all recently. Ye Shiyuan said with a smile. You talk too much. Just eat your cake. Ye Yuzhen sighed inwardly. I wonder how many more days of peace we have. Ye Yuzhen knew what kind of person the previous Zhongshan City Lord was, and he estimated that Li Shu wouldn't be able to stay here for long. The Red Sand City Lord might soon send someone to kill Li Shu and reclaim Zhongshan City. Ye Yuzhen feared this, as that old lecher the Red Sand City Lord was notorious for his lust, having harmed countless women in Red Sand City. In this era, beauty could sometimes be a mistake, or even a disaster. Ye Shiyuan was only 16, yet she already exhibited astonishing beauty. If the Red Sand City Lord discovered Shiyuan's existence, Ye Yuzhen couldn't imagine the consequences. Even when Ye Shiyuan was young, her looks had already caused a lot of trouble, nearly costing Ye Yuzhen his life. Brother, you eat too. Ye Shiyuan handed half of the cake to Ye Yuzhen. I ate outside, you go ahead. Ye Yuzhen said with a smile. I don't care, we agreed. Whatever we have, we share half and half. Ye Shiyuan insisted on giving half of the cake to Ye Yuzhen. As Ye Yuzhen ate the cake, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's because I'm useless as her brother. Shiyuan clearly has such a good talent as a magic armor master, yet she can't use high-quality magic armor. I thought I could exchange a set of A-class demon armor from the Zhongshan City Lord this time, but it turned out to be like this. Fortunately, the demon cores I accumulated are still here. If we can come out of the S-class Dark Maze this time and get the S-class Demon Core reward, along with the demon cores saved before, it should be possible to exchange for a set of A-class demon armor for Shiyuan. One Ye Yuzhen didn't dare let Ye Shiyuan join those powerful organizations as a magic armor master, nor even to attend magic armor master training institutions due to previous experiences. Back then, Ye Shiyuan was not even 10 years old. The two relied on each other, and by chance, they discovered Ye Shiyuan's talent as a magic armor master. Ye Yuzhen was elated to find his sister possessed the noble magic armor master talent, and he risked his life in the trial ground to earn money so she could receive training. Eventually, he gathered enough money to send Shiyuan to study under a magic armor master. Who knew that the magic armor master was worse than a beast and had designs on Shiwan? If Ye Yuzhen hadn't secretly watched over her during her studies, Shiwan might have been ruined by that magic armor master. Fortunately, the magic armor master's physical strength was lacking. Never expecting to be seen, he was killed by Ye Yuzhen in a surprise attack. Killing a magic armor master was a serious crime. They had no choice but to flee their hometown, struggling in exile. Since then, Ye Yuzhen dared not let Shiwan study magic armor skills elsewhere, only working tirelessly to buy her magic armor and educational materials. Luckily, being a magic armor master mostly relies on talent, and Shiwan's talent was amazing. Even studying with just published materials, she made rapid progress. However, since Ye Yuzhen couldn't get higher grade magic armor, he didn't know Shiwan's true level. Brother, I watched a video online about God and learned a new technique. I'll perform it for you. After finishing the cake, Ye Shiwan took out her set of E-class demon armor and said, she knew Ye Yuzhen would be happy only if she mastered more and stronger magic armor skills. She wanted to make him happy and hoped to share some of his burdens. Watching Ye Shiwan demonstrating magic armor master techniques, Ye Yuzhen felt gratified. Wait a little longer, soon I'll get you a set of A-class demon armor. Brother, how's my technique? I think I could work and earn money with it. After the demonstration, Shiwan said, you're still far from that. Keep practicing, Ye Yuzhen replied. Shiwan's eyes showed a trace of disappointment, yet she still gently said, I will try my best, brother. Ye Yuzhen understood Shiwan's longing for a normal life. However, in such times, being born beautiful was a crime. Without great power, all they could do was hide. Just wait, I'll soon get the A-class demon armor, Ye Yuzhen thought to himself. The full moon hung in the sky. Li Shu looked at the large, round moon above and couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Life's encounters are truly marvelous. The life training with Bai Chu Yi seemed somewhat dull, but now, although life isn't boring, the increasing affairs are quite annoying. Just as Li Shu was contemplating, more trouble arose. A Godslayer shrine tablet had mysteriously appeared on the table before Li Shu and was shaking violently. What mischief are you up to now? Li Shu looked at the Godslayer shrine, curling his lip. 157 Chapter 157 10-3 Blood Moon Black Death City 3. I'll give you one last chance, hug me immediately. A line of text appeared on the back of the shrine. Get lost, Li Shu said mercilessly. You're dead. The Godslayer shrine started shaking again. Li Shu wasn't worried at all. He couldn't do much about the shrine, but he had seen through its limited capabilities and didn't need to humor it. The shrine shook for a while, and then the words, Li Shu, appeared on it. Li Shu saw those two words and knew what was about to happen. Not panicking, he lay down on the table. The world spun before his eyes, and then Li Shu felt empty space beneath his hands, falling directly to the ground. He got up and looked around, finding himself in the small stone house in Black Death City. Next time, I'll just lie down on the ground. Li Shu patted the dust off his clothes and walked out of the stone house. As soon as he stepped out of the stone house, Li Shu felt something was off. It was still the same Black Death City, and night was still night, but the buildings across the city seemed to be covered with a layer of red. The fires on either side of the streets burned even redder, as if stained with blood. But the city's blood-red hue wasn't just because of the fires. Li Shu realized what was wrong. He looked up at the sky and saw a blood-red moon hanging there. Does Black Death City even have a moon? Li Shu was a bit surprised. The previous 2 times he came, he hadn't seen any stars or moon. Now there was a moon that seemed to be bleeding. Undoubtedly, this was the work of the Godslayer Shrine. Li Shu guessed that the Godslayer Shrine didn't have such power. Otherwise, it would have brought him over a long time ago. Maybe it was a matter of timing. Perhaps only at this time would such a blood moon appear in Black Death City, and the shrine had merely timed it accurately to bring him there. Of course, the shrine might also have played some role, but that wasn't important. Li Shu cautiously summoned all his demon spirits, guarding the crossroads and looking toward the end of the street. Clang, clang. That familiar sound rang out again. Li Shu focused his gaze on the direction of the sound, and upon seeing the figure clearly, his eyes narrowed. It was still a demon spirit wearing shackles. But this time it wasn't an ordinary one. It was a flowing color demon spirit with black light patterns on it. Previously, such a demon spirit only appeared at the end. Now, the first demon spirit to appear was a flowing color demon spirit, clearly different from usual. Li Shu wasn't surprised. The Godslayer Shrine had chosen this moment to bring him here. If there was nothing special, it would have been disappointing. Boom. Demigod Shana was always the fastest, taking out the flowing color demon spirit with one shot. The flowing color demon spirit fell to the ground, its colors fading and its armor disintegrating, leaving behind a flowing color demon core. Li Shu immediately had the Jedi Knight go over and consume the flowing color demon core. The demon spirits kept coming, all flowing color demon spirits. Fortunately, in this Black Death City, it seemed only E-grade ones appeared. Against the demigod Shana of the same grade and the B-grade Pink Nightmare, they were simply no match. Out of the hundreds of flowing color demon spirits, most were taken out by demigod Shana and Pink Nightmare, with Love God Shooter also making significant contributions. Without her help, Ice Soul Sea Demon might have been eliminated long ago. What surprised Li Shu was how extraordinarily fierce the Jedi Knight was with its Bloodlight Slash skill. Its Bloodlight Slash, combined with Crescent Blade Light, took down 2 or 3 flowing color demon spirits in one go. Even though it was only one level higher, the Jedi Knight with skills could hold its own, guarding a street and slaying over 100 flowing color demon spirits. Strangely enough, there was no final BOSS-like demon spirit this time, leaving Li Shu somewhat disappointed. Maybe the ones coming now are the BOSs, so there's no final BOSS, Li Shu thought while clearing the battlefield. Out of over 400 flowing color demon spirits, only 1 talent gemstone dropped, not to mention a demon spirit ring. There wasn't even a skill ring. Li Shu put away the talent gemstone and piled the demon cores at the crossroad, letting the Jedi Knight eat them as he pleased. Whatever he couldn't finish, Li Shu would think of a way to take them after 12 rounds. The Jedi Knight had an astonishing appetite, managing to swallow more than 400 demon cores in less than half an hour. Unfortunately, those over 400 flowing color demon cores couldn't elevate it from D grade to C grade. Li Shu figured it was because those demon cores were too low leveled. To upgrade a demon spirit with E grade cores to C grade was indeed challenging. 2 hours later, the second round of demon spirits appeared. This time, they were still just flowing color demon spirits. Soon, amid the flowing color demon spirits, Li Shu noticed demon spirits with chains shimmering with dark light. Radiant demon spirits were here too. Among the dozens of flowing color demon spirits, there was one radiant demon spirit, but with Li Shu's current array of demon spirits, this posed no problem. They swiftly dealt with those demon spirits, none of them getting through. Among the over 400 demon spirits, only a dozen were radiant demon spirits, with one dropping a skill ring. Li Shu couldn't be bothered to have the Jedi Knight collect the demon cores, so he let him eat them as he picked them up. After taking the skill ring, Li Shu hesitated but didn't use it, stashing it along with the talent gemstone. The Jedi Knight's stomach was practically a bottomless pit. Despite all those demon cores he consumed, he still didn't upgrade. Why is this level so hard to ascend? The Pink Nightmare's upgrade wasn't this difficult, Li Shu mused, suspecting it had to do with the evil within the Jedi Knight. When the third round of demon spirits appeared, it was initially still flowing color demon spirits. Soon, radiant demon spirits appeared, their numbers significantly increased. Radiant demon spirits. Li Shu spotted the familiar figure again. 158 Chapter 58 10-4 Growth Tide Talent. The radiant demon spirit showed up in the third round, huh? Li Shu frowned slightly. If this continues, the radiant demon spirit will appear in the fourth round, and the flowing color demon spirit will further reduce in number. Even without considering the appearance of demon spirits above E level, after 12 rounds of demon spirit tides, flowing color and shining level demon spirits will become fewer, and it's even possible for the situation where they are all radiant demon spirits to occur. In the worst case, there could be D-level or higher demon spirits appearing. The Godslayer Shrine does have some abilities. I wonder if entering Black Death City normally from the trial ground would result in the same situation. If under certain circumstances one enters Black Death City and encounters such a situation, it would be a very interesting discovery. Li Shu was not impatient. Impatience solves nothing. He prefers to think of solutions rather than fear what might happen. Li Shu already had several plans in his mind, but it still depended on the situation in the coming rounds to see which plan would fit the actual scenario. Bam! Just as the radiant demon spirit rushed over, it was blown away by demigod Shauna, and after its body fell, its brilliance dissipated, leaving nothing behind. This round of demon spirit tides was again carried through by Li Shu, with only one radiant demon spirit and more than 20 shining demon spirits appearing. Now Li Shu finally knew how low the drop rate of the demon spirit ring was. After 3 rounds, over 1,000 demon spirits. All colorful ones, and not a single demon spirit ring dropped. This round produced 2 talent gemstones, but no skill rings were seen. The Jedi Knight was still madly consuming demon cores, with no sign of level up. Li Shu took a talent gemstone, dripped a drop of blood on it, turning it into his talent. Still Night Pupil? Li Shu felt a bit frustrated. It was still the Night Pupil talent he got before, entirely useless. Unwilling to yield, Li Shu used up the remaining 2 talent gemstones, and the results were also Night Pupil talents, entirely useless. Could these demon spirits only produce Night Pupil talent gemstones? Li Shu was vexed and put on the skill ring to see what skills it could produce. Dark Curse, E-level skill, gain the Dark Curse, enhancing physique by 10-4% at night, weakening physique by 40% in daytime. Does this skill have side effects? Li Shu compared it with Blood Boiling, also E-level, which had a 102% enhancement but no side effects. Each had its advantages and disadvantages. Seems to acquire high-level skills and talents. It's quicker in the trial ground. Here, only E-level skills can be obtained, while high-level skills in the trial ground can be easily picked up. Li Shu felt puzzled. Why are skills and talents so easily obtained in the trial ground, yet so difficult here, and can't acquire high-level ones? The effort and the reward are not proportional. If so, why do the trial takers still come to the land of trial? Why not directly acquire skills in the trial ground? Li Shu pondered and felt there must still be an issue here. He just didn't know where the problem was for now. The fourth round of Demon Spirit Swarm appeared, but this time did not turn out as expected. No Radiant Demon Spirit showed up. There was only one Radiant Demon Spirit, but the overall Demon Spirit number increased to nearly 1,000, with over 100 Shining Demon Spirits appearing. With such a Demon Spirit lineup, Li Shu handled it effortlessly. This wave of Demon Spirits also brought Li Shu a surprise. Though the Radiant Demon Spirit didn't produce anything, the Shining Demon Spirit dropped a Demon Spirit ring, and the Flowing Color Demon Spirit also did. Li Shu put away the 2 Demon Spirit rings without immediate usage. For Li Shu, E-level Demon Spirits held little significance. 2 more E-level Demon Spirits wouldn't be of much help now. While Li Shu was still pondering, he suddenly saw the Jedi Knight ablaze with red light flame, finally leveling up again. The upgraded Jedi Knight's red armor turned into dark red, like it was blood-dyed, with the samurai sword's red glow closer to bloodlight. Jedi Knight evolvable. Can summon C-level Demon Spirit Jedi Knight. Level, C talent skills, Bloodlight Slash, Desperate Realm. Another talent skill. Li Shu looked at the Jedi Knight in surprise, increasingly tempted to go back and catch another evil. A demon spirit that initially had no qualities evolved twice and awakened talent skills. This probability is lower than winning the lottery. Sha Chu's Good and Evil Punisher leveled up to S level, yet didn't have a single talent skill, highlighting just how incredible the Jedi Knight parasitized by evil was. Li Shu asked the Jedi Knight to showcase the second talent skill Desperate Realm, but the Jedi Knight didn't even react, seemingly unaware of how to use the skill. Does the name Desperate Realm imply it can only be used in a desperate situation? If so, how to determine if it's desperate? Li Shu couldn't figure it out at the moment. Because the fourth round of Demon Spirit Swarm increased in number, killing them took longer time, costing many hours, and the fifth round of Demon Spirit Swarm quickly appeared again. This round had 10 Radiant Demon Spirits, 2 to 300 Shining Demon Spirits, totaling near 1,000 in the Demon Spirit Swarm. The rest were Flowing Color Demon Spirits. 459, Chapter 159, 10-4 Growth Talent 2. Although the Demon Spirit group has become stronger, it has actually become easier because the Jedi Knight has also upgraded. A single Bloodlight Slash from the Jedi Knight covered 10 meters, and the Demon Spirits in front of the Bloodlight Slash were all cut into 2 pieces with terrifying power. The gap with and without skills is indeed significant. Li Shu glanced at the B-level Pink Nightmare, which was fierce and invincible among the Demon Spirit group, but felt it was still somewhat lacking compared to the C-level Jedi Knight. This made Li Shu feel like his account had been wasted in training, but the Pink Nightmare was the only demon spirit he could use for travel work, with no other alternatives. I hope it can awaken a talent skill the next time it upgrades, Li Shu thought to himself. Originally, Li Shu was contemplating whether to use a Demon Spirit Ring to create a Demon Spirit and let it consume the Demon Core to level up, in order to deal with the upcoming Demon Spirit group. Now, seeing the Jedi Knight so fierce, Li Shu decided to let the Jedi Knight consume all of the Demon Cores. In this round, Li Shu obtained 3 Talent Gemstones and 2 Skill Rings, which was quite a harvest. However, these Talent Gemstones and Skill Rings might all be duplicates. They were no longer of much use to Li Shu. In the 6th round, the number of Radiant Demon Spirits increased once again, with Shining Demon Spirits accounting for half of the total. Li Shu obtained 4 Talent Gemstones and 1 Skill Ring again. In the 7th round, a Radiant Demon Spirit Ring appeared, along with 3 Talent Gemstones, but still no Radiant Demon Spirit. The 8th round, the 9th round, the 10th round, by the 10th round, Flowing Color Demon Spirits were almost nowhere to be seen. A large number of Demon Spirits were Shining Demon Spirits, and Radiant Demon Spirits had already surpassed 100. Fortunately, Demigod Shayna, Pink Nightmare, and Jedi Knight could still each guard a street. The Ice Soul Sea Demon paired with Love God Shooter could barely hold on. If it weren't for the Love God Shooter's arrows causing demon spirits to betray, this side might have already been breached. However, when Love God Shooter's arrows hit a Radiant Demon Spirit, the effect wasn't as good, only causing the Radiant Demon Spirit to betray briefly, requiring Demigod Shayna's support to defeat the Radiant Demon Spirit. The Love God Shooter has clear advantages and disadvantages. Her arrows lack actual lethality and need a lethal demon spirit to coordinate. But this can already be considered a skill. If well utilized, Love God Shooter's arrows could be a powerful weapon. It's a pity there isn't a suitable demon core here. Otherwise, elevating her level could sometimes be more useful than Demigod Shayna. Li Shu was pondering how to respond next when the Jedi Knight had already consumed all of the demon cores and placed the retrieved talent gemstones and skill rings before Li Shu. Li Shu now had over 20 talent gemstones and more than a dozen skill rings, becoming somewhat numb and reluctant to look at them. He glanced at them subconsciously, ready to look away, but suddenly paused. He noticed a talent gemstone that was somewhat different from the others. Previously, all the talent gemstones Li Shu obtained here had identical iron-like shells which were incomplete. The exposed parts revealed a black apatite-like crystalline core. This particular talent gemstone, however, was different. Its shell seemed to be densely arranged with black sand, and although the exposed parts were still black crystals, they faintly emitted a blood-red glow. This talent gemstone is interesting. Li Shu picked up the special talent gemstone, dropped a drop of blood on it, turning it into his own talent. Undying, growth, type talent, E-level talent, immune to 20% of black deathlight. There are growth-type talents? Li Shu finally understood the difference between the talents in the land of trial and those in the trial ground. The talent rewards obtained in the trial ground were fixed levels, but here the talents might be growth-type. Moreover, Li Shu had a bold speculation that the talent rewards in the trial ground might be limited to only a few types. While in the land of trial, one might obtain a rare talent like Undying. The skill should follow a similar logic. There might be skills here that don't exist in the trial ground, with the possibility of being growth type. This speculation rekindled Li Shu's previously numb mindset, though he still didn't know how to upgrade talent levels for the time being. In the 11th round of Demon Spirit attacks, there were no flowing color Demon Spirits anymore. Shining Demon Spirits appeared directly. The appearance rate of Radiant Demon Spirits also increased, almost accounting for half of the Demon Spirit quantity. Demigod Shauna's side could still hold on, but now couldn't attend to the other three directions of the streets. Pink Nightmare's side was also having problems. It could still kill those demon spirits, but sometimes there were fish escaping from its side. The Ice Soul Sea Demon couldn't hold on anymore. Li Shu had recalled it early, now relying solely on the Love God Shooter to defend a street, which was barely holding. However, the Jedi Knight was still exceedingly fierce, guarding a street that the demon spirits couldn't break through. Li Shu decisively chose to retreat, withdrew into the small stone house, had the Pink Nightmare charge in the street, with Demigod Shauna and Jedi Knight guarding the door, Love God Shooter shooting arrows inside, and Li Shu himself hiding at the very back. 160, Chapter 160, Chapter 14 Growth Talent. 3 groups of demon spirits swarmed in, yet under Li Shu's command, 4 demon spirits wreaked havoc. The street before the stone house was engulfed in black smoke, shimmering under the blood-red moon, an indescribable mix of eeriness and splendor. It's the 11th round, and still no appearance of the Radiant Demon Spirit. Is the Radiant Demon Spirit really that rare? Li Shu mused over other matters while commanding the 4 demon spirits in battle. If the Godslayer Shrine knew I was here killing so many and reaping so many benefits, I wonder if they'd be driven insane with rage. Li Shu suddenly felt an urge to showcase his earnings before the Godslayer Shrine, curious if they'd be smoking with fury. The Pink Nightmare let out a long hiss as a Radiant Demon Spirit's black light whip lashed upon it, causing it to rear its hooves in pain. Level really matters. Even a Radiant Demon Spirit's attack isn't very damaging to a Pink Nightmare with an absolute advantage at B level. If it were just C level or D level, I guess it would have died long ago. Li Shu quickly withdrew the Pink Nightmare, not wanting it to sustain severe injury. After all, it's his only mount. Without it, escaping would be a problem for Li Shu in the future. The general situation had long been decided. No longer in need of the Pink Nightmare, Jedi Knight and Demigod Shauna had already charged out, beginning to clear the remaining few demon spirits. Only the Love God Shooter remained inside, occasionally shooting an arrow at the demon spirits dashing in. Li Shu was deeply engrossed in watching when he suddenly felt a warmth within his body, as if some force was growing inside, and then some information appeared in his mind. Undying, growable talent, D-level talent, immune to 40% of Black Death Light. How come it evolved just like that? Li Shu was somewhat surprised. He hadn't done anything, yet the Undying talent had somehow grown to D-level. Could it be related to the black smoke? Li Shu pondered as he looked at the black smoke rising from the outside corpses. Though he had been very careful not to contact the black smoke on the demon spirits, some of it inevitably dispersed into the air, leading him to inhale some. Li Shu thought it over and concluded that the growth of Undying might be due to the influence of the black smoke. One growth by 20%, D level means 40% immunity. At this growth speed, won't it be 100% immunity at A level? This could be even stronger than the S level talent Iceheart. Is it because the growable talent is inherently strong, or perhaps the future growth percentage won't be as high? Li Shu considered various possibilities. Seizing the opportunity before the demon spirits died out, Li Shu cautiously stepped outside, inhaling a bit of the black smoke to see if it might further the growth of the Undying talent. After inhaling some black smoke, Li Shu immediately felt his body react. Some places on his body felt pricked like needles. Li Shu hurriedly retreated. Compared to talent growth, survival is naturally more important. Thankfully, after retreating, the needle prick sensation gradually vanished. Looks like I can't inhale too much. Slowly is better. Li Shu dared not directly inhale the black smoke again, simply getting close and inhaling some of the faint black smoke. Before long, Li Shu once more had the needle prick sensation on his body. He pulled open his tight white outfit to find some needle tip-sized black spots. After distancing himself from the black smoke, those black spots vanished shortly after, along with the prickling sensation. 40% immunity is still too weak. Li Shu could only proceed slowly, enduring as he trained his Undying talent. The demon spirits had been thoroughly cleared by Jedi Knight and Demigod Shauna. Li Shu quickly spotted 2 demon spirit rings, presumably both of the Radiant grade. There were even more talent gemstones and skill rings, giving Li Shu the feeling that they were becoming ubiquitous. but Li Shu knew well enough that such a chance probably wouldn't easily come a second time. Under normal circumstances, trying to obtain such a quantity of talent gemstones and skill rings would be nearly impossible. Even if he couldn't use them himself, taking them out and finding the right people should allow him to sell them at a decent price. The Night Pupil talent and Dark Curse skill would certainly have a market in Zhongshan City. They are essential talents and skills for trial takers looking to explore the Dark Maze. Li Shu planned to provide Afe with a Night Pupil talent and Dark Curse skill once outside, as she'd need to accompany him to the S-level Dark Maze, where those talents and skills would be much more convenient. Upon finishing the battlefield cleanup, Li Shu found that the radiant demon spirit rings in his possession exceeded those shining and iridescent ones. It was a pity there weren't any growable talents or skills. The probability of those items appearing might be lower than that of the demon spirit rings. The explosion rate of high-quality demon spirits is really high. I wonder if the final round of Demon Spirit Tide will feature radiant demon spirits. Li Shu anticipated the last wave of demon spirit tides. Eliminating this tide of demon spirits had taken too long, with less than 2 hours left. The Jedi Knight hadn't finished consuming the magic cores on the ground before the 12th tide of demon spirits began. Despite eating magic cores from so many rounds, the Jedi Knight had yet to upgrade. It's likely the E-level magic cores are difficult to use for upgrading anymore. Without hearing the familiar sound of chains dragging on the ground, Li Shu saw a demon spirit wearing shackles emerging from the long street's end. The demon spirit's body flickered in and out as though a transparent ghost radiating black light, with black smoke rising around it, distorting even the space outside its body. Radiant demon spirit. Li Shu was somewhat astonished. Every appearing demon spirit turned out to be a radiant demon spirit. It was truly abnormal. Not a single radiant demon spirit had appeared before, yet the first now was radiant. Does this mean all demon spirits appearing in the 12th round will be radiant demon spirits? Li Shu frowned. If true, survival would be extremely difficult. 161, Chapter 61, 1005, The Final Wave. While Li Shu was pondering, the radiant Black Death demon suddenly let out a piercing screech towards the sky. The next second, he saw billowing black smoke at the ends of the 4 streets surrounding him, with hordes of demon spirits emitting black light charging towards him like a tide. Without a second thought, Li Shu turned and retreated into the small stone house, letting the Pink Nightmare, Demigod Shauna, and Jedi Knight block the outside, while the Love God Shooter drew his bow. As soon as they were ready, the swarm of radiant demon spirits already charged up. They were all radiant demon spirits, not a single shining spirit among them, each emanating black light and smoke, rushing forward one after another. The Pink Nightmare rammed into a radiant demon spirit, its horn piercing through its chest, pushing forward with it. But after a few steps, it could no longer advance, as hordes of radiant demon spirits flooded forward, forcing the Pink Nightmare to retreat. Pop. Pop. Black light lashed at the Pink Nightmare like a whip, causing it to kick out with its hooves, sending nearby radiant demon spirits flying. An ant might bring down an elephant if there are enough. Moreover, these were radiant demon spirits, not weak ants. Bam, bam, crack. Demigod Shauna fired continuously with one hand, while the large sword in the other, blazing with blue light, frantically slashed down, quickly killing a dozen radiant demon spirits. But more radiant demon spirits rushed up from behind, and Demigod Shauna activated a frenzy mode. The Love God Shooter kept drawing his bow, arrows entwined with blue-purple demonic light striking radiant demon spirits, causing them to turn temporarily against their own, giving the Pink Nightmare a chance to breathe. The Jedi Knight was the last line of defense at the door, slashing out Bloodlight Slash, cutting the charging radiant demon spirits in half. There were too many, just too many. It was impossible to kill them all. The circle of demon spirit defense was shrinking, while the spirits rushing from the end of the street grew more numerous, almost filling the 4 streets. This isn't working, we can't hold out, they'll break through. Li Shu realized the situation was dire and decisively gave an order to Demigod Shauna. Receiving the command, Demigod Shauna abandoned defense, charging straight towards the direction of the radiant demon spirit. He leaped high, continuously shooting, each bullet hitting the head of a demon spirit. The spirits with blasted heads were pushed by others from behind, not falling, and Demigod Shauna ran wildly on top of the demon spirit crowd. As he ran and shot the demon spirits underfoot, the black light whips flying at him were severed by the large sword in his hand, swiftly charging towards the radiant demon spirit. Seeing the charging Demigod Shauna, the radiant demon spirit's eyes burned with black light like flames, letting out another screech. The radiant demon spirits blocking Demigod Shauna parted to open a path, allowing him to reach the radiant demon spirit. Li Shu didn't have time to focus on Demigod Shauna's battle. Only the Jedi Knight was left guarding the door, gripping his sword with both hands and repeatedly slashing bloodlight slashes, killing the demon spirits rushing in. But as the ones in front fell, more rushed in. The Jedi Knight hadn't the chance to build up for another bloodlight slash, forced to use normal slashes. Swish, swish. Arrows of light struck the foremost demon spirits, causing them to turn on their comrades, giving the Jedi Knight time to breathe and slash out another bloodlight slash. A crescent blade light cut into the demon spirit horde, slaying 7 or 8 in a straight line before disappearing. Such brutal slaughter felt like a drop in the ocean. The slain demon spirits were quickly engulfed by the horde, which continued charging forward. Retreat, retreat again. The Jedi Knight had already backed into the doorway, and outside, the crazed demon spirits crashed like waves. Li Shu drew out the Fire Lotus sword, slashing at the demon spirit's arms reaching into the door. Under the rush of adrenaline, super excitement, and the dark curse, this slash severed the radiant demon spirit's arm, causing a momentary pause. Though holding his breath, Li Shu was still engulfed by the black smoke, black spots growing all over his body, forcing him to quickly retreat, staying as far from the black smoke as possible. The pink nightmare was surrounded and immobilized by the demon spirit horde, almost devoured, forcing Li Shu to summon it back quickly. The pink nightmare turned into a pink light, returning to Li Shu's finger, where he saw fine cracks on the pink apatite like demon spirit ring. Without the pink nightmare to block, the Jedi Knight faced increased pressure, with the Stonehouse's door about to fall. If the horde broke through, in the confined space, there'd be no room for combat skills. They'd be overwhelmed by demon spirits. Prepared for a desperate fight, Li Shu suddenly saw the Jedi Knight ignite with red light flames. The Jedi Knight's dark red armor, in the red light flames, shone like heated steel, glowing red as if injected with a luminous agent, just like the samurai sword in his hand. Every slash he made became a blood light slash, and even regular slashes carried crescent blade light, eliminating the need for time to build up. Slash after slash, severed limbs and fragments of demon spirits flew everywhere, forcibly holding the horde outside the door. Is this the desperate skill? Li Shu felt a surge of excitement. The Jedi Knight stood at the gate with an imposing presence as if he could withstand 1,000 attacks alone. 122, Chapter 62, 162, 15, The Final Wave 2. At this moment, Li Shu finally had time to divert his attention to the situation of demigod Shayna, but the long street was already filled with magic spirits, making it impossible to see the situation on that side. Only occasional gunshots could be heard, drowned out by the sounds of battle and the roars of the magic spirits in front of him. Now, they could only hope that demigod Shayna would be able to take down that radiant demon spirit. Otherwise, even with demigod Shayna here, they wouldn't last 2 hours. The main issue was Li Shu's own strength, which was too weak. Although his physical condition was decent, not being a true trial taker meant he didn't have the enhanced abilities of a trial taker, which was most fatal. Li Shu also wanted to become a true trial taker sooner, but his situation was indeed a bit awkward. Besides the blood pattern revolver, it was impossible for him to complete a life pact with any ordinary contract. Once things were settled here, he must visit the Sea Heaven trial ground, even if the people of Changsheng Tian had regained control there. At worst, he'd tear apart the facade with Changsheng Tian and charge in wearing demon armor. However, doing so would inevitably result in endless pursuit by Changsheng Tian, making it challenging to have peaceful days again. The streets within the city were already crowded with magic spirits, with demigod Shayna and the radiant demon spirit battling above the heads of the magic spirits. Clang, clang. The chain in the radiant demon spirit's hand blocked demigod Shayna's great sword, and demigod Shayna, with the gun in the other hand, fired a shot at the radiant demon spirit's head. Yet, in the deep dark eyes of the radiant demon spirit, an eerie black demonic light shot out, colliding with the bullet in midair, causing both the demonic light and the bullet to explode simultaneously. Then, another spray of black demonic light burst from its mouth, charging straight at demigod Shayna's face. Demigod Shayna swiftly retreated, dodging the demonic light, quickly moving above the group of magic spirits and shooting madly at the radiant demon spirit. Clang, 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 clang. The radiant demon spirit's body seemed ghostly, evading demigod Shayna's bullets entirely. Its hands wielded chains that transformed into a light whip, lashing toward demigod Shayna. The frantic battle between these two terrifying magic spirits was not entirely a test of strength. They evidently possessed high intelligence. The Jedi Knight was at a disadvantage in this respect. With skill enhancement, he might have been stronger than the radiant demon spirit, but he could only engage directly, unlike demigod Shayna, who displayed strong tactical abilities even without Li Shu's command. This was also why Li Shu didn't choose to send the Jedi Knight, who had skills and a higher level, to kill the radiant demon spirit. In exchange for the Jedi Knight, he would likely need to carve a bloody path to get through, which could take an uncertain length of time. Moreover, the radiant demon spirit might not duel him as it did with demigod Shayna, possibly using the magic spirit horde to exhaust him directly. The ground in front of the door was littered with demon cores, as well as talent gemstones and skill rings, but Li Shu had no chance to collect them. Whether or not he collected things no longer mattered, leaving here alive was what counted most. Fortunately, the stone house was sturdy enough not to be smashed by the magic spirit horde. Had it been an ordinary house, the magic spirit horde would have toppled it long ago. Not long after, the red light flame on the Jedi Knight's body began to weaken, and the magic spirit horde surged again, slowly pushing towards the door's interior. The desperate realm duration isn't long enough. Li Shu gritted his teeth and took out the demon spirit rings he had previously collected, using them to summon one magic spirit after another to rush to the door and help the Jedi Knight and Love God Shooter relieve the pressure. Only then did Li Shu know that these magic spirits were called Black Death Demons. The flowing color Black Death Demon and Shining Black Death Demon were quickly killed after going out, and the Radiant Black Death Demon could barely hold on. With the terrain advantage, they only needed to guard the door. Otherwise, these few Radiant Demon spirits would have been swallowed by the magic spirit horde long ago. Although the Love God Shooter was also Radiant grade, it played a significant role, as the Jedi Knight's persistence until now was largely thanks to it. Suddenly, Li Shu felt a warmth in his body, a strange energy surging throughout him, and he was overjoyed. The undead talent has upgraded again. Li Shu sensed the information emerging in his mind. The undead talent had indeed advanced to grade C, with an immunity percentage reaching 60%. Let's upgrade a bit faster. Li Shu knew the Jedi Knight and the others wouldn't hold out for long. He would inevitably have to engage in close combat soon. He hoped the undead talent would advance another level before then. If he could achieve an 80% immunity, it would probably be fine as long as he wasn't directly hit by the Black Death Light. Enduring some black smoke would be manageable. He deliberately neared the battlefield to inhale more black smoke, noticing that the time for black spots to appear on his body had significantly slowed. After several breaths of black smoke, the black spots began to appear. Enduring the needle-piercing pain, Li Shu repeatedly inhaled the black smoke until reaching a certain point, then retreated to rest, allowing the black spots to fade a little before continuing to inhale more black smoke. The red light flame on the Jedi Knight gradually faded, and despite assistance from the Love God Shooter and a few Black Death Demons, they couldn't completely hold the door. One Black Death Demon burst in, and Li Shu immediately drew the Fire Lotus sword, slashing toward the Black Death Demon. The Black Death Demon swung its black light whip with both hands, one whip clashing against the Fire Lotus sword, knocking it off course as the other whip lashed towards Li Shu's body. The power within Li Shu's body erupted furiously as his figure moved like a butterfly, avoiding the black light whip while driving the Fire Lotus sword into the eye of the Black Death Demon. 163, Chapter 63, 1005, The Last Wave 3. The Black Death Demon let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground, struggling a few times before dying. Li Shu had been observing for a long time and had already discovered the Black Death Demon's weakness. He didn't have the strength of a Jedi Knight, so he could only attack its weak points. Constantly, Black Death Demons rushed into the room, forcing Li Shu to join the battle. His movement speed wasn't fast, and his strength couldn't match the Radiant-level Undying Demon. But by using his body technique and changing positions, he consistently stabbed the eyes of the Undying Demon, killing it instantly with a single strike. While fighting, Li Shu was also commanding his own Black Death Demons to help the Jedi Knight guard the doors. However, in the face of the torrent of Black Death Demons, the best command could only delay them for a while. As yet another of Li Shu's Black Death Demons fell, the gap grew larger, and Li Shu had no choice but to summon the Pink Nightmare again to fill in the gap. The Pink Nightmare had several black whip marks on its body. Fortunately, it was a B-level magic spirit, still very formidable, forcing the magic spirits that barged in to be pinned against the wall. With a swift kick of its hoof, it sent a magic spirit flying backward that had charged in from behind. Nonetheless, the Pink Nightmare had been injured, and even if it weren't, it couldn't withstand such pressure for long. Li Shu was nearby the Pink Nightmare, and whenever any magic spirit slipped through, he would stab its eye socket with a sword. The Jedi Knight was constantly retreating and had already retreated inside the door, and the door was instantly breached with more and more magic spirits flooding in. The Jedi Knight was desperately slashing, but it was difficult to withstand the torrent-like magic spirits. Two fists are no match for many hands, and even a lion fears a pack of wolves, let alone when Li Shu, the master, was the biggest weakness. Li Shu moved his body, his Fire Lotus sword continuously piercing out, nearly every strike hitting the eye socket of a magic spirit. But it was to no avail, as the magic spirits behind pushed those in front, forcing Li Shu to retreat helplessly. All of those Black Death Demons had been overwhelmed and met their untimely death. The Pink Nightmare struggled and roared among the magic spirits, like a drowning person letting out one last cry for help. In front of the Love God Shooter, there were all magic spirits, and she couldn't even raise her bow. Li Shu was also forced into the broken stone coffin that previously held the Godslayer shrine. One Black Death Demon pressed against him, and after he pierced its eye socket, it was pushed against him by the other Black Death Demons, body to body, face to face, large amounts of black smoke being inhaled into his lungs. Li Shu felt a stabbing pain all over but clung tightly to the body of the Black Death Demon in front of him to resist the attacks of the ones behind. "Give me a set of demon armor, and I'll blast you all to pieces." Li Shu knew today could be a narrow escape from death. Bang! The Black Death Demon corpse in front of him shattered, and a whip-like black light lashed at him. Li Shu struggled to raise his Fire Lotus sword to block it. The light whip struck the Fire Lotus sword, with the whip tail sweeping toward Li Shu's head. Li Shu dodged his head to the side, immediately feeling a burning pain on his shoulder. His white tight clothing was torn, revealing flesh and blood, with the eerie sight of white bones and black scorch marks on the bones. A strange energy surged from within Li Shu's body, and he thought his undying talent had upgraded again. But he quickly realized that wasn't the case. The flesh of his wounds secreted a transparent mucus that sealed the bleeding wounds. It wasn't just the wounds, that mucus seeped from all his pores, rapidly coating his entire body, even enveloping his hair and facial features, then quickly solidifying. Clang! A black light whip lashed across Li Shu's face, emitting a sound like jade clashing, yet Li Shu felt no pain. The jade-like translucent shell encased his body, making Li Shu appear less human, more like a magic spirit. He emanated a strange aura, similar to magic spirits not belonging to a human. Crack! Li Shu felt his body filled with power, reaching out to grasp the head of a radiant black death demon, shattering its iron helmet-like head. Li Shu charged out of the stone coffin, his body moving like a monster, his palm like a viper's tongue, instantly piercing through the chests of two black death demons in front of him. The black light whip lashed at his face, and Li Shu merely tilted his head before grabbing the whip with one hand and giving it a fierce tug. The black death demon was pulled before Li Shu, who crushed its head with one grab. Just as Li Shu was about to unleash a slaughter, the tide of black death demons suddenly paused. A second later, all those black death demons turned and fled, retreating cleanly in an instant, leaving behind only countless corpses and sparkling demon cores. The semi-transparent shell on Li Shu's body softened, seeping into his pores like clear water, disappearing in a blink. Li Shu felt a weakness all over. Unable to stand, he fell directly to the ground. The pink nightmare had black marks all over, with black smoke still rising from them. The love god shooter was slightly better off. The black death demons near her had just finished their betrayal, not yet injuring her. The Jedi Knight too had some black scorch marks, but they didn't appear too serious, at least much better compared to the pink nightmare. Li Shu felt overwhelmingly weak, as though he hadn't slept for 7 days and 7 nights, his body utterly drained, struggling several times before managing to stand up, still shaky and unsteady. Supported by the Jedi Knight, he walked outside and saw at the end of the long street demigod Shauna standing atop the corpse of the radiant Black Death demon. The tide of Black Death demons fled from both sides of demigod Shauna, not daring to approach him, soon disappearing at the end of the long street. The blue diamond greatsword was embedded in the chest of the radiant Black Death demon, black light flames gushing from its body, constantly condensing and twisting in the air, gradually transforming into a black object. Clink! The black object fell to the ground with a clear sound. It was a ring that looked like black crystal, its outer band and flesh ring adorned with mysterious symbols, the symbols emitting a bizarre black light, death energy entwining the entire ring like the ominous item used by a demon king. A skill ring? Li Shu was just about to ask demigod Shauna to retrieve the skill ring when suddenly he felt a heat rising within him, his undying talent upgrading once again, though it seemed too late, merely adding a touch to the overall picture. 164, Chapter 64, 1-6 Harvest, whoosh. Li Shu's body fell freely and crashed onto the ground, scattering a pile of demon cores, talent gemstones, skill rings, and demon spirit rings all around. Li Shu sat up on the ground, rubbing his swollen, aching face from the crash, looking at the scattered items and sighed, "It's a pity I couldn't bring them all back." He had tried to hold as many as he could in his arms, but it was impossible to carry everything. He managed to bring back the radiant demon cores, talent gemstones, skill rings, and demon spirit rings, but couldn't bring back the shining demon cores and flowing color demon cores, not even all of the radiant demon cores. He took a backpack, counting and packing the items. 43 talent gemstones, 28 skill rings, 16 radiant demon spirit rings. The low-quality demon spirit rings were all gone, used by Li Shu as cannon fodder, only picking up the rings from the final round where the radiant demon spirit exploded. More than 1,000 radiant demon cores, Li Shu was too lazy to count them all in the end. Besides these, there were skill rings and radiant demon cores from the radiant Black Death demon. These two items were considered the most valuable among them. The radiant demon core might not have immediate use, but the skill ring was obviously not an ordinary item. The loss this time wasn't small either. The pink nightmare was heavily damaged, with black cracks all over the ring, seemingly close to shattering. There were some fine black lines on the Jedi ring, but they were almost negligible. The Ice Soul Sea Demon was later left unused, narrowly escaping disaster. Demigod Shaina and Love God Shooter weren't damaged, which was lucky in misfortune. The greatest gain, besides, was the Undying talent growing to level B, with 80% immunity to the Black Deathlight, already quite powerful. The most concerning to Li Shu was the mucus that seeped through his body during the last moment. When his body was encased in a shell, Li Shu felt signs of losing sanity, his mind filled with the desire to devour demon cores and gemstones. It was the Magic Armor Master's unusual spiritual force that kept Li Shu rational. Otherwise, he might have just swallowed all these demon cores right then without leaving even one. Did I really not die? Li Shu felt a little complex. Living with a demon spirit inside his body made him uneasy, but without it, he probably wouldn't have survived today. Reaching this point, Li Shu could only face it calmly. After counting, Li Shu went to search for traces of the Godslayer shrine, finding it laying on his bed. I'm an adult now, and you're already a god. Can we sit down and talk like normal beings? Li Shu said, looking at the Godslayer shrine on the bed. He felt like he should talk to the Godslayer shrine, at least to figure out if it could still send him to the Black Death City with the Blood Moon. Once prepared more, the Blood Moon Black Death City would be a treasure trove for Li Shu. Going there once would be a huge win. Suddenly, the Godslayer shrine stood up. Words appeared on its back facing Li Shu. From now on, I am the master, you are the servant. Otherwise, don't even bother talking. Li Shu grabbed the shrine and tossed it directly to the ground, stepping on it twice, then lay on the bed and fell asleep. If it didn't want to talk, then there was no need to talk. Li Shu knew inside that the Blood Moon Black Death City wasn't available any time, otherwise the Godslayer shrine wouldn't have waited so long to pull him in. In the future, if the Godslayer shrine pulled him in again, Li Shu would be eager. The reason for wanting to talk was just to control the timing of entering. The Godslayer shrine got up from the ground, shaking with anger, but had no way to deal with Li Shu. Waking up, Li Shu found that the Godslayer shrine had somehow ended up in his arms again. He picked up the shrine and tossed it aside, then took out the skill ring left by the radiant Black Death Demon and wore it on his finger. Soon, the skill ring transformed into a circle of black imprint on Li Shu's finger, then disappeared. Black Death Pupil. Growth skill, E-level skill, shooting a beam of black death light from the pupil. Is this the legendary killing with a look? Li Shu felt a bit amazed. It's not unusual for the eyes of magical armor to shoot demonic light, but shooting demonic light from human eyes, moreover a special black death demon light, was rather rare. In the future, when encountering enemies, they'd never expect someone to shoot demonic light from their eyes. It would be an essential skill for assassination. After washing up, Li Shu felt his body was still somewhat weak, struggling under the weight of the Fire Lotus sword and Dark Mirror. That demon spirit infant coming out once caused considerable damage to Li Shu's body. Li Shu had no choice but to ask A Fei to find a car to take him to Gem Street. The Jedi Knight's injury was manageable. Letting him consume more Black Death demon cores should suffice for recovery. The Pink Nightmare's injury could only be healed by eating Pink Appetite, which needed to be found in the market. Luckily, Li Shu just obtained a large batch of demon cores. Exchanging for Pink Appetite shouldn't be a problem. A Fei couldn't drive, and Li Shu didn't want to ask anyone else to drive, so he instructed a Fei on how to drive, allowing her to practice a couple of laps at the City Lord's mansion's open ground, then drove straight out. This is for you. Li Shu took out a skill ring and a talent gemstone and handed it to a Fei. 165, Chapter 65, 1-6 Harvest 2, what's this for? A Fei didn't take it, frowning at Li Shu. In a few days, you'll accompany me to the S-Class Dark Maze. This will be helpful, Li Shu said. A Fei didn't say anything further, taking the talent gemstone and skill ring. Wait for me in the car. I'm going for a stroll. Li Shu got out of the car, backpack slung over his shoulder, and leisurely walked towards Gemstone Street. The Gemstone Street was much quieter than before. Previously, many people came for the Zhongshan City Lord, but now that he's dead and the hero trial ground hasn't reopened, not only small vendors but even major shops have evacuated Zhongshan City. Kid, don't think I won't recognize you just because you're wearing sunglasses. You dare come to Gemstone Street, give me back my St. Maria Aquamarine. An old man spotted Li Shu and immediately rushed over excitedly, grabbing Li Shu by the collar. Old man, you're also in the gemstone business. Aren't you aware that transactions in this line are cash and carry, no responsibility after the sale? Li Shu glanced at the old man and continued, You're a smart person. Think clearly if you want to make a fuss. If you do, I'll accompany you to the end, and who gains or loses in the end is uncertain. If you don't, we can sit down and discuss more business. Seeing Li Shu's demeanor, the old man realized he wasn't just some ignorant kid, and not knowing the other's background, he snorted and released his grip. What business do you want to discuss? I want to buy some Pink Appetite. Do you have any in stock? Li Shu asked. Where's the Pink Appetite from? The old man squinted his eyes at hearing Li Shu's request for Pink Appetite. Preferably from the Guye City area. To feed the magic spirit, spinel from the same mining area is naturally the best. The old man knew right away that Li Shu truly knew his stuff. The red appetite from the Red Sand City is the best, and the pink appetite from Guye is no less, and cheaper too. In fact, the spinel ores from the Ancient City and Red Sand City are in the same vein area, so they aren't much different. How much do you need? Any requirements on quality and weight? The old man asked. The higher the quality, the better. The bigger, the better. As long as the quality is good enough and the price is suitable, I'll take as much as you have, Li Shu said. I do have a batch of Pink Appetite from Guye, but the price I acquired it wasn't low. Can you handle that? The old man said, rolling his eyes. What do you think? Li Shu took out a ruby he exchanged from Sha Chu, playing with it in his hand. The old man's eyes immediately widened. Even without looking closely, such a large ruby's value is hard to estimate, even with some inclusions inside. All right, follow me. The old man jogged back to his stall, packed up his goods, rolled up the cloth on the ground, and headed into Gemstone Street, holding it under his arm. Li Shu followed unhurriedly behind the old man, soon arriving at the last few shops in Gemstone Street, and the old man entered a shop called Daliang Jewelry. The shop wasn't large, and the layout was rather disorganized. The display cases held crystal, topaz, peridot, opal, and other less valuable gemstones, most of which were haphazardly piled together. Occasionally there were some rubies, but they were all small pieces or of very poor quality. "Dad, why are you back so early?" A middle-aged man tending the shop looked at the old man with some surprise. "This is the guy who exchanged our St. Maria sea blue sapphire last time. He's looking to buy some pink apatite from Guye. Do you still have that batch?" The old man explained Li Shu's identity and intent in just a couple of sentences. Upon hearing it was the person who took the St. Maria aquamarine, the middle-aged man shot a less than friendly glance at Li Shu. Hearing the latter half, the middle-aged man nodded knowingly. "We do have some, but that batch of pink apatite is of excellent quality, and the price isn't cheap. As long as the quality is good enough, the price can be negotiated." Li Shu watched and spoke without a hint of emotion. "Show it to him," the old man said while heading to the back room, casually adding to Li Shu, "Sit down, we'll fetch the gemstones. I'll just take a look around." Li Shu stood by the counter, examining the gems inside. The middle-aged man called a young girl to watch Li Shu while he also went inside. "The city lord's mansion is investigating tightly now. That batch of pink apatite we sneaked out during the chaos can't be sold anyway. Why not sell it to him, then get Old Six to come and report him for stealing the city lord's gemstones? We can have Old Six bring City Lord Man's men to arrest him. Not only can Old Six earn credit with the new City Lord, but we can also seize the other gemstones on him. I saw a 7 or 8 carat ruby that's definitely pigeon blood red," the old man whispered to the middle-aged man. "All right, let's do that. I'll notify Uncle Lou to come over. Once he's out of the shop, we'll catch him red-handed." The middle-aged man nodded, eyes lighting up at the mention of the 7 or 8 carat ruby. "The new City Lord desperately needs men now. Your Uncle Lou is doing well over there. Another merit like this, and his position will be more secure. We can even strengthen our business ties with the City Lord's mansion in the future," the old man chuckled as he said. "You're always so thoughtful, Dad, and we'll get back at him for taking our St. Maria aquamarine last time," the middle-aged man said bitterly. T66 Chapter 66 T6 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 TC TC 2 L Shu stood by the counter for a while, then pointed at a yellow crystal in a tray and asked, "How much is this?" "This is natural yellow crystal. It's 5,000 red sand currency per carat," the young girl said. "Small towns usually don't have their own currency and use the main city's currency they depend on. Previously, Zhongshan City used Red Sand City's currency. Red Sand City's currency denominations are quite large, but their actual purchasing power is low. How much for this one?" Li Shu pointed at one of the Asha yellow crystals and asked. When he left, Afei gave him some red sand currency, not enough to buy precious gemstones, but enough for a yellow crystal. "I'll weigh it for you." The girl took out the yellow crystal, put it on an electronic scale, and weighed it. It was 21 to 6 carats. 5 carats equal 1 gram. This yellow crystal is a little over 4 grams. Altogether, it's 21 to 6 carats. I'll charge you for 21 carats at 5,000 per carat, a total of 105,000, the girl calculated and said. Li Shu took out his wallet, counted 105,000, handed it to the girl, and then picked up the yellow crystal to examine it. Interestingly, Li Shu had visited several stores on Gem Street before without finding a gemstone that piqued his interest. Unexpectedly, with this father and son, he found the second one here. This yellow crystal is big and shiny, and the ash square cut makes its edges clear. When illuminated, it glows beautifully with golden light. "What's going on?" An old man and a middle-aged man came out and, seeing Li Shu handling the yellow crystal, asked the girl beside them. "This gentleman bought that yellow crystal, a total of 21 to 6 carats. We charged him 105,000 red sand currency." The girl handed the money to the middle-aged man. The old man and the middle-aged man felt strange, closely inspecting the yellow crystal in Li Shu's hand. Although it was very bright, they didn't see anything wrong with it. "Have you brought the pink apatite?" Li Shu asked. "It's all here. Take your time looking." The middle-aged man placed a tray with pink apatite on the counter, totaling 13 pieces, all teardrop-shaped, varying from 3 to 4 carats to about 10 carats. Li Shu closely observed that the pink apatite quality was quite good, nearly invisible inclusions, and the colors were very pure, each dazzlingly pink under the light, rivaling the batch of pink apatite he had obtained from the mining site before. "How much?" Li Shu asked after a thorough examination. "Are you paying with red sand currency or trading with gemstones?" the old man asked with a smile. "Will you accept this for trade?" Li Shu took out a demon core. "Demon core? What grade of demon core?" The father and son's eyes lit up upon seeing the demon core. "The lowest, grade E," Li Shu replied. "Grade E, huh? That's a bit low. These apatites are all top grade, each piece priced differently. The small ones, around 3 carats, can be traded 1 E-grade demon core per carat. For the 5-carat ones, you need 2 cores per carat," the middle-aged man mused. "I'll take them all." Li Shu pulled out a bag of demon cores and placed it on the table. These were ordinary goods brought from Sea Heaven Trial Ground. Li Shu wasn't particularly interested in these ordinary E-grade demon cores now. He knew the middle-aged man's pricing wasn't cheap, even higher than market price, but it didn't matter. If they conduct honest trade, they'll make money from these demon cores. If not, making money won't be their concern. The middle-aged man was overjoyed, calculated everything, and Li Shu paid smoothly before taking all 13 pink appetites. Please have a good day, sir. As Li Shu left the Lian Gem store, the father and son cheerfully saw him to the door. Li Shu hadn't gone far from the Lian Gem store when several people dressed in City Lord's mansion uniforms surrounded him. The leader, a man in his 40s or 50s, assessed Li Shu and sneered. Janny, captain of the city guards, ordered to investigate stolen goods from the City Lord's mansion. Please cooperate with the inspection. Li Shu looked at Johnny without saying anything, merely pointing behind him. What are you pointing at? An impatient city guard beside Johnny moved to slap Li Shu's hand. However, Johnny sensed something amiss, restrained the guard's hand, and turned to look behind. They saw a woman standing by a car nearby, staring at Johnny. The woman's face bore a scar slashing across her face, appearing fierce and terrifying. Johnny's heart sank at the sight of the woman. He wasn't afraid of her appearance, but her identity. He knew who she was, and his heart felt half dead. Turning back to Li Shu, Johnny forced a smile on his face. We were also ordered to investigate previously lost treasures from the City Lord's mansion. Didn't expect you to be one of us. Truly sorry, I apologize. Li Shu merely glanced at Johnny, said nothing, and walked past him, sitting in the back of the car. Fei glanced at Johnny, then sat in the driver's seat and drove away. At this, Johnny's heart sank completely. The woman and Shachu jointly oversee all city matters, second only to the City Lord. Anyone who has that woman as their driver, Johnny can easily guess who that is. Uncle Six, why did you let him go? The middle-aged man ran over, puzzled. Slap. Johnny slapped the middle-aged man across the face, leaving him stunned, clutching his swollen face, both aggrieved and confused. Uncle Six, what are you doing? Old Six, are you crazy? Why are you hitting him? The old man ran over too, angrily pointing at Johnny and scolding. Do you idiots want to die? I still want to live. Johnny raged, pointing at the two. How many lives do you two have? You dare to provoke that person. Prepare coffins at home. The father and son instantly froze. The old man hurriedly grabbed Johnny and asked, Old Six, clarify, who exactly is that person? Are they really that influential? You can't straighten this out? Me? In front of them, I'm nothing but a fart. No need to say anything more. You two head back, inform your wives, and prepare for the end. Johnny's words struck them like lightning, leaving both stunned in place. 167, Chapter 167, 17 Masked Emperor Li Shu returned to the City Lord's mansion, feeding the 13 pieces of pink appetite to the pink nightmare one by one. After the pink nightmare swallowed the pink appetite, the pink glow inside its body gradually strengthened, and those black scars slowly faded. However, the fading speed was very slow. After consuming 7 or 8 pieces of pink appetite, the injuries were still clearly visible. Come in. Li Shu heard the knock on the door, but just by the sound of footsteps he already knew it was Sha Chu. After Sha Chu came in, she placed a bag in front of Li Shu. This is the demon core for the pink appetite you previously purchased. Li Shu did not look at it, continuing to feed the pink nightmare with the pink appetite. How did the pink nightmare get injured? This injury looks like the Black Death demon, Sha Chu asked, puzzled. Let's discuss the matter first, Li Shu said. Sha Chu placed the box she was holding on the table, opened it, revealing gemstones of various colors. Among them, pink apatite and red apatite were the most abundant, some even reaching the Jedi Knight level, the largest over 7 carats, the smaller ones 3 to 4 carats. Additionally, there was a box of rubies and a box of blue sapphires, although not very large, only about 2 to 3 carats each. But they were all very uniform in size, with excellent cuts, and the quality was very good. The ruby could reach pigeon blood red, and the sapphire could almost achieve royal blue. Each box contained 7 or 8 pieces, presumably high-quality materials for making bracelets. These were brought out by those father and son to buy their lives, Sha Chu said. How do you plan to handle it? Li Shu casually asked. I'll keep the gemstones and keep an eye on them. They can't escape. Up to you to handle, Sha Chu said. Zhongshan City is setting rules now. This precedent cannot be set. What do you intend to do with Johnny? Li Shu asked noncommittally. Such a person naturally cannot be retained, Sha Chu said. What position does he currently hold? Li Shu asked again. Captain of a squad in the city guard, Sha Chu was already well informed. There is still a vacancy for the deputy captain of the city guard, Li Shu casually said. You mean, Sha Chu paused. Give it to him. Let him handle it, Li Shu said lightly. Sha Chu was initially stunned, then, after realizing it, her expression toward Li Shu became somewhat peculiar, even feeling a chill down her spine. Our foundation here is unstable. We're lacking in everything, especially people willing to do dirty and exhausting tasks. Pay extra attention and cultivate them if possible, Li Shu said. I understand. I'll watch him. If he's useful, I'll use him. If not, I'll take care of it. Sha Chu's tone had changed. Sha Chu always thought Li Shu was the kind of person focused only on his own cultivation, not likely to pay much attention to other areas. This could be seen from Li Shu's previous behavior and his entrusting Zhongshan City to her and Fei for management. But Li Shu's approach today made Shachu feel like she might not know Li Shu as well as she thought. It's easy for someone to clearly distinguish love and hate, just follow one's heart without fearing life or death. But someone who can invert black and white, not taking personal love and hate as a starting point, is even more terrifying. If Johnny were to personally handle that father and son and then gain promotion and wealth, the veterans of Zhongshan City would likely no longer dare to associate with him. He could only obediently become the dog of the city lord's mansion, doing all the dirty and exhausting tasks. The more he does, the deeper he gets involved, and the more dependent he becomes on the city lord's mansion. No one could be more useful than him. What the city lord's mansion needs now is someone familiar with Zhongshan City and willing to do dirty and exhausting tasks. How is your Black Death demon cultivation going? Li Shu asked Shachu, after feeding all the pink appetite, standing up and looking at her. I haven't found suitable gemstones yet. I don't want to use ordinary demon core as it's just wasteful, Shachu said. The city lord's mansion is financially strained now. I can't afford to pay your salary, so take this as your salary. Li Shu placed a demon spirit ring on the table. A demon spirit ring, judging by the style, it's still a Black Death demon. You didn't just get one demon spirit ring at that time, Shachu said, feeling a bit envious. She entered the land of trial many times and still hadn't obtained a flowing color demon spirit ring, yet Li Shu went just once and got 2 demon spirit rings. Of course the demon spirit ring is good, but I already have a flowing color Black Death demon. Having more demons is not necessarily better. I need to focus on cultivating that one flowing color Black Death demon first. I still don't know where to get resources. Having another one, I can't afford to maintain it. You should keep it for now, Shachu said. Seal the contract first and then talk, Li Shu smiled and said. Shachu immediately realized that the demon spirit ring was probably unusual, hesitated for a moment, then picked up the demon spirit ring and put it on, simultaneously dripping her own blood onto it. Unlike demon spirit gemstones, demon spirit rings do not require long cultivation. A drop of blood completes the contract. The instant the contract was completed, Shachu's eyes widened, exclaiming, Radiant demon spirit, it's actually a radiant Black Death demon. You're giving it to me? Shachu looked at Li Shu with a complex expression. You work for me. Naturally, you should receive corresponding rewards. This is just the beginning, Li Shu said lightly. 168, Chapter 168, 10-7, Masked Emperor 2. But this, Shachu's finger, adorned with the demon spirit ring, was trembling. She was very aware of how precious the radiant demon spirit was. The Eternal Heaven possessed many radiant demon spirits, but most were transformed from demon spirit gemstones, a result of thousands of years of accumulation. There were quite a few demon spirit rings that came directly from the land of trial, but that was because the Eternal Heaven had demon spirit gemstones earlier than anyone else, allowing them to enter the land of trial sooner, achieving results they have accumulated over decades. Members like Shachu, who joined later, would typically only be granted an ordinary demon spirit gemstone that can evolve, and even achieving the vibrant grade was difficult. The fact that Li Shu gave her a radiant demon spirit ring made it hard for Shachu to maintain her usual composure. Go ahead, do what you need to do, Li Shu said. Shachu hesitated before finally leaving, feeling somewhat unreal, as if she were dreaming, looking at the demon spirit ring on her finger. Li Shu gave Shachu the radiant demon spirit partly because he would need her help in many things in the future, and partly because he felt some guilt for taking her love god shooter. Although both were of radiant grade, the value of the love god shooter far exceeded that of the Black Death demon. Furthermore, it was likely that there would never be another love god shooter, while Li Shu had plenty of radiant Black Death demons, more than his 10 fingers could wear. After finishing the pink appetite, the pink nightmare's injuries healed significantly, leaving only some faint black marks on its body. Li Shu fed all the pink appetite from the box to it, now hoping that the pink nightmare would quickly level up, ideally awakening a talent skill. If the pink nightmare could ascend to A level and awaken a talent skill, the Godslayer Shrine could pull him into the Blood Moon Black Death City, allowing him to clear it effortlessly. Unfortunately, even after consuming all the pink appetite, the pink nightmare failed to level up further. Li Shu didn't feed it other colored appetites, as pure appetite was more conducive to awakening talent skills. The battle at Blood Moon Black Death City made Li Shu more aware of the importance of his own strength and the need not to rely solely on demon spirits. He began considering an immediate journey to the S-level Dark Maze, aiming to achieve another S-level physical enhancement, which would enable him to retrieve the Blood Pattern Revolver from the Sea Heaven trial ground. Ah-Fei, come here for a moment, Li Shu called Ah-Fei over with a phone call. What's up? Ah-Fei asked, closing the door after arriving. Did you use those 2 things? Li Shu inquired. I did. The E-level talent Night Pupil and E-level skill Dark Curse, Ah-Fei replied. Did you use this as well? Li Shu placed a radiant Black Death demon ring in front of Ah-Fei. Reason? Ah-Fei asked, not taking it, looking at Li Shu. I've decided to go to the S-level Dark Maze within the next few days. You might find it useful then, Li Shu explained. You can't use demon spirits in the trial ground, that's no reason, Ah-Fei disfavored accepting charity. Our aim is not just to clear the Dark Maze. If we can obtain an entry ticket, I need you to accompany me into the land of trial, which is essential and a future necessity, Li Shu stated. Currently, Fei was the most trustworthy person by Li Shu's side, and Li Shu was also curious about whether her abstention skill would be effective in the land of trial. Understood, Fei said as she took the demon spirit ring and slid it on her finger, completing the contract with a drop of blood. Radiant demon spirit? Fei glanced at Li Shu, visibly moved. She hadn't anticipated that Li Shu would offer her a radiant demon spirit. She had already learned from Sha Chu what the radiant demon spirit symbolized. It wasn't just a matter of money. I will need your help in many future instances. Take these demon cores to nurture it, Li Shu added, handing her a small bag of E-level radiant demon cores. These were useless to the Jedi Knight now, though radiant demon cores were good. Ultimately, they were just E-level, capable of raising the demon spirit to D-level at best. Bringing it up to C-level demanded too many, which was not worthwhile. Utilizing E-level radiant demon cores to rise to C-level was less efficient than switching to D-level demon cores for nurturing. Li Shu used a Black Death demon ring himself, but only managed to elevate to D-level, choosing not to continue further. The small bag he gave her should suffice for her to elevate the Black Death demon to D-level. After Fei left, Li Shu called Ye Yujin, instructing him to prepare for the S-level Dark Maze 2 days hence. Retrieving the yellow crystal obtained from Daliang Gem Store, Li Shu scrutinized it for a considerable period, coming to a tentative conclusion that it was certainly not a yellow crystal, but rather a genuine natural yellow topaz. This hue of yellow topaz undoubtedly classified it as Emperor Topaz. Li Shu held it in his hand, toying with it, yet refrained from immediate use. Inside, he held a question. Both gemstones and rings could summon demon spirits, but what's the difference between the two? So far, most of Li Shu's demon spirits came from gemstones. Observing, one could discern that some of the demon spirits from gemstones seemed inferior to their same-level ring counterparts, while others appeared superior. For instance, the Love God Shooter and Demigod Shauna. The Love God Shooter naturally carried skills, while Demigod Shauna could effortlessly slay same-level, same-quality Black Death demons. Li Shu was uncertain whether this was a coincidence or an indication that gem demon spirits were intrinsically stronger than ring demon spirits. 169, Chapter 69, 10-7, Masked Emperor 3. As for the Jedi Knight, it's not worth considering, as the evil parasite renders it unpredictable. Li Shu already plans to swing by the Sharp Crystal Mine on his way to the Sea Heaven Trial Ground, to see if he can catch another evil entity. Even the Ice Soul Sea Demon is a bit stronger than the Black Death Demon of the same quality and level. Since there's no comparison for the Pink Nightmare at the same level, Li Shu has no idea how capable it really is. The Longevity Heavens have likely gathered countless gem demon spirits over thousands of years. This force is truly not to be underestimated. Li Shu toyed with the Emperor Topaz for a while and then used his blood to form a contract with it. No matter what quality demon spirit the Emperor Topaz can produce, it has a benefit that other demon spirits don't. That benefit is cheap food. Topaz is one of the least expensive gemstones. With Li Shu's current wealth, he can easily purchase natural topaz in bulk and advance this topaz demon spirit to S-Class. Even if it's just an ordinary demon spirit without any particular quality, an S-Class battling capability is still quite impressive. Furthermore, gemstones don't have level distinctions like demon cores do, so feeding demon spirits with gemstones avoids level restrictions. Topaz itself is very dazzling, and its refractive index and hardness are quite close to diamond. Yellow topaz is especially often mistaken for diamond. The yellow Emperor Topaz transformed into a demon spirit ring on Li Shu's finger, its splendor almost comparable to the demigod instant ring. Masked Emperor, Radiant, E-Class Demon Spirit Evolvable, can summon E-Class Demon Spirit Masked Emperor. Unexpectedly, the Masked Emperor turned out to be of radiant quality. Li Shu summoned the Masked Emperor and immediately found himself even more dumbfounded. Initially hearing the name Masked Emperor, Li Shu assumed it would be another humanoid demon spirit, but it turned out to be completely different. A golden skeletal frame, gleaming headlights, wide tires burning with golden flames, with wheel hubs like crystal lamps in the middle, and exhaust pipes spewing golden flame. Damn, this thing is more like a monster of a motorcycle, with an overall design somewhat akin to a Dodge Tomahawk, but even more exaggerated and a size larger. The front face, coupled with the headlights, resembled a bizarre golden mask, the menacing body like a mechanical beast. Damn, this is too freaking awesome. Li Shu stared at the Masked Emperor, dumbstruck for quite a while. This completely shattered his understanding of demon spirits. He never imagined a demon spirit could be like this. Upgrade, it must be upgraded. Regardless of its abilities, just for this design, it has to be upgraded to the highest level. Li Shu resolved that no matter what, he would raise the Masked Emperor's level. Even if its abilities were lacking, it would still be awesome for commuting. Li Shu couldn't wait to ride the Masked Emperor and see what it felt like. He didn't even call Ah Fei, driving himself out of the city. With a thought, the Masked Emperor appeared in front of him, its wheels burning with golden flames rotated, bringing itself to Li Shu. Li Shu mounted the bike and twisted the throttle, surprisingly moving it with ease. Vroom, vroom. The strong, deep roaring sound of the motor sent an inexplicable rush of adrenaline through him. Amidst the roaring engine, the masked emperor shot off like a burning golden phantom, the fierce wind forcing Li Shu to lean forward, his body pressed against the frame. Vroom, vroom. The sensation of rushing against the wind filled Li Shu with a kind of frenzied fighting spirit. Faster, I want it faster. Li Shu kept accelerating, the roaring motorcycle racing across the grass like a fierce golden beast. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Li Shu felt as if he was about to take off, finding the E-Class Masked Emperor unbelievably faster than the B-Class Pink Nightmare. Bam! The Masked Emperor seemed to hit something on the ground, and Li Shu lost control, both he and the bike going crashing. The Masked Emperor and Li Shu's body rolled over the ground continuously. Luckily, it was just grassland here, and Li Shu's physical condition was far better than average, otherwise he probably would have been seriously injured by now. When Li Shu and the Masked Emperor finally stopped rolling, he felt aching all over, his bones seemingly scattered. Drive safely, cherish life, avoid speeding, riding without a helmet is a shortcut to an early grave. Inconsistent driving leads to 2 lines of tears from loved ones. In Li Shu's mind, these slogans kept flashing by. Fast it may be, but how can you, as a demon spirit, be so picky about the road surface? Are you here to make me laugh? Li Shu looked at the self-upright masked emperor, feeling a bit speechless. But just based on its speed and appearance, Li Shu had already decided to upgrade its level further. At worst, he'd only ride it on roads with good conditions. This speed is definitely a must-have for chasing or escaping. When it reaches S-Class, who knows how fast it'll be, perhaps just twisting the throttle would make it fly faster than an aircraft. After returning, Li Shu called Shachu and asked her to find out the origin of the yellow crystal he bought from the Daliang Gem store, and also to help him acquire a batch of yellow natural topaz. Li Shu wants to figure out exactly what kind of gemstone can nurture a demon spirit. So far, the demigod Shana and love god Shooter are gemstones with stories, and the area where the Pink Nightmare was unearthed also had a death incident. Li Shu still doesn't know if the Jedi Knight and Ice Soul Sea Demon have stories. He only speculates that these gemstones capable of nurturing demon spirits likely have extraordinary stories. Shachu agreed, telling Li Shu results would come soon. Johnny had already personally thrown that father and son duo in jail and had confiscated the Daliang Gem store, including all its gemstones. Johnny was determined to follow the City Lord's mansion with unwavering loyalty, and Shachu had already promoted him to deputy captain. If he can withstand the test, the position of captain will eventually be his, but it cannot be given to him yet. Somehow Shachu managed it, because by that evening she had given Li Shu a detailed report clearly documenting the origin of the Emperor Topaz. 170, Chapter 70, 28, Jotter 70, 28, The Difference of the Demon Spirit. The owner of Daliang Jewelry Store had no idea it was topaz. He took it as a yellow crystal. The ones who sold him this batch of crystals were a team of gem hunters. Those gem hunters roamed the city ruins destroyed by demon spirits or between gemstone mines year-round. Especially beneath the city ruins, no one knows how many gemstones are buried there. Shachu found someone from the team of gem hunters, and according to him, those yellow crystals were found beneath a city ruin. They dug up a villa buried underground, relatively intact, and found many crystal ornaments there, even a crystal chandelier adorned with natural crystals. Originally, they hoped to find some jewelry, but ended up only retrieving some amethyst and yellow crystals. That Emperor Topaz was mixed in with them, and they didn't notice it. After returning, they sold it to the owner of Daliang Gem Store as yellow crystal. According to the clues given by the gem hunters, I checked a lot of data and can roughly confirm that it is not a yellow crystal, but an Emperor Topaz. In the old days, there was a very famous racing driver with great talent and ability, who was also incredibly obsessed and even crazy about racing and competition. His talent and insanity made him a top racing driver in a short time, even winning against the world's #1 driver in some races. But it was also because of his madness that he had an accident during a race, severely injuring his leg and could no longer compete. Later, he became a stunt motorcycle driver, and once during a stunt shoot, his whole body was on fire and he soared, crashing into a helicopter with his beloved motorcycle. I found a picture of that racing driver, and after comparison, it was discovered that the topaz you mentioned is the pendant he always wore around his neck, later collected by his wealthy parents, who were the owners of that villa. So he never lacked money, didn't need to do stunts as a stand-in, and perhaps even orchestrated that event himself, not wanting to live anymore. This is also the prevalent opinion online. Shachu also sent Li Shu the picture of that racing driver, clearly showing a handsome young man with black hair sitting on a motorcycle, holding his helmet in one hand and tugging the necklace around his neck with the other, kissing the yellow gemstone pendant on it. Seeing the shape of that gemstone, Li Shu determined it should be the same Emperor Topaz he bought. What a pity. Li Shu hung up the phone, further convinced that those gemstones nurturing demon spirits might all be related to people. Li Shu, I'm back, just outside the City Lord's mansion. While Li Shu was contemplating the relationships between people, gemstones, and demon spirits, a message from Shu Jun came in. Li Shu was still feeling some pain in his body, so he made a call and had someone let Shu Jun in. You really dare? Chu Jun couldn't stop scrutinizing Li Shu upon seeing him, a look of amazement on his face. What wouldn't I dare? Li Shu smiled. Don't you know that the Zhongshan City Lord is the brother-in-law of the Red Sand City Lord? Although the Red Sand City Lord is notoriously lecherous, he fears his wife like a tiger, and now you've killed his brother-in-law. Do you think the Red Sand City Lord's wife will let you off? Chu Jun said. Let him come then. Li Shu looked at Chu Jun, thinking this Chu Jun was quite interesting too. He made the situation sound so severe, yet he himself returned and even wanted Li Shu to reserve a position for him within the City Lord's mansion. I heard you're a magic armor master and also took out the S-Class magic armor master Black Mist sent by the Red Sand City Lord for protection? Chu Jun asked again. Yes, Li Shu nodded. You're an S-Class magic armor master and you came to be a trial taker? Chu Jun stared at Li Shu. I believe there's more future as a trial taker, Li Shu replied earnestly. Really? Chu Jun's eyes lit up instantly. Is there any doubt? Why else would I come to be a trial taker? Li Shu indeed believed so. Trial takers, upon reaching a certain level of growth, can undoubtedly rival magic armor masters or even surpass them. Like the demigod Shana in Li Shu's hands, if it can grow to S-Class, its combat power would certainly not be inferior to an S-Class magic armor master, possibly much stronger. Because on Earth, Li Shu had not seen a high-quality S-Class demon spirit, how strong demigod Shana would become once it advanced to S-Class, Li Shu couldn't predict. However, when Li Shu said trial takers have more future prospects than magic armor masters, he was referring to the current magic armor masters. Trial takers are growing, and the technology of magic armor is also evolving. Ultimately, who will be stronger is still hard to say. Currently, the materials used for making magic armor are mostly from ordinary demon cores and materials from ordinary demon spirits. What if magic armor were made using S-Class radiant demon spirit cores and materials? What if Seaman Guan really could create magic armor that could enter the trial ground? All this is unknown, and Li Shu felt that if that day truly came, there's no doubt that top-level trial takers capable of using magic armor would be even more powerful. Li Shu's path as a magic armor master had reached a dead end, but the path as a trial taker still had vast possibilities, and he had decided to continue down this road. Hearing Li Shu say this, Chu Jun let out a long breath, as if something in his heart was relieved. D-171, Chapter 171, 10-8, The Difference of Demon Spirits. 2. Li Shu, I really thank you so much, Chu Jun said with a peculiar expression. Since I was young, I've dreamed of becoming a magic armor master, but reality hit me with the cruelest blow. I don't have the talent for it. So, I settled for second best and became a trial taker. But I'm not reconciled, really not reconciled, because even a true trial taker is far inferior to a magic armor master. I've always believed that the power of technology will always surpass pure strength. I often dreamt of suddenly acquiring the talent of a magic armor master. Maybe one day I could become one. Chu Jun laughed and said, Until today, I really couldn't let go, but now I have. Even a magic armor master like you says a trial taker could possibly be stronger than a magic armor master. So I'll bet my life on it and definitely become the strongest trial taker, one even stronger than a magic armor master. Why do you want to become a magic armor master so badly? Li Shu asked. Li Shu originally thought Chu Jun might say something like wanting to be a hero who saves the world, or wanting to be respected by people, etc. Who could have thought that Chu Jun would just say, my grandfather is Chu Sanhu? And then, Li Shu asked, looking at Chu Jun. Chu Jun stared blankly at Li Shu, thinking he hadn't heard clearly what he said, so he repeated, my grandfather is Chu Sanhu. I heard you. I know your grandfather is Chu Sanhu. Does that have anything to do with you wanting to become a magic armor master? Li Shu said. Aren't you a magic armor master? Haven't you heard of the name Chu Sanhu? Chu Jun looked at Li Shu, asking in an odd tone. I've heard of him. He was once ranked the world's #1 magic armor master. Hasn't he retired a long time ago? Does that have anything to do with you wanting to become a magic armor master? Li Shu thought for a moment and said, Chu Sanhu's name was familiar to him, a very old magic armor master, probably around the same age as Zeman Guan, the first king of magic armor masters. Alright, maybe I was thinking too much. Chu Jun glanced at Li Shu and, for some unknown reason, suddenly felt much lighter. Since my grandfather, our family has been top-tier magic armor masters generation after generation. In my generation, with so many young people in the family, I'm the only one without the talent of a magic armor master, Chu Jun said with a laugh. Initially, I felt very hopeless, but now I suddenly feel like it's not such a big deal. It's not that big a deal anyway. Being a magic armor master is just a profession, nothing special, Li Shu said. You're bold to say that. It's not appropriate for you to say. Among the current magic armor masters, only the one called God is qualified to say such things, Chu Jun said. He's not a real god, just a person. If he can say it, then so can I, Li Shu said with a smile. That's no ordinary person. I won't say much about others, but when it comes to magic armors, our Chu family firmly considers itself second, with no one daring to claim first before God. Our Chu family's magic armor masters have consistently ranked in the world's top 5, and for decades, this has been the case generation after generation. Even if someone occasionally replaces a Chu family member as number 1, they are usually just a flash in the pan, and sooner or later the position is snatched back by us. But ever since God's appearance, our family's magic armor masters are going crazy, spending each day researching God, almost driving themselves insane. Despite this, to date, no one dares to challenge God's world number 1, they're scared. For decades, the Chu family's magic armor masters feared no one, but they fear God now, and they don't dare to challenge, Chu Jun said and laughed. Speaking of which, I should thank God. Without him suppressing our family's magic armor masters, they would look down on me even more as a trial taker. The path of a trial taker is no easy one either, Li Shu said. Difficult or not, I must walk it. You, an S-class magic armor master, are undeterred by danger, so how can I easily give up? Chu Jun said spiritedly. Arrange a position for me in the City Lord's mansion. As long as I'm here, as long as the Chu family is here, I promise the Red Sand City Lord won't dare touch Zhongshan City. All right, then you can handle matters related to the trial gate. Later, have Afei take you through the procedures and organize the trial gate's data. Li Shu did not refuse. Leave it to me. Are you planning to enter the S-class dark maze? Chu Jun realized something and looked at Li Shu. Yes, I'm planning to go the day after tomorrow. Li Shu nodded. Count me in, Chu Jun said, full of spirit. You? Li Shu looked Chu Jun up and down. Don't underestimate me. Although I don't have as many magic spirits as you, magic spirits can't be used in the trial ground, so your magic spirits are useless there, Chu Jun said. Then tell me, what role will you play in the dark maze? Although Li Shu was confident about passing the S-class dark maze, no one can promise there won't be any accidents. Trials aren't child's play. You can't just take anyone in casually. I have the E-Night Pupil ability, which allows me to see in the dark, a reward from the hero's trial ground, Chu Jun said proudly. Not bad. And then, Li Shu's unimpressed expression betrayed his true thoughts. Isn't that enough? Chu Jun asked, somewhat displeased. To be honest, the people going in with me this time, the weakest among them also has a night pupil ability, and there's another who can completely ignore darkness, Li Shu said truthfully. 172, Chapter 72, Chapter 72, 28. The Differences of Demon Spirits. 3. Is that so? Chu Jun immediately lost his temper and, after thinking for a moment, said, I have an S-grade skill, but it might not be of any use. S-grade skill? You have an S-grade skill? Li Shu looked at Chu Jun with some surprise. During a trial ground before, I luckily passed an S-grade trial and obtained the skill, but this skill has some limitations. Mostly it's not very useful, Chu Jun said hesitantly. Tell me about it. Li Shu was indeed curious about what kind of S-grade skill could be useless. My S-grade skill is called Inspiration. It can sense the location of the demon spirits, as well as their names, levels, and other information. Chu Jun's voice grew smaller the more he spoke, realizing this ability wasn't very useful in the trial ground. What's the range of your sensing ability? Li Shu didn't think so. Inspiration might be useless in the trial ground, but it's very useful in the land of trial. The land of trial is bizarre and unpredictable. In places like the Black Death City, Li Shu didn't dare to even open the city gate because he didn't know what was outside. With the inspiration skill, Chu Jun was different. With it, he could know if there were any demon spirits outside the city gate and what level they were. This skill is like a natural radar. How could such a skill possibly be useless? Of course, in the trial ground, it was indeed useless. What's your physical prowess like? Li Shu sized up Chu Jun and asked. He felt that Chu Jun's physical prowess might not be as good as his. If Chu Jun couldn't even run faster than him, he couldn't take Chu Jun as a burden. Li Shu wanted to take Chu Jun to the Black Death City, but Chu Jun needed to have sufficient ability. Li Shu's minimum standard was that Chu Jun had to run faster than him, not dragging behind. My physical prowess has already reached the limit of E-grade, just one step away from advancing to D-grade, Chu Jun said. Li Shu was taken aback, not expecting Chu Jun to be so strong. Li Shu had already learned from Sha Chu that the enhancement from trials actually has a limit. When you are being enhanced, if you don't feel anything when the trial bracelet injects energy, it proves that your body has reached the enhancement limit at that level. At that point, you must break through to the next level to continue enhancing. How to break through to the next level was something Sha Chu didn't explain in detail, and Li Shu hadn't asked either. Because this question didn't need to be asked. Once he truly becomes a trial taker, he would naturally find out. The reason Li Shu decided to go to the Sea Heaven trial ground after S-grade trial was that he still felt the body enhancement. It hadn't yet reached its current limit. In case he was just a little short of the strength needed to wield the blood pattern revolver, wouldn't that be a wasted opportunity? Chu Jun was a true trial taker. Li Shu had known that before, but his youthful appearance was quite deceiving, making Li Shu always feel that his physical prowess seemed inadequate. Unexpectedly, Chu Jun's physical prowess was at the peak of E grade, definitely stronger than Li Shu, who hadn't formally become a trial taker. Theoretically, he wasn't even an E grade trial taker yet. Alright, you're in, but you need to find a way to get a trial badge. I plan to take you guys to the land of trial after passing the trial ground, Li Shu said. We're going to the land of trial? Chu Jun's eyes brightened. Don't worry, I'll handle the trial badges. How many people are we talking about? Including you, there are 4 of us. Li Shu originally only asked him to prepare his own trial badge, but he didn't expect Chu Jun to be so financially well off. No problem, leave it to me. I won't mess it up, Chu Jun said, patting his chest. I have a question for you. Li Shu called after Chu Jun, who was ready to leave. What's the question? Chu Jun turned back and asked. Did you play ball with Zhou Beilong for a few gemstones because you were short on money? Li Shu pondered and asked. He actually wanted to ask whether Chu Jun, in such a family, without the talent of a magic armor master, was very much undervalued or even oppressed. Li Shu thought of those well-known melodramatic plots, where the eldest son is a genius and the younger son with no talent is despised. The parents order the younger child around like a servant and don't pay him. The poor younger son eats the eldest son's leftovers, wears his hand-me-downs, and, like Cinderella, pitiably does the dirty and hard work every day, even getting bullied by the household servants. I'm not short of money, I just want to earn it with my own efforts, not rely on family money. Not many people in the Southern Cross Federation know I'm from the Chu family, and Zhou Beilong doesn't either, Chu Jun explained. Then, where are you planning to get the trial badge? Li Shu thought about Chu Jun's situation, figuring it wasn't right to let him pay for everyone's trial badge. You mean the trial badge? My mom insisted I use a trial badge for trials to prevent accidents. When entering the trial ground, you can swipe the badge to set a suitable trial level. Most trial grounds allow this, but the hero trial ground is a bit quirky. The badge doesn't work there, so I rarely go, Chu Jun answered. So you're saying you often use the trial badge to adjust the trial difficulty? Li Shu asked. I used to use it every time. The suitable trial difficulty makes for the fastest growth, Chu Jun said naturally. Now Li Shu finally understood what being wealthy truly meant. He used to feel he wasn't lacking money, but Chu Jun genuinely wasn't lacking at all. All right, you go ahead and prepare. Li Shu waved his hand, giving Chu Jun the go-ahead to prepare the trial badge. After 2 days of resting, Li Shu's previous injury had healed, and he was in good shape. He called upon Afei, Ye Yuzhen, and Chu Jun, and together they arrived at the entrance of the hero trial ground. From the start, Shachu hadn't planned to participate. She didn't like these attempts without any certainty. Li Shu handed the black apatite to Ye Yuzhen, asking him to embed it into the gate. With the shimmering black light, the gate of the hero trial ground opened with a loud boom. 173 Chapter 173, 1009 TS, Cast Dark Maze. In the White Room, Li Shu and 3 others wore tight white suits as they surveyed the room. The light screen had already lit up, emitting a cold voice. Welcome to the hero trial ground. The S-level trial is about to begin. The trial rules are as follows. Only 1 hour. After hearing the rules, Ye Yuzhen's face changed instantly. From his experience, the number of rooms increases with each difficulty level, doubling the complexity, and the time required also doubles. For the S-level difficulty, it's likely that the difficulty is more than just doubling, yet the time hasn't increased. Ye Yuzhen's heart sank halfway. However, Shachu had a face eager to try, clearly not yet realizing the challenge of the S-class Dark Maze. Afei glanced at Li Shu, not realizing she was relying more and more on Li Shu. City Lord, let me lead the way later, Ye Yuzhen said through gritted teeth. He was determined to get out, even if it meant taking a deadly risk. You scout, but you must follow my command. Li Shu said, Our time is limited. Even if there aren't many mistakes, an hour is too short. I can see from here that the chances of success are higher. Ye Yuzhen was internally skeptical about Li Shu. Listen to me, or walk on your own. You can choose, Li Shu said calmly. Ye Yuzhen felt bitter inside, not understanding why Li Shu was enforcing his authority as City Lord at such a critical time. But seeing Li Shu's expression, it was clear he was determined and wouldn't change his mind with a few words. In silence, the countdown had ended, and the entire room suddenly went dark. Follow me, Ye Yuzhen called out, heading towards one of the doors, believing the facts would make Li Shu give up his idea. Li Shu didn't say anything, calling Shachu and Afei along, following Ye Yuzhen through the door to a new room. Ye Yuzhen chose doors based on his experience, passing through 3 to 4 rooms consecutively without a word from Li Shu, which reassured Ye Yuzhen. It seems that although he says one thing, he actually relies on me. He's just maintaining his City Lord's dignity. Ye Yuzhen felt relieved, relying on experience and intuition, and chose another door. Upon entering the new room, as Ye Yuzhen was about to continue, Li Shu suddenly spoke. This path isn't right. We need to go back. These few doors had already been enough for Li Shu to determine the maze's orientation. He already knew how to navigate it. Go back? Ye Yuzhen's heart skipped a beat, hurriedly saying, The path ahead should be correct. I have experience with this. I can be sure the path is right. He was truly afraid that Li Shu would just make them go back, wasting so much time. Time was already limited, and wasting more time might mean that even if they found the way out, the time might not be enough. This is the second time, and the last. Next time, you won't need to say anything, walk on your own. Li Shu said, turning and walking away. A Fei followed Li Shu without hesitation. Although Sha Chu had night pupil skill, he could only vaguely see some shadows here, unable to discern who was who. Upon hearing Li Shu's voice, he quickly followed. Ye Yuzhen stared blankly as a Fei and Sha Chu followed Li Shu, feeling aggrieved, wanting to say something, but remembering Li Shu's earlier words, he swallowed it back down. After looking at the door Li Shu was taking back and then his chosen door, Ye Yuzhen gritted his teeth and still followed. He didn't believe in Li Shu, but couldn't not believe him. If all three with Li Shu died inside while he managed to get out, would Sha Chu outside spare him? Ye Yuzhen knew escaping alone wouldn't lead to survival. Following Li Shu might still offer a chance to navigate back to the correct path and redeem Li Shu and the others, thus redeeming himself. Ye Yuzhen had no other choice. After catching up with Li Shu, Ye Yuzhen softly explained, I only wanted to lead everyone out. Good intentions don't guarantee results. Li Shu said calmly, stop wasting time, follow the path I suggest. The group returned to the original room, and Li Shu chose another door, with Ye Yuzhen still leading. Each time they entered a room, Li Shu would direct Ye Yuzhen on which way to go. He knew that the path Ye Yuzhen had initially chosen was correct if it were an A-level or below dark maze. Ye Yuzhen's path would be the quickest to exit. However, this wasn't an A-level dark maze, it was an S-level dark maze. If they took that path, after passing the A-level maze area, there would be rooms with many traps and venomous beasts ahead. The route Li Shu chose, while initially the most winding, was the only one where they could potentially avoid the venomous insects and beasts later, making it the fastest path to escape. If Li Shu hadn't cracked the Dark Maze's code and relied solely on experience, the more experienced would die more horribly, trapping them inside. Even as Ye Yuzhen followed Li Shu's directions, his heart still didn't accept it, or rather he was anxious. After some traveling, Ye Yuzhen realized Li Shu's chosen path wasn't wrong, but it was so circuitous that it would waste a lot of time. Based on their speed, traversing previously known areas could take 30 to 40 minutes, leaving uncertain time to navigate new areas of the S-Class Dark Maze. Number 74. Chapter 74, 10 and 9 Teeth, S-Class Dark Maze 2. Ye Yuzhen really wanted to tell Li Shu to change the route, but when he turned to look at Li Shu, he saw his expression and knew that saying anything now would be useless. Ye Yuzhen had conceded time and again, but found that the road Li Shu pointed out became more and more convoluted. Clearly, there was a shorter path, yet he was making them take the long detour. Looks like today next year will be my death anniversary. What will happen to my little sister then? Ye Yuzhen's lips were bitter. But after walking for so long, turning back was no longer possible. Considering the time to walk back, it was about the same as taking this path. If I die here today, even as a ghost, I won't let you live in peace. Ye Yuzhen thought viciously as he looked at Zhou Wen. Despite his hatred, Ye Yuzhen still had to follow the route Li Shu pointed out. Fortunately, the path Li Shu suggested wasn't entirely wrong, as it also bypassed rooms with traps and mechanisms. After leaving the familiar area, Ye Yuzhen roughly estimated that it took over 30 minutes, which was about the same as he had previously judged. There were at most only 20 minutes left, or maybe even just 20 minutes. Could they still make it out of this unknown area? Left, Li Shu continued to give instructions without the slightest hesitation. Now was the time to verify his deductions. Bringing Ye Yuzhen along was to use him as a scout. Otherwise, why bring along someone who once tried to kill him? Li Shu could let go of past grievances as long as there was a cost, and now was the time for that cost. Ye Yuzhen didn't know what Li Shu based his choice of route on, as this was an area no one had ever been to. What was Li Shu's basis for choosing the route? Ye Yuzhen really had no idea. But he didn't have any other choice now, so he could only leave it to fate. Anyway, if I die, you all won't live either. At worst, we'll die together. Ye Yuzhen gritted his teeth and walked into the room. Still, he was creeped out inside, so he didn't move as fast as before, cautiously making his way inside. We don't have much time left. Walk faster, Li Shu urged from behind. Ye Yuzhen gritted his teeth, quickened his pace, and moved forward. Fortunately, this room was safe. Continue to the left, Li Shu said again. Ye Yuzhen also knew time was short. There wasn't time for him to explore slowly, so he just threw caution to the wind. Wherever Li Shu said to go, he rushed right in. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Initially, Ye Yuzhen was anxious and scared, but after going through several doors, he realized they hadn't encountered a single trap or poisonous creature or beast. Is it luck? Ye Yuzhen quickly dismissed this thought. Relying on luck in the dark maze would lead to a miserable death. Ye Yuzhen turned to look at Li Shu, but could only see a face largely obscured by sunglasses, unable to discern his expression. Could he really know the way? But how would he know? No one has ever been to the S-Class area. Ye Yuzhen's emotions were complicated. He hoped Li Shu really knew how to get out, but he also dared not believe that Li Shu indeed knew the way. Li Shu continued to direct Ye Yuzhen forward, and after a dozen doors, he was already sure his earlier deduction was correct. The entire S-Class maze was based on a backward calculation from those few lines. Door after door, no one said a word, hurriedly pressing forward. Li Shu was at the back. Although his physical fitness wasn't poor, the burden on him was too heavy. His stamina was depleting drastically, slowing him down. Ye Yuzhen turned back several times, waiting for Li Shu, wishing he could drag Li Shu along and run together. Now he had no thought of walking on his own, for in this unknown area he didn't know how to proceed, yet Li Shu seemed to know. At least up to now, all the rooms they traversed were safe. Li Shu gritted his teeth and ran forward. His stamina was depleting faster than he had estimated, but time was running out, allowing no room for rest. Ah Fei and Chu Jun slowed their pace, waiting for Li Shu, while Ye Yuzhen could only patiently wait ahead. We're almost out of time, at most less than 10 minutes remaining, possibly only 5 minutes, Ye Yuzhen estimated time with great anxiety. There are still 8 minutes and 34 seconds, Li Shu remarked. Ye Yuzhen was stunned. How do you know the exact time? No one was allowed to bring timing tools in here, nor were there any light screens displaying a countdown. How could Li Shu estimate time so precisely? I've been counting down in my mind. Now there are 8 minutes and 31 seconds left. It should still be doable. Give me 20 seconds to rest, Li Shu said as he sat down on the ground. He was utterly exhausted, with sweat pouring down his body uncontrollably. Ye Yuzhen was surprised that Li Shu actually rested when he said so. He didn't believe Li Shu could silently count time so accurately, to the exact second. After all, Li Shu had had disagreements with him before and spoken so many words. Could he really still count accurately? He didn't believe such a person existed in the world, but he had no choice but to watch helplessly as Li Shu rested. Li Shu sat there, taking deep breaths, drawing in as much oxygen as possible, while alleviating the soreness in his muscles. His body was soaked in sweat, burdened by the weight of 2 packs. This was more tiring than carrying a 300-pound person. The fact that he'd managed to keep running for so long was quite remarkable. 175, Chapter 175, 10-9T, S-Class, Dark Maze 3, 20 seconds is not enough for an average person to recover much stamina. Li Shu's physical condition is quite good, and he recovers quickly. It may be that the demon spirit parasitizing him has some effect as well. Li Shu is resting, but for Ye Yuzhen, 20 seconds feel like an eternity, like 20 centuries passing by. Several times, he wanted to urge Li Shu to hurry, but in the end, he swallowed his words. Through this interaction, he has come to know the kind of person Li Shu is. Once he has made a decision, he will not change it. Finally, Li Shu stood up and directed Ye Yuzhen to continue advancing. After resting, Li Shu's stamina recovered a lot. Although he still didn't run fast, it was much better than before. Door after door, the continuously repeating identical rooms create an illusion for the group that they are circling in the same room, like being caught in a ghost trap. Ye Yuzhen's forehead is drenched with cold sweat, not because he is tired, but because he is afraid. The fear in his heart is spreading infinitely, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Because they have reached his estimated bottom line, now it might be close to 1 hour. He fears the next moment when the light screen suddenly appears, announcing the end of the trial, and then his body is directly blasted into pieces by the trial bracelet. Every subsequent second feels like holding a ticking bomb that might explode at any time, the key being he still doesn't know the time. Second by second, Ye Yuzhen's heart beats wildly, but luckily it doesn't explode. Hurry up, we have 3 minutes and 22 seconds left. We don't have time to waste, Li Shu noticed. Ye Yuzhen's speed had slowed down and reminded him. I wonder who wanted to rest earlier and who was walking so slow, who exactly is wasting time. Ye Yuzhen felt depressed but had no mood to argue, hastening his steps forward. 2 minutes, 1 minute 30 seconds, 1 minute. Li Shu reports the time every 30 seconds. He's not reminding Ye Yuzhen, but calculating the remaining time and distance traveled, correcting errors caused by different walking speeds. Just hold on a bit longer, the time should be about right. Li Shu calculates over and over, feeling the time is just perfect, similar to his previous calculations, with some leeway. But this voice, in Ye Yuzhen's ears, sounds like a death-calling magical sound, shocking him greatly. Do you think you're a clock? I don't believe your calculations are that precise, just self-soothing, right? Ye Yuzhen thought dejectedly. But he dared not slow his pace, continuing forward. Yet speeding up, Li Shu couldn't keep up, causing a distressing sensation as if suffering between ice and fire. Fortunately, until now, they have not encountered any traps or mechanisms, which makes Ye Yuzhen feel a bit suspicious. 10 seconds left, 2 doors remaining, we can make it, Li Shu said, panting heavily. 2 doors left, 10 seconds. Do you really think you're a GPS? Ye Yuzhen, half believing, pushed open doors according to Li Shu's instructions. 1 door, 2 doors. Suddenly, Ye Yuzhen's vision turned bright, with a shining screen inside the door. The countdown on the screen has only 004 seconds left, plus the seconds it took him to walk over. Li Shu's calculation of time is astonishingly accurate, off by at most 1 second. Ye Yuzhen sat on the ground as if completely exhausted, staring blankly at the countdown above. How could there be such a person? Ye Yuzhen is now filled with extreme fear. This journey has shown Ye Yuzhen that the S-Class Dark Maze is many times larger than Class A. If relying on his navigation afterward just by luck, he definitely wouldn't have made it. He's extremely grateful now, grateful he followed Li Shu, which may have been the only path to survival. The S-Class Dark Maze doesn't seem as difficult as imagined, Chu Jun said with a smile. A Fei rolled his eyes at him. If it weren't for Li Shu leading the way, the S-Class maze wouldn't be just difficult. Chu Jun smiled casually. Don't look at me like that, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. S-Class trial complete. Rewards are being randomly generated. Each person can choose 2 rewards. Li Shu sits on the ground panting, sweat not stopping, as a screen with 4 options appeared in front of him. Skills, talents, attributes, demon core, with no entry ticket option. Li Shu looked at the reward lists of the other 3 and found only Chu Jun had the entry ticket option. Those who wish to enter the land of trial save 1 reward, Li Shu said, and chose the attribute reward. The bracelet suddenly brought intense pain, making Li Shu feel like countless small bugs were crawling inside his body. The veins on his arm bulged as if something brutal was crawling inside the veins, visibly undulating. Apparently, luck is still on my side. Here, take these. Chu Jun divided the prepared trial badges among Li Shu, A Fei, and Ye Yuzhen. Ye Yuzhen hesitated for a moment before accepting the trial badge and choosing the Demon Core reward. An S-Class Demon Core, along with his previous savings, should be ample enough to buy a set of A-Class Demon Armor. Why didn't you choose skills or talents? Chu Jun looked at Ye Yuzhen and asked, somewhat perplexed. Magic Armor Master's demand for Demon Cores far exceeds that of Trial Takers, so generally, Trial Takers rarely choose the Demon Core reward unless forced by circumstances. I like money. Ye Yuzhen gripped the S-Class Demon Core in hand, feeling an unusual calm, and said with a smile. Chu Jun chose a skill himself, while A Fei chose an attribute. Li Shu had already told her how to become a real trial taker, and she also prepared to become a real trial taker. As soon as she had a suitable chance, she would immediately become a real trial taker. All right, I'm going to activate the entry ticket. Get ready with your trial badges, Chu Jun said, selecting the entry ticket. The entry ticket appeared before Chu Jun, transforming into a black vortex. Li Shu and the others hurriedly tossed their trial badges into it, and as soon as the trial badge entered the black hole, Li Shu immediately felt a massive force pulling him into the black hole. 176, Chapter 176, 1110. Leaving the city. Once again, Li Shu found himself in a familiar setting, the copper lamp, the stone table, and the contract resting on the table. Theoretically, this was Chu Jun's ticket to enter, so the contract on the stone table should belong to him. However, as soon as someone enters here, anyone can take the contract. Li Shu had already taken the contract from here, so even if he had a ticket himself, he wouldn't be able to get another contract upon entering. Chu Jun hadn't taken the contract here before, so there was a contract present when he used his ticket. If this opportunity were snatched by someone else, taking the contract here, the next time he enters, he wouldn't have a contract either. The contract on the table wasn't like the dark mirror Li Shu had. Instead, it was a black umbrella. Li Shu, coming in alive this time, is all thanks to you. If you're interested, you can give it a try. Chu Jun said to Li Shu. Li Shu shook his head and said, I'm not interested. He truly wasn't interested. Having 2 parasitic contracts on him was already overwhelming, and adding another one might render him unable to even walk. If you're not interested, then I won't hold back. Chu Jun said as he walked over, reached out to grip the umbrella handle, and forcefully lifted the umbrella. Chu Jun had quite a good physique, so it didn't seem too difficult. After picking up the black umbrella, amid that eerie sound, Chu Jun used his blood to establish a contract with the black umbrella. The heavy umbrella, which originally required both hands to lift, became light as a feather once the contract was established, and Chu Jun opened the umbrella effortlessly. Not bad at all. It's actually a radiant contract, can be used as a weapon and a shield. I've hit the jackpot, thanks, Li Shu. Chu Jun smiled. Li Shu felt a bit frustrated. A real trial taker didn't have to bear the weight of the parasitic contracts, yet he wasn't truly a trial taker but had parasitic contracts. Such an oddity was indeed one of a kind. After the contract was completed, the copper lamp moved by itself, drifting into the darkness, prompting the group to bypass the stone table and follow the copper lamp into the shadows. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the crossroads of Black Death City. The copper lamp had settled on the stone pillar in the small square without attaching itself to anyone. Ye Yuzhen looked around tensely. Although he was a genuine trial taker and had obtained a contract, he had never reached the land of trial. He was afraid of dying in the land of trial, afraid that no one would take care of Ye Shiwan if he died. Chu Jun was completely different, embodying curiosity as if he was endlessly curious about everything. A Fei was cautiously surveying his surroundings. Despite having learned about the details of Black Death City from Li Shu, he remained very cautious. Li Shu glanced towards the small stone house and saw that its door was open, and the stone coffin inside was shattered. Now Li Shu was certain that no matter who used the ticket to reach Black Death City, it was always the same place. Clang, clang, clang. The familiar sound of chains dragging on the ground echoed, and while Li Shu was used to it, A Fei and the other 2 immediately looked vigilantly in that direction. Just a small ordinary E-grade magic spirit, leave it to me, Chu Jun said as he summoned his Deep Blue Knight. The Deep Blue Knight charged ahead, and with the Knight's sword in hand, it stabbed the Black Death Demon several times, killing it. What do you think? Although I don't have as many magic spirits as you, isn't my magic spirit pretty cool? Chu Jun boasted to Li Shu. Not bad. Li Shu nodded. However, he wasn't praising the Deep Blue Knight, but Chu Jun's inspiration skill. Typically, people could judge the quality of a magic spirit by its appearance and glow, but levels weren't particularly visible. Chu Jun could accurately state that it was an E-grade magic spirit, evidently due to his inspiration skill. With Chu Jun's skill, it was like having a magic spirit radar by one side. Perhaps today they could try venturing out. None of you need to act, I'll handle this, and we'll still split the loot equally. Chu Jun declared when another E-grade Black Death demon appeared, immediately getting pumped up, and he truly managed to pull it off. The Deep Blue Knight sprinted and slew the Black Death demons appearing at the end of the long street, indeed showing some flair. Ye Yuzhen's eyes were shining, as he had become a genuine trial taker through luck and sheer effort, yet his understanding of trial takers was less than Li Shu's. Apart from the contract on his finger, he had never seen a demon spirit ring, feel envy as he watched the Deep Blue Knight. If only I could have a magic spirit like that, Ye Yuzhen thought. With the Deep Blue Knight sweeping through, either end of the long street saw more Black Death demons emerging, and the Deep Blue Knight was starting to be overwhelmed. Why are there so many magic spirits? Li Shu, hurry and help. Chu Jun discarded any semblance of pride, realizing the situation was wrong, and immediately called for Li Shu. Li Shu summoned his Radiant Black Death demon, blocking one of the streets. The D-grade Radiant Black Death demon, killing these ordinary E-grade Black Death demons, was like slaughtering chicks, wiping out several with a single sweep, something the Deep Blue Knight couldn't hope to match. When did you get that Radiant Demon Spirit? Chu Jun's eyes widened. Ye Yuzhen was deeply shocked, staring blankly at the Black Death demon emanating dark light and smoke like a demon god. Number 17-7, Chapter 117-7, 11T, Leaving the City 2. Turns out trial takers are this strong and can control such demon spirits to fight. Having such demon spirits means you have the capital to battle a magic armor master. A Fae also summoned her Radiant Black Death demon to block the Black Death demon's attack from another street. You have one too. Chu Jun's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Li Shu gave it to me, a Fae replied. Chu Jun looked at Li Shu with a peculiar expression. Do you have any radiant demon spirits left? You don't have to give it to me, just sell me one. Let's talk about it after we get out, Li Shu said with a smile. This is the normal state of Black Death City. Apart from having a large number of Black Death demons, there's really nothing significant to mention. 2 Radiant Black Death demons took care of all the demon spirits, and the last emerging color demon spirit was lashed to death by a Fae's Black Death demon. Unfortunately, besides the demon cores, these Black Aura demons didn't leave anything behind. This land of trial is pretty good. The number of demon spirits is sufficient. Even by farming demon cores, I've made a profit. The land of trial I went to before had pitifully few demon spirits, and if I didn't get good loot, I'd suffer a huge loss, Chu Jun said excitedly while collecting demon cores. Leave this to them, come with me, Li Shu called Chu Jun over, and they walked towards the city gate. Can your inspiration skill sense the situation outside? Reaching the gate, Li Shu looked at Chu Jun and asked, I'll give it a try. Chu Jun approached the gate and then activated his inspiration skill. A faint red skill brand appeared on his left pinky finger. After a while, the expression on Chu Jun's face turned increasingly grave. At a place 400 to 500 meters outside the gate, there's a sea-level demon spirit, but I can't sense its grade because the distance is too far. A sea-level demon spirit? Li Shu found this situation better than he had expected. The Pink Nightmare is a B-level, even without skills. Unless the opponent's grade is much higher, it shouldn't be too inferior. Of course, Li Shu didn't intend to let the Pink Nightmare take the risk. It's his life-saving mount. The Masked Emperor is also considered a mount, but it can't handle complex terrains. Its limitations are too great. Dare to come out with me and take a look? Li Shu asked Chu Jun. If you dare, I dare, Chu Jun said unyieldingly. All right, then let's open the gate, Li Shu said, summoning his Jedi Knight first, which was his strong asset, capable of doing all sorts of dirty and heavy work as a super blue-collar demon spirit. The quality of this demon spirit isn't great. It doesn't even have emerging color, just an ordinary demon spirit, Chu Jun said with a curled lip upon seeing the Jedi Knight's appearance. It's just cannon fodder used to scout the way, Li Shu said casually. I see. That's not bad. Let's first test that sea-level demon spirit's reality. Chu Jun had an epiphany. The two came to the winch nearby and together pushed the winch, gradually raising the gate. Chu Jun continuously used his inspiration skill, pushing the winch while saying, The demon spirit is moving, coming towards us quickly. It's still 400 meters away, 350 meters, 300 meters. The gate was raised to half a person's height. Li Shu jammed the winch, stopped raising it further, and came to the gate, looking out, only to see pitch black. Inside the city, there was firelight illumination, but outside, there wasn't a single light source. Fortunately, Li Shu had the dark mirror. The darker it was, the clearer he could see. A half-human, half-mechanical monster with glowing green patterns and a rapidly beating green luminous heart half illuminating its mechanical body. Half of his body was flesh, half mechanical, running with a clumsy appearance yet moving exceptionally fast. It was now less than 100 meters from the city gate. Chu Jun also bent down to look outside. Though he had night pupil's talent, he couldn't see far. He could only see the green patterns and luminous green heart, knowing that the thing was approaching. Li Shu sent out the Jedi Knight to intercept the sea-level demon spirit. This cannon fodder might not be enough to handle it. You should at least find a stronger piece of cannon fodder so it can last longer, allowing us to understand the demon spirit better, Chu Jun said. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll see, Li Shu said casually. The Jedi Knight ran into the darkness outside the city. Its figure quickly swallowed by the dark. Only the fluorescent samurai sword in its hand emitted a faint glow. Soon, the half-human, half-mechanical demon spirit rushed in front of the Jedi Knight, extending claws forged of steel blades towards the Jedi Knight's body. The Jedi Knight directly drew its sword and slashed. A blood-red crescent blade light cut through the knight, striking the demon spirit's chest as it lunged. Crack! Half of the demon spirit's hollow mechanical chest armor was severed by the bloodlight slash, and the green heart was slashed open, causing it to fall to the ground, unable to get up again. The green light on its body surged, quickly dissipating. Wow, does your ordinary demon spirit have a talent skill? Did you elevate it to S level? Chu Jun asked with mouth agape after a long pause. The probability of an ordinary demon spirit awakening a talent skill was extremely low. Only when promoted to S level did the probability of awakening greatly increase. So he naturally assumed Li Shu had elevated an ordinary demon spirit to S level. No, C level, Li Shu answered. An ordinary demon spirit at sea level can awaken a talent skill? Your luck is unbelievably good, Chu Jun envied. My deep blue knight is an emerging colored demon spirit. If it could awaken a talent skill at sea level, that would be enough. 178 Chapter 178 1110 Leaving the City 3. The Jedi Knight had already dragged the corpse of the demon spirit back as the two spoke. Although the demon spirit had just been slain, half of its flesh was rapidly decaying, emitting a stench as if it were dug out of a sewer after decades. The other mechanical half showed no changes, except for the shattered green heart in its chest, which housed a demon core with a dark green metallic shell. A sea-level shining demon core, it's hard to find such a thing outside, Chu Jun said. On Earth, sea-level demon cores are abundant. Even S-level ones aren't considered rare, but most of them are ordinary quality. Finding a flowing color quality is difficult, let alone a shining demon core. Are there more demon spirits outside? Li Shu asked Chu Jun while letting the Jedi Knight extract the demon core. My sensing range has a radius of about 1,000 meters. Within this range, I haven't sensed any demon spirits, Chu Jun said after sensing carefully. A radius of 1,000 meters isn't small. Let's go out and take a look, Li Shu called over a Fei, instructing her to guard the city gate. After they left, she should lower the gate to prevent any demon spirits from charging into the city. After leaving the city, Li Shu immediately summoned the pink nightmare and mounted it. Chu Jun felt frustrated upon seeing this scene. Not only did Li Shu have a skilled companion pet, but he also had a mount and a radiant demon spirit. In comparison, Chu Jun suddenly fell poor. What's wrong? Li Shu asked Chu Jun, puzzled. He carried too much burden. Walking was exhausting. He had to ride the pink nightmare to conserve energy in case he needed it during an encounter with danger. Don't you think it's inappropriate for a man to ride such a pink mount? Chu Jun said solemnly. Not at all. Pink's nice, Li Shu smiled. All right, as long as you're happy. Chu Jun followed Li Shu helplessly as they walked forward. While walking forward, Li Shu observed the surrounding terrain. From the city gate, he had seen darkness afar, thinking it was due to poor vision. Upon stepping out, he realized it wasn't due to poor eyesight, but a black sea in the distance, with even the sand on the beach being black. No wonder it looked dark with nothing to see. The Black Sea was something Li Shu had never seen on Earth, and it was peculiar with occasional small ripples on the otherwise calm surface, so quiet it didn't seem like an ocean. Usually, the sea has 3 feet of waves, rising and falling with tides. How could there be no waves? However, thinking again, this isn't Earth, and who knows if the blood moon here is similar to Earth's moon with tidal forces. The absence of tides seems reasonable. There's a demon spirit over there. Chu Jun pointed to the left beach. What kind of demon spirit? Li Shu looked toward where Chu Jun pointed, seeing only the beach and black reefs without spotting any demon spirit. Li Shu stared at the reefs, thinking the demon spirit might be hiding behind them. I don't know. Chu Jun shook his head slightly, confusion evident on his face, seemingly unable to identify the demon spirit's level and quality despite sensing its presence. Is your feeling that it's stronger than the last demon spirit, or weaker? Li Shu surveyed the direction of the reefs and continued asking. Weaker, but it's strange. It's such a weak demon spirit, how could I not sense its level and name? Chu Jun grew more puzzled. Is it on the other side of the reef, 200 meters away? Li Shu pondered various possibilities, summoning the Black Death demon, guiding it to walk behind the reefs. Yes, Chu Jun nodded. Li Shu cautiously controlled the Black Death demon into the reef cluster, circling inside yet finding nothing. So odd, how can there be nothing? I clearly felt something there. Chu Jun couldn't see that far, thus approached to gain a clearer view. Li Shu rode the nightmare, tagging along beside Chu Jun. After circling several rounds without any findings, it shouldn't be dangerous. However, Li Shu trusted Chu Jun's instincts and feared that Chu Jun might encounter danger from being too close, hence he followed closely. When Chu Jun was tens of meters away from the reef, he began to vaguely discern the contours. After observing for a while, he pointed at the largest reef slab and said, "I feel the demon spirit is in that area. Is it at the largest piece of reef?" Li Shu gazed towards that direction, scrutinizing the reef. The reef had a high and low side, shaped like a conker. The higher part was 3 to 4 meters, and the lower part was about 2 meters, looking black and indistinct from neighboring reefs. Having already searched the area multiple times, the Black Death Demon found nothing. Could the demon spirit be under that reef? Li Shu considered all possibilities. It's possible, or perhaps the demon spirit is tiny, hiding in the crevices of the reef. My sensing detected weak demon spirit aura, indicating it's not very strong. Chu Jun approached further to gain a clearer view. Li Shu kept close to Chu Jun, both getting nearer to the reef, Chu Jun muttering, "It's right there, shouldn't it be? How can there be nothing?" Li Shu watched the black sandy ground, wary of unexpected creatures emerging. Luckily, that didn't happen, as Chu Jun was within 10 meters of the reef, intending to continue advancing, but was stopped by Li Shu. "Stop here, don't go further. I'm struggling to see clearly. Let me step closer. It's right here, how can there be nothing?" Chu Jun said, advancing a few more steps. If even this ability was inaccurate, Chu Jun himself felt useless. Just as Chu Jun took a few steps forward, the reef suddenly cracked open a gap. 179 Chapter 79, 11 White Lotus. The massive black reef split horizontally down the middle, resembling the gaping mouth of a black beast, emitting a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of colors from within. Upon seeing the rainbow-colored enchanted light inside, Chu Jun's eyes glazed over, as if bewitched, and he began walking towards the reef that looked like the mouth of a beast. "Chu Jun," Li Shu called out several times, but Chu Jun ignored him entirely, continuing to walk toward the cracked reef. Li Shu quickly dismounted and slapped Chu Jun's face. It was a hard slap, causing Chu Jun's head to tilt, and a palm print appeared on his face. Yet Chu Jun remained oblivious, persistently moving toward the reef. Li Shu tried to pull him back, but Chu Jun dragged his body forward as if he were a robot programmed with a fixed target. Seeing Chu Jun almost at the reef, Li Shu knew that pulling him was futile. Even if all 3 of his legs were broken, he'd still crawl over. With a hardened resolve, Li Shu summoned the Jedi Knight, intending for the Jedi Knight to use Bloodlight Slash to cut into the cracked reef. Inside the cracked reef, an array of dazzling colors shimmered mysteriously. Whether it was due to wearing the dark mirror or not, the glow seemed less intense in Li Shu's eyes, revealing that the mesmerizing light emanated from a spherical crystal within the reef. If the crystal could be shattered, Chu Jun should regain his senses. However, when the Jedi Knight appeared and was about to draw his sword to slash at the crystal inside the reef, he suddenly froze and, like Chu Jun, ambled toward the reef in a daze. Li Shu was startled, wanting to recall the Jedi Knight, but the Jedi Knight completely ignored his commands and continued walking forward. Can even demons not resist that hypnotic rainbow glow? Why wasn't the Pink Nightmare affected? Li Shu had summoned the Jedi Knight because the Pink Nightmare beside him remained unaffected, assuming a demon could resist the strange, enchanting light. Unexpectedly, that wasn't the case. Perhaps the Pink Nightmare was immune due to its intrinsic nature. Gritting his teeth, Li Shu summoned all his demons, each one appearing around him. Soon, Li Shu discovered that the demons unaffected by the mesmerizing light included Demigod Shauna, Love God Shooter, and Pink Nightmare. Overjoyed, Li Shu commanded Demigod Shauna to attack, and with the blue diamond spear, a bullet was fired at the reef. Bang! The reef swiftly closed, blocking Demigod Shauna's bullet. The bullet only chipped away some fragments from the rock, leaving a bullet hole on it. Thankfully, as the reef closed, the enchanted demons and Chu Jun immediately regained their senses. "Let's go." Li Shu retrieved all the demons except for Pink Nightmare, then mounted Chu Jun onto Pink Nightmare's back, riding swiftly away from the black reef. "What just happened?" Chu Jun asked in bewilderment, still trying to look back, but Li Shu sternly stopped him. "Don't look back," Li Shu instructed, urging Pink Nightmare to increase its speed, quickly distancing them from the black reef. "What just happened?" Chu Jun asked again, puzzled, after they had left the beach and returned to the city gate. After explaining what had transpired, Chu Jun broke into a cold sweat. "It's a good thing you were there. I don't remember a thing. It's fine now." Li Shu thought for a moment and said, "That reef might be a demon itself. The enchanted rainbow light emitted by its inner crystal probably has a hypnotic effect. I was only able to resist it because I was wearing the dark mirror." Originally, Li Shu thought the dark mirror only had night vision capabilities, but now it seemed to also resist the effects of some demonic lights. It makes sense when you think about it. The dark mirror makes bright places harder to see, so it also provides some resistance to light that confuses the mind. Let's go take a look again later. I suspect that enchanting light only works within a certain distance, so don't get too close, Li Shu advised Chu Jun as they cautiously approached the direction of the reef once more. This time, they were more careful and cautious. It would be more appropriate for Li Shu to go alone, but he worried that more demons might appear nearby and needed Chu Jun by his side for a warning. They stopped more than 100 meters away from the reef, with Li Shu instructing the Jedi Knight to guard Chu Jun while he rode Pink Nightmare closer. As Li Shu inched closer, the reef remained unresponsive, showing no sign of splitting again even when he was right beside it. This thing is quite cunning. It knows its ability doesn't work on me, so it doesn't even bother opening its mouth, Li Shu pondered, realizing the creature's combat strength wasn't too formidable, relying only on the potent enchanted light. Did you think that by keeping your mouth shut, I'd be powerless against you? Li Shu thought, summoning demigod Shayna and love god Shooter simultaneously. Chu Jun, who was previously too dazed to see the demons Li Shu had summoned, now gaped with wide eyes as he saw demigod Shayna, a shimmering blue silhouette, and love god Shooter glowing with resplendent light. Radiant demon spirit, you actually possess a radiant demon spirit, Chu Jun exclaimed, finding it hard to stay composed. Chu Jun had only heard of such things as a radiant demon spirit but had never seen one before. 111D4. 111. 111111111. 1111 White Lotus 2 Li Shu didn't have time to pay attention to him. He controlled the love god Shooter and shot an arrow at the black boulder. The light arrow struck the black boulder, leaving a glowing heart-shaped mark. The boulder, which had its mouth tightly closed, surprisingly began to slowly open, revealing a crystal inside that emitted a colorful and mesmerizing light. Bang! 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 At the moment the black boulder cracked open, demigod Shana fired 3 shots in quick succession, the bullets flying into the crevice one after another. The black boulder regained clarity almost instantly, but it was too late to try to close its mouth again. The 3 bullets collided straight into the crystal, shattering it to pieces, and the black boulder immediately stopped moving. A colorful light rose from the fragments, condensing into a hexagonal gemstone that shone with a dazzling array of colors. I felt it. That's a C-rank demon spirit illusory sea clam, probably of radiant quality. Chu Jun's information came a bit late. Li Shu stepped forward, picked up the talent gemstone, and selected the colorful demon core from the crystal fragments. Your information came a bit too late. Li Shu turned to look at Chu Jun, only to find him staring intently in the direction of the sea. Could there be another illusory sea clam mesmerizing him? Li Shu quickly turned to look, and his face changed immediately. From the Black Sea, a giant creature was emerging from the water, its entire body shining with white light, appearing as large as an island, with its size above the water already being astonishing. However, the part that was above the water seemed to be just a small fraction of its body, with an even larger form underneath emitting a faint glow. As its body surfaced, the calm black seawater was stirred into massive waves crashing towards the beach like a tidal wave. Let's go. Li Shu, riding the pink nightmare, sped to Chu Jun's side, pulled him onto the horse's back, and once again raced towards the city gate. The monstrous black wave surged behind them, like a black demon intent on devouring everything. Ah Fei, open the gate. Li Shu shouted at the top of his lungs as he sprinted towards the city gate. The city gate slowly began to rise, but the speed was too slow. After all, only Ah Fei was turning the winch, and her physical strength couldn't compare to that of Chu Jun or Li Shu. Even with the two turning the winch together, it wasn't easy, let alone with just Ah Fei. The black seawater nearly reached the pink nightmare's hind hooves, and the city gate had only risen 20 to 30 centimeters. Hold on tight. Wen couldn't afford to stop and wait, nor was there time, so he urged the pink nightmare to leap forward towards the city gate. While in midair, the pink nightmare transformed into a ring that returned to Li Shu's finger, and Li Shu, taking back the pink nightmare, collided into the city gate with Chu Jun. Enduring the pain of crashing into the wall, the two of them fell to the ground, both quickly rolling beneath the gate into the city. Close the gate. Li Shu, disregarding his pain, immediately got up and helped Ah Fei reverse the winch. Bang! The stone gate fell, blocking the roaring black seawater outside, causing the gate and city wall to rumble. A small puddle of seawater flowed in before the gate closed, but Chu Jun didn't pay much attention to it. When he tried to get up, his hand accidentally touched the black seawater. Ah! Chu Jun let out a scream and quickly withdrew his hand. Li Shu and Ah Fei immediately looked over and saw that the fingers Chu Jun had touched the black seawater were emitting a foul-smelling smoke. The black seawater was corroding the flesh on his fingers, and it seemed like they would soon be exposed to the bone. Li Shu rushed to Chu Jun's side, grabbed his palm with his right hand, pressed his waist with his left, and, with burning blood surging, unsheathed the Fire Lotus sword, slicing towards Chu Jun's fingers. Chu Jun was startled, thinking Li Shu was about to cut off his fingers, and struggled to break free. But Li Shu twisted firmly, making Chu Jun feel as if his fingers were about to be broken, and he involuntarily squatted following Li Shu's movement. The Fire Lotus sword had already sliced onto Chu Jun's fingers, with a blade thinner than paper, cutting away a layer of flesh from his fingers that had been corroded by the black seawater, without severing his fingers. Seeing that Chu Jun's fingers showed no further signs of corrosion, Li Shu released his hand and gave a glance at the ground, where the piece of flesh had been corroded into black water. It hurts like hell, Chu Jun pressed on his wound, grimacing in pain. You're lucky your fingers aren't ruined, so just endure a bit of the pain, Li Shu said with a smile. True, this land of trial is way too dangerous, nothing like the level of the ones I've been to before, Chu Jun said with lingering fear, glancing at the black water on the ground. It is indeed quite terrifying. Li Shu nodded. The seawater is already so powerful, the demon spirit in the sea is probably even stronger. Too bad we didn't get a clear look at it. What more do you want to see? My inspiration couldn't detect its name or level, only an overwhelming and terrifying spiritual energy, as if it wanted to engulf the world. I suspect that creature might be an S-rank radiant demon spirit. Chujun said, lips pale from pain, teeth chattering as he spoke. You can't sense an S-rank demon spirit? Li Shu asked in confusion. 181, Chapter 81, 11 White Lotus 3. I can sense it, but I can't sense its name or level, which has never happened outside before. I've seen S-class magical spirits outside and could sense their level and name, said Chujun. Most of the magical spirits outside are ordinary, and naturally can't compare to those in the land of trial. Your sensing skill can only detect names and levels. It's normal not to sense high-quality magical spirits. Li Shu glanced at Chujun's still bleeding finger. Let's head out first. Your wound needs treatment, and there's nothing here to treat it. No need, I can handle it myself. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten, said Chujun, extending his palm from which a white lotus bloomed. The white lotus floated above Chujun's wound, emitting a strange white light. Under the illumination of that light, Chujun's body also glowed white, and his wound gradually stopped bleeding. Is this your symbiotic contract? Li Shu looked a bit intrigued, amazed that a symbiotic contract like this could heal wounds. Its name is White Lotus. It can only heal external injuries, not much use. I was almost depressed to get such a symbiotic contract, Chujun said with a wry smile. No wonder Chujun has never shown his symbiotic contract. With his personality, if he had a cool symbiotic contract, he wouldn't have been able to hold back from using it until now. Li Shu inwardly chuckled. But in Li Shu's opinion, Chujun's White Lotus was quite useful. Things like medicine couldn't be brought into the land of trial. With Chujun's White Lotus, even if they got hurt, they could treat it promptly without leaving the land of trial. The healing ability of the White Lotus wasn't bad, and in no time, Chujun's wound had scabbed over. Once scabbed, the White Lotus's effect wasn't as significant, so Chujun simply retracted it. To fully heal the wound would take too long. Let's check out what's outside the other city gates first, Chujun said to Li Shu. Let's rest a bit first. Li Shu estimated it was almost 2 hours. The next wave of Black Death demons should be coming. Li Shu sat down to rest and took out the 7-colored talent gemstone, dropping blood on it. Bewilderment, growth talent, D-class, keeps one's mind stable, less prone to outside confusion, with a certain chance to see through illusion techniques. Li Shu was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect it to be a growth talent. Currently, Li Shu possesses 1 growth skill and 2 growth talents. Li Shu estimated more than 2 hours had passed, yet there was no sign of Black Death demons, making him curious. Is it possible that entering Black Death City normally doesn't have a 2-hour interval for Black Death demon raids? Li Shu muttered to himself, waiting a bit longer, sure that they had been in Black Death City for over 2 hours. How strange, is this Black Death City the one where I was pulled into by the Godslayer Shrine? Li Shu started doubting his previous judgment. City Lord, could I fight alongside you? While Li Shu was pondering, Ye Yuzhen suddenly appeared in front of him, looking intently at Li Shu. Aren't you already fighting with me now? Li Shu responded. I mean, fighting magical spirits like you do. I know I'm still weak and not much use to you, but please believe me, I will become someone useful to you. Please let me fight with you, Ye Yuzhen said earnestly. Do you know the story of the mouse learning to fly? Li Shu said, looking at Ye Yuzhen. No, Ye Yuzhen shook his head. A mouse had its family eaten by a cat. One day, it saw a bat flying in the sky and was overjoyed, thinking it could fly like the bat, which looked similar to it, and it wouldn't fear cats anymore, so it started learning to fly. Do you know the end of the story? Li Shu continued, looking at Ye Yuzhen. Ye Yuzhen's face turned pale and his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Li Shu, that's too harsh. Chujun couldn't bear it anymore and said aloud. Harsh, but life-preserving. The land of trial is fraught with peril. Even trial takers with exceptional talent and strength can lose their lives if not careful. Are you truly prepared? Li Shu said calmly. Inside, Ye Yuzhen's heart was bleeding. All along, he only hoped his sister could make something of herself. Because his sister had the talent of a magic armor master, while he did not. So he was willing to sacrifice himself for everything that Ye Shiyuan needed. But today, after traversing the dark maze with Li Shu and slaying Black Death demons, he suddenly realized how formidable a trial taker could be. Although he lacked the talent of a magic armor master, if he put in his utmost effort, he might be as strong as Li Shu and the others someday. Yet, as soon as this glimmer of hope arose, Li Shu dashed it with a cold dose of reality. Do trial takers also need talent? Is talent that important? Ye Yuzhen said bitterly. Yes, talent is crucial. A mouse cannot ascend to the sky, wild grass can only serve as fodder for sheep, and talent dictates what you can and cannot do, Li Shu replied with some indifference. I understand, Ye Yuzhen said dejectedly, sitting down. No, you don't understand, Li Shu said coldly. Li Shu, isn't this enough? Must you be so discouraging? Chujun said, frowning. Ignoring him, Li Shu looked at Ye Yuzhen, saying, A mouse can't fly, and grass can't eat sheep, yet are mice extinct? Aren't there grasses that even beings stronger than sheep dare not touch? Ye Yuzhen abruptly lifted his head, staring intently at Li Shu. It seems you haven't figured it out yet. When you do, come find me. Li Shu stood up, called out to Chujun and Ah Fei, let's go, let's check the other city gates. 182. Chapter 82, 11-2, Ring of Agreement. Li Shu and his companions chose the direction opposite to the previous city gate and arrived at another gate. Before they could get near the gate, they heard ghostly cries faintly drifting to them. The sound was a mix of sorrow and resentment, like the mournful cries from the netherworld sending shivers down their spines. Could there be female spirits outside? Chujun's eyes lit up. There are definitely no female spirits, but there might be female magical creatures. Why? Do you have any ideas? Li Shu looked at Chujun and smiled. When I was young, my grandfather often told me stories about female spirits repaying kindness. Hearing so many, I couldn't help but fantasize a bit, Chujun said, unabashedly chuckling. I always thought only men who weren't very good-looking would have such thoughts. I didn't expect a handsome fellow like you to think so too, Li Shu laughed. Dare you say you've never had such thoughts? Chujun exchanged a look with Li Shu, and everything was understood without words. Both chuckled. Dirty-minded, Ah Fei said coldly. Let's see what's outside, Li Shu said to Chujun. Chujun nodded and used his inspiration skill to sense the outside. After a while, Chujun's expression became somewhat strange. What's the matter? Li Shu asked with a frown, seeing Chujun not speaking. It seems like there are magical creatures outside, but at the same time, it seems like there aren't any. Could it really be ghosts? Chujun said with a peculiar expression. Sigh, is your inspiration skill reliable or not? Li Shu sighed. I used to think it was reliable, but today I'm not so confident, Chujun said thoughtfully. Let's put it this way, I sensed a magical creature outside, but I can't detect its level or name. It appears in my range of perception sometimes, but then suddenly disappears, and after a while, it's back again. After listening, Li Shu turned and walked away. Let's go check the gates in other directions. The three of them ran to another city gate, and Chujun used his inspiration skill again. How is it? Li Shu and Ah Fei both looked at him. I sensed it. There are many magical creatures outside the city gate, at least 1,000. Let me sense more carefully. E grade, D grade, C grade, all of them. Goodness, even B grade and A grade are there. Inside my sensing range is full of magical creatures. I don't know if there are any beyond that range, Chujun said. Is this really reliable? Li Shu listened, finding it difficult to imagine that there could be so many magical creatures outside when it was so quiet. If you don't believe it, go out and see for yourself, Chujun pouted. There's only the last city gate left. Li Shu turned to leave, not wanting to risk his life. With thousands of magical creatures outside, if the gate were opened and they all rushed in, there might not even be time to put out the lights. The three of them moved to the last city gate again, where it was also quiet, without a single sound. Chujun leaned against the inner side of the city gate for a while before standing up to say to Li Shu, Nothing, within a kilometer's range, there's not a single magical creature. Li Shu and Ah Fei looked at him but said nothing. Don't look at me like that, there's really nothing. Anyway, I didn't sense a single magical creature. You have to trust me, Chujun said a bit anxiously. Open the gate. Li Shu summoned the Jedi Knight, Demigod Shana, and Love God Shooter, arranging them in a line inside the gate, just in case something rushed in when the gate opened. Am I really that untrustworthy? Chujun said, feeling frustrated. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't open the gate, Li Shu said, smiling as he turned the gears with Ah Fei. But your actions make me feel like I'm not being trusted, Chujun pouted. That's your psychological issue. You have to learn to overcome your psychological barriers. As they spoke, the city gate slowly rose. Outside, it was quiet, and nothing happened. Chujun lay on the ground, looking outside through the gap, and uttered a sound of surprise. What's wrong? Li Shu, hearing Chujun's voice, was surprised rather than terrified, didn't rush to lower the gears. It's so strange, come have a look yourself, Chujun beckoned to Li Shu. Li Shu had Ah Fei secure the gears, came to the city gate, and looked outside, also uttering a surprised, upon seeing the scene. Inside Black Death City, it was an endless night, with no light except the furnace fire. But outside the city gate, the setting sun was casting its rays, the red sun hanging over the horizon, painting the clouds like a fiery sky. Outside, the vast yellow desert was also covered in a layer of red under the setting sun, with tall cactus-like plants standing silently, resembling a beautiful desert-themed oil painting. After Ah Fei secured the gears, he also came over and was stunned by the scene outside. Inside and outside the city seemed like two different worlds. One was a pitch-black night, and the other a sunset-lit desert. Chujun looked at the sky inside the city and then outside, and said with a strange expression, Is this the same sky? It doesn't seem like it, Ah Fei said. Is there a sea in the desert? Li Shu suddenly asked. I don't know. I've never seen an ocean in the desert. At most, there might be a lake. Chujun understood what Li Shu meant, walked out of the city gate, looked left and right, and said, It's really strange. Why can't I see that Black Sea from here? T183, Chapter 83, 11-2, Ring of Agreement 2, I'm afraid the 4 gates here lead to different places. Li Shu told Ah Fei to stay inside and guard the winch as he stepped out, looking around and said, All he could see was desert. Unfortunately, wearing the dark mirror made him unable to look too far. He took off the glasses and looked again. All he saw was yellow sand and nothing else. This makes it difficult. It seems there are no demon spirits nearby, and we don't have any positioning tools. If we just walk out, getting lost in the desert would be disastrous. Chujun pondered and said, 4 gates, the seaside is too dangerous. There are no demon spirits visible here. One gate has a female ghost outside, another has thousands of demon spirits outside. They're not planning to give us a way to survive. Li Shu wandered around near the gate, not daring to stray too far, and didn't find any traces of demon spirits. Chujun followed Li Shu closely, continuously using the inspiration skill to sense, similarly finding no sign of demon spirits. Li Shu initially wondered if the demon spirits could be hiding under the sand, but it seemed that wasn't the case. There genuinely were no demon spirits nearby. Let's go to the gate with more demon spirits. You mark out their positions and levels. Li Shu returned inside, lowered the gate, and said to Chujun beside him, Okay. Chujun knew their best choice now was to go out and hunt the demon spirits, or else they'd have to head back. By the gate, Chujun sensed as he drew on the ground, mapping out the distribution of demon spirits outside, using B, C, D, and E to represent positions. It's roughly like this. Chujun mapped out the main positions of the demon spirits. Not roughly, be precise. Mark every demon spirit's position, even the E-grade ones. Li Shu said, Okay. Chujun nodded and continued drawing on the ground. City Lord, I've thought it through. Ye Yuzhen approached, looking at Li Shu, and slowly said, Thought what through? Li Shu stood up and asked Ye Yuzhen, I will continue on the trial taker's path. My symbiotic contract isn't good enough without demon spirits, but these are issues I can rectify. If the symbiotic contract doesn't work, I'll seek out a parasitic contract. Though it's hard to nurture, I will find a suitable parasitic contract. No matter how difficult, I will find every way to make it grow. Ye Yuzhen looked at Li Shu and continued, Right now I can't help you much, so I won't hinder you. If there's something I can do, feel free to ask. Then, Ye Yuzhen approached Li Shu and whispered, My symbiotic contract is called the Ring of Agreement. It's not a combat-type weapon, it has no attack capability, but it can contract with any demon spirit and let them serve me. Li Shu looked at Ye Yuzhen, thinking, Does he misunderstand the quality of contracts? If such a contract isn't considered good, then what contract could be considered good? The Ring of Agreement has a limitation. Only contracts personally defeated by me can be made. What kind of demon spirit can I defeat now? Ye Yuzhen explained, seeing Li Shu's thoughts. Can you use external items? Li Shu asked quietly. Contract and demon spirits both must be mine, Ye Yuzhen said. What about demon armor? Li Shu asked again. I don't have the magic armor master talent. Ye Yuzhen said bitterly. If the demon spirit you defeat is already half crippled? Li Shu thought and asked again. I thought about that too, but haven't had the chance to try it. Easy then, you'll have a chance soon enough. Li Shu pointed at the diagram Chujun drew on the ground and said, Remember those demon spirit positions clearly. It might come in handy soon. Okay. Ye Yuzhen went over and began memorizing the positions marked on the ground. Chujun labeled all the demon spirits' levels and positions he could sense. After completing, he plopped down onto the ground. This is more exhausting than fighting a demon spirit. Soon, you'll get to fight a demon spirit. Li Shu said laughing. Really? Do you truly want me to charge out too? Are you sure I won't die? My combat ability is weak without your protective demon spirits. Chujun widened his eyes at Li Shu. You don't need to charge out, you need to help guard the gate. With so many demon spirits, I might miss some. If any charge through, you need to help hold the gate and not let them in, Li Shu said. I'll do my best. We don't even know what grade the outside demon spirits are. If a radiant demon spirit charges through, I can't hold it off, Chujun said. Li Shu smiled. Chujun was dependable, not reckless, and did only what he could, never taking on more than he could handle. All right, just do your best. Li Shu nodded with a smile. Guard the gate well. I'm going to take a look. Open the gate now, Li Shu said. You asked me to draw so intricately, and you're not even going to look closely? Chujun pointed at the map. No need. Li Shu approached the gate without first summoning demon spirits. 184, Chapter 84, 11-2, Ring of Agreement 3. He lay next to the door while A Fei and Ye Yuzhen together turned the capstan, slowly raising the stone door, and Li Shu peered outside through the crack. Outside, it was a bright morning. The sunlight was somewhat dazzling as it hit, but luckily, the dark mirror allowed Li Shu's eyes not to fear the sun, though visibility wasn't that clear. But once he saw the situation outside clearly, Li Shu was stunned. The imagined group of demon spirits did not appear, let alone 1,000, not even a single demon spirit was there. Outside lay a canyon, its ground fairly flat, with nearly 90-degree vertical mountain walls on both sides, at least several hundred meters high. Strange, why aren't there any demon spirits? Chujun, who was also looking out while lying prone, became instantly less confident. Since arriving at Black Death City, his confidence had been repeatedly battered. Li Shu said nothing, merely summoning the Black Death Demon and sending it charging forward. The Black Death Demon had barely rushed out a short distance when a skull emitting green fumes suddenly emerged from underground. To call it a skull isn't quite accurate. The thing more resembled a metallic mechanical skeleton, much like the half-human, half-skeleton demon spirit Li Shu had slain before. This skeleton lacked the human half. Its entire body was metallic and mechanical, emitting green fumes, with a green heart encased within its chest. Its hands remarkably clutched a giant metal syringe. Yes, the sort used by doctors for injections, except this syringe was enormous, as thick as an arm, with its piston rod drawn back. Combined with the needle at the front, its length was at least 1-2 meters. Green smoke was still wafting from the needle tip's aperture. Once the Black Death demon had emerged, it was like stirring a hornet's nest, with bizarre mechanical skeletons climbing up from the canyon floor. Their appearance was almost uniform, all clutching metal syringes. Fortunately, they lacked any radiance, not even a flowing color demon spirit, just ordinary demon spirits. The foremost mechanical skeleton demon spirit charged directly, raising its metal syringe to stab the Black Death demon. The Black Death demon burst his shackles apart. The severed black crystal chain morphed into a light whip, striking the mechanical skeleton demon spirit and splitting it at the waist. The Black Death demon demonstrated his mighty prowess, whipping the mechanical skeletons into fragments. No mechanical skeleton could withstand a single lash from him. Suddenly, 4 metal arms extended from beneath the Black Death demon, 2 gripping his left foot and 2 his right. The Black Death demon struggled forcefully, yet couldn't break free. During this moment of distraction, a sea-level mechanical skeleton charged from the side, driving a syringe needle into the Black Death demon. Li Shu didn't call for other demon spirits to rescue, merely watching calmly. I told you to carefully look at the map, but you didn't listen, Chujun sighed. Li Shu remained silent, knowing every mechanical skeleton's position. He knew there were mechanical skeletons underneath, and the Black Death demon's step wouldn't fall there if deliberately controlled. Despite knowing there were demon spirits, Li Shu deliberately let the Black Death demon step forward, wanting to discover what was in those metal syringes. He wouldn't send other demon spirits into combat before figuring out what the syringe's contents were. Theoretically, since the Black Death demon didn't possess a flesh body, merely a shell of armor encasing clouds of black mist, it shouldn't fear poison. If the metal syringe contained poison, it shouldn't affect the Black Death demon. However, when the metal syringe pierced into the Black Death demon's body, and the mechanical skeleton pushed the piston rod to inject its contents into the Black Death demon, a bizarre scene unfolded. Green fumes erupted from the punctured area. While a lash of his whip severed the sea-level mechanical skeleton's arm, the green fumes on his body continued to spread. One could see green patterns starting at the puncture site spreading across the Black Death demon's armor. Wherever the green patterns spread, the Black Death demon's formerly black armor began gradually metallicizing into green metal. The contents of the metal syringe can metallize other life forms? Li Shu was somewhat astonished. He had seen demon spirits capable of using demonic light to metallize substances before, but it was his first time encountering demon spirits capable of metallizing life using syringes. Though these demon spirits weren't high level, lacking any grade, the syringe's contents were surprisingly potent enough to affect even a radiant demon spirit. Green metal spread across the Black Death demon's body, though slowly, showing no signs of stopping. The Black Death demon was still fighting as Li Shu summoned him back with a thought. Transforming into a demon spirit ring, the Black Death demon returned to Li Shu's finger. On the black crystalline ring's surface, there was a speck of green metallic in texture, and it continued to spread. This is some amazing stuff. Li Shu summoned the demigod Shana and the love god Shooter without calling the Jedi Knight. Being melee in nature, the Jedi Knight wasn't suited for this scenario. Both the demigod Shana and love god Shooter could attack purely at range, denying the mechanical skeletons any chance. The 2 demon spirits stood guard at the city gate, crazily firing at the swarming demon spirits charging forth. At first, Chujun and the others worried the mechanical skeletons were too numerous, fearing the 2 demon spirits might not manage. But seeing the demigod Shana taking out one with each shot, consistently blowing the mechanical skeletons' hearts apart, and the love god Shooter instigating the mechanical skeletons into mutual conflict, Chujun's eyes widened in astonishment. These demon spirits are incredible. Chujun nearly drooled with envy. The impact on Ye Yuzhen was even greater. Videos of magic armor masters slaughtering demon spirits could be easily found online. But this scenario involved demon spirits slaughtering demon spirits under the command of a human, a scene he had never encountered. The demigod Shana's dominance and the love god Shooter's bizarre light arrows deeply impressed Ye Yuzhen, solidifying his resolve to continue walking the path of the trial taker. Magic armor masters still needed to fight directly, but trial takers need only summon their demon spirits to resolve all issues. Trial takers can also be powerful enough to leave same-level magic armor masters trailing behind. Watching the silhouette at the city gate, Ye Yuzhen's gaze grew increasingly determined. W18-5, Chapter 1-5, 11/3, Heart of Steel Li Shu looked at the Black Death demon ring on his hand, and the metal transformation continued bit by bit rather than stopping after retracting the Black Death demon. What a powerful thing. Even the radiant Black Death Demon can't resist this kind of metal transformation. Li Shu summoned the Black Death Demon again, then fed him a few demon cores obtained from killing previous Black Death Demons. Even after eating them, the Black Death Demon showed no improvement. The metal transformation was still ongoing. Li Shu didn't retract it, but left it outside to observe what consequences might arise after complete metal transformation. The mechanical skeletons crawling from underground had been cleared by demigod Shana and love god Shooter, yet Li Shu was very aware. The mechanical skeletons in the valley weren't all killed, with some still hiding underground and not coming out. If it weren't for Chu Jun's earlier provided coordinates, going out recklessly now might make returning alive a question. Li Shu directed demigod Shana to advance, who moved forward while shooting at the ground. Bullets drilled into the ground, quickly causing green gas to emerge as mechanical skeletons struggled out from underground. Just as they surfaced, demigod Shana shot to blow off their heads, blasting their skulls. Chu Jun and Ye Yuzhen, stationed at the city gate, watched as demigod Shana walked and fired, each shot effortlessly killing or wounding underground mechanical skeletons, never missing a single shot. Their expressions were somewhat odd. They wondered whether this was demigod Shana himself discovering the locations of the demon spirits, or Li Shu had already memorized the coordinates, controlling demigod Shana to kill those hidden demon spirits. If Li Shu had memorized all the coordinates, such memory would indeed be terrifying. Chu Jun himself couldn't remember the coordinates he drew and needed constant inspiration sensing to determine where mechanical skeletons hadn't emerged. Chu Jun, follow me, Li Shu called Chu Jun, heading towards the valley. Li Shu had memorized the positions of mechanical skeletons within a kilometer, beyond a kilometer. Detecting more skeletons would require Chu Jun's sensing. Demigod Shana had already dashed out hundreds of meters. Chu Jun needed to go further to sense if there were any more mechanical skeletons. Chu Jun walked and sensed. Further out, there are some demon spirits, but not as many. Their level is similar to these, at most B level. Currently, no A-level demon spirits found. The whole valley stretched about 2,000 meters, generally just a straight line. As they continued, Chu Jun reported positions, and Li Shu controlled demigod Shana to kill. Nearing the valley entrance, Chu Jun suddenly said, "Hold on, there are A-level demon spirits ahead." "The position," Li Shu said, staring in the direction of the valley entrance. After Chu Jun reported the location, demigod Shana fired a shot from afar towards that spot. With a bang, a bullet hole appeared on the ground, yet no green smoke emerged this time. Bang! A mechanical skeleton crawled out from underground, its size 2 or 3 times bigger than ordinary mechanical skeletons, standing about 5 or 6 meters tall. Its entire body was green metal, with shimmering green patterns on its metallic skeleton. A heart in its chest glowed with green light, and a gigantic metal injector had flowing green light lines. "An A-level flowing color demon spirit. Does your radiant demon spirit handle it?" Chu Jun observed, demigod Shana's lower level, voicing concern. "Let's give it a try," Li Shu calmly replied. Li Shu estimated demigod Shana's combat power. Though just E-level, his bullets inflicted considerable damage on ordinary B-level demon spirits. If hitting the weak points, instant killing ordinary B-level demon spirits was possible. If not hitting the weak points, bullets still caused significant damage, but instant killing required using a greatsword. Against ordinary A-level demon spirits, quick slaying might not be easy. In terms of strength and speed, the radiant demon spirit is likely inferior to ordinary A-level demon spirits. Now it's facing an A-level flowing color demon spirit. Demigod Shana is likely not a match. As the A-level mechanical skeleton crawled out, demigod Shana fired successive shots hitting its head, only leaving dents without causing much harm. Indeed, the level is still too low, somewhat strained. Li Shu was prepared, showing no surprise, saying to Chu Jun, "You go back first." Chu Jun turned away, understanding to keep distance from the spectacle to avoid becoming an obstacle. Accidental harm should be avoided. After the flowing color mechanical skeleton emerged, raising its gigantic metal injector, it pushed the plunger towards demigod Shana in the distance. Green light, like high-pressure water, sprayed from it, streaming toward demigod Shana. Demigod Shana swiftly retreated, dodging the green light spray, while continuing to shoot at the mechanical skeleton's chest. The mechanical skeleton's weaknesses are its head and heart. This one's head is too hard. Demigod Shana can't break its defense and must target another weak point, the heart. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets hit the green heart wrapped in metal skeleton. Some bullets struck the metal skeleton, exploding into blue fireworks, while others hit the green heart, causing a green light shield around it, with bullets exploding yet failing to harm the heart. Night 186, Chapter 18-6, 1113, Heart of Steel 2. Li Shu rode the pink nightmare and quickly retreated, while the mechanical skeleton took long strides with its metallic legs, charging toward demigod Shana and spraying green light from a metal injector. Demigod Shana fought while retreating, bullets constantly striking its body but with little effect. Seeing that demigod Shauna's retreat wasn't fast enough and that it was about to be caught by the mechanical skeleton, a blue-violet light arrow flew in from afar, hitting the mechanical skeleton's chest. A blue-violet heart-shaped light mark stamped itself on the metal skeleton, and the mechanical skeleton was momentarily stunned. However, it only lasted for a second before the heart-shaped mark on the chest frame of the mechanical skeleton disappeared, and it chased after once again. This second allowed demigod Shanna to widen the gap once more, and the mechanical skeleton took a bit more time to charge up again. Just as it started moving, another light arrow flew over, striking its head and causing the mechanical skeleton to pause once more. Demigod Shanna seized the moment and unleashed a barrage of bullets, several shots piercing through the metal chest frame and striking its heart, only to be blocked by the green light shield. When the love god shooter shot a third light arrow, the mechanical skeleton had already adapted and dodged it, then continued to chase demigod Shanna, its injector flashing with green light again. "What are you waiting for? Come back quickly." Chujun had already rushed back inside the city gate, shouting at Li Shu from within. Li Shu wasn't in a hurry to return, contemplating something as he watched the mechanical skeleton. He had understood the mechanical skeleton's abilities. The green light from the injector was indeed terrifying. Once touched, the body would start to metallize. Its strength and speed were superior to demigod Shanna, and it also had good immunity to the love god shooter's light arrows. The light shield on its heart was likely another skill, which thoroughly protected its weak point. The mechanical skeleton seemed invincible. At least with the power Li Shu currently possessed, it seemed difficult to effectively deal it a heavy blow. If that's all, then it's worth a try. Li Shu's thoughts stirred, and demigod Shanna, who had been retreating rapidly, suddenly stopped in its tracks. Taking advantage of the mechanical skeleton dodging the light arrow from the love god shooter under Li Shu's control, it charged towards the left side of the mechanical skeleton. Upon discovery, the mechanical skeleton immediately sprayed green light at him. Demigod Shanna seemed to have accurately calculated, stopping abruptly to dodge the mechanical skeleton's anticipated spray, then sped up again, while continuously shooting at the mechanical skeleton's eyes with its gun. The mechanical skeleton's eyes glowed green. Though the bullets didn't inflict damage, they impaired the mechanical skeleton's vision. While it raised a hand to block the bullets, a light arrow from the love god shooter struck its body, making it pause for about a second once more. Demigod Shanna sped up, reaching within a dozen meters of the left side of the mechanical skeleton, circling around it while firing its gun. The mechanical skeleton turned, chasing demigod Shanna, while the love god shooter continued firing arrows from behind, forming a pincer attack with demigod Shanna. Their attacks, however, had little effect on the mechanical skeleton, and it seemed unlikely they could slay it. Suddenly, Li Shu squeezed his legs, and the pink nightmare shot out like a pink lightning bolt, charging toward the mechanical skeleton. Demigod Shanna no longer retreated. As the mechanical skeleton charged at it, it opted for close-quarters combat. Demigod Shanna's footwork changed, dodging the mechanical skeleton's attacks time and again. The body technique unmistakably was Li Shu's angel's wings. While Li Shu controlled demigod Shanna to engage with the body technique, the pink nightmare's speed reached its limit as it quickly closed in on the mechanical skeleton. Though the pink nightmare was only B-class, its speed rivaled, if not outpaced, the mechanical skeleton. "Li Shu, what are you doing?" Chujun gasped in shock, trying to stop Li Shu, but there was no sign of him halting. As the pink nightmare was about to catch up with the mechanical skeleton, they were engaged in battle with demigod Shanna. Suddenly, the mechanical skeleton turned and sprayed green light toward Li Shu and the pink nightmare. It seemed Li Shu had anticipated this move for a long time. The moment the mechanical skeleton turned, the pink nightmare leaped, vaulting over the green light and soaring toward the mechanical skeleton. In midair, Li Shu suddenly drew the Fire Lotus sword, hurling it directly at the mechanical skeleton. The Fire Lotus sword flew straight as a red streak of light, piercing toward the eye socket of the mechanical skeleton. The mechanical skeleton reached up to grab, seizing the Fire Lotus sword, but as it did so, it felt a numbing sensation over its entire body as if electrocuted. This was the paralysis effect of the super exciting. Just as the paralysis effect wore off, another light arrow struck its body. The light arrow from the love god shooter turned into a heart-shaped mark, making the mechanical skeleton pause while holding the Fire Lotus sword. A figure descended from the sky, with the Jedi Knight wielding a blood-red samurai sword, striking down on the mechanical skeleton's head. The mechanical skeleton hadn't yet recovered. Forced to watch with wide eyes as its head, the blood-red light blade fiercely struck the skull, blood-fanged sword light clashing and grinding against metal, forcing open a crack in the metallic skull with the sword embedded inside. The pink nightmare, which charged through the air, kicked its front hooves into the mechanical skeleton's body, causing it to stagger backward, dropping the metal injector and the Fire Lotus sword to the side. 117, Chapter 113, Heart of Steel 3. After the mechanical skeleton fell, it let out an angry roar. As it got up, it grabbed the samurai sword stuck in its skull and directly pulled it out, ready to throw it at Li Shu, when it heard two bangs beside it. The blue light bullets shot into the crack in the skull created by the samurai sword, instantly causing green goo to splash out. The mechanical skeleton held its head and howled in pain, dropping the samurai sword from its hand. The Jedi Knight picked up the samurai sword, and another bloodlight slash was aimed at the mechanical skeleton's face. In its agony, the mechanical skeleton instinctively reached out to block it. The sword was indeed blocked, but on the other side, Demigod Shanna's bullets kept pouring in. Light bullet after light bullet shot into the crack in its skull, causing more green goo to gush out continuously. The mechanical skeleton staggered backward repeatedly, finally falling on its back and hitting the ground heavily. Streams of green light rose from its body, and the green light in the metal injector also surged out, gathering above its body quickly into a green fluorescent ring. Ding! As the ring fell to the ground, the body of the mechanical skeleton also disintegrated, and a demon core shimmering with green light rolled out from its shattered heart. "This is just too powerful," Chujun exclaimed excitedly. Ye Yuzhen stared blankly at the figure in the valley, not saying a word. Yes, it really is too strong. An A-class flowing color demon spirit was killed just like that, and not by a magic armor master, but by a human. The true trial taker is indeed very strong. The spark of fire in Ye Yuzhen's heart burned even brighter. Li Shu picked up the ring and the demon core. His gaze shifted forward to the valley's entrance, which was blocked by a building. The building, like Black Death City, was constructed from black stones and stood several dozen meters high. Its architectural style was very peculiar, a long row of huge structures resembling a dam of a hydropower station, yet the front row of giant black columns and spire-like rooftops looked like ecclesiastical buildings. Li Shu glanced at the building and turned back towards Black Death City. He wouldn't assume he was invincible just because he killed an A-class flowing color demon spirit. In this eerie place, any careless action could cost him his life. Without understanding the situation of that building, Li Shu would never rashly venture inside. Even if he had to go in, he would need to prepare thoroughly for exploration first. Li Shu, your companion pets are indeed too powerful. I'm a bit envious myself. The guy using a gun sword, the one shooting arrows, and that peculiar samurai of yours. If I had so many powerful companion pets, I wouldn't come to such a terrifying place for adventure. I'd gather enough gemstones to raise them all to S-class, and then bring them into the land of trial, slaying gods when meeting gods, defeating ghosts when encountering ghosts, Chujun said with an envious look on his face. The premise is that you need to have demon spirits first. Li Shu laughed and said, "Stop dreaming here. Take a rest for a while, and then come with me to check the building at the valley entrance. I'm almost becoming a scout. You need to know that I'm also a true trial taker." Chujun sighed. "The next demon spirit is yours to handle," Li Shu said. "Forget it, I don't have that many top-grade demon spirits. Why don't you tell me where all your demon spirits come from? When I get some top-grade demon spirits, I'll take you flying in the land of trial." Chujun looked at Li Shu with anticipation. "As long as you're rich enough, demon spirits are not a problem." Li Shu laughed and said, "Money, this thing, I actually have a bit of it." Chujun adjusted his clothes, looking seemingly respectable, and said, "How much do you plan to spend?" Li Shu asked. "That depends on what kind of demon spirits I can get," Chujun replied. Interested in a Radiant Black Death Demon? Li Shu had quite a few Radiant Black Death Demon rings. Of course, but let me tell you, having a Radiant Black Death Demon at your disposal is a waste. How can you let it act as a scout? As Chujun spoke halfway, he suddenly realized that among Li Shu's demon spirits, the Black Death Demon seemed the most useless. Forget what I just said. Do you still have a Radiant Black Death Demon ring?" Chujun asked as he looked at Li Shu. "Yes, I'll give it to you once we get out." Li Shu toyed with the ring and demon core in his hand as he spoke. The ring was clearly a skill ring, but unfortunately it wasn't a demon spirit ring. Li Shu was quite interested in this mechanical skeleton. Its injector can metallize other creatures, and even a Radiant Black Death Demon couldn't resist. This ability is quite terrifying. Li Shu glanced at the Black Death Demon nearby. The portion of its body that had turned metallic was already the size of a palm, and it was still spreading. The injector of a regular mechanical skeleton was already this formidable, and this flowing color mechanical skeleton must be even stronger. Unfortunately, it didn't produce a demon spirit ring, so Li Shu's interest was useless. With so many demon spirits, you don't need to fight yourself. Why not sell me this skill ring? Chujun's eyes were fixated on the skill ring. Sure, since we formed a team to come here, part of the bounty is yours too. But how do you plan to compensate us? Li Shu tossed the skill ring directly to Chujun. The mechanical skeleton's skill was just that one, and Li Shu didn't need to think to know that this skill ring must be the light shield skill to protect the heart. He wasn't very interested in this skill, so if Chujun really wanted it, it didn't matter to give it to him. Really for me? Chujun caught the skill ring, looking surprised at Li Shu. Not giving, allocating. Our portion of the compensation is still required from you, Li Shu said. No problem, we'll settle it when we get out. Chujun couldn't wait to put the ring on his finger, while also dripping his own blood on it. Soon, the ring transformed into a green imprint on his finger, and after receiving the skill information, Chujun said with delight, A-class Heart of Steel skill, not only can it protect the heart from harm, but it can also resist metal death rays to a certain extent. With this skill, what more can those mechanical skeletons do to me? Do you regret it yet? Li Shu glanced at Chu Jun. This poor kid still didn't understand that only by surviving could he clear the path ahead. 188, Chapter 188, 11.4, Ghost Mask Modification. Completed. Li Shu and a few others sat inside the city gate to rest, while Ye Yuzhen sat beside them, preoccupied with heavy thoughts. In this group, he felt like he was much like a Fey, seemingly useless. He couldn't pinpoint what his true strengths were. Did you look at the map? Li Shu asked Ye Yuzhen, who was somewhat confused. I did. Ye Yuzhen didn't understand why Li Shu was asking about this. Did you remember it? Li Shu inquired again. I did remember. Ye Yuzhen had memorized it seriously earlier, but Li Shu didn't need his help for anything, leaving him feeling worthless. Since you've looked at it and remembered it, why are you sitting here? If you want something, you need to fight for it yourself. Are you waiting for someone to bring it to you? Li Shu said calmly. Ye Yuzhen was momentarily stunned. Then his mind began racing. He stood up, went to the city gate, and after carefully observing the valley outside the city, everything became clear to him. I'm going now, said Ye Yuzhen as he briskly ran out of the city. What's going on? Chu Jun asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Li Shu leaned against the city gate, watching the direction where Ye Yuzhen had gone. Ye Yuzhen's memory was indeed exceptional. He had understood Li Shu's meaning. According to Chu Jun's map showing magical creatures, there were a few scattered locations where Li Shu hadn't gone, and underground mechanical skeletons were hiding there. With Li Shu's reminder, Ye Yuzhen realized that the mechanical skeletons not disturbed by Li Shu were rated E, D, C, and D, 1 at each level. Undoubtedly, Li Shu had intentionally left them for him, not because he forgot their existence. Ye Yuzhen took a deep breath and headed towards the location of the E-rated mechanical skeleton, wanting to see if he could use the Ring of Agreement to tame it. Although he had been diligent before, he was never willing to fight for himself, only hoping to gain more resources for Ye Shiyuan. But this time, he wanted to take a risk for himself. Ye Yuzhen already knew the mechanical skeleton's abilities and attack patterns. After contemplating for a while, he took a deep breath, approached a certain distance, picked up a stone, and threw it towards the ground where the E-level mechanical skeleton was hiding. The mechanical skeleton was startled and immediately crawled out from underground. As soon as its upper body emerged, Ye Yuzhen kicked over, sending the metallic injector in the mechanical skeleton's hand rolling aside. Ye Yuzhen's prowess was quite impressive. After all, he had become a trial taker solely through self-reliance, with exceptional mind and skills. He only lacked a bit of self-confidence and the desire to grow stronger. Will he be all right? Chu Jun asked worriedly, watching Ye Yuzhen fight with the mechanical skeleton. He should be fine. Li Shu chuckled. The three watched Ye Yuzhen battle the mechanical skeleton while taking a break. Eventually, Ye Yuzhen managed to slip his hand through the gap in the metallic ribcage and grasp the green heart of the mechanical skeleton. The next second, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The mechanical skeleton seemed pulled by some force and compressed, disappearing into Ye Yuzhen's hand in an instant. Success! Ye Yuzhen looked at the Ring of Agreement with a green gemstone added to his finger, feeling a joy he never experienced before. With a thought, the green gemstone on the ring transformed into a mechanical skeleton in front of him. Suppressing his excitement, Ye Yuzhen headed towards the location of the D-level mechanical skeleton. Using his previous method, he attempted to kick off the D-level mechanical skeleton's metallic injector first, but just as his foot moved towards it, the D-level mechanical skeleton grabbed it. Fortunately, he was prepared. The E-level mechanical skeleton under his control was right behind the D-level mechanical skeleton and directly lifted the metallic injector, stabbing it into the D-level mechanical skeleton's hind brain. After a battle with the help of the E-level mechanical skeleton, Ye Yuzhen finally seized the heart of the D-level mechanical skeleton again. The D-level mechanical skeleton, like the E-level one, was absorbed into the ring, transforming into a green gemstone. However, his ring could only accommodate one gemstone. When the D-level mechanical skeleton occupied the ring, the gem formed by the E-level mechanical skeleton was covered. Can he only control one magical creature? Li Shu seemed slightly disappointed to witness this, expecting Ye Yuzhen to unleash a magical creature army. Ye Yuzhen put away the D-level mechanical skeleton and, after resting for a while, advanced to the location of the C-level mechanical skeleton. However, this time he didn't succeed. The moment the C-level mechanical skeleton's upper body emerged, it swung its metallic injector horizontally, sending Ye Yuzhen and the D-level mechanical skeleton flying to the ground. Ye Yuzhen attempted to get up, but saw the C-level mechanical skeleton already raising its metallic injector for a stab. Bang! In the silence of a gunshot, a blue light bullet blasted off the C-level mechanical skeleton's arm and metallic injector. Ye Yuzhen knew demigod Shana had saved him, quickly rose and charged at the C-level mechanical skeleton, aiming for its heart. But this time, Ye Yuzhen couldn't capture the C-level mechanical skeleton. Even as its heart was crushed, the contract between them wasn't fulfilled. Ye Yuzhen was not disappointed. Although he couldn't rely on others for growth, he had found a target and a method to grow, and that was enough. 189, Chapter 89, 11 Ford Ghost Mask Modification, completed. 2 Ye Yuzhen didn't go back to the place where the B-level mechanical skeleton was. Instead, he returned to the city gate and thanked Li Shu. From now on, you can only rely on yourself. Li Shu said to Ye Yuzhen and then stood up. We've rested enough, it's time for us to get to work. Not bad, you can do it. Chu Jun said to Ye Yuzhen when he walked next to him, then caught up with Li Shu, following him towards the building at the end of the valley. Outside the building, Chu Jun walked back and forth so many times he lost count. This is strange. Chu Jun stopped and lowered his head in thought. Can't sense the demon spirit? Li Shu asked. No, I sense the demon spirit inside, but something feels off. Chu Jun paused, organized his thoughts, and continued. How should I put it? I feel there is a demon spirit inside, and it seems to sense my presence too. Wherever I go, it follows. Is there a problem with that? You have the inspiration skill, so it's not surprising if the demon spirit has a similar skill and can sense you. Li Shu replied. That's not the problem. The problem is, at different locations, I sense this demon spirit at different levels. Sometimes it's E level, other times it's B level, or even A level. Once, I even sensed it as S level. Chu Jun said helplessly, It seems there's something wrong with my skill. What if it's not your skill that's malfunctioning? Li Shu pondered and said, How is that possible? How can a demon spirit be S level one moment and E level the next? Are you suggesting it can disguise its level? Chu Jun questioned. Is there a possibility that at different locations, it has different levels? Li Shu examined the long building and said, Why don't you walk around again and see if its levels change at different spots? Prompted by Li Shu, Chu Jun immediately got up and moved closer to the building, walking back and forth several more times. That's exactly it. When I move to different spots, its level varies. Each spot's change is consistent. Chu Jun thought carefully and said, I see two possibilities. First, there isn't just one demon spirit. I can only sense the one at my position, not ones in other locations. The second possibility is that this demon spirit changes its level depending on the location. Since you can sense the demon spirits inside, the first possibility is less likely. Li Shu glanced at the tightly shut door of the building and said, Map out the levels for each location for me. Chu Jun agreed and started drawing on the ground. The building was about 500 to 600 meters wide. Chu Jun divided this distance into 14 sections. One section where the demon spirit was S level, 3 A level sections, 4 B level sections, 3 C level sections, 2 D level sections, and 1 E level section. Li Shu compared Chu Jun's drawing with the building's door, then cross-referenced them. The entrance area is A level, and moving to each side is B level. After careful comparison, Li Shu discovered the S level section was on the far left, while the E level section was on the far right. If there's only one level changing demon spirit in there, as soon as you get inside, just head to the right. When you reach the far right, it'll be at its weakest. Li Shu recalled something and looked up at Chu Jun asking, What's the name of this demon spirit? The Last Fanatic. Chu Jun thought for a moment and said, Interesting, this needs further investigation. Let's head back. Li Shu led Chu Jun away. Although there might only be one demon spirit inside, its true level was unknown. If it were radiant level or even just splendid level, it would still be difficult for Li Shu to handle during its B level and A level states. To reach the far right, one would have to pass through several B level and A level sections, and the environment inside was unknown, making it extremely dangerous to enter. After thinking it over, Li Shu decided not to enter the building yet, opting to wait until he became a true trial taker. This expedition's gains were decent. Li Shu acquired a growth-type talent, Chu Jun acquired an A-level skill, and Li Shu shared some demon cores with Ah Fei and Ye Yuzhen. Of course, they were distributed according to contribution, not equally. As they prepared to leave before extinguishing the light, Li Shu gave Ah Fei a knowing look, to which she nodded in understanding. Before Li Shu extinguished the light, she quietly used the abstention skill. All four returned to the Hero Trial Grounds entrance. After parting ways with Chu Jun and Ye Yuzhen, Li Shu looked at Ah Fei. Ah Fei slightly nodded and said, It's usable. Your skill is really incredible, Li Shu marveled, regretting not getting the abstention skill along with the Ice Heart talent. Madam, do you have instructions for me? Inside the Red Sand City Lord's mansion, a trial taker approached the City Lord's wife, a middle-aged woman, and bowed slightly. Mu Yu, I need you to go to Zhongshan City for me. The City Lord's wife said coldly, biting her lip. Night 90, Chapter 90, 11 for Ghost Mask Transformation. Complete 3 Madam. You should know that I need to protect the City Lord's safety and cannot leave Red Sand City at will, Mu Yu said, frowning. Have you forgotten who brought you to Red Sand City in the first place, who gave you the opportunity to become a trial taker, and who provided you with the resources to achieve your current status? The City Lord's wife stared at Mu Yu and spoke each word deliberately. Madam, what do you want me to do? Mu Yu sighed inwardly, knowing that this day would come sooner or later. My younger brother was killed by a magic armor master. He is now occupying Zhongshan City, and I want you to go to Zhongshan City to kill him and avenge my brother. For this matter, you should ask the City Lord to act. Mu Yu said. If he were willing to act, would I still need to come to you? Mu Yu, do you want me to kneel and beg you? If that's what you really want, then I will beg you, the city lord's wife said as she stood up and was about to kneel before Mu Yu. Mu Yu quickly held up the city lord's wife, smiling bitterly. Madam, I can't accept this. I have what I have today because you gave me the opportunity. I will handle this matter properly. I have only this one brother, and my family only has this one man. If he dies, our family has no future. This debt of blood I cannot leave unavenged. The city lord's wife spoke with a grieving expression. Please rest assured, madam, I will set off for Zhongshan City immediately. No matter how strong that magic armor master is, as long as he's not wearing his demon armor 24 hours a day, I will definitely be able to kill him. After speaking, Mu Yu turned and left. The city lord's wife watched Mu Yu leave, and the knot of tension in her heart eased a bit. She knew Mu Yu's ability. Although he was not a magic armor master and did not have the strength to fight high-level magic armor masters head-on, one does not necessarily have to fight to kill a magic armor master. Killing a magic armor master without their armor is what Mu Yu is best at. Among the trial takers under the Red Sand City Lord, no one was better at assassination than Mu Yu. I've spent so much funding, and all you produced for me is this? Li Shu looked at the ghost-faced magic armor that Zimin Guan had modified for him and felt he might have indulged this old man a bit too much. The current appearance of the ghost-faced magic armor can no longer be described with the word ugly. It has far exceeded the limits of human aesthetic appeal. No person could make something this ugly. The previous ghost-faced magic armor was so cool, with a black base and purple edges, it was like a walking armored demon god. But now, the ghost-faced magic armor looks like a pile of rusty scrap metal, its design having been drastically altered by Zimin Guan until it reached a shocking level of ugliness. How to describe it, it's really like a set of rusty iron armor for a villain's minion from a low-grade movie. Young man, you can't just judge a book by its cover. I admit it doesn't look great, but there's nothing we can do given the limited budget, Zimin Guan said with an easy calmness. Limited budget? Old Guan, over half the income of the entire Zhongshan City has been poured into your hands, and you're telling me funds are insufficient? Li Shu's mouth twitched, feeling an urge to hit someone. This small place has nothing. If it weren't for the equipment and materials left by the previous city lord of Zhongshan being barely usable, the money you gave me wouldn't even be enough to buy materials. I've been frugal and stingy, and this is the result. Zimin Guan shamelessly lamented his poverty. All right, just tell me the performance parameters. Li Shu felt mentally exhausted, unwilling to waste more words. Parameters are only for reference and have no practical meaning. Like a top-tier magic armor master like yourself, once you wear it, you'll know how much effort I put into it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, Zimin Guan chuckled. Cunning old man, probably didn't even test it, just using me as a guinea pig. Li Shu couldn't be bothered to argue further and directly walked over to the ghost-faced magic armor, reaching out to grab the activation device. The next moment, the ghost-faced magic armor turned into a box in Li Shu's hand. To Li Shu's surprise, the previously suitcase-sized ghost-faced magic armor, whose semi-finished version had been the size of a backpack, had now shrunk to only the size of a 17-inch laptop, small enough to fit into a larger briefcase. Old Guan, not bad, your technique is impressive. Although the performance was still unknown, the space-saving design alone was quite something, surely involving special technology and materials to achieve this. For me, it's nothing, just a small effort. Try it on, the old man said with an increasingly smug expression. Li Shu acted as if he hadn't seen him, grabbing the activation device and activating the ghost-faced magic armor again. The ghost-faced magic armor adhered directly to Li Shu's chest, its shell seemingly coming to life, spreading over Li Shu's body and quickly encasing him completely, leaving not even a trace of a gap. Although it's a bit ugly, its performance is pretty decent. Li Shu had already noticed the differences in this set of ghost-faced magic armor. General magic armor consists of many components that join together when worn, and the ghost-faced magic armor used to be structured like that as well. The current ghost-faced magic armor is almost one piece, expanding over Li Shu's body, enveloping him with fewer joints, enhancing its defense and reducing the likelihood of damage. Don't praise it yet, try it out first, and then your compliments will be more gratifying, Zimin Guan quipped, arms crossed and looking smugly punchable. Li Shu activated the power system of the ghost-faced magic armor, and the iron rust-like dark red shell suddenly lit up with purple light patterns. The parts without light patterns turned black under the purple glow, filling the entire magic armor with a mysterious, eerie aura, like a ghoul emerging from the netherworld. Just the activation of the demon light pattern made the once ordinary ghost-faced magic armor seem as if it had undergone a complete transformation. Especially the hellfire-like purple patterns on the black and red face mask, replacing goggles and visors, making it look like the face of a wicked spirit escaped from purgatory. E-191, Chapter 91, 11.5, Cha Liang. So, how's it? The modifications I made aren't too bad, right? Zimin Guan asked, looking pleased after Li Shu tested the ghost-faced magic armor. If you weren't born, old Guan, this field of magic armor would have been wasted. Li Shu gave Guan a thumbs up. There's no denying it, Guan's skills are genuinely impressive. The level he achieved with decades-old technology is remarkable, truly a talent. The modified ghost-faced magic armor's performance is already on par with Li Shu's previous red flower magic armor, and in some aspects even surpasses it. It's important to note that the red flower magic armor comes from the world's leading magic armor laboratory's top-tier product. Both materials and equipment are leagues ahead of what old Guan had. That he could upgrade the old ghost-faced magic armor to such a degree using these materials and equipment speaks volumes about his ability to transcend times technologically. He's not even on the same level as those magic armor makers in the other laboratories. Could it be that the advancements in the magic armor industry over the past few decades are actually a step backward? Li Shu found it difficult to comprehend why current top magic armor technology still lagged behind what was available decades ago. In fact, Li Shu's thoughts were partially correct. It was a matter of research direction. Guan's research path diverged fundamentally from the current mainstream. He never pursued that route, so naturally he couldn't be less advanced than Guan from decades ago. Though impressive, Guan continued to study the latest magic armor technology after coming out. Many techniques used in the modification of the ghost-faced magic armor were borrowed from current magic armor technologies. Guan was learning in the process. Seeing such high praise from Li Shu, Guan couldn't help but beam with joy, though he feigned modesty by saying, "You're giving too much credit. Honestly, without me, there wouldn't even be a magic armor industry." Fair point. Li Shu agreed with this statement from Guan, acknowledging his title as the father of demon armor. It wasn't an exaggeration. Guan was so smug because of Li Shu's commendation, he wouldn't be as thrilled if someone else praised him, possibly even dismissing it. Li Shu was an esteemed magic armor master in Guan's eyes, and only such individuals were qualified to critique his work. "Old Guan, did you use some of your magic armor techniques in this set?" Li Shu asked, examining the armor he wore. This set of armor was clearly designed with a micro-thin architecture, much lighter and more delicate than ordinary armor, likely employing similar techniques to that set of magic armor. Just a bit of the basics. The base materials for this armor are different. If you truly want to convert it entirely into my style of magic armor, it's unrealistic. Better off creating a new set from scratch. Plus, your equipment and materials here are lacking, funding is limited, so make do with it. Guan responded casually. As Li Shu was about to leave, Guan called out to him, "Really not considering using my set of magic armor? It's much better than that junk you're using. Even if I swore an oath, would you dare use it? How about you make me another set?" Li Shu laughed. "I haven't even gotten this set sorted out. Do you have the money for the materials for another set? The equipment here isn't good either. If you want to build another set, you'll need new equipment. I checked online, those devices are controlled by Space City, and White Knight City won't be easy to acquire." Guan pondered aloud. "Make a list for me, and I'll see what I can do." Li Shu wasn't concerned about a single set of magic armor, but mass production would be different. "Alright, if you're serious, I'll write it for you later. But I have to say up front, not everyone can activate my magic armor. Those so-called S-class magic armor masters probably can't use this armor, and it'd be wasted on them. Even if mass production is possible, where will you find magic armor masters?" Guan remarked. Understanding Li Shu's intention for mass production, Guan didn't mind assisting Li Shu, seeing as the stronger Li Shu became, the more secure he would be. Changsheng Tian truthfully discovered that he escaped, and he needed to rely on Li Shu to keep him safe. The two were inextricably linked on the same rope, so Guan was unreservedly supportive of Li Shu. "Let's finish this set of magic armor first." Li Shu waved his hand and left the laboratory. Li Shu found a backpack, put the ghost-faced magic armor inside. Its compact size made it portable and convenient. With the armor ready, Li Shu planned to go to the Sea Heaven trial ground before Sha Chu headed to Changsheng Tian to retrieve the blood pattern revolver and become a true trial taker. Li Shu had considered the Gate of Purgatory as well, but it seemed too unrealistic currently. First, he already had a feud with the Red Sand City Lord, and secondly, he wasn't sure about the situation inside the Gate of Purgatory. Going back for the blood pattern revolver seemed more reliable. Just as Li Shu was about to call Sha Chu and Afei to assign tasks before heading to the Sea Heaven trial ground, he saw Ye Yuzhen rushing over hurriedly. "I'm telling you, you can't enter." A guard chased after Ye Yuzhen, trying to stop him. "City Lord, help." Ye Yuzhen's eyes were bloodshot, and his clothes were stained with blood. He rushed forward and knelt before Li Shu, kowtowing to him. His forehead hit the ground heavily, making a thumping sound that left his forehead bruised after 2 knocks. 192, Chapter 192, 15 Chaliang 2, "You all may leave now." Li Shu waved the guards away, stood up, and helped Ye Yuzhen, saying, "Tell me clearly what happened first. My sister has been taken away by someone. Please, save her." "I'll do anything you want as long as you can save her," Ye Yuzhen said incoherently. Explain clearly who took your sister, Li Shu asked while instructing Ah Fei to prepare the car. Liang, Ye Yuzhen said through gritted teeth. Let's talk about it in the car. Li Shu took Ye Yuzhen outside, where Ah Fei had already brought the car around. The two got into the car, and Li Shu instructed Ah Fei to drive to Liang's place. Ye Yuzhen explained the entire story clearly. Back then, Ye Yuzhen took his sister to learn magic armor skill from a magic armor master. Later, when that magic armor master attempted to make a move on Ye Shiyuan, Ye Yuzhen discovered it in time, assassinated the magic armor master, and escaped. That magic armor master was one of Liang's subordinates. Liang actually knew about Ye Yuzhen and Ye Shiyuan's situation and recognized Ye Yuzhen. Things turned out this way by coincidence. Over the years, Ye Yuzhen had been carefully protecting Ye Shiyuan, not letting her show herself publicly. However, Ye Shiyuan was after all a youthful and lively girl. Staying home every day wasn't a solution. It's been years, and Ye Shiyuan has hardly met anyone. Ye Yuzhen thought since he had established himself in Zhongshan City and gathered enough money to buy demon armor, Ye Shiyuan would have the capital to protect herself in the future. Thus, he contacted the seller to buy a set of A-level demon armor. He didn't understand demon armor, so he naturally had to let Ye Shiyuan try it out herself. But who would have thought the seller he contacted turned out to be one of Liang's people? When they arrived and were about to try the demon armor, they were surrounded by Liang and his men lurking in the shadows. Ye Yuzhen relied on his contracted magic spirit and escaped desperately. Ye Shiyuan was caught by Liang. Ye Yuzhen still held a glimmer of hope in his heart, thinking maybe Li Shu could rescue Ye Shiyuan, otherwise he would have fought desperately right there. After listening, Li Shu slightly frowned. He knew Liang because Shachu often mentioned him. Many big merchants left Zhongshan City, and among the few remaining big merchants, there was Liang. Those remaining large merchants had some connections with Liang. According to Shachu, Liang himself was a big merchant from Red Sand City. He not only had the gemstone vein, but also had close relations with Red Sand City's upper ranks, secretly dealing in demon armor. A significant portion of the demon armor in many small towns within the Southern Cross Federation was funneled out of Liang's hands. Shachu's point at the time was that Liang must have Red Sand City's official backing. Otherwise, he couldn't operate on such a large scale. The reason why Liang stayed in Zhongshan City without leaving was most likely at Red Sand City's behest. The Red Sand City Lord also needs to know the situation on this side of Zhongshan City. The reason Shachu didn't touch Liang was that Zhongshan City was built in such a desolate place, lacking everything and relying heavily on imports, even needing to bring water and food from outside. If Liang were moved, other merchants would leave, turning Zhongshan City into a ghost town. Only those interested in the trial gate would stay. Shachu's meaning was not to move against Liang for now. As long as Zhongshan City still had people, it's hard to assure there weren't spies from Red Sand City. Rather than continually guessing who the spies from Red Sand are, it's better to leave Liang here to at least temporarily maintain Zhongshan City's normal operations. Evidently, Liang was well aware of this point, so he behaved relatively normally in Zhongshan City, collaborating with the city lord's mansion. The car was driving fast, yet Ye Yuzhen felt it was too slow, wishing he could instantly fly to Liang's place. Finally, the car stopped in front of Liang's mansion gate. I wasn't aware the city lord was coming. My apologies. Please come inside. As soon as Li Shu got out of the car, he saw a middle-aged man greeting him with a smile. Li Shu glanced at Liang, who knew of his arrival beforehand and was waiting here, giving him a subtle jibe. Liang was showing Li Shu exactly how influential he was within Zhongshan City. Li Shu followed Liang inside his mansion. Liang kept offering smiles and pleasantries, appearing very humble. He didn't even glance at Ye Yuzhen, gritting his teeth as if he didn't know him at all. Li Shu did not mention the matter of Ye Shiyuan and sat down, savoring the tea served by the servants without uttering a word. City Lord, is there any important matter you require Liang to handle with your unexpected visit? Liang inquired after seeing Li Shu remain silent, coughing lightly. He could compete with Li Shu in patience, but Li Shu was the lord of Zhongshan City now. He couldn't act like that. A friend's sister went missing, and I hope Boss Cha could assist in locating her. Li Shu took a small sip of tea, and after putting down the teacup, he spoke slowly. City Lord, you overestimate me. I'm just a businessman. I'm good at business. Finding people, that's something I've never done. Liang said with a distressed face. It's you who caught my sister. Release her. Ryu Zhen couldn't hold back anymore and yelled at Liang. If not for Fei holding him back, he might have already rushed up. I don't even know who you are, let alone who your sister is. How could I capture your sister? Besides, in Zhongshan City, only the city lord has the authority to order arrests. How dare Liang do such a thing? Liang scrutinized Ye Yuzhen. Who exactly are you? Why are you making wild accusations? What benefits have you received? Are you trying to force Liang out of Zhongshan City? 193, Chapter 93, 11.5, Cha Liang 3. Sir, this person harbors malicious intentions and wants to provoke a rift between me and the city lord's mansion. Please look into this, sir, as I absolutely have not done such a thing. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to search all properties under my name. Cha Liang will fully cooperate without condition. Cha Liang rose and bowed to Li Shu, looking aggrieved and wronged. Ye Yuzhen, sit down first. Li Shu stopped. Ye Yuzhen then turned to Cha Liang and said, Mr. Cha, I must find the person. Are you willing to help me with this? Certainly, I must help Sir City Lord. However, I'm merely a businessman. Finding people is not my strong suit. How about this, sir? I have a batch of rubies here, just transported over from Red Sand City. As a reward for searching, let's mobilize the entire city to find them. With so many people searching together, we should be able to find them quickly. Under the leadership of Sir City Lord, the folk of Zhongshan City are honest and the streets are safe. Surely no one would commit murder or robbery. Perhaps the person you're looking for is merely lost and will return in a few days, Cha Liang said, signaling a servant to bring in a tray. The tray held a row of rubies, though not quite the quality of pigeon blood red, their quality was quite decent. This line of rubies, each weighing 2 to 3 carats with more than 20 in total, holds tremendous value, more than an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. Ye Yuzhen's face turned grave. Cha Liang's intent was clear. He did not want to surrender the person, instead attempting to use money to make Li Shu drop the issue. So many rubies, in times of chaos like these, could pay for 1 life, let alone 10. Ye Yuzhen feared Li Shu would accept the gemstones and cease caring about Ye Shiwan's fate. Ye Yuzhen wanted to say something but was interrupted by Li Shu, who looked at Cha Liang with amusement. Mr. Cha, you're getting old and might not have heard clearly what I said earlier. Let me repeat, I must find this person, whether you choose to help or not. If, before Li Shu merely wanted to do Ye Yuzhen a favor and show the people of Zhongshan City that there are rules here and no one can act wantonly within its borders, now Li Shu's interest in Ye Xuan outweighed both concerns. Cha Liang was willing to offer over 20 high-quality rubies, yet refused to hand over Ye Xuan. Was it simply for her beauty? In this era, beauty was valuable, yet simultaneously worth the least. With enough money, is there a beauty one cannot find? Did Cha Liang truly need to risk offending him, paying such a dear price just to keep a girl? Clearly, that makes no sense. Beyond beauty, Ye Shiyuan possessed the gift of a magic armor master, and if there is anything more valuable than her beauty, it must be her talent as one. For Cha Liang to pay such a high price, Ye Shiyuan's talent as a magic armor master must be extraordinary. Sir, as a businessman, I'm truly not capable of that. How about you tell me how you wish to find someone, and I'll coordinate with you? Cha Liang was implying for Li Shu to name a price. Li Shu didn't speak, instead drawing a handgun and pressing it against Cha Liang's head. Looks like you're truly deaf. With Li Shu's action, several magic armor masters and trial takers immediately rushed in, surrounding Li Shu and his group. Sir City Lord, let's talk this through. You're making me very... Cha Liang believed Li Shu wouldn't dare shoot, at least not immediately. But before he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, leaving a bloody hole in Cha Liang's forehead. Ye Yuzhen was stunned, as were the magic armor masters and trial takers. No one expected Li Shu to shoot, nor did they anticipate him doing it so decisively. Cha Liang believed Li Shu wouldn't shoot. Had he known Li Shu would pull the trigger, he wouldn't have thought to hide his identity as a magic armor master. He certainly would have donned demon armor before meeting Li Shu. Unfortunately, there is no if. Cha Liang's expression remained frozen in shock and disbelief as he slowly fell. Of course, even if Cha Liang had worn demon armor when meeting Li Shu, results wouldn't have differed. Do you wish to continue following him to your end, or would you rather join my City Lord's mansion? Li Shu calmly addressed the magic armor masters and trial takers. A C-class magic armor master suddenly raised his hand, his palm emanating the glow of demonic light. But before he could raise his hand, a dark silhouette appeared before him. A samurai sword resembling a fluorescent stick severed his arm along with the demon armor. Several shimmering figures simultaneously appeared around Li Shu, including demigod Shayna, love god Shooter, and Pink Nightmare. Magic flashed and metal clashed within the room, screams echoed without pause. From outside, one could see bursts of demonic light penetrating the walls, illuminating parts of the interior. Ye Yuzhen watched the toppled corpses and blood splattered across the walls, his expression exceedingly strange. He knew generally that ordinary magic armor masters were no match for Li Shu's magic spirits, yet didn't expect them to die so swiftly and decisively, meeting little to no resistance, slaughtered by the magic spirits. Among them was an A-class magic armor master, yet he died with far less dignity than the A-class flowing color mechanical skeleton, having been quickly dispatched with 2 strikes of a Jedi Knight. Are magic armor masters truly so vulnerable before a true trial taker? Ye Yuzhen increasingly felt he might have been wrong. Instead of relying on Ye Shiwan to grow stronger independently, he should have strengthened himself to protect her. To Li Shu, A-class magic armor masters were indeed easier to kill than A-class magic spirits. He knew magic armor masters thoroughly, including their strengths and weaknesses. In front of him, A-class magic armor masters appeared neither mysterious nor formidable. 119.4, chapter 19.4, 116, found it. I gave him a chance, but he didn't know how to cherish it. What about you all? Li Shu calmly said as he looked at the trembling trial takers. One of the trial takers gazed upon the shattered demon armor and the corpses strewn across the ground, along with the demonic spirits that gleamed like evil ghosts, and suddenly broke down. I know where that girl is. The alloy door of the underground hidden room, as thick as a bank vault door, was directly sliced open by Li Shu using the ghost-faced magic armor. Inside, besides a locked girl, the vault contained some gemstones. Ye Yuzhen hurriedly stepped forward to rescue the girl and asked if she was harmed. The girl was indeed very resilient and even turned around to comfort Ye Yuzhen. Li Shu took all the gemstones from the vault, brought back the trial takers to the city lord's mansion. Handing the trial takers over to Sha Chu for processing, just as Li Shu was about to go rest, Ye Yuzhen brought Ye Shiwan along and caught up. City Lord, my sister and I have discussed, and if you allow, my sister would also like to stay at the City Lord's mansion to work for you. Ye Yuzhen and his sister approached Li Shu, and Ye Yuzhen said, I saved her in order to uphold Zhongshan City's rules. You owe me nothing, Li Shu said, looking at Ye Yuzhen and Ye Shiwan. Ye Shiwan was indeed very beautiful, the kind of beauty that was instantly memorable. Precisely for this reason, we've decided to stay in Zhongshan City. We don't need special treatment, only that you give us a fair opportunity, Ye Yuzhen said with determination. Are you sure? Li Shu asked as he looked at the two of them. I'm certain. Ye Yuzhen replied without hesitation. And you? Are you sure? Are you voluntarily choosing to stay here? Li Shu asked, looking at the shy Ye Shiyuan. Ye Shiyuan rarely interacted with strangers, and coupled with childhood shadows, she still appeared shy and introverted, unable to make eye contact with others despite being 16 or 17. Wherever my brother is, that's where I am. Despite her shyness, Ye Shiyuan said this with unusual firmness. All right, then I'll give you an opportunity. You have the talent of a magic armor master, don't you? Li Shu asked with a smile. Yes, her talent is quite good. I speculate she should have reached the level where she can activate and control A-grade demon armor, Ye Yuzhen said. You speculate? How are you speculating? Li Shu asked with some doubt. Ye Yuzhen didn't possess the talent of a magic armor master, so how could he speculate Ye Shiyuan's level unless she had undergone a professional magic armor master test, in which case there would be no need for speculation. Ye Yuzhen said somewhat reluctantly, I couldn't afford high-grade demon armor before, so I bought a set of E-grade armor for Shiyuan to practice with. Then, using techniques found online, I taught her some skills and gauged her level based on the difficulty of the skills she could complete. What skills has she learned? Li Shu asked with interest. Shiyuan, quickly demonstrate to the city lord the skills you've learned. Stay calm, you can do it. As Ye Yuzhen helped Ye Shiwan take out her set of E-grade demon armor, he encouraged her. I understand, brother. Ye Shiyuan nodded obediently, then donned the E-grade armor and began to showcase the skills she had learned. Though Ye Shiyuan was such a timid girl, she seemed somewhat different after putting on the armor. Her movements in manipulating the armor were fluid and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. As Li Shu watched, his expression became somewhat complex. Where did she learn these skills? Li Shu asked Ye Yuzhen beside him. Ye Yuzhen said somewhat embarrassedly, due to certain reasons, I didn't find her a magic armor master for specialized learning, but instead provided some materials for her to teach herself. She also likes to watch videos online and imitate them herself. Although the skills she learns are rather basic, she learns quickly, definitely has good talent. Ye Yuzhen was somewhat worried that Li Shu might look down on Ye Shiwan. These seemingly random techniques learned online appeared rather basic in his view. Li Shu looked at Ye Yuzhen, feeling as if this guy had some issues. Most of the techniques Ye Shiwan used were innovations created by Li Shu himself. Many seemed simple, but they placed very high demands on magic armor masters. Some techniques, even S-grade magic armor masters, couldn't perform as perfectly as Ye Shiwan. Knowing that Ye Shiwan was controlling E-grade armor, how could such talent be considered merely good? It was simply extraordinary. Li Shu truly hadn't anticipated that Ye Yuzhen had a sister with such exceptional talent as a magic armor master. Logically, being siblings, if one didn't have the talent as a magic armor master, then the other's talent, even if present, wouldn't be very strong. Although magic armor master talent isn't entirely dependent on hereditary factors, it does have some connection to genetic inheritance. That's enough. I need to ask her a few questions, Li Shu said. Ye Yuzhen hurriedly called Ye Shiyuan over. After deactivating her armor and carrying the magic armor box, she came to Ye Yuzhen's side, standing shyly and unconsciously leaning slightly behind him. 195, Chapter 195, 11.6 picked up 2. It's really difficult to associate her introverted and shy appearance with the person who was controlling the demon armor just now. Shiyuan, where did you learn those techniques you used earlier? Li Shu asked Ye Shiyuan softly. This is truly a treasure. Perhaps for a long time in the future, she will be an important fighting force in Zhongshan City. I learned from online. I watched many gods battle videos. Ye Shiyuan's eyes immediately lit up at the mention of God. Did you find it difficult when learning those techniques? Li Shu asked again. Some were really difficult. No matter how I tried, I couldn't learn them. Some were relatively easy, and I could master them in a few hours. Others were quite tough and took days, even 10 days to learn. Ye Shiwan replied timidly. Which ones couldn't you learn? Li Shu asked again. Ye Shiwan listed the names given to those techniques online, and upon hearing them, Li Shu's expression became even more complex. Not to mention Ye Shiwan, even Li Shu himself couldn't use those techniques even with E-class demon armor. These techniques require advanced demon armor with certain capabilities and special functions to complete them. Of course, she couldn't learn them with E-class demon armor. Which do you think are a bit difficult? Li Shu thought for a moment and asked again. When Ye Shiwan mentioned the names of those techniques, Li Shu was even more surprised. This girl's talent as a magic armor master might be better than he imagined. Those techniques are not simple, and even an S-class magic armor master might not be able to learn them all. After all, every magic armor master has their own specialties and areas of expertise, and it's rare for a magic armor master to be as comprehensive as Li Shu. Although this girl is still not as good as Li Shu, the fact that she can master so many different types of techniques is quite admirable. Come with me. Li Shu led Ye Yuzhen and Ye Shiwan into his private courtyard and placed the ghost-faced magic armor in front of Ye Shiwan. Try and see if you can activate this set of demon armor. Li Shu wanted to know just how high Ye Shiwan's talent was. After being modified, the ghost-faced magic armor is similar to the red flower magic armor he used earlier. Activating it demands high levels of spiritual sense, and even ordinary S-class magic armor masters might not be able to do it. Actually, finding out the level of Ye Shiwan's spiritual sense is easy. They could have Zimen Guan do a test, but Li Shu didn't want Zimen Guan to know about Ye Shiwan's existence just yet. You can do it, go for it. Ye Yuzhen was on the side encouraging Ye Shiwan. Ye Shiwan walked to the magic armor box and reached out to grasp the activation device. After grabbing the activation equipment, several seconds passed before the magic armor box finally moved, and Li Shu saw the ghost-faced magic armor being activated, enveloping Ye Shiwan's curvy figure. This time, I've truly hit the jackpot. Li Shu looked appreciatively at Ye Shiyuan in the ghost-faced magic armor. City Lord, what do you think? My sister can, right? Ye Yuzhen asked somewhat uncertainly. Because the ghost-faced magic armor appeared so worn out, not like any advanced armor, and Ye Shiwan took so long to activate it, they worried it was due to Ye Shiwan's lack of ability. Not only can she do it, she's really very good. From now on, you should stay in the City Lord's mansion. I'll find someone to custom make a set of armor for her. Li Shu was in a very good mood. Shi Yuan, hurry and thank the City Lord. Ye Yuzhen was greatly delighted upon hearing Li Shu mention customization of armor for Ye Shiyuan. Li Shu had accommodation arranged for them, and the siblings thanked him profusely. As they were leaving, Li Shu asked Ye Shiyuan, "Why do you seem to learn only God's techniques, and rarely learn others' techniques? I think God is the best magic armor master. He not only has advanced techniques, but also a selfless and kind heart. Other magic armor masters are rarely willing to share their techniques, but he selflessly shares his magic armor manipulation technique with everyone. He is my goal as a magic armor master and my idol. I want to become a magic armor master like him in the future." Ye Shiwan's eyes lit up again when talking about God, losing her usual shy demeanor. "You should go rest." Li Shu was really unable to continue listening. After the siblings left, Li Shu pondered how to get a set of armor for Ye Shiwan and how to involve her in some actual combat. Earlier, Li Shu was considering who could step up to resolve any issues should Zhongshan City encounter danger while he's away at Sea Heaven Trial Ground. The appearance of Ye Shiwan resolved this biggest dilemma. It looks like I'll have to pay Old Guan a visit. Li Shu decided to approach Zimen Guan. He planned to take the ghost-faced magic armor to the Sea Heaven Trial Ground and couldn't leave it with Ye Shiyuan. He would have to craft another S-class magic armor. In the lab, Zimen Guan's eye kept twitching. Though normally delighted to have Li Shu in the lab, implying strong interest in his research achievements. Maybe Li Shu says he doesn't want it now, but when his magic armor is complete, it'll follow the true fragrance rule. Currently, Zimen Guan believed there were just 2 magic armor masters qualified to use his armor, God, in Space City, and unknown in terms of both background and character, thus making it unwise to approach and offer his achievements freely to him. 996, Chapter 996, 11.6, picked up 3. In this case, Li Shu is currently the most suitable candidate. This is why Zimen Guan hopes Li Shu can visit the laboratory frequently. Every time Li Shu comes by, he is very happy. This time, Li Shu came over, and at first he was very happy. But who knew that after Li Shu arrived, he didn't say a word, just walked around, looking and shaking his head. This made Zimen Guan extremely uncomfortable, feeling like a kitten scratching at his heart. "Why are you shaking your head like that? Are you a bobblehead? If there's something you don't like, just say it. Don't give me this nonsense." Zimen Guan couldn't help but shout at Li Shu. "Old man," Li Shu hesitated, just addressing Zimen Guan, then shaking his head and sighing, "Forget it, it's nothing." If you don't tell me what's going on today, you won't be leaving this room. Sima Guan's temper flared up. Old man, don't be so anxious. I just feel that your laboratory's equipment is really too poor. It's wasting all your knowledge and skills, Li Shu sighed. Upon hearing Li Shu say this, Sima Guan's face immediately lit up with joy. Who says it's not true? These crappy instruments are too outdated, barely usable. If it weren't to save you money, would I be using this junk? Yeah, it's really a pity. I can't stand watching it. As the father of demon armor, using such junk, I feel guilty even thinking about it, Li Shu said with heartbreaking sincerity. Don't worry about it. Our current conditions aren't great. I can make do with these things. We'll replace them when things get better. Sima Guan shrugged off the earlier discomfort, now turning to comfort Li Shu instead. No, you can't just make do with anything else here. Without advanced magical equipment, with so many enemies around, how can we stand our ground? Nearby, we have the Red Sand City Lord. Far off, there's Chengsheng Tian. They're all formidable opponents. We must quickly complete your magical equipment research. It is our fundamental means of survival. Li Shu's words made Sima Guan's heart fill with joy, and he held Li Shu's hand, saying, Kid, you finally understand. Don't worry, I will complete the last few parts of the demon armor quickly. Just wait to wear it. Old man, without good equipment, how can you speed up? I can wait, but those like the Red Sand City Lord definitely won't. Today, I just killed the informant the Red Sand City Lord placed here. I'm afraid he will disregard the face of the Chu family and launch a massive attack on Zhongshan City. When that happens, I can take you and flee, but the equipment can't run, Li Shu lamented as he spoke. That's true, although these junk devices aren't great. A few of them are really hard to get. Sima Guan frowned as well. So, now we must dedicate all city resources to safeguard your research, allowing you to complete the demon armor as quickly as possible, Li Shu declared righteously. That's great. The fact that you think this way shows I wasn't wrong about you. Sima Guan was so excited that he listened intently. I plan to bring out all of the city's current resources to buy equipment for you, but I saw your list. The equipment needed is insanely expensive. You know the current situation in Zhongshan City. We really can't come up with that kind of money, Li Shu sighed. What should we do then? Sima Guan, caught up in Li Shu's worries, also became anxious. There is a way, but it will take some effort on your part, old man, Li Shu quickly said. Whatever I can do, just say the word. To complete my demon armor as soon as possible, I am willing to give you my full support, Sima Guan vowed, showing his emaciated chest as surety of his commitment. Well, it's like this. I have a friend who is a magic armor master. He's extremely wealthy but unfortunately lacking connections, unable to procure a high-standard magical armor. A few days ago, he saw my ghost-faced magic armor and was enviously tearing up, begging me to help him get a set, but I didn't dare promise him. The armor reformed by you, old man, isn't something easily obtained, right? Where would I find another set for him? Listening to this, Sima Guan was delighted, but Li Shu shifted the topic. But then again, he did say if he could get a set of magical armor similar to the ghost-faced magic armor, he would be willing to pay generously, regardless of the cost. I estimated that taking this deal would cover all of your equipment needs. He wanted to fully dedicate himself to his demon armor, and was unwilling to waste time making other magical armor. Li Shu didn't tell him straight away because he knew it would be useless. This guy was solely focused on his own set of magical armor. In his words, apart from his set, all other magical armor is trash. Would he waste precious time creating a pile of trash? The last time he helped Li Shu modify the ghost-faced magic armor was only because Li Shu accidentally broke it, and he had to fix it. Even so, Li Shu had to urge him several times before he reluctantly found the time to do it. If you don't have the time, forget it. I didn't promise him anything. We'll just wait on the equipment issue. Maybe one day a gemstone vein will be discovered nearby, and your equipment needs will be taken care of, Li Shu said, preparing to leave. Don't rush off, I didn't say I couldn't make it, but to create an S-class magic armor, we'll at least need an S-class demon core and auxiliary materials, right? Sima Guan thought it was absurd to wait for a gemstone vein to be discovered for the equipment. While the Southern Cross Federation has many gemstone veins, you can't just dig anywhere and find them. Leave that to me, you just make a list for me. Li Shu pressed Sima Guan to make a list and then left with it. Li Shu was gone for quite a while before Sima Guan realized something seemed off. No, this kid just arrived at Zhongshan City for the first time. Where does he get a wealthy friend? And what's more, a magic armor master capable of using S-class magic armor. Are there any other S-class magic armor masters in this godforsaken place? 197 Chapter 197, 11-7 Emperor's Mask. After leaving the laboratory, Li Shu called Shachu over. When Shachu arrived, he brought a suitcase and placed it on Li Shu's desk. What's this? Li Shu asked curiously as he looked at Shachu. The natural topaz you wanted. The quality definitely doesn't match the Emperor Topaz's color, but within Zhongshan City, these are all you can find. Others are color-modified topaz. If you need those, I can get more for you, Shachu said. Li Shu opened it to find many transparent topazes with a faint yellow hue inside, varying in depth of color. They all had a hint of yellow, but weren't as yellow as the masked Emperor Li Shu had before. Not bad. Take a look at this list. Can you get the items on it? Li Shu handed the list from Zimin Guan to Sha Chu. After looking at it, Sha Chu said, "Aside from the difficulty with the S-Class Demon Core, some S-Class Demon Spirit materials need to be gathered externally, but the rest are not hard to find." "Leave the S-Class Demon Core to me. Find a way for the others," Li Shu thought and said. "There's another problem now," Sha Chu said, looking at Li Shu without responding to him. "What problem?" Li Shu asked. "The City Lord's mansion is broke," Sha Chu said slowly. "The City Lord's mansion never had much money. A large part of the merchants have left, and now that you've killed Cha Liang, the remaining big merchants are also fleeing. No one is doing business in Zhongshan City. We're even worse off financially." "Are you saying I made a mistake?" Li Shu looked at Sha Chu and asked. "Mistake or not isn't important. What's important is how to solve the problem. The staff at the City Lord's mansion need money, the researchers in the laboratory need money even more, and the soldiers with us can't possibly not need money. Without money, we can't do anything, and soon everyone will leave us." Sha Chu paused and continued, "This is just the beginning. With Cha Liang's death, if Red Sand City blocks us, Zhongshan City will have trouble even with food and water. You should know Zhongshan City was built in this godforsaken place. Clean water sources are hard to find. All water and food come from Red Sand City. During the city's construction, only one road was built leading to Red Sand City, so at this rate, Zhongshan City can't keep people. Without the Red Sand City Lord wasting a single soldier, we'll have to leave. Isn't Zhongshan City located between Red Sand City and Guya City? Can't we buy supplies from Guya City?" Li Shu frowned and asked. "You can. You alone can travel through the deep forests to reach Guya City, but if you want massive transport of food and water, a road is needed." "Do you have the money to build a road to Guya City?" Sha Chu sighed and said, "I really can't figure out why the Red Sand City Lord spent so much manpower and resources to help that idiot Zhongshan City Lord build a city in such a place. It's simply not worth it for just a trial gate." Li Shu laughed after hearing this. "Sha Chu, you surely have a way, don't you? What way can I have?" "Without money, there's no way at all," Sha Chu said, pursing his lips. "I may not have money, but I do have some gemstones," Li Shu said, and took out the gemstones he got from Cha Liang, along with those Sha Chu gave him before, placing them together. "These gemstones can help us hold on for a few more months. If we add on purchasing the things you need, maybe just 3 more months, and that's assuming Red Sand City doesn't block us," Sha Chu said, looking at the gemstones. "Is there no other way?" Li Shu asked Sha Chu. "Yes, fully open the hero's trial gate and allow everyone to freely enter and exit it," Sha Chu said. "You mean also publish the strategy for clearing the dark maze?" Li Shu pondered and asked. "Yes, only by doing this can we attract vast numbers of people to Zhongshan City. As long as people come and need food and drink, naturally there will be people bringing supplies here. What we need now is people. Regardless of whether they're ordinary people or trial takers, we need them. Just attracting trial takers isn't enough," Sha Chu explained his plan. "All right, soon I'll write up a detailed strategy and give it to you. With this strategy, even ordinary people, as long as they're not too dumb, should be able to pass the dark maze under S-Class." Li Shu didn't mind publishing the trial ground strategy. In his view, the more people become trial takers, the better. "As long as we can do this, you can leave the rest to me," Sha Chu smiled and said. "Then I'll leave it to you." "It's good to have you around," Li Shu sighed and said. Sha Chu was slightly taken aback, looking at Li Shu with a somewhat complex expression, then turned and left. After Sha Chu left, Li Shu summoned the Masked Emperor. Looking at the Masked Emperor posed a bit of a problem. This thing was like a motorcycle and didn't have a mouth. How should he feed it? While Li Shu was thinking, he saw the Masked Emperor itself approach a box containing yellow topaz, lifting the lid to reveal its refueling port. Seeing this, Li Shu picked up the yellow topaz and dropped it into its refueling port. One made no reaction, nor did 2 or 3. Li Shu simply picked up the box and poured it in. Soon all the yellow topaz in the box were poured into its fuel tank. 198. Chapter 19.8. 11.7 Emperor's Mask 2. Why hasn't it upgraded yet? Li Shu was somewhat speechless. This whole box of yellow topaz hadn't allowed the Masked Emperor to level up to D, which was completely unreasonable. Buzz buzz. The Masked Emperor's engine started idling automatically, and the exhaust pipe spewed out golden flame. As the engine's rotation speed grew higher, the golden flame emitted from the exhaust became more intense. Suddenly, Li Shu saw the entire body of the Masked Emperor ablaze with golden flames, completely enveloped by it. Li Shu was overjoyed at once. He was familiar with this scene. Every time a Jedi Knight leveled up, they would be ascended by light flames. After such an upgrade, a skill would be comprehended. Is the Masked Emperor about to comprehend a skill? Li Shu felt a great sense of joy in his heart. Sure enough, once the light flames on the Masked Emperor had subsided, it successfully upgraded to D and comprehended a talent skill. Masked Emperor can evolve, able to summon D-level magic spirit Masked Emperor. Level D talent skill, Emperor's Mask. What kind of skill is this? Li Shu didn't understand what the skill meant, so he ordered the masked emperor to use the skill. The masked emperor didn't use the skill, but instead came over to Li Shu, seemingly indicating for Li Shu to ride on it. What's going on? Li Shu wondered as he climbed on. Just after he climbed on, the golden light flame arose from the masked emperor, enveloping Li Shu. After the golden light flame dissipated, Li Shu found a set of golden riding attire appeared on him, including gloves, knee pads, and a helmet, his entire body securely wrapped. You really pay attention to traffic safety. Li Shu finally understood what the Emperor's mask skill was, and his expression turned somewhat peculiar. Still, this is good. Whenever riding it again, there'll be some safety assurance. Li Shu thought although he could wear demon armor to ride it in the future, having such a skill also counts as a multiple guarantee. Just in case he someday didn't bring any demon armor, he'd still need some protective measures. The Emperor's mask didn't continue upgrading. Reasons could be insufficient topaz, or it might be that it hasn't completely digested the topaz in the fuel tank. After storing away the masked emperor, Li Shu pondered for a while and called over Qing Shan. Qing Shan came wearing demon armor. He won't reveal his true appearance in front of others. Qing Shan, is your magic armor fixed? Li Shu asked as he looked at Qing Shan. Already fixed, City Lord. Do you have any orders? Qing Shan replied. I need you to handle something. Li Shu squinted his eyes as he spoke. In a deserted forest outside the city, Ye Shiyuan looked nervously at Li Shu, while Ye Yuzhen beside her was also tense. Li Shu handed the ghost-faced magic armor to Ye Shiyuan and said, Starting today, I will personally teach you the maneuvering skills of magic armor. Use it to practice. City Lord, you will personally teach her. Ye Yuzhen stared at Li Shu blankly, although he knew Li Shu was formidable, a magic armor master. But given the deep impressions left by Li Shu as a trial taker, Li Shu's identity as a magic armor master seemed less legitimate. Li Shu paid him no mind, merely having Ye Shiyuan wear the ghost-faced magic armor. Starting now, display the techniques you are good at one by one, and I'll correct your mistakes and deficiencies at any time, Li Shu stated. Ye Shiyuan was somewhat skeptical, for when she heard Ye Yuzhen talk about Li Shu, it was always about how impressive his magic spirits were, how fearsome a trial taker he was, never hearing how Li Shu was a magic armor master. Despite her doubts, Ye Shiyuan followed Li Shu's instructions. As Ye Shiyuan displayed her adept techniques one by one, using the ghost-faced magic armor, she felt mental pressure somewhat intense, even taxing. The ghost-faced magic armor required immense spiritual force, and managing to control it was already a significant achievement. While controlling the ghost-faced magic armor, Ye Shiyuan struggled with its potent dynamics, leading to multiple blunders. Ye Yuzhen watched anxiously on the side, encouraging Ye Shiyuan while explaining to Li Shu, My sister is still not used to this magic armor. Give her some time, she'll quickly adapt, I know. Li Shu calmly watched Ye Shiyuan maneuver the ghost-faced magic armor. With every technique Ye Shiyuan demonstrated, Li Shu pointed out various mistakes and deficiencies, along with some technical issues Ye Shiyuan was unaware of. Ye Yuzhen, listening beside, was breaking out in a cold sweat, not imagining his sister had so many errors and shortcomings. After hearing Li Shu's guidance, Ye Shiyuan increasingly saw Li Shu as highly formidable. She had never considered that the techniques she thought she was proficient in still had so many holes and errors. And Li Shu seemed to understand everything, no matter what kind of technique she used. His corrections could always enlighten her, as if opening the door to a new world. Being taught by someone feels wonderful. Ye Shiyuan gradually considered Li Shu as her mentor, attentively listening to him, resolved of earlier doubts. While Ye Shiyuan tirelessly practiced, a magic armor master suddenly appeared from the nearby forest. 99, Chapter 99, 11-7 Emperor's Mask 3. After the magic armor master appeared, he aimed his palm at Li Shu and shot demonic light, which was about to blast onto Li Shu. Ye Shiyuan saw the demonic light and instantly reacted, instinctively blocking Li Shu and raising her hands, blasting out two beams of demonic light, colliding with the magic armor master's demonic light. Boom. The demonic light exploded, and the magic armor master's demonic light was clearly not as strong as Ye Shiyuan's. After his demonic light was destroyed, Ye Shiyuan's demonic light continued to shoot towards him. The magic armor master crossed his arms, and a cyan-colored shield of light appeared in front of him, blocking Ye Shiyuan's shooting demonic light. Ye Shiyuan saw her demonic light being blocked and immediately charged forward violently. The evil ghost light blade of the ghost-faced magic armor was triggered, and two dark purple light blades were wielded by Ye Shiyuan, aggressively slashing and chopping towards the magic armor master. Boom boom, bang. Her hands flickered with light blades, and her eyes shot out demonic light, with Ye Shiyuan's frenzied assault leaving Ye Yuzhen and Li Shu somewhat stunned. Controlling the magic armor, Ye Shiyuan seemed like a transformed person, as if she wouldn't stop unless she completely destroyed the opponent. This little girl is really something, Li Shu muttered to himself, knowing that the magic armor master was Qing Shan, arranged by him. At this moment, Qing Shan was utterly shocked, having thought that only Li Shu in Zhongshan City was worthy of notice, while others didn't catch his eye at all. But facing this magic armor master, he had no ability to counterattack. The fierce momentum and variety of powerful attack methods made him think he was facing one of the top-ranked magic armor masters in a battle ranking. Boom! Qing Shan's most formidable magic armor skill, the Cyan Mountain Shield, was forcibly shattered by Ye Xiuan, and his body was knocked back by the force of the collision. Ye Xiuan, stop! Li Shu shouted loudly, stopping Ye Xiuan from pursuing further. Upon hearing Li Shu's voice, Ye Xiuan immediately stopped her advance, making Li Shu very satisfied. Li Shu patted Ye Yuzhen's shoulder and said with a smile, "You were right, your sister is indeed outstanding." Ye Yuzhen didn't react, still thinking he was in a dream. He knew Qing Shan, the magic armor master, formerly one of the two S-class magic armor masters beside the Zhongshan City Lord. He never thought his sister could defeat Qing Shan, the magic armor master, in such a way. Was this still the Ye Xiuan he remembered? Xiuan is actually this strong. Ye Yuzhen finally came to his senses, but still looked complicatedly at Ye Xiuan, who was in her magic armor. Li Shu walked over to Ye Xiuan and, pointing at Qing Shan, said, "This is Qing Shan, the magic armor master from the mansion. From now on, he'll practice with you to help improve your real combat experience. Sorry, I hope I didn't hurt you just now." Ye Xiuan said somewhat awkwardly to Qing Shan upon realizing he was one of them. "No," Qing Shan replied with a bitter smile. When did he, an S-class magic armor master, become so fragile that others worried about hurting him? Under Li Shu's arrangement, Qing Shan was tasked to spar with Ye Xiuan. With Li Shu's guidance, Ye Xiuan began learning how to restrain her sharpness and properly utilize the energy from the magic armor and her spiritual sense, instead of indiscriminately releasing her spiritual sense, or else she wouldn't last long, and her spiritual sense wouldn't meet the standard needed to activate the ghost-faced magic armor. Li Shu felt gratified watching from the side. Ye Xiuan had excellent talent and a strong ability to learn. Crucially, she didn't hesitate to save Li Shu and showed decisiveness during battle, all of which made Li Shu very satisfied. Your sister has a strong talent for being a magic armor master and will definitely become a powerful magic armor master in the future. But a magic armor master always has a weakness. When not equipped with magic armor, she needs someone to protect her. You need to work hard, Li Shu said to Ye Yuzhen beside him. Ye Yuzhen, hearing this, became more determined. Don't worry, I won't let anything harm her. Take these black appetites. From now on, you'll be responsible for opening the hero trial ground. As long as you open the dark maze, you must personally participate. Li Shu handed a portion of the black appetites to Ye Yuzhen. City Lord, I definitely won't let you down, nor will I let Xiuan down, Ye Yuzhen said through gritted teeth. To make her proud, you got to become stronger than her first. Li Shu smiled. I can definitely do it. Ye Yuzhen clenched the black appetite in hand. You have an S-class demon core, right? Give it to me. It's needed for customizing magic armor for Xiuan. Li Shu reached out his hand and said, Ye Yuzhen felt joy, quickly handing over his treasured S-class demon core to Li Shu. City Lord, you're planning to customize S-class magic armor for Xiuan. Do you think ordinary magic armor matches her? Li Shu said with a playful smile. Of course not. My sister is a genius magic armor master, Ye Yuzhen laughed, unable to close his mouth. Just as Li Shu walked into the City Lord's mansion, he saw Chujun angrily approaching. What's the matter, looking so mad? Li Shu smiled and asked Chujun. It's about Zhou Beilong. His secretary called to say the golf trial has been cancelled, so you don't need to go, Chujun said angrily. I think he heard about what happened here and didn't want to offend the Red Sand City Lord, so they won't let you take part. In our current situation, even if he hadn't cancelled, we wouldn't be able to go to Red Sand City, so whether they let me go doesn't matter, Li Shu said with a smile. Why can't we go? I've already arranged it for you. Once you finish that golf trial, you'll head straight to the Gate of Purgatory. Chujun was still very upset. Gate of Purgatory? Li Shu stared at Chujun, uncertain of his meaning. Yes, last time you told Zhou Beilong you wanted to go to the Gate of Purgatory. I've almost got the arrangements done. Soon we'll head to the Gate of Purgatory, Chujun explained. Did the Red Sand City Lord agree? Li Shu asked in surprise. Does he have a choice? If he disagrees, his magic armor orders are gone, Chujun pouted. Li Shu immediately understood. The Chu family is the masters of White Knight City, one of the world's two major magic armor production sites. Besides Space City, the Chu family is the largest magic armor merchant, not just wealthy but also commanding a strong force and a family magic armor master system. Though people often see Space City as the holy ground for magic armor masters, where the produced magic armor is absolutely the best. But White Knight City's magic armor isn't much different from Space City's. The key is that high-level magic armor isn't always available for purchase, whether from Space City or White Knight City. In places like the Southern Cross Federation, being able to buy high-level magic armor is already quite fortunate. 1-200, Chapter 200, 11-8. The brain's perception of time. Li Shu looked at the information Chujun brought over. The situation was worse than the legends described. Aside from the first 1,000-person training, the Red Sand City Lord had actually organized several Gate of Purgatory trials, and despite knowing some intelligence, still ended with total annihilation. Not a single person came out alive. The information known now was provided by the only person who survived. The trial at the Gate of Purgatory is very strange. Although over 1,000 people went in, the person who survived said he saw only himself in a room with no one else around. It was a white room, nothing inside, only a light screen indicating the start of an S-level trial. Then the screen disappeared, leaving him alone in the room. The rules of the trial were simple. As long as you stay in the room and wait for the trial to end, you're good. He didn't know how long he stayed in the room, as there was nothing to measure time with, so there was no way to know how much time had passed. Just like the rumors outside, after he came out, his mental state seemed problematic, speaking incoherently like he was in a daze. The intelligence above was pieced together by doctors from his nonsensical remarks. One moment he said it was 2 or 3 days, then a few months, then it became years. Even more exaggeratedly, he claimed he stayed in the room for several hundred years. These were all considered his gibberish. After all, it had only been 3 days from when he went in to when he came out. Psychiatrists judged it might have been a misperception due to the lack of time-measuring tools. Another speculation suggested that there was something affecting the mind in that room, perhaps some gas or some sort of mental hypnosis thing. Anyway, it's impossible that the room had nothing. Definitely something was there. In subsequent trials, the Red Sand City Lord specially selected people with resistance to drugs or mental hypnosis to enter, but the results were not optimistic. Still, no one could come out. What do you think? Chujun asked after Li Shu finished reading the information. The trial ground has many miraculous things. Until you experience it yourself, no one can be certain, Li Shu thought and said. Since someone can come out alive, there must be a way to pass. I think so too, but with just this bit of information, if you really go in, the possibility of coming out alive is still low. Do you want to give it a try? If you want to try, I've already made contact on that side. You have 3 days. Within 3 days after you go in, the batch of demon armors won't be handed over to Red Sand City. If you haven't come out after 3 days, then we'll have to complete the transaction as agreed. Chujun couldn't make a decision for Li Shu. After all, it was a trial that only one person out of 1,000 could come out alive from. Chujun himself didn't dare to enter. Only Li Shu had the qualification to decide whether to go or not. How's the physical condition of the person who came out alive? Li Shu thought for a moment and asked, Just an average person, not a real trial taker, nothing special, not sure why he was able to come out alive. Chujun replied. Before the trial, can I meet him? Li Shu asked. There shouldn't be a problem, I'll arrange it, Chujun said. Okay, I'll make my decision after seeing him. Li Shu decided he wanted to check it out. Since physical condition wasn't the key to survival, Li Shu thought he could give it a try. But whether to try or not would have to wait until he met the person. Alright, I'll go arrange it and inform you once there's news. Chujun thought for a moment and said, Actually, I don't quite understand why you'd want to go to such a trial ground. It's too dangerous. Just want to see what kind of contracts are in such a trial ground, Li Shu said with a smile. Li Shu originally planned to finish arranging his matters before going to the Sea Heaven trial ground. Since there's an opportunity to go to the Gate of Purgatory, the Sea Heaven trial ground would have to wait. In the following days, apart from occasionally guiding Ye Shiwan, Li Shu spent every day entering the hero trial ground, constantly choosing attribute rewards. At first, it was just low-level attribute rewards. Li Shu no longer felt any response in his body, and his physical fitness didn't continue to increase. Later, even with B-level attribute rewards, there was still no sensation, indicating his body enhancement had reached its limit, needing to become a true trial taker to continue enhancing. After a few days, Chujun brought good news. They had talked it over. Li Shu could participate in the Gate of Purgatory trial, and also meet the person who came out alive from it. Chujun asked Li Shu to pack up, and they would set off to Red Sand City the next day. Li Shu had nothing much to pack. He just needed to bring the ghost-faced magic armor to prevent the Red Sand City Lord from reneging when the time comes. Before going, Li Shu planned to stroll through Gemstone Street again to see if he could find another demon spirit gemstone. Gemstone Street was busier than when Li Shu came last time. Many gemstone shops had reopened, but their signs seemed to have changed. Most of the old stores were gone. Li Shu visited shop by shop slowly, but despite looking at many gemstones, he didn't find the one that gave him that hunger feeling.